Chapter 1, Taking Down the Female Lead, the apocalyptic villain is activated. Yi Shui, you don't want your brother to go to jail, do you? As long as you behave well, I won't sue your brother. My antique teacup is worth 2 million. Inside a luxurious suite, Ya held a leather whip, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a wicked smile. Yi Shui is the most beautiful girl in the art department of Donghai University. She grew up with her non-blood related brother, Yi Fan. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, Ya wouldn't have wanted to resort to this method. Yi Shui's lips were tightly pursed, her cheeks were covered with glistening tears, her fair face was flushed pink, her hair was tied in a high ponytail, she was wearing a tight-fitting sportswear, and her face was full of stubbornness and regret. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands gripping the blanket tightly, her graceful figure trembling, while her eyes revealed boundless hatred. And so, Yi Shui and Ya faced off for a long time. Finally, thinking of her brother Yi Fan, with whom she had been inseparable since childhood, she made up her mind. Yi Shui choked slightly, then said in a cold tone, I promise you, but you have to let my brother go. And please be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. Upon hearing this, Ya revealed a complex expression and said softly, I will. When we go together to Wushan for clouds and rain, who cares where the frost is in the world? The next day at noon, the sun was shining brightly. Ya slowly opened his eyes, and all he saw was a blanket of white. It feels like my right hand is being pressed down. Ya turned his head away, trying to release the bloodshot blood in his right hand. But if you don't move, it's fine if you do move, the beautiful woman next to you will also move along with you. Yi Shui let out a soft moan and opened her eyes, looking completely bewildered. Feeling the masculine energy in front of her, her cheeks instantly flushed red. You're awake? When Ya spoke, his tone was full of tenderness. You can continue to rest. I'll come back this afternoon. It's not that Ya doesn't want to fight anymore, but that he has more important things to do now. Including today, there are only 3 days left until the end of the world crisis erupts. I rushed to finish the system task last night, and now it's time to reap the rewards. Yes, about what you promised me. Yi Shui buried her entire body in the blanket, leaving only her expectant eyes looking at Ya. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise. However, I did not promise to protect your brother in the apocalypse. Watching Ya walk into the bathroom, Yi Shui immediately jumped out of bed, complaining. I feel so sticky. System, open your own panel. While taking a shower, Ya communicated with the system using his mind. Name, Ya. Race, human. Talent, none. Strength rating, F. Early step into the realm of an evolved being, immune to the initial catastrophe virus. Partner, Yi Shui. Offspring, none. Item, none. Task, find a partner with a talent rating of A+ or higher completed, reward available. Seeing the notification in the taskbar that the task could be claimed, Ya was overjoyed. After 4 days of hard work, we finally completed the task. System, claim it. Ding. Reward, subspace ability, S rank 1 million cubic meters, upgradable. 1 million cubic meters of subspace? Upon seeing the system notification, Ya couldn't help but mutter to himself. Based on Ya's extensive reading experience, the role of this space in the apocalypse is simply undeniable. Those who understand the intricacies will naturally understand, and there's no need to explain further to those who don't. 1 million cubic meters of space can hold a lot of things. There are still 3 days left before the apocalypse begins, which is still plenty of time. Ya stroked his chin and began to replan his itinerary for the next few days. This afternoon, I'll transfer all the supplies from the warehouse to the subspace, and then use these 3 days to fill the space as much as possible. With the family's wealth, they could also store things that ordinary people would have difficulty accessing. Food, energy, seeds, weapons, high-tech. However, we don't need to be too demanding about weapons and technology. After all, the post-apocalyptic world belongs to the evolved, and ordinary weapons are only useful in the early stages of the apocalypse. Alright, thinking of the evolved beings, Ya hurriedly said to the system. System, open Yi Shui's panel. In addition to opening the host panel, the blessing system can also open the partner panel and the offspring panel. The offspring panel is the most useful for Ya, because the offspring's talents will automatically be synchronized to Ya's talent interface. Even if his offspring eventually dies, Ya's innate talent will not disappear. Name, Yi Shui. Race, human. Talent, Ice and Snow Hershers, S rank unawakened. Strength rating, F early step into the realm of an evolved being, immune to the initial catastrophe virus. Companion, Boundless Sea. Offspring, none. As expected of an S rank talent, she truly deserves to be the #1 female lead. High YA murmured, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. According to the system's prompts, High YA knew that the world he was in was a fusion of many post-apocalyptic novels. High YA himself was one of the common villains in the early stages. As for Yi Shui, she is half a chosen one, a woman qualified to compete with Yi Fan for the protagonist's halo. According to the original plot of the novel, High YA would be betrayed and killed by Yi Shui, Yi Fan, and other destined protagonists. But the situation is different now. With the blessing system at his disposal, as long as he continues to conquer various heroines, then the entire post-apocalyptic world will be at your fingertips. Feeling the warm water bath, High YA's mood became increasingly comfortable. The sun sets in the west, in front of a large warehouse on the outskirts of Donghai City. At this moment, High YA, dressed casually, was steadily getting off the sports car. Looking at the warehouse with its doors tightly shut, High YA had a smile on his lips. High YA bought this warehouse a week ago. It is 30 meters long and wide, and 10 meters high. However, there is a secret storage room in the basement of the warehouse, which is 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters high. High YA bought 3 such suburban warehouses, each used to store different supplies. Inside this warehouse, some basic survival supplies are stored. For example, grains, rice, oil, salt, and foods with a long shelf life. Before acquiring subspace, High YA used the warehouse as a form of insurance. They hoped that with these supplies and their understanding of future events, they could save their lives. But now it's clear there's no need for that, so High YA walked into the warehouse through the side door. Then, using subspace containment, all the neatly arranged supplies were taken into the subspace. Once the supplies entered the subspace, they seemed to freeze in place, remaining in the same state they were in when they first entered. This aspect satisfied High YA considerably. With this effect, there's no need to worry about supplies spoiling. You can store fresh food and delicious dishes. High YA moved faster and faster, quickly storing the supplies in the warehouse into the subspace. The other 2 warehouses store medicines and miscellaneous items, as well as purified water resources. After leaving the warehouse and getting into the sports car, High YA headed straight for the other 2 warehouses without any hesitation. Time waits for no one, so we must make the most of every minute and second. P.S. I'm a newbie driver, trying my best to use the clutch. All you handsome guys and beautiful girls, come on for a spin. Chapter 2 grants another S-rank talent, a perfect start. At night, the neon lights of Donghai City flicker. Back at the hotel, High YA called Yi Shui to the restaurant. After ordering a table full of delicious food, we quickly started to eat and enjoy ourselves. After so many days of mental strain, I can finally relax. Yi Shui breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw High YA ignoring her. Yi Shui was exhausted last night and didn't get much rest this afternoon. At that moment, her stomach began to protest. After swallowing, she carefully picked up her utensils, deftly picked up the dishes in front of her, and began to taste them. As soon as the delicious food entered her mouth, Yi Shui almost cried out in surprise. It's so delicious. Yi Shui had never had a good life since she was a child. Although she was able to keep herself from going hungry by working part-time after entering university. But the large table in front of her, a luxurious meal at a top-tier hotel, was something she had never dared to dream of before. Yi Shui felt increasingly heartbroken as she thought about it, and at the same time, she remembered the grievances she had suffered last night. In the end, she turned her grief and anger into her appetite and started eating with High YA. After a whirlwind of eating and drinking, High YA raised his head and looked at Yi Shui. According to the system prompts, as long as you have offspring after exercising, any talent will be synchronized into your own. However, there is a condition: only after a successful offspring is born will the talent truly belong to High YA. Before his offspring were born, High YA's talent, which was synchronized with his offspring, was in a trial period, which meant that High YA needed to ensure the safety of his offspring. This is still very humane, and High YA had no complaints. However, last night's efforts clearly did not produce offspring, which left High YA somewhat helpless. There are only 2 days and 2 nights left before the apocalypse begins. We must make Yi Shui give birth to an heir within these 2 days and seize the initiative. Thinking of this, High YA coughed lightly and spoke to Yi Shui. Are you full? Yi Shui was wiping her mouth when she heard High YA's words and nodded slightly. However, she didn't dare to look into Hai Ye's eyes, and just nodded cautiously. Have you been busy these past few days? Oh. I need to work a part-time job this weekend. Then there's nothing else. Come with me, and stay at the hotel this weekend. As soon as Hai Ye finished speaking, he walked directly to Yi Shui, took her delicate hand in his, and prepared to lead her back to the room. Yi Shui was confused by Hai Ye's actions. Why did he have to stay in the hotel all weekend? Didn't we agree that after that one time, we would have no further connection? Yi Shui began to struggle, constantly shifting her body, while simultaneously shouting at Hai Ye. Hai Ye, what are you doing? Let me go. The sea is boundless, you. Feeling that Yi Shui was a bit noisy, Hai Ye didn't waste any words and directly picked her up by the waist. The commotion was quite loud, attracting the attention of everyone else in the hotel, but once they saw it was Hai Ye, they all pretended not to see him. Soon after, Hai Ye put his arm around Yi Shui and they went back into the room. After placing Yi Shui on the bed, Hai Ye didn't waste any words and took off his clothes without waiting for her to look at him with surprise. The world will change dramatically in 2 days, so for your safety, stay with me for another 2 days. Cooperate with me well these next 2 days, and I will make sure you have a very good life in the future, and your brother will not be harmed. Otherwise, you and your brother will both be in great trouble. Hai Ye was half coaxing and half deceiving, mainly because time was of the essence and they had to speed things up. Hearing Hai Ye's absurd yet domineering words, Yi Shui felt utterly powerless, but she had no way to resist and could only silently shed tears. Seeing this, Hai Ye sighed slightly, then without further hesitation, pulled Yi Shui into the quilt. Hoeing the fields at noon, every grain is the result of hard work. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully produced your first offspring. You can now view the offspring panel. The following day at noon, Hai Ye was awakened by a system notification. Finally, their first offspring was born. After so much hard work, we've finally reaped the rewards. Check the offspring panel. Name? Race, human. Talent, Earth King, S rank can be synchronized. Strength assessment, initial life form, please take good care of it, host. S rank talent? Did I get an SSR card right at the start? Hai Ye's excitement was beyond words after many fierce battles, he had finally achieved results. System, synchronize the Earth King's talent. Ding! The Earth King talent has been successfully synchronized. The host can use it more often to become stronger. Open your own panel. Name, Hai Ye. Race, human. Talents, Subspace Ability S, Earth King S. Strength rating, D+, possesses 2S level talents although only in the initial stage, his strength is already considerable. Partner, Yi Shui. Offspring, 1. Item, none. Hai Ye carefully examined his current stats, and he was most satisfied with his strength rating. The apocalypse hasn't even started yet, but I've already reached level D+, which is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. According to the clues, the captain of the 100-man hunter squadron 10 years after the apocalypse was basically rated D+ in terms of strength. Before the apocalypse, Hai Ye already possessed considerable strength, making it a perfect start. With these thoughts in mind, Hai Ye prepared to get up and leave the hotel. Now that you have acquired the talent, you still need to train and practice it yourself. You must familiarize yourself with your talent and ability as soon as possible. At this moment, Yi Shui slowly opened her eyes and looked at Hai Ye's actions as he prepared to get up and leave, feeling very depressed. But at the same time, I was also very tired. I'm going out for a bit. You stay at the hotel for the next couple of days and wait for me to come back. If you need anything, just tell the staff, but you're not allowed to leave the hotel. Hai Ye turned his head and gave an order, then dressed himself and left the room. Oldly, go to the market and buy all the freshest and rarest ingredients, as well as all kinds of seafood available. I'll pick them up tomorrow morning. Old Wang, go and have the most luxurious hotel in Donghai City prepare a grand banquet of 1,000 tables. It needs to be ready by noon tomorrow, and I'll take it all with me. Old Jean, go and move all the weapons in the warehouse to the location I assigned. They need to be all moved by tomorrow evening. Old Zhang, close our 2 department stores in Donghai City and reinforce their defenses, just as I instructed before. Mom, it's my birthday in a couple of days. Why don't you and all the elders in the family come to Donghai for a few days? I know Dad is usually very busy, but he absolutely has to come and celebrate my birthday with me this time. Okay, that's all. We'll come on the safest plane from home. Yi drove his sports car, giving all sorts of instructions along the way, all in an effort to make the most of every second to get more preparations. Having resources at home means that if Yi says something, everyone else has to be prepared. Is this the perk of being a villain? Yi's purpose this time was to go to a deserted place in the suburbs and unleash his Earth King talent. After driving for about 10 minutes, Yi finally arrived at his destination. He then walked to an open space and prepared to unleash his talent. Based on his previous understanding, Yi thought that the Earth King talent should be used to control the land for attack or defense. At this moment, with Yi's display of power, the Earth was indeed able to be used for various attacks and defenses. Just like the familiar anime skills, Yi can now control the ground at will, which is incredibly cool. Rise. Yi flicked his index finger upwards, and the ground in front of him began to crack, then reformed into an earthen wall that stood in front of him. The earthen wall is incredibly hard, like a solid steel wall. It would probably take a missile to bombard it to create a small breach. Yi unleashed his attacks for 3 minutes straight, causing earthen walls to rise from the ground. However, he could certainly employ even more varied attack methods. Unfortunately, Yi was exhausted and no longer had the ability to use his innate abilities. I roughly know the current limits. Yi murmured to himself, while gaining a clear understanding of his own strength. The Earth King talent, at present, seems to be more inclined towards defense, while its offensive capabilities are not so outstanding. However, Yi was not discouraged. Since his attack was not strong, he would try to acquire other talents as soon as possible. With this kind of start, why worry about not becoming stronger? Yi shook his head and chuckled, then rested for a while before leaving the outskirts of the area. There are still many things I need to do, and I haven't reached the point where I can enjoy them yet. P.S. This book has an incredible number of female protagonists, so all you handsome guys, please fasten your seatbelts. The first lucky one appears in Chapter 3, the heroine's adorable best friend? Tunghai University. Male dormitory building 18, room 111. No. We cannot sacrifice Donghai City with blood. Yi, stop. A heart-wrenching roar rang out, and Yifan suddenly sat up. Yifan's eyes were filled with terror and hatred as he gasped for breath. Recalling the scene just now, even Yifan, who had survived in the apocalypse for 10 years, felt a deep sense of fear and despair. That was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Hundreds of thousands of people in the entire East China Sea-based city were drained of their flesh and blood, all for Yi's selfish desires, and were used as resources to advance to S rank. The sea has no bounds. You deserve to die. Wait, where am I? Shouldn't I have already been drained of my flesh and blood and died in the crowd? After calming himself down, Yifan realized something was wrong. Looking around, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. After thinking for a while, the memories deep in my mind were finally awakened. This is my dorm room. Have I been reborn? Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief. He then picked up his phone, which unlocked automatically with facial recognition, and saw today's date. December 23, 2023. This was 10 years before the apocalypse, before the world-ending crisis erupted. However, the day after tomorrow, Monday morning, is the day before the apocalypse begins. Yifan still has a very deep impression of the day when this disaster began, but he doesn't remember the exact time. All I remember is that it was Monday morning at 8 a.m., and after I got up and washed up, I saw that there was a disturbance at school, and then the whole world changed. It turned into a living hell, where you have to exert every ounce of strength just to survive. But now that I've been reborn, I can't repeat the mistakes of my past life. Ya. This time, I will kill you the moment I see you. Yifan took a deep breath and then dialed the number pinned to the top of his contact list. On the other end of the line was Yi Shui. Beep. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Beep. Why isn't Xiao Shui answering the phone? Yifan frowned. He planned to keep Yi Shui by his side to prepare for the apocalypse. After all, Yi Shui will awaken an S-level talent after the apocalypse, which will be a great help in the early stages. Therefore, Yifan was not worried about Yi Shui's safety, but he still needed to confirm Yi Shui's current location. Immediately afterwards, Yifan dialed the phone number of Xiao Xiaoyu, Yi Shui's best friend and also a student at Donghai University. Yifan also had a very deep impression of Xiao Xiaoyu. This is a beautiful young girl who likes to wear her hair in pigtails. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, she remains lively and cheerful. And most importantly, Xiao Xiaoyu's talent is outstanding. She is an A+ level watermaster, which is a whole level higher than Yifan's own talent. Hello, is this Xiao Xue's brother? What do you want from me? The call was answered quickly, and Xiao Xiaoyu's soft, sweet voice carried a hint of curiosity. Xiaoyu, this is Yifan. I tried calling Xiao Xue but couldn't get through, so I wanted to ask if you know anything about her situation. I have something important to discuss with her. Yifan didn't waste any words and asked directly. Xiao Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, because Yi Shui had sent her a message yesterday saying that she had gone out to dinner with that young Master Hai. Since then, there has been no further contact with Xiao Xiaoyu, so Xiao Xiaoyu is currently unsure of Yi Shui's whereabouts. But hearing Yifan's anxious tone, Xiao Xiaoyu didn't want to hide anything, so she told Yifan what she knew. What? Xiao Xue and Hai Ya are together. Upon receiving Xiao Xiaoyu's reply, Yifan immediately became agitated. Yifan couldn't understand why Yi Shui and Hai Ya had any connection, since they definitely wouldn't have known each other before the apocalypse in his previous life. But judging from Xiao Xiaoyu's tone, it seems that Xiao Xue has been taken away by Hai Ya for a day and a night. Damn it! The sea is boundless. If you dare to lay a finger on Xiao Xue, I will tear you to pieces. It's a fight to the death. Do you know where they are? Yifan's tone was cold, and the sound of him gritting his teeth made Xiao Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone a little scared. Yesterday, Xiao Xue said she was at the Haoyue Hotel, and young Master Hai must have treated her to dinner there. Before Xiao Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Yifan had already hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, Yifan quickly got dressed and prepared to go to the Haoyue Hotel to bring Yi Shui back. At the same time, he was thinking about how to find an opportunity to kill Hai Ya. Based on his 10 years of survival experience in the apocalypse, Yifan was not convinced that he could not subdue an ordinary person. Even though Hai Ya was protected by bodyguards, Yifan was confident in his abilities. Once I kill Hai Ya, I can use my past life's experience to quickly become stronger. Fortunately, in this cruel apocalypse, we no longer have to live like rats. Hai Ya returned to the hotel and was having lunch with Yi Shui. Now that he has the strength to protect himself in the early stages of the apocalypse, Hai Ya is not too anxious. With delicacies laid out on the table in front of him, Hai Ya relaxed and began to enjoy them. Now that things have come to this, Yi Shui has basically no resistance to being with Hai Ya, so she eats openly and chats with him from time to time. Hey, you said the world will change in 2 days, what exactly do you mean? Although Yi Shui didn't quite believe it, she couldn't quite understand Hai Ya's behavior over the past 2 days, so she casually asked him. Hearing this, Hai Ya snapped out of his reverie and calmly said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. As for the changes in the world, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you, so just enjoy these last 2 days of peace." After saying that, Hai Ya stopped talking and continued to enjoy the food, ignoring Yi Shui. "Humph, you'd better keep your word." Yi Shui turned her head away, then suddenly remembered something and cautiously said to Hai Ya, "Is my phone still with you? Can you give it back to me?" Upon hearing this, Hai Ya pondered for a moment, then stood up and addressed Yi Shui. "Okay, come with me." A look of joy flashed across Yi Shui's face, and she quickly followed Hai Ya's footsteps. Upon entering the suite's private room, Hai Ya took Yi Shui's phone from a drawer in the cabinet, but instead of immediately returning it to her, he turned it on while saying, "Do you think Yifan has contacted you in the past 2 days? After all, I didn't send anyone to arrest him. A few days ago, Yifan broke an antique teacup at the antique market. At that time, Hai Ya did not ask Yifan for compensation, but he used this incident to successfully win over Yi Shui. Of course, all of this was a trap set by Hai Ya to lure the fish into the trap. Now, everything has settled down. I don't know. I'm just glad my brother's alright." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Shui's phone was turned on, and the missed calls on the screen were very conspicuous. Hai Ya looked at this scene and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In fact, Hai Ya had no interest in Yifan. He was only interested in the various female protagonists and women who were both talented and beautiful. As long as Yifan doesn't cause trouble for himself, Hai Ya doesn't necessarily have to target him. Tell Yifan not to cause trouble for himself, and don't come looking for you for the next couple of days. Hai Ya handed the phone back, and at the same time instructed, "By the way, isn't Xiao Xiaoyu your best friend? You can have her come to see you, and we can have a meal together while we're at it." The system notification mentioned Xiao Xiaoyu, a girl with a sweet appearance and great talent. She also had a good relationship with Yi Shui and became a member of the protagonist's team after the apocalypse. Hye was eager to become stronger, so he had already set his sights on Xia Xiaoyu and wanted to take her into his possession. Yishui took the phone and felt uneasy after hearing Hye's words, but in the end she just nodded to indicate that she understood. Hey! Xiaoyu, I'm fine. I've been doing great these past 2 days, and young Master Hai hasn't done anything to me. Yeah, it's good that you're alright. Alright, your brother said he needs to talk to you urgently. He called you but you didn't answer, so he asked me where you were. I understand. I'll explain to Brother Fan later. Also, would you like to come to the Hao Yui Hotel? Young Master Hai said he'd like to treat us to a meal together. Oh, young Master Hai is inviting us to dinner? Great. When? Hearing this, Yishui turned to look at Hye, and after seeing him nod, she continued speaking into the phone. Do you have time tonight? Why don't you come see me tonight? Young Master Hai said it's any time, and I've been missing you a bit too. Xia Xiaoyu, on the other end of the phone, hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then said in a slightly comforting tone, while suppressing her excitement. Okay, then I'll come find you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Xia Xiaoyu finally stopped trying to contain her excitement. She felt extremely honored and excited to be able to meet Hye. After all, she was just an ordinary student. Although she was extremely beautiful and had many admirers, Xia Xiaoyu dared not be negligent in the face of Hye's invitation. Despite the barriers of their social status and class, it was something to be proud of that Hye knew Xia Xiaoyu, even though the two hadn't made any contact yet. After calming herself down, Xia Xiaoyu began to tidy up her appearance. Since Xia Xiaoyu was already very beautiful without makeup, she only applied a light makeup. Then she carefully selected a youthful and beautiful outfit, paired with white stockings and high pigtails, looking every bit the lively little beauty. After observing it carefully several times and finding herself satisfied, Xia Xiaoyu happily went out. It was afternoon, so Xia Xiaoyu wasn't in a hurry. However, unlike Xia Xiaoyu's excitement and joy, Yi Fan at the gate of Donghai University looked angry. He took a taxi to the Hao Yui Hotel. It would be even better if Hye could be killed, but even if not, Yishui should be brought out. P.S. You might find it abrupt that the protagonist is able to become the powerful figure who sacrificed blood in Donghai City in Yi Fan's memories. To clarify, the system prompts the protagonist receives come from the storyline after Yi Fan's rebirth, while the storyline before Yi Fan's rebirth is the initial development of the story. It's like Yi Fan only knows about things in the first dimension, while the protagonist knows about plot hints in the second dimension. Chapter 4's first main quest, an unexpectedly incredible reward. Even in the afternoon, Donghai City was still bustling with traffic. On the sofa in the suite, Hye held Yishui, soothing her anxious emotions. Although the system indicated that Yishui was pregnant, it was only the first day, and Hye was not going to tell her. However, Hye had already completely regarded Yishui as his woman, so he was doing his best to eliminate any resentment in Yishui's heart and make her accept him from the bottom of her heart. Hye would never do something like starting a relationship and then abandoning it. Young master, I have something to report to you. Just then, Hye's bodyguard, Wang Yan, knocked on the door. Okay, I'm coming. Hye stood up, gestured to Yishui, and then walked towards the door. He opened the door, told Wang Yan to follow him, and then went to the study. Hye had given Wang Yan several instructions beforehand, so he didn't know which one the other wanted to report. Therefore, he spoke first. Speak, what is it? Wang Yan was a full 2 meters tall, a head taller than Hye, and his physique was as strong as an ox, but at this moment he was bowing his head very respectfully. Upon hearing Hye ask the question, Wang Yan immediately replied, Young master, the person you previously instructed us to keep an eye on has appeared. Just now in the hotel lobby, Yi Fan revealed his identity and said that he was here to find Yishui, and asked the young master to bring people to see him. He's already been taken to the darkroom by our 2 brothers. What measures should we take against Yi Fan? After Wang Yan finished speaking, there was no response for a few seconds. Then he cautiously raised his head, saw Hye deep in thought, and then shut his mouth. Hye was indeed pondering how to deal with Yi Fan. According to the previous system prompts, Hye and Yi Fan did not interact in the early stages, so Hye did not know the other's background. Of course, judging from the timeline, Yi Fan at this moment must be the Yi Fan who has been reborn and returned, and perhaps he has some trump cards that he doesn't know about. But even if it exists, so what? With his current strength, he could easily crush Yi Fan. Thinking of this, Hye couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, then stood up and said to Wang Yan, Come on, let's take a look around the darkroom. It's young master. It was called a darkroom, but it was actually just a room without windows. At this moment, Yifan was sitting on the sofa, waiting for Hai to arrive. Although Yifan was very worried about Yi Shue's situation, he remained very calm on the surface. Aside from being initially bewildered by the plot change, Yifan had, after all, lived in a cruel post-apocalyptic world for 10 years, so he quickly calmed down. We've come here hoping to persuade Hai to release Yi Shue. We need to take Yi Shue away by whatever means necessary. As for the idea of killing Hai to prevent the future disaster, he planned to do so after the apocalypse began. After all, time is of the essence, and we must be prepared to welcome the end of the world. The door creaked open. Wang Yan walked in first, then immediately stood in front of Yifan. After Hai sat on the sofa behind him, he put his hand on Yifan and sat down next to him. After all, as a professional bodyguard, he had to be vigilant even when facing Yifan, a college student. Once Yifan clearly saw Hai's figure, a surge of anger welled up within him, but he quickly suppressed it and spoke in an icy tone. Young Master Hai, I heard that my younger sister, Yi Shue, is with you. I'm quite worried about her, so I came here hoping that you would allow me to see her. As Yifan spoke, his eyes were fixed on Hai, but as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pressure on his shoulder. Without even thinking, it was clear that Wang Yan was dissatisfied with Yifan's tone and actions. However, Hai, who was sitting opposite him, did not pay any attention to Yifan's actions and words. Just after meeting Yifan, the system suddenly notified them that a main quest had been started. This excited Hai, who then silently recited to the system. System, view the main quest. Ding! One of the main quests, the dark abyss that devours flames, has been unlocked. As this is a world of great fusion, there will naturally be multiple chosen ones. However, the host's existence will inevitably place them in opposition. Therefore, the host should prepare to be an enemy of all the chosen ones. It's not recommended to forcibly kill the chosen one, but you can plunder their opportunities and gradually erase their destiny. Ding! Successfully detected the host, causing Yifan to lose a major ally from beginning to end. Rewards, Subspace Evolution Card for Supernatural Abilities, Supernatural Ability Crystal 100, Rock Armor Shield Soldier, Eye of Detection. Hearing these replies from the system, Hai was extremely excited. I never imagined that simply possessing one female lead would bring me so many benefits. It can be said that all of Hai's current superpowers and rewards are due to Yi Shue. Thinking of this, Hai's affection for Yi Shue deepened even further. However, we still need to deal with Yifan first. It's a pity that the system doesn't recommend forcibly killing him, otherwise we will suffer the backlash of fate. Hai shook his head slightly, but then thought that there was nothing he couldn't accept. Keep Yifan alive now, use him as bait, and then plunder his opportunities while also getting system rewards. It's killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Hai finally raised his head with a smile and looked at Yifan, who had a cold expression. So you're Xiao Shue's brother. I've heard her mention you before. Since you want to see Xiao Shue, of course I won't stop you, but she's not available these days, so please come back in a couple of days. How about it? As he spoke, Hai leaned back, crossed his arms, and looked at Yifan with a smile. The apocalypse is just around the corner, and Yifan will be eager to seize his first opportunity before coming here to find Yi Shue. However, before that, Hai will send people to monitor Yifan and seize his opportunities when there is any abnormality. Yifan was initially able to remain calm, but upon hearing Hai's words, he suddenly flew into a rage. However, just as he was about to make a move, Wang Yan held him down firmly, preventing him from moving. Hai, I just want to see my sister, why won't you agree? Yifan gritted his teeth, furious and utterly bewildered as to why they were unwilling. Could it be that Xiao Shue has suffered some unspeakable harm? With these thoughts in mind, Yifan struggled even more fiercely, but Hai had already stood up and was preparing to leave. Let's kick Yifan out, but don't hurt him yet. Hai casually gave Wang Yan a few instructions and then left without looking back. As for Yifan, who was barking like a dog behind him, he wasn't worried at all. After starting Yifan's main quest, Hai's thoughts gradually became clearer. He hadn't originally thought about how to deal with the various chosen ones. After all, the system was only responsible for making him stronger by having children, but now the situation is different. He can also gain the capital to become stronger by plundering the opportunities of the chosen one. Hai now treats all the chosen ones of heaven with the mindset of a hunter. However, compared to plundering their opportunities, Hai still felt that plundering various female protagonists should be the primary goal. After all, by possessing the female lead, he could not only disrupt the destiny value of the chosen one, but also have children with her, gaining both superpowers and rewards. It's no exaggeration to say that this is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Ya felt very happy. Furthermore, according to the previous system prompts, there was information about an important female lead. As for the specific details of the events, there are no hints, so Ya is able to search for the various female protagonists, but he cannot seize the protagonist's opportunities immediately. But that's enough. If you can bring all the women connected to the protagonist to your side, how can the protagonist still be the protagonist? Ya's lips curled slightly, and then a list of heroines he could pursue began to appear in his mind. Xiaoxiana, a teacher at Tunghai University Luodansha, a school doctor Lei Ting, a trainee policewoman in Wei Yanqi, a successful businesswoman. Add Yi Shui and her best friend Xia Xiaoyu, and this is the main group that Ji-fan has been with since the beginning. Their special abilities each had their own uses, and Ya was determined to eat them all. As for the women who have a relationship with Yi-fan in some dungeons, they will not be considered for the time being, unless they can be easily taken advantage of, they will not be the target. Having made a plan in mind, Ya was naturally ready to put it into practice, but there was no need to rush. The apocalypse is expected to begin the day after tomorrow morning, and I still need to do the things I've already arranged in the little time I have left. For example, tonight, Yi Shui's best friend Xia Xiaoyu is coming, so Ya is determined to win her over. Then tomorrow, after making all the necessary preparations, ensuring sufficient supplies, and consolidating our forces in the East China Sea, we will proceed with the next plan. With his thoughts reaching this point, Ya didn't dwell on it any further. Instead, they focused their attention on the reward they had just received. The system just gave 4 rewards, and Ya has already learned about their functions. The first reward is the Subspace Evolution card for special abilities, which, as the name suggests, allows this special ability to evolve once again. But since it's already an S-level ability, how can it evolve further? Inside an empty room, Ya held a black and gold card in his hand. After looking at it for a few moments, he shook his head and didn't hesitate any longer. He then silently recited use in his mind, and the card transformed into a stream of light and entered his brow. Soon, a strange feeling surged within Ya's body. It was very comfortable, but the feeling was fleeting and quickly returned to calm. This evolution of his superpowers made Ya feel that his mind had become much clearer, and his overall spirit was completely different. If the previous spirit was 1, then the current spirit is 2, it's like it's doubled. However, what satisfied Ya the most was the ability after the evolution of his superpower, which had undergone earth-shattering changes. Chapter 5, S-Class ability evolves again? What if you become invincible? At this moment, the supernatural subspace has evolved from only being able to store items to having 2 additional functions. At the same time, the storage space has also increased 1,000-fold. The previous space was only 1 million cubic meters, which is 100 by 100 by 100. But the space now contains a full billion cubic meters. From this point of view alone, it is a huge improvement. Previously, when loading supplies, practicality and size had to be considered. But from now on, there will be no such concern, everything can be stored inside the space. Ya also tried out the 2 newly added features. Simply put, it involves spatial cutting and spatial transfer. Spatial cutting can divide space, preventing a designated area from connecting with other areas. Similarly, if someone enters the rift area, they will fall into the boundless void and eventually disappear. Of course, the size of the space that can be divided depends on one's own strength. Ya tried it out, and even with his enhanced mental strength, he could only sever a space with a diameter of 20 centimeters, and could only maintain it for a short 20 seconds. However, this is already quite powerful. If he becomes even stronger in the future, he might be able to split the entire world apart. Spatial cutting, in general, is a capability that combines defense and offense. Defense is about cutting through space to withstand damage, while offense is about setting up an ambush and causing others to fall into the void. As for spatial teleportation, simply put, it's like teleporting. The distance that can be controlled by flash is calculated according to one's own strength. Unfortunately, Ya had just exhausted his mental energy and could no longer try this spatial transfer. This ability can actually be considered an offensive tactic, which is to teleport directly behind the enemy and then launch a sneak attack. Combined with spatial cutting, it's simply too sinister and too unexpected. Imagine that in the future, when you are fighting someone, you can teleport directly behind that person, then sever the space in front of them, and then kick them into the void. TSK TSK TSK. Even High YA couldn't help but shake his head. Call. Taking a deep breath, High YA turned his attention to the other items. Special Ability Crystal is a prismatic crystal. High YA took out a piece and examined it. It is dark purple all over, about 5 centimeters long and about 2 centimeters wide. From the outside, one can see that there is an energy body floating inside the crystal. After High YA held the crystal, he clearly felt his spirit and fatigue slowly recovering. This thing, Hai Wuyan, doesn't need a system explanation, everyone knows its use. A special energy crystal is an energy block that is generated in some dangerous secret realms in the later stages of the apocalypse. It is extremely difficult to obtain and is known as the gold of the post-apocalyptic world. Its function is very simple, it is used to restore one's own status, similar to a blue potion. A powerful A-level expert in the late post-apocalyptic era can recover to full strength with just one crystal when exhausted. Of course, the absorption time is about 1 minute. At this moment, High YA had held the crystal for exactly 1 minute, and his originally short blue bar had been fully restored. This single crystal could probably restore High YA to his current state 100 times over, not to mention there are a full 100 of them. Therefore, crystals are still very useful, and High YA is quite satisfied. This is a good opportunity to test the distance of spatial teleportation. Now that his health has been fully restored, High YA is ready to try out the spatial transfer skill. Soon, as High YA focused his attention, a strange feeling filled his mind. Based on the body's response, spatial teleportation can now achieve a flash within a radius of about 5 meters. This 5-meter distance allows for movement in all directions, but currently, if you want to move underground, you can only reach 4 meters below ground. Because there's still some energy left to warp the plot and make room for oneself. A divine skill. High YA was deeply moved, gaining a deeper understanding of his current strength. High YA currently only has 2 special abilities, but when used in combination, the effect is far greater than 1 + 1 = 2. Once he gains even more superpowers in the future, High YA can't even imagine how awesome he will become. In the original story, even the strongest characters only had 1 special ability, but High YA was not limited to that. What kind of existence it will become in the future is truly uncertain. Then, High YA turned his attention to the other 2 items. High YA had already guessed the function of the Eye of Exploration. It was probably to identify things or see things that others couldn't. Therefore, High YA decided to first integrate the Eye of Exploration before making further arrangements. System, merge with the Eye of Exploration. As soon as the words were spoken, it felt like needles piercing my eyes, but I could barely feel any pain. Soon, the Eye of Exploration was fully integrated, along with an introduction to its functions. The Eye of Exploration has only one function, to tell High YA information about items or people. Furthermore, there are no level restrictions. As long as High YA uses his Eye of Detection on it, he can know the information regardless of the level of the item or person. The importance of this Eye of Exploration is beyond doubt. Calling it a divine skill is not an exaggeration at all. After all, how can a villain not know the enemy's background? Just then, 2 soft knocks sounded on the door. Young Master, Yifan has already gone out and sent 2 brothers to follow him. Is there anything else you need, young master? As soon as Wang Yan opened his mouth, his voice reached High YA's ears. High YA raised an eyebrow, thinking that he could use his Eye of Detection to check Wang Yan's information. He then invited Wang Yan into the room. Upon entering the room, Wang Yan immediately sensed that High YA's gaze had become even sharper, so he quickly lowered his head, awaiting instructions. Investigate. High YA silently recited to Wang Yan in his mind, and soon a data panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang Yan. Race, human. Talent, Mighty Vajra, a rank unawakened. Identity, High YA subordinate, loyalty level 85. Extremely loyal, will not betray if loyalty reaches 90 or above. Can demonstrate personal strength. This person holds the concept of respecting the strong. Strength rating, F+. The ceiling for ordinary people proficient in martial arts, jujitsu, and other techniques immune to the initial stage of the catastrophic virus. After scanning the information, High YA was quite satisfied. However, Wang Yan actually possessed a level talent, which was something High YA hadn't expected. Although his loyalty is only 85, betrayal is practically impossible. Moreover, the apocalypse is just around the corner, and once he has demonstrated some of his strength, there is nothing to worry about. The assessment of their abilities is also quite fair generally. Top-tier Special Forces soldiers are rated around F. After a moment's hesitation, High YA said to Wang Yan, I have some things to attend to. Go and keep watch at the door and don't let any outsiders come over. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, young master." Hai Ye chuckled softly, and after Wang Yan closed the door, he looked at the last reward item. The last item is a shield, with alternating shades of golden yellow and earthy yellow. Hai Ye used his mind to take out the item, then placed it on the table and examined it carefully for a while. It is about 70 centimeters long, 40 centimeters wide, and only 3 centimeters thick. The shield was covered in thick, rocky patterns, but Hai Ye didn't feel its weight when he picked it up. As for the hardness of this shield, Hai Ye dares to guarantee that it is 100 times harder than the forging steel. Because this small shield, with its faintly discernible imposing presence, resembles a towering mountain. By the way, we can have it appraised. With a thought, Hai Ye quickly used his eye of detection on the shield. Name: Rock-clad shield infantry. Category: defensive weapons. Quality: Grade A. Description: a defensive weapon is solid as a rock, capable of withstanding almost all damage from opponents below rank A. Note: it can only block attacks that strike the shield itself. Its effectiveness against magical attacks is negligible. After reading the information about the shield, Hai Ye nodded knowingly. Although this shield boasts top-notch defensive capabilities, it also has significant drawbacks. However, it is fortunate that it has no side effects when used, making it a decent weapon. Moreover, in the early stages of the apocalypse, it is virtually impossible for an A-level expert to emerge. Even Hai Ye is probably only at the D+ level now. Thinking of this, Hai Ye suddenly realized and wanted to know his current strength. After storing the shield in his spatial storage, he silently ordered the system panel to be opened. Name: Hai Ye. Race: human. Talents: SS level subspace ability, S level Earth King ability, a level I of exploration. Strength rating: C, possessing 2 top-tier talents and an A-level support talent. Although only at a preliminary stage, he already possesses considerable strength. Partner: Yi Shui. Offspring: 1. Items: 100 ability crystals, rock armor shield soldier. Oh. The ability subspace has actually become SS level? Hai Ye was quite surprised to see the 2 S's after his talent rating. Because in the original work, S-rank talent is already the highest level, and there is no mention of SS-rank talent. While not all S-rank talents are equally powerful, the highest rank is only S. But now, his talent has actually been able to evolve to a higher grade? Doesn't that mean that all of my special abilities can evolve, and even my talents will become stronger? Suppressing his excitement, Hai Ye quickly considered many possibilities. If superpowers are allowed to continue evolving, to what extent will they eventually reach? One punch can destroy a star and wipe out the world? Hai Ye took a deep breath and then stopped thinking about it. After all, the chances of evolving an S-class ability are probably not many, so there's no need to delve too deeply into it. Phew. Next, it's time to set up a big net. I need to acquire more superpowers as soon as possible and become even stronger. With this thought in mind, Hai Ye stepped out of the room, looked at the already darkening sky, and thought that the next prey should have already been caught in the net. Chapter 6: The Prey Takes the Bait. The female lead's virtuous helper? As night falls, the bustling city gradually comes alive with lights and colors. They were completely unaware of the impending crisis. In front of the Grand Hotel, a beautifully dressed woman was looking around. This person exudes youthful energy, with a playful and slightly immature face adorned with light makeup, highlighting a touch of allure. She looked at the towering buildings with a slight sense of nervousness. He then took out his phone, made a call, and quickly spoke after the call was connected. Xiao Xue. I've arrived at the Hao Yue Hotel now. How do I find you? The person who arrived was Xia Xiaoyu. After receiving Hai Ye's invitation in the afternoon, she came here with great excitement. She is actually a very reserved person. Due to her parents' discipline, she has never had any intimate contact with that man since she was a child. She completely ignored all the suitors in the university. It's not that Xia Xiaoyu isn't interested in men, but rather that she harbors a princess dream and hopes her future partner will be a prince, not an ordinary person. Therefore, Xia Xiaoyu did not refuse Hai Ye's invitation at all, although she did not know how Hai Ye knew about her. But even just being able to have a meal with Hai Ye would make her very content. After all, the person who invited them was the sole heir of one of the 4 top conglomerates. Not to mention that Hai Ye is young and rich. Xia Xiaoyu's affection for him is off the charts just from the various donations to charity and inspirational videos she often sees online. Therefore, Hai Ye perfectly matched Xia Xiaoyu's fantasy of a prince, so it's no wonder that Xia Xiaoyu was nervous when she was about to get to know him. On the other end of the phone, Yi Shui heard Xia Xiaoyu's slightly nervous tone and felt a little complicated. But soon, Yi Shui answered seriously. You'll be fine once you're downstairs. I'll come down to get you now. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Yi Shui glanced around the empty room, then went to the mirror to tidy herself up. Soon, Yi Shui put on a lighter expression and turned to walk towards the door. With a creak, the door opened, and Hai Ya walked in from behind it. Upon seeing Hai Ya, Yi Shui's breath caught in her throat for a moment, and then she spoke. You're back. Xiaoyu just said she's downstairs. I'm going to bring her in. Hai Ya was taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded, and continued speaking to himself. Your brother Yifan came by not long ago, but I sent him back. You can meet with him again in a couple of days. Take Xia Xiaoyu straight to the restaurant later, I'm starving. Okay, sure. Yi Shui quickly replied and went to Hai Ya's side. After receiving a look of approval from him, she left. At this moment, Hai Ya felt somewhat helpless about Yi Shui's actions. I'm a good person. At the very least, one should treat one's woman with genuine love and care. Xiao Xue. I'm here. At the hotel entrance, Xia Xiaoyu spotted Yi Shui from afar and waved excitedly. Hearing the shouts, Yi Shui looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xia Xiaoyu waving in front of the hotel entrance, making her very conspicuous. So she quickened her pace, reached the door, took the other person's hands, and then asked, somewhat puzzled. Xiaoyu, why don't you come inside and wait? Xia Xiaoyu's face was initially full of excitement, but after hearing this, she shook her head, then gestured for Yi Shui to look around, while muttering to herself. The security guards around here seem really fierce. They've been watching me intently, so I want to stay in this conspicuous spot. Yi Shui was taken aback when she heard this, and then she noticed the bodyguards around her. They were wearing matching uniforms, so Yi Shui knew they were all Wang Yan's men. When Yi Shui's gaze swept over them, the bodyguards immediately stood still, as if they had never noticed them at all. Seeing this, Yi Shui didn't want to cause any more trouble, so she spoke to Xia Xiaoyu. It's alright, they're all bodyguards, it's normal for them to pay attention to new faces. Come on, I'll take you to the restaurant. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Shui led Xia Xiaoyu into the hall and then headed straight for the restaurant. Although Xia Xiaoyu wasn't extremely wealthy, her family was quite well off. Therefore, upon arriving at this magnificent hotel, she only sighed slightly before following Yi Shui closely with excitement. Yi Shui's feelings were very complicated at this moment. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu, who was excited, she felt that Xia Xiaoyu was trying to trick her best friend into falling into a wolf's den. But all she could do was silently pray that it was just a meal. Inside the restaurant, Hai Ya was alone in a semi-open private room. The table in front of him was laden with delicious food, and he had already begun to enjoy it. For some reason, Hai Ya's appetite has increased significantly since he awakened his superpower. Even though I ate a whole table of dishes and a lot of staple food at noon, I still feel extremely hungry. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Hai Ya felt that he could easily finish it all. While eating, Hai Ya pondered the reason. But in the end, I just felt that it was because the body consumed too much energy, which led to a significant increase in appetite and digestion speed. Let's wait a couple of days and see if things get better. After all, the air in the post-apocalyptic world is full of special energy. While eating, Yi Shui and Xia Xiaoyu, led by Wang Yan, entered the private room. Wang Yan then consciously closed the folding door and stood guard at the door. Noticing the newcomers, Hai Ya put down his chopsticks, then glanced at the two women before slowly speaking. Please have a seat. I just tried the chef's cooking here, and it tasted pretty good. Upon hearing this, Yi Shui didn't hesitate and immediately found the closest seat to sit down. As for Xia Xiaoyu, she kept her head down from the moment she entered, only occasionally stealing a few glances at Hai Ya. Upon seeing the other person's gentle smile, my heart pounded even harder. She stood there for a moment before Yi Shui's shouts brought her back to her senses. Xiaoyu, what are you standing there for? Come sit next to me. Oh, here it comes. Xia Xiaoyu coughed lightly, then quickly sat down next to Yi Shui, seemingly feeling that being too silent was not a good thing. So she looked timidly at Hai Ya and spoke softly. Hi Xiao, my name is Xia Xiaoyu, and I'm Xia Xue's good friend. Thank you for inviting me to dinner here tonight. Hai Ya smiled in response and replied. I know you. Xiao Xue often mentions you and says she wants to invite you to come and play. So I asked Xiao Xue to invite you along so we could get to know each other. As Hai Ya spoke, he used his eye of detection to check Xia Xiaoyu's information. Name, Xia Xiaoyu. Race, human. Talent, Water Master A+ unawakened. Identity, Yi Shue's best friend, also a student at Donghai University. Although not the destined female lead, she is equally important. Plundering her could damage the destined protagonist's luck. She greatly admires the host. It is recommended to recruit her. Strength rating, F. No real strength, but immune to the initial catastrophe. Virus becomes very powerful after awakening. After reviewing the information panel, Hai Ya nodded in satisfaction. An A+ grade talent is undeniable. After all, S grade talents are not readily available, especially since the person in question can have children and has a very high probability of acquiring superpowers. Furthermore, it can disrupt Yi Fan's luck, thereby obtaining rewards from the system. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone is incredibly satisfying. At this moment, Hai Ya's smile towards Xia Xiaoyu became even more sincere, making her a little embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Seeing this, Yi Shue secretly realized something was wrong and quickly interrupted. Ahem, Xiaoyu, are you hungry? You can start eating now. Hai Ya smiled and didn't care. He picked up his chopsticks and decided to finish his meal before talking about it. Ha? Oh. Seeing that Hai Ya was ignoring her, Xia Xiaoyu picked up her chopsticks and ate absent-mindedly. Yes, the taste is still very good. Besides, Hai Ya ate with such relish. Xia Xiaoyu stole a few glances at Hai Ya, and seeing that he was indeed eating seriously, she ate her food while quietly talking to Yi Shue. During this time, Xia Xiaoyu asked Yi Shue how she had spent the past few days, but Yi Shue blushed and stammered, unable to answer. You can't exactly say you spent the time lying down. Half an hour later, the dinner, in which everyone had their own thoughts, was finally finished. Or rather, Yi Shue and Xia Xiaoyu finally watched Hai Ya finish eating. The table was laden with food, but the 2 women only ate a small portion. The rest was devoured by Hai Ya. After putting down his chopsticks, Hai Ya carefully wiped his mouth before looking up at the 2 women. Yi Shue was fine, showing no expression, but Xia Xiaoyu looked slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the slender Hai Ya could eat so much. But I didn't pay much attention to it. Eating a lot meant I had good physical strength. I think I like it even more now. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoyu blushed. What was she thinking? Stop. Stop. Have you all finished eating? Hai Ya noticed the expressions on the 2 women's faces, so he casually asked a question to break the silence. I'm done eating. I'm full too. Xia Xiaoyu looked up, glanced at Yi Shue's serious expression, and then spoke in response. Hai Ya nodded slightly upon hearing this, then spoke directly to Xia Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, it's getting late. Why don't you stay here with Xiao Xue tonight? How about we play for another day tomorrow to enjoy the weekend, and then I'll take you back to school on Monday. Hai Ya smiled. The apocalypse would begin the day after tomorrow, and he didn't want to let Xia Xiaoyu go back now. I must get things done as soon as possible in order to acquire new superpowers and become stronger. I'm currently lacking in offensive abilities, and I wonder what my next ability will be. As Hai Ya thought about it, his smile grew even brighter, making it impossible for Xia Xiaoyu to stammer out a word of refusal. Seeing that the 2 of them completely ignored her, Yi Shue frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. By now, how could Yi Shue not know Hai Ya's thoughts? She really wanted to persuade Xia Xiaoyu to go back now, but judging from Xia Xiaoyu's actions, she figured she wouldn't listen to her advice. However, Yi Shue thought for a moment and realized that if Xia Xiaoyu stayed with her tonight, then Hai Ya probably wouldn't come looking for her. That's acceptable. With this thought in mind, Yi Shue turned to Xia Xiaoyu, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, and said, Xiaoyu, why don't you stay with me tonight? We can play for another day tomorrow and then go back to school. Hearing that Yi Shue also wanted her to stay, Xia Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, somewhat dazed. Seeing this, Hai Ya's smile deepened. What a virtuous wife. Chapter 7 achieved a AA+ result. Yi Fanxin felt panicked. Late at night, in a hotel suite, Yi Xuexia and Xiaoyu embraced each other, lying on the bed whispering to each other. As she spoke, Xia Xiaoyu pinched Yi Shue's waist, then said in a slightly teasing tone. Xiao Xue, why do I feel like you've matured a lot since then? Did something happen between you and Hai Xiao? Xia Xiaoyu wasn't stupid. After thinking about it carefully, she realized that something must have happened between them. Xia Xiaoyu just couldn't understand why 2 people who had never crossed paths before could move in together so quickly. Although there were only the 2 of them in the room, the men's suit jackets scattered on the living room sofa made Xia Xiaoyu realize that Hai Ya must have been staying with Yi Shue for the past 2 days. When Yishue heard this question, she naturally wouldn't answer it directly, so she made up an excuse to brush it off. Xia Xiaoyu didn't press further. Instead, she asked Yishue what kind of person Haiye was and what Yishue thought of him. When asked about this, Yishue fell silent for a moment, because she wasn't sure what kind of person Haiye was. However, what impressed Yishue the most was the word domineering, so she responded softly. I dare not make any definitive judgments about the others, but his domineering nature is undeniable. And I'm telling you this very seriously, you should go back tomorrow. If you stay here any longer, things might. Before Yishue could finish speaking, Xia Xiaoyu extended a finger to stop her and whispered. I understand, I'm going out for some fresh air. After saying that, Xia Xiaoyu got up, put on her clothes, and walked towards the door without waiting for Yishue's reaction. As she opened the door, Xia Xiaoyu caught her breath when she saw Haiye walking in with a bottle of red wine. Haiye was somewhat surprised to see Xia Xiaoyu come out, but he still swirled the red wine in his hand and asked, Would you like a drink? Xia Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head, put her hands behind her back and clasped together, and responded in a very soft voice. Good. Haiye came here to see if there was any opportunity, and now it seems that the opportunity is right in front of him. Haiye chuckled and led Xia Xiaoyu into his suite. On the sofa, after a few glasses of red wine, Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks gradually flushed red. Her thin underwear made her figure stand out, and the undulating curves gave her a somewhat alluring look. She wasn't a big drinker and didn't like drinking before, but being with Haiye in this situation made her relax. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes were glazed over as she gazed at Haiye's tall and slender figure, a certain emotion rising within her. Suddenly, this emotion took over her mind, and Xia Xiaoyu, as if possessed, instinctively hugged Haiye. As the feeling in her arms grew firmer, Xia Xiaoyu looked up into Haiye's eyes and asked groggily. Hai Xiao, I've realized I really like you. Do you like me too? Haiye made no move, but calmly replied, You're drunk. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoyu's emotions suddenly surged, and she pressed her cheek even closer to Haiye, then said, word by word. I'm not drunk. Seeing this, Haiye knew exactly what was going on, so he picked Xia Xiaoyu up by the waist and strode into the room. The night was long, at least for Yishue. Last night, Xia Xiaoyu said she was going out for some fresh air, and Yishue didn't think much of it. However, after not returning for a long time, Yishue felt a little confused. She searched the suite and the surrounding area, but couldn't find Xia Xiaoyu. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Then, Yishue went to Haiye's suite. As soon as she entered, she heard faint, undulating sounds. Yishue immediately realized that what she least wanted to see had still happened. Then Yishue somehow ended up back in her room and couldn't fall asleep no matter what she tried. Now, the night has passed, but Yishue is not sleepy and still feels a nameless discomfort in her heart. It's like having a fishbone stuck in your throat, you don't even know how to say it. Yishue squatted on the bed, hugging her legs, staring blankly at the sheets. On the other side, Haiye stretched. I barely slept last night, and I don't feel sleepy at all right now. I guess it's related to my mental strength. Haiye worked tirelessly all night, hoping to give birth to his next child as soon as possible. However, Xia Xiaoyu's physical condition was not strong enough, so she fell into a deep sleep after a few rounds of battle and has not woken up yet. Haiye had just regained consciousness and was eager to know if there had been any results from last night's battle, so he was wondering why the system hadn't given any notification. However, just then, a system notification arrived, albeit belatedly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully given birth to your second child. You can now view the offspring panel. Upon hearing this, Haiye was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that his baby knew how to be considerate of his father. Then quickly recite the command to open the offspring panel. Name? Race, human. Talent, Hurricane Walker A+ can be synchronized. Strength assessment, initial life form, please take good care of it, host. A+ level talent? Good. Synchronize offspring talent. As soon as he finished speaking, a small whirlwind appeared out of thin air and then quickly disappeared into Haiye's body. What followed was a massage-like sensation that made every cell in Haiye's body feel pleasure. This sensation quickly disappeared, and Haiye felt that he had become more sensitive to air circulation, as if he could manipulate the air to form a hurricane. So Haiye focused his attention, casually flicked his finger, and a small whirlwind formed in the room. The whirlwind whipped up the clothes scattered on the ground, spun around a few times, and then flung them away. Haiye had a smile on his lips. His talent was undeniable, and he was undeniably handsome. Furthermore, it is a perfect talent, capable of both offense and defense. The most basic attack method is to condense wind blades. Don't underestimate the power of wind, it can be more powerful than bullets when used to attack people. With a single slash of wind blades, an enemy weaker than oneself could be cut in half if caught off guard, and most importantly, it looks incredibly cool. As for defense, I don't lack defensive talents, so I can treat this hurricane talent as an offensive one. As Haiwaye's thoughts drifted to this point, he suddenly remembered something else. That is, regarding his subjugation of Xiaoxiaoyu, it must have been a matter of suppressing his luck for Yifan, but he did not receive any reward at the moment. However, as if the system knew what Haiwaye was thinking, another system notification sounded at that moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully causing Yifan to lose one of his important allies. You have been awarded Hurricane Blade. Oh? Is there only one reward this time? Haiwaye raised an eyebrow, but upon reflection, it did make sense, since Xiaoxiaoyu wasn't the destined female lead, but rather an important character. Haiwaye immediately turned his attention to the rewards, which, judging from the name, were things like swords and knives. Haiwaye took out the hurricane blade and examined it carefully for a while. It was a short knife, 50 centimeters long and silver white in color. The handle is about 15 centimeters long and is engraved with patterns such as wings. The blade is curved at about 30 degrees, making it very light and beautiful. The appearance was quite good. Then, Haiwaye used his eye of exploration to try and learn more about the knife. Name, Hurricane Blade. Category, Offensive Weapons. Quality, A+. Description, a weapon capable of cutting through iron like mud, highly effective against enemies and objects with strong defenses. Note, if used by a wind-type talent user, this weapon can significantly reduce the energy consumption of attacks such as conjuring wind blades. After reading the information, Haiwaye became curious. Could it reduce the energy consumption of using attack methods such as wind blades? Haiwaye glanced at the sharp blade in his hand, then went to the living room to test the wind blade's consumption. Haiwaye brandished the blade, using his mind to draw air into the blade, and then swung it out. With a whoosh, the wind blade sliced the sofa in two, then dissipated into the sky after shattering the glass. Haiwaye also felt that his energy had been depleted a little, but not much. Then Haiwaye put away the hurricane blade and directly condensed a blade in his palm. After slashing into the sky and dissipating, the consumption of his energy was indeed much greater. Condensing a wind blade with bare hands consumes approximately 3 times the energy required to use a hurricane blade, a significant difference. And most importantly, the wind blades condensed using the hurricane blade are visibly stronger than those condensed with bare hands. Therefore, it seems that the hurricane blade has significantly enhanced his strength. After completing the test, Haiwaye slowly exhaled, valuing even more the feature of gaining rewards by attacking the protagonist's luck. As a result, their perception of Yifan also changed considerably. Yes, Yifan is quite selfless and a good person. Yifan arrived at the department store early, intending to stock up on some essential supplies to take back with him. Yifan's life after the apocalypse was quite ordinary, but now, looking at the dazzling array of goods in the supermarket, his eyes lit up. Ah! While browsing the clothing and hat section, Yifan suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Has my physical condition gotten worse? Regardless of his physical condition, Yifan suddenly felt a sense of panic, as if he had lost something. Strangeness. Yifan shook his head and then walked towards the food section. It's still important to stock up on some things. Hai Wuyan, you just wait. When the end times come, your death will be your day. Yifan clenched his teeth, because the little incident just now reminded him of his old and new grudges against Haiwaye. After spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he quickened his pace. Chapter 8, Preparations on the Eve of the Apocalypse, Harvesting a Whole Warehouse. Today is the last day before the end of the world. Although the city remains bustling now, everything will change tomorrow. Today, Haiwaye is making final preparations, which is to complete all the tasks that were previously assigned. The phone rang. When Haiwaye answered the phone, he already knew what it was about. Young master, I've taken care of what you asked me to do yesterday. The items are currently at the Donghai Guangmo Seafood Market. Would you like to come over here? Okay, I'll come over now. The person calling Haiwaye now is Lali. Yesterday, Haiwaye instructed him to go and buy all the freshest and rarest ingredients in the market, as well as all kinds of seafood available. All preparations are now complete, and they are waiting for Haiwaye to come and collect them. In fact, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the meat of those alien beasts tasted far better than the food available today. However, for a long period in the early stages of the apocalypse, the social system collapsed, resulting in a complete shortage of supplies. Or rather, supplies will quickly become scarce, so without food and other resources, it will be impossible to maintain a comfortable life. Hiya collected these things so that he and his family could have a good life after the apocalypse. After all, if you have spatial abilities, why not use them? In addition to ensuring the availability of ingredients, Hiya also had his subordinates order a 1,000-table banquet at a top-tier hotel, which was expected to be completed by noon. This is also one of the conditions for ensuring quality of life. As for any other instructions, Hiya will handle them all today. Time waits for no one. At this moment, Xia Xiaoyu also came out of her room into the living room, and she asked Hiya, "Are you going out?" Hiya nodded in response. "Yes, I probably won't be back until the afternoon. You can go back to sleep or go find Yishui, either way, just wait for me at the hotel." After saying that, Hiya raised his hand and pinched Xia Xiaoyu's cheek, then went straight out the door. As for Xia Xiaoyu, after thinking for a while, she decided to go back to sleep. Going to find Yishui now, regardless of whether she's awake or not, Xia Xiaoyu herself wouldn't be able to face her. As for the mess in the living room, no one cared. Guangmo Seafood Market is located on the riverbank in the north of the city. At this moment, Hiya was outside the hotel, already in his sports car, and it would probably take him half an hour to get there. Hiya wasted no time and sped off towards his destination. Half an hour passed quickly, and Hiya arrived at the largest seafood market in Donghai City. Because of the time constraint, Hiya simply left the items there without arranging another place for them. Old Li had been waiting in front of the market gate. When he saw Hiya-Yuan's sports car approaching, he quickly jogged over to greet it. Hiya opened the car door and got out, immediately seeing Lao Li's beaming face. "Young master, I'm so sorry to have troubled you to make this trip in person." Hiya had never been to a place like this before, but in order to save time, he had no choice but to come and get it himself. "It's all right. Where's what I asked for? Is it in a separate storage room?" As he spoke, Old Li led Hiya toward the market. Upon hearing Hiya's question, Old Li responded earnestly. "Young master, since there are no properties of our group nearby, I have arranged for the items you requested to be stored in the market warehouse. However, there are other merchants' stockpiles in the warehouse, but I won't let any outsiders in when you go later." Hiya didn't react to this. Anyway, it was the last day, and as long as he could put it into his space, that was fine. And so, Lao Li led Hiya to the warehouse of the Guangmo market. This warehouse is enormous, measuring 50 meters long and wide, and 10 meters high. The amount of supplies it can hold can only be described as massive. However, many businesses store supplies here, so the area has been divided into spaces of varying sizes. The things Hiya asked Lao Li to prepare were simply arranged within a space that was 5 meters long and 5 meters wide. Hiya walked up to this space and nodded slightly as he looked at the various ingredients and seafood piled up to more than 2 floors high. "Young master, I've put all the kinds of seafood I can find in the East China Sea, as well as other rare ingredients, here. Are you planning to use it for your birthday celebration? Do you need me to help you transport it to the next location?" Old Li lagged behind Hiya by a step, speaking earnestly to Hiya's retreating figure. However, Hiya shook his head after hearing this, and then said, "No need. You go and guard the door now. Don't let any outsiders in before I come out. Even the merchants who store supplies here, make them wait a while." Old Li was taken aback when he heard this. Although he didn't understand, he nodded seriously in response, indicating that he would definitely not let outsiders in. After Lao Li left, Hiya's lips curled into a slight smile. Just now, looking at the warehouse full of supplies, Hiya had another idea. "When I gave the instructions to Lao Li yesterday, I realized that my spatial ability only allowed me to store 1 million cubic meters of space, so I couldn't just pack supplies as I pleased. But now his own special ability space is a full 1 billion cubic meters. Pretend whatever you want." Therefore, Hiya's idea has changed from originally only storing a portion of the rare ingredients to now embracing all kinds of ingredients. Hiya was about to put all the supplies in the warehouse in front of him into his spatial storage. Although the supplies here were stored by others, they are all being taken away. "If you're not happy about it, you can come and settle accounts with me after the apocalypse." Hiya thought to himself, but couldn't help but smile. Without wasting any more time, he directly put everything in front of him into his supernatural space, and then walked to another compartment without stopping. This warehouse is basically filled with seafood and other expensive ingredients, there's nothing else there. Therefore, everything that comes into view in the boundless sea is pretty much the same. But now we have so much space that it can't be filled, so who cares about seafood ingredients, we'll just put them all into the space first. The warehouse was quite large, with dozens of compartments of varying sizes. It took HiYA almost an hour to smuggle all the supplies from it. Of course, in such an important place, surveillance cameras are bound to be everywhere. HiYA knew this, so he deliberately used wind blades to destroy the surveillance system. To avoid trouble and wasting time, HiYA didn't want to be surrounded by the merchants here. As long as I leave, it's none of my business if the merchants realize what's happening. Call. HiYA stood in front of the warehouse door, looking at the empty environment inside, and felt a little tired. Having too much stuff is a problem too. However, after calming down, HiYA heard shouts coming from outside the gate. Let us in. What right do you have to stop us from entering the warehouse to get supplies? Yes. I've already called the police. I suspect you did something to the warehouse. If the police come and find out you damaged our supplies, you're as good as dead. Hearing these things, HiYA roughly understood that many merchants were already blocking the door. If these merchants come in right now, it will probably cause trouble for me and waste my time. Therefore, HiYA picked up his phone and dialed Laoli's number, telling him that he would go out through another small door, but he needed to delay the merchants outside the door for a while longer. Oldley didn't know what HiYA had done in the warehouse, but since he had been given a task, he had no choice but to complete it. Oldley readily agreed, then instructed his men to guard the gate tightly, explaining that the merchants would be allowed into the warehouse in 20 minutes. Meanwhile, HiYA had already driven away in his sports car. However, at the same time, a policewoman on a motorcycle arrived at the warehouse door. The policewoman had short hair and a heroic and capable appearance. She was patrolling the area when the police station received reports from business owners and asked her to come and check the situation. Lei Ting parked her motorcycle and frowned slightly as she looked at the merchants who had tightly surrounded the warehouse gate. Everyone, make way. Who just reported this? Lei Ting's shout made the merchants turn around quickly, and when they saw the newcomer's attire, they immediately made way for her. Lei Ting didn't waste any words and walked straight ahead. As Lei Ting approached, the merchant who had just reported the incident immediately stepped forward and recounted what had happened. The matter was quite simple. The merchants needed to pick up their goods for sale, but Oldley had ordered them not to come in. This made the merchants impatient, but several thugs were guarding the gate, and they were unwilling to be the first to confront them head-on, so they could only call the police and hope that they could resolve the issue. Lei Ting nodded in understanding after hearing this, then stepped forward and said to Oldley, "This warehouse belongs to all the merchants in the market. You have no right to stop them. I order you to clear the way immediately, or I will force my way in and things will not end well." When Laoli saw that the policewoman was tough, he didn't argue with her. Instead, he turned around and called HiYA to ask her what was going on. After learning about this, HiYA didn't care. He simply ordered Laoli to open the gate. Since he had already left, he figured they could do whatever they wanted. After hanging up the phone, Laoli immediately said he would open the warehouse door. Once the warehouse door was opened, the merchants rushed in. But when they entered the warehouse, they were dumbfounded. Where did all the stuff in the warehouse go? They called an officer, Lei Ting, wanting to interrogate Oldley about what had happened, but Oldley was also completely baffled by the matter. How could a warehouse full of food and supplies disappear in just 1 hour? Lei Ting immediately called for backup, and Laoli was inevitably detained. As for HiYA, he headed to his next destination to store the remaining items into his special ability space. Chapter 9: HiYA's Ambition. Even in the apocalypse, we must ensure our quality of life. On the roads of Donghai City, HiYA was driving a sports car. My subordinate Lao Wang just called to say that the 1,000-table banquet at the Peace Hotel is almost finished cooking. Although HiYA's taste is more on the spicy side, the braised pork at the Heping Hotel is quite good, so I have no complaints. Anyway, as long as the dish isn't too sweet, HiYA can accept it. The Peace Hotel is located in the old city center, and it takes about half an hour to get there. However, during this time, HiYA remembered something else. That is, after the apocalypse, who will be able to resist the catastrophic virus and who will not, is something HiYA does not know. HiYA wanted to know about this because he owned a bodyguard company, and Wang Yan was the senior member of the bodyguard group. Wang Yan will not be infected by the catastrophic virus, but the others in the group will not know. Although we could check the information one by one, it would be too time-consuming. There are more than 300 bodyguards in Donghai City. Furthermore, Hai Ya wanted to preserve the entire bodyguard group and use them as the foundation for his rule. Therefore, Hai Ya asked the system how to prevent these people from being infected by the catastrophic virus. Moreover, Hai Ya's parents, as well as his grandparents, most likely do not have the ability to resist the catastrophic virus. Ding! If the host wants to make ordinary people immune to the catastrophic virus, it's actually very simple for the current host. Just take out the superpower crystal, release a little of its energy, and then let others absorb it. Ordinary people only need to absorb a small amount of energy from the supernatural crystal to become completely immune to the virus. After all, the initial cataclysmic virus was quite common and not difficult to resist. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Hai Ya suddenly understood. It's that simple, but it also depends on the energy of the superpower crystal. If you don't obtain the superpower crystal, then there's a high probability that there's no way to solve the problem. Hai Ya shook his head and then stopped sighing. Then Hai Ya dialed Wang Yan's number, intending to have Wang Yan gather all the bodyguards in Donghai City and have them all assemble at the Haoyue Hotel. After the call connected, Hai Ya spoke directly and frankly. Wang Yan. Immediately gather all the brothers still within Donghai City and have them assemble at the Haoyue Hotel to await orders. The latest time is 8 p.m. Anyone who fails to assemble by 8 p.m. will bear the consequences. Wang Yan was eating when he heard Hai Ya's words and was taken aback. However, he did not ask why, but simply replied that he understood. However, Wang Yan always felt that Hai Ya had been acting strangely lately, as if he was preparing for something big. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice, then tagged all the members in the group chat and announced what Hai Ya had said. He also specifically mentioned that Hai Ya had something important to do and that everyone should arrive at the Haoyue Hotel an hour in advance to wait. Meanwhile, Hai Ya had just hung up on Wang Yan when another call came in. Upon seeing the name on the contacts notes, Hai Ya was somewhat dazed, but he still answered the call immediately. Hey Yaya, your dad, grandpa, grandma, and I have boarded the plane. We'll be in Donghai in 2 hours. It's fortunate that you specifically mentioned it this time, otherwise your dad wouldn't have had time to celebrate your birthday with you. What gift do you want? Let mom see if it's too late. After hearing this, Hai Ya remained silent for a moment, then smiled and said, No need, mom. I'm already very happy that you could come and celebrate my birthday with me. I'm driving now, so I'll just say that for now and pick you up when you arrive. Hearing Hai Ya's reply, Huang Yanyu on the other end of the phone was also very happy and responded with a smile. Okay, yeah. Be careful while driving. If you don't want any gifts, mom will bring you the gift your dad prepared last year. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Hai Ya let out a breath. Who says protagonists don't have family? I have some, even though I'm the villain. With these two matters concluded, Hai Ya had arrived at the entrance of the Peace Hotel. After parking the car and handing the keys to the security guard, I entered the Peace Hotel directly. The environment of the Peace Hotel is impeccable, no worse than its own luxury hotel. The reason I didn't have the Haoyue Hotel host a banquet of 1,000 tables was because the number of chefs wasn't that large, and the variety of dishes wasn't as extensive as at the Heping Hotel. The fact that 1,000 tables of banquets were completed in just one day proves that my choice was correct. Upon entering the hotel, old Wang immediately rushed over to greet us, and then hurriedly said, Young master. All 6 kitchens in the hotel are now operational, but there are still 3 dishes that haven't been finished. The banquet consists of 15 hot and cold dishes and soups. There are currently 12,000 dishes that have been prepared and are being displayed in the serving hall. What do you think we should do with them? Hai Ya pondered for a moment after hearing this. He did not want to use his special ability to collect all the dishes and then wait for the remaining dishes to be completed. This could cause some unnecessary trouble, such as people around being shocked by the power of the superpower. Therefore, Hai Ya decided to use his supernatural ability to collect all the dishes at once after all the dishes were prepared, so that even if others discovered it, he would already be gone. Just like collecting ingredients and supplies this morning, I can't afford to cause trouble for myself. Thinking of this, Hai Ya said to old Wang, I'll wait a bit until all the dishes are finished before I make any plans. How much longer until the remaining dishes are ready? Old Wang nodded, then thought for a moment before speaking. It will probably take another 20 minutes, except for the last steamed dish, which will take a little longer. Young master, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall I have the kitchen prepare a few dishes for you to have something to eat? Hai Wei nodded slightly upon hearing this, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry, and then asked Lao Wang to arrange a meal. After receiving the order, Lao Wang went to the kitchen, while Hai Wei found a seat by the window. Looking out the window at the cars and people coming and going, Hai Wei felt a little sentimental. The once bustling city of Donghai will cease to exist tomorrow. Because this place is densely populated and bustling, survival in the post-apocalyptic world will be even more difficult. At that time, almost half of humanity will be mutated into monsters similar to zombies. They are just more ferocious and powerful than ordinary zombies, and the beasts will also mutate into monstrous beasts, which are ferocious beasts that kill people on sight. As for plants, the probability of them becoming diseased is not high, but once they do become diseased, they will become a more dangerous and ruthless species than zombies and monsters. Based on the previous clues, Hai Wei knew that there was a mutated willow tree in a certain park. That willow tree was extremely treacherous and cunning, and its prey included all species, including humans. Using all things as nourishment for their evolution, that's the sole idea behind all plant-based cataclysmic beasts. As Hai Wei pondered this, Old Wang had already instructed the kitchen to send over some dishes. Once all the dishes were on the table, Hai Wei stopped thinking about it. In any case, he was now invincible, so why should he worry about those cataclysmic beasts? In short, kill one if one comes, kill two if two come. The dishes were exquisite, and Hai Wei tasted them and found them quite good, so he immediately switched to eating them. With strength and capability, pressure is practically non-existent. Living a life of luxury, plundering the female lead, and suppressing the male lead will be the main theme of his post-apocalyptic life. He won't be the one worrying about survival, nor will he be the one's family. Soon, after the meal was finished, Old Wang came over and told Hai Wei that all the dishes were ready. Upon hearing this, Hai Wei immediately instructed Lao Wang to lead him to the food service hall. Upon arriving at the lobby, the manager of the Peace Hotel was also waiting there. He was obese and sweating profusely, and his face immediately lit up with a smile when he saw Hai Wei. "Young Master Hai, you finally arrived. All the dishes you ordered are ready. Would you like to come in and take a look?" Hai Wei stopped and pondered for a moment before speaking to Lao Wang and the hotel manager. "I'll go in and take a look by myself. You all wait here for me. Don't come in without permission, and make sure everyone inside comes out." Upon hearing the order, the manager glanced at Old Wang and then readily agreed. After the manager called out all the staff in the food service hall, Hai Wei went straight in and then closed the door from the inside. The space inside was very large, but it was quite hot because there were so many dishes. Therefore, Hai Wei decided to speed things up a bit. As usual, he destroyed the camera and then began collecting the food. The 15,000 dishes were divided into 5 layers, but they were collected very quickly, with 500 dishes being collected at a time. Therefore, including the walking time, it took about 5 minutes to collect all the dishes. These 5 minutes were very rushed, and Hai Wei was a little tired from using his superpowers, but fortunately the task was completed. Hai Wei then opened the door and walked out. The manager still greeted him warmly, but Hai Wei waved his hand and prepared to leave the Peace Hotel while saying something. "The food is fine, and the payment will be transferred to your hotel account later." Time was tight, and Hai Wei still needed to go to the next location to collect items. The manager readily agreed, and only after watching Hai Wei walk away did he remember where the dishes needed to be delivered. But when he turned around and saw the hall where only shelves remained, he was immediately dumbfounded. 15,000 dishes? Chapter 10, Supplies piled up like mountains. Weapons and ammunition plentiful. The final battle. After leaving the Peace Hotel, Hai Wei still had 2 places to collect items. One was a warehouse in the suburbs, where Hai Wei had his men transport the firearms and weapons. After the apocalypse, not everyone can awaken their talents. Even if they can, most people can only awaken talents of a very low level. If Hai Wei wants to establish a base, then equipping patrol and law enforcement personnel with firearms would be very useful. First, it would be able to defend against ordinary zombies and ordinary alien beasts, and second, it would be able to deter the staff inside the base. After all, it's normal for a base to operate with a large number of ordinary staff. Therefore, only when combined with firearms can it exert its maximum lethality and deterrent effect. However, the main combat force of the base still relies on highly talented superhumans, such as Wang Yan and his wives. As for himself, he was a controller, a ruler. However, the suburbs are quite remote, so Hai Wei decided to go to 2 department stores in the city first. Hai Wei ordered the managers of his group's 2 department stores in Donghai City to close them yesterday. At this moment, Hi was preparing to go there to transfer all the supplies in the supermarket into the supernatural space. Hi intends to transfer all the resources he can currently control into his own hands. If we wait until the apocalypse arrives to collect supplies, it will be very troublesome and a huge waste of time. Once Hi has collected all the supplies from the two supermarkets, there will be no need to worry about basic necessities for a long time to come. Even though establishing a base would be extremely costly, it would be enough. Once the base's order is established, small teams can be organized to go out and find survival supplies to maintain the supply cycle within the base. While thinking, Hi arrived at one of the department stores. After parking his car, he contacted the manager and asked him to open the door for him. Within 2 minutes, the manager rushed to the door, opened it, and led Hi inside. "Young master, I have followed your instructions and closed all the main gates and reinforced them from the inside. But our store sales are quite good, so closing it down would result in huge losses." The manager didn't ask directly why the store was closing, but Hi didn't care and instead said directly to the manager, "Take me to the warehouse here, and make sure all the staff leave." Upon hearing Hi instructions, the manager had no choice but to agree. He then led Hi to the supermarket's warehouse. This department store occupies a very large area and is divided into 4 floors with various sections. Therefore, the amount of supplies stockpiled in the warehouse is enormous. The warehouse contained all sorts of goods, basically all kinds of products available on the market. They were neatly arranged, and Hi was ready to start buying them all. However, before that, Hi asked the manager to leave first, and only started collecting supplies after everyone had left. The warehouse contains a wide variety of items, and it would probably take Hi about 10 minutes to collect them all. After taking all the supplies from here, Hi also planned to pack up and take away the items on the supermarket shelves. Anyway, there's enough space in the supernatural realm, so you can never have too many supplies. Hi acted swiftly, and within 10 minutes the warehouse supplies were gone. After collecting the last batch of goods, Hi turned around and left the warehouse, heading towards the sales area. When the manager saw Hi come out, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Young master, I've already dismissed all the staff. Is there anything else you need? Are you planning to renovate this place?" Hi nodded, but did not answer. Instead, he said, "You did a good job. Now go wait for me at the door and guard it so no outsiders can come in." The manager hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but still nodded in agreement. "Yes, young master, I'll wait for you at the door." Then, the manager dashed off towards the main entrance. The first floor of this department store is an amusement area, the second and third floors are sales areas, and the fourth floor is the management area. Therefore, Hi had a clear goal and headed straight for the second floor. Once on the second floor, Hi didn't waste any time and immediately started collecting. It took him about 10 minutes to collect everything on the second floor. Then we went up to the third floor to continue collecting, which also took about 10 minutes to complete. Hi then turned and went downstairs, preparing to head directly to the next department store to collect the items. Upon arriving at the door, the manager was still waiting. Seeing the manager's somewhat eager expression, Hi hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Go home and spend time with your family. You don't need to come to work tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the manager froze, then slumped to the ground in utter dejection. Hi words were, in his mind, a dismissive remark that had essentially fired him, leaving him utterly dejected. However, Hi ignored him and drove to his next destination, arriving at the second department store 20 minutes later. Next, Hi followed the same procedure. First, he collected the supplies in the warehouse, and then he collected the supplies in the sales area. This operation took almost another hour. However, the harvest was also exceptionally abundant. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to describe Hi supplies as piled up like mountains. And at this moment, it was 3:30 p.m. Just then, his subordinate Lao Jin called to say that all the weapons had been transported to a warehouse in the suburbs and were awaiting Hi's orders. Hi told his subordinate Lao Jin to wait there for a while, then drove off in his sports car. About half an hour later, Hi finally arrived at the warehouse in the suburbs. Old Jean walked up to Hi, opened the car door for him, and immediately said, "Young master, the goods from the storeroom have all been delivered. What are your orders?" Hi stood up and said as he walked, "Come on, take me to see it." Old Jean understood immediately, and then said to the 4 bodyguards at the warehouse entrance, "Guard the gate well, not even a fly can get in." Then he quickened his pace and led Hi into the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse and walking into a large room, Ya saw piles of about 50 large and small green metal boxes. It has almost filled the room. Before Ya could even ask, Lao Jin began to explain. Young master, there are a total of 300 automatic rifles, 20 large caliber sniper rifles, and 50 automatic pistols here. As for explosives, they are difficult to obtain, so we don't have any. However, we have a sufficient supply of ammunition, 9 million rounds of rifle ammunition, 20,000 rounds of sniper rifle ammunition, and 500,000 rounds of pistol ammunition. Hearing Lao Jin's words, Ya nodded slightly. The ammunition was sufficient to maintain order at the base after the apocalypse, so Ya had no objections. Okay, you go outside and wait for me. I'll look around here by myself. Old Jean nodded and walked towards the door, leaving it slightly ajar. After everyone left, Ya used his supernatural ability to transfer all the firearms and supplies into his spatial dimension. 2 minutes later, the weapons were transferred, and there was no need to stay any longer. Ya turned and left. Old Jean waited at the warehouse entrance, patrolling the surrounding area with 4 bodyguards. Seeing this, Ya suddenly felt that keeping these people alive would allow them to contribute to the base after the apocalypse, so he said to Lao Jin, Old Jean, take the 4 of them to the Hayuat Hotel and wait for me. I'll announce something big tonight. Old Jean isn't actually old, he's probably around 40. He's not only physically fit, but his face is also full of fat. After hearing Ya's instructions, he immediately nodded, although he was different from Wang Yan and was not Ya's personal bodyguard. However, he completely trusted Ya and was willing to obey Ya's commands. Yes, young master. Ya nodded and was about to get into the sports car when he remembered that his family was about to arrive at the airport, and it would be impossible to pick them up in the sports car. So Ya turned around and tossed the sports car keys to Lao Jin, letting him drive his car back. Then he asked Lao Jin for the keys to an SUV, intending to use it to pick up his family. There are 5 of them and 2 cars, enough to fit them all. The preparations for the end times are almost complete. Once the family returns to the Grand Hyatt Hotel, we can carry out the last thing. That is to use the supernatural crystal, release a small amount of its energy, and then make one of his first subordinates immune to the catastrophic virus. With that thought in mind, Ya started the SUV and headed towards the last stop, the airport. The post-apocalyptic world will be under my control, Haiwuya. Chapter 11 Family Reunion, Yishue's Impotent Fury? It was already past 4 in the afternoon when Ya finally arrived at the airport in his SUV. Ya's family elders had already disembarked from the plane and were waiting for him. In fact, Ya's father and grandfather both had personal drivers and were able to quickly find a car to pick them up. However, since Ya had already said he would pick them up personally, they didn't bother with any further action. Ya quickly arrived at the waiting hall and saw 4 people with dignified demeanors who were clearly of very high status. Upon seeing this, Ya immediately put on a smile and quickly walked over. In the waiting area, the 4 elders were chatting casually. Ya's father, Hai Guangtian, was 51 years old, with a well-proportioned and slender build, standing at 1.8 meters tall. Although his temples are gray, he still exudes a dignified air, and his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes reveal that he was a handsome man in his youth. He is also the chairman of the current Haitian group, the controller of one of the 4 major conglomerates. Ya's mother, Wang Yanyu, is 49 years old. She is dignified and gentle, and dotes on Ya. Her father is the former chairman of Jinsha Group, one of the 4 major conglomerates. Ya's grandfather, Hai Tianhua, was 76 years old and was the former chairman of Haitian Group. However, the founder of Haitian Group was Hai Tianhua's father, who was Ya's great-grandfather. Hai Tianhua has now completely retired and is in a completely peaceful old man state. Ya's grandmother, Lian Hong, is 75 years old. She dotes on Ya no less than she does on Wang Yanyu, and is also a kind old woman. At that moment, it was Lian Hong who first spotted Ya, and then she smiled and said to the other 3. Alright, that's enough. Ya has arrived. Hearing this, everyone looked in Ya's direction, and then Wang Yanyu stood up and called out to Ya. Ya. We're here. Seeing this, Ya quickly ran a few steps and arrived in front of the 4 people. Mom, Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I was just taking care of something. After Ya finished speaking, Lian Hong smiled and said, We just got off the plane too, but Yaya, why didn't you go back to Yendu for your birthday? You didn't bring the gift that Grandma prepared when you came to Donghai. I just wanted you and Grandpa to come to Donghai to relax. It's been so long since you've left Yendu. And don't prepare any gifts for me. I'll be happy as long as our family can have a meal together. Hai Ya took a few steps forward, and Li Yanhong grabbed his hands. Then Hai Tianguo laughed and scolded. You brat, still trying to talk your way out of me. But it's not bad to come to the East China Sea to relax. Finally, Hai Guangtian, who had been silent until now, spoke up. You brat, you've been getting into a lot of trouble in the East China Sea lately, haven't you? Hai Ya shook his head and replied earnestly. Dad, what are you saying? I'm way past the age of causing trouble. I've been focusing on doing practical things lately. Hai Guangtian nodded noncommittally, but at this moment Wang Yanyu snorted coldly and then said. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. How old are you? Still causing trouble all the time. Your dad has always been like this, yeah, don't worry about him. Hai Ya smiled but did not respond. Then he spoke to the group. It's getting late, I'll take everyone back to the hotel now. The Hai family certainly owns residences in Donghai City, and quite a few at that. However, Hai Ya has been staying in a hotel recently, and plans to temporarily use the hotel as his residence after the apocalypse, so he hasn't mentioned taking everyone home. The elders didn't have any objections after all, it was their own family, so it didn't matter where they went. Then Hai Ya and his family boarded an off-road vehicle and left the airport for the Grand Hotel. The journey took about 40 minutes, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon when we got back to the hotel. During this time, Hai Ya used his eye of exploration to examine the 4 elders, mainly to see if they had any possibility of awakening supernatural abilities. However, Hai Ya was slightly disappointed that, apart from Hai Guangtian awakening his D-level talent power amplification and Wang Yanyu being immune to the primary catastrophe virus, neither my grandparents have awakened any talent, and because of their weakened physical functions, they can't even withstand a basic level of the catastrophic virus. In other words, if he didn't have the superpower crystal, his grandparents would turn into zombies and become ferocious monsters. But this is just a hypothetical, so Hai Ya was not discouraged. The SUV stopped in front of the hotel, and Hai Ya and his elders got out and went inside the hotel. Because of his status as chairman, everyone he met along the way bowed to him, and Hai Guangtian responded with a smile. Now that they had arrived at the hotel, Hai Ya's elders went to their suites on their own, while Hai Ya called over Wang Yan and Lao Jin. Sitting on the sofa, Hai Ya first looked at Wang Yan, then asked, Have all the brothers you gathered arrived yet? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan thought for a moment and then said, Young master, there are still 30 brothers who haven't arrived yet, but I've given them a strict order, they must be at the hotel before 7 o'clock. Hai Ya nodded slightly and said, Okay, let them arrive as soon as possible. Then Hai Ya turned to look at Lao Jin, preparing to use his eye of detection to learn about the other party's information. Hai Ya believed that Lao Jin was likely to awaken his talent, and the opening of the information panel confirmed this. Name, Jin Wei. Race, human. Talent, steel body B+ unawakened. Identity, Hai Ya's subordinate, loyalty level 81. Reliable loyalty will not betray if loyalty reaches 90 or above. This person values family, and the host can provide protection for his family. Strength rating, F+. Powerful, possesses excellent combat skills, and is immune to the initial stage of the cataclysmic virus. It's actually a B+ grade talent? Not bad. Luckily, I had the idea to send Jinwei here on a whim. However, the loyalty value is only 81, which is a bit low. Hai Ya pondered to himself, since the system has already given me the hint to protect Jinwei's family, my loyalty level will probably skyrocket after I do so. Thinking of this, Hai Ya didn't hesitate any longer and spoke directly to Jinwei. Old Jin, your family should be in the East China Sea, right? You've been doing well lately. I'd like to invite your family to stay at the Haoyue Hotel for a few days. You can eat and stay at the hotel, and then take your family to explore the city during the day. What do you think? Hearing this, Jinwei was somewhat surprised, but after regaining his composure, he immediately thanked Hai Ya. Thank you, young master. I'll go pick them up tonight. Hai Ya nodded, but then spoke seriously. No, I'll go pick him up now. We can have dinner together here tonight. I'm waiting for you. Jinwei was somewhat moved at that moment, and he did not refuse. He bowed and then turned to leave the hotel. At this moment, only Wang Yan was standing in front of him, but Hai Ya had nothing more to give. He prepared to go upstairs to check on Yi Shui and Xia Xiaoyu. Get the rest of the people together as soon as possible, everything's fine now. Yes, young master. Ya nodded and stood up. He wanted to know Yishue's feelings, especially her feelings after Xiaoyu and Yishue explained things to each other. Your best friend threw herself at you, so you can't blame me, can you? As Ya thought to himself, he quickly arrived at the floor where he and Yishue were staying. He first went to his own suite to check, and after finding no one there, he turned and went to Yishue's room. The room door was unlocked. After Ya entered, he saw two women sitting on the sofa. They were quiet and watching TV without saying a word. However, their expressions changed when they saw Ya enter. Xiaoyu was initially overjoyed, but quickly changed to a wronged expression, pouting and gazing longingly at Ya. Ya felt ashamed upon seeing this. You were the one who took the initiative first. Then Ya looked at Yishue, but she didn't give him a friendly look and just frowned as she continued to focus on the TV. Ahem, I'm back. Yishue remained silent, but Xiaoyu moved slightly to the side and said, Hi Xiao, please come and sit down. Xiao Shui, she. Ya nodded and walked directly to the seat between the two women. Then there was no further conversation until Yishue couldn't help but speak up. I have class tomorrow, so I plan to go back to school to stay later. No. Why can't you? Because I said I would send you back tomorrow if you still want to go back tomorrow. Humph, Yishue snorted coldly, then said seriously, Fine, I'm going back to school tomorrow morning. I hope you keep your word. After saying that, Yishue got up from the sofa and returned to her room. Xiaoyu, who was left, chuckled awkwardly and said, Xiaoyu seems angry. I shouldn't have gone drinking with you last night. Upon hearing this, Ya pulled Xiaoyu into his arms, playfully stroking her as he spoke. It's okay, she won't be angry after today. And you too, how did she find out? Ya smiled and pinched Xiaoyu's cheek. Well, it's all because you're so amazing. It was my first time experiencing this, so I couldn't help myself. Xiaoyu's pretty face was already flushed, and her tone was somewhat arrogant and aggrieved. How about we try one more time and see if you can hold back now? Ya continued to intensify his efforts, leaving Xiaoyu with no choice but to accept. Soon, Xiaoyu gave up and covered her face, crying. Shoo! Keep your voice down, Xiaoyu is still in the room. Inside the room, Yishue's face was as cold as ice. But after gritting his teeth, he realized he could only rage helplessly. Her only response was to slam the half-closed door shut, to express her anger and grievances that she didn't know how to vent. Snort! After I return to school tomorrow, we'll never see each other again. Yishue looked out at the city, gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, silently making a vow in her heart. Chapter 12, Countdown to the Apocalypse. The first batch of members of the base is organized. It was 6:30 when Ya came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. The power system will definitely collapse after the apocalypse, but there will still be generators in the hotel. Moreover, Ya's space contains energy stored in generators, enough to sustain him at the lowest level for about 6 months, so he is not worried about the power supply. Just after wiping himself down, Wang Yan called to inform Ya that all of his bodyguards had arrived and were awaiting Ya's instructions. Ya checked the time and felt it was about time to start implementing the plan. So Wang Yan was instructed to gather the bodyguards in the lobby on the first floor and close the main door to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. After giving instructions to Wang Yan, Ya called his parents and asked them to take his grandparents to the lobby on the first floor. However, after the call connected, she changed her mind, thinking that she would wait until dinner time to give her grandparents a separate boost of energy. It's okay, Mom. We'll eat together later. I'll hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Ya dialed the hotel manager's number again, intending to have the manager gather all the hotel staff in the lobby on the first floor. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, there will be a need for low-level service workers to do the work, and their own staff are the best candidates who are willing to follow their orders. Ya was still thinking that after all the people he had gathered had been treated for the catastrophic virus, he would then kick out all the other guests staying at the hotel. Although the post-apocalyptic base will definitely need to develop and recruit more people, those who can currently stay at the Grand Hotel are mostly people of relatively high status and position. If they hadn't experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, they would have continued with their old ways, which would have caused them a lot of trouble. Ya didn't want to get involved in these pointless troubles, so he decided to address the problem at its source and drive them all out. However, before that, we still need to treat the first batch of personnel at the base. Hey Manager Ma, gather all our hotel staff now and have them all assemble in the lobby on the first floor. You have 10 minutes at most. Get everyone there immediately. Yes, young master, I'll give the order right away, Manager Ma said earnestly on the other end of the phone. After hanging up, he got up and went to the monitoring room to start shouting through a loudspeaker. After changing his clothes, Hai Ya prepared to go out to the lobby on the first floor. But before leaving, he glanced at the sofa, picked up the blanket that had fallen to the ground, covered Xia Xiaoyu up again, and then left the room. When Hai Ya arrived at the lobby on the first floor, all the staff and bodyguards had gathered. Both sides were now crowded in the hall. The staff were somewhat uneasy and restless. There were about 400 of them, more than the bodyguards. There are many different types of jobs, such as service staff in hotel rooms, chefs in kitchens, and security guards in security areas. They didn't know why they had been summoned, and that being with those menacing bodyguards made the group quite agitated. Seeing this, Hai Ya jumped onto the counter so he could see everything happening in the hall. Quiet down. Listen to Hai Xiao's instructions. Manager Ma shouted into a megaphone at the restless crowd, his gold-rimmed glasses almost falling off because he used too much force. Upon hearing Manager Ma's shout, the crowd immediately quieted down. After all, a local official is more powerful than a distant one. Hai Xiao might not care about them, but Manager Rema would definitely make them pay the price. That was what the staff were thinking. At this time, Jinwei also arrived at the hotel with his family. Jinwei has 3 family members, his mother, wife, and daughter. His mother was old, with gray hair, while his wife looked very gentle and was probably in her 30s. His daughter was about 11 or 12 years old, rather thin, and seemed a little timid, hiding behind her mother. Jinwei was a little confused about what was going on in the hall, but when he saw Hai Ya, he led his family through the crowd and came to a spot not far in front of Hai Ya. Young master, I've returned with my family. Hai Ya naturally noticed Jinwei and his family, and then nodded, telling him and his family to stay in the hall and not wander around. Hai Ya was too lazy to check the talents of Jinwei's family members. He could just treat them all together later anyway. After a moment of contemplation, and waiting until everyone's gaze was on him, Hai Ya slowly spoke. Gentlemen, I have gathered you all here today because the world will change after tomorrow. As for what exactly the changes will be, you will all know tomorrow. But before that, I will keep everyone from being affected by the changes in the world tomorrow, so as long as you do as I say, the problem will be solved quickly. Hai Ya didn't directly say that the end of the world would come because everyone in the lobby had relatives, and saying it would only make them worry about their relatives outside the hotel, thus causing panic inside the hotel. But Hai Ya had to give them a heads up, to prepare them for the impending doomsday, so that they could accept it as soon as possible tomorrow. Inside the hotel lobby, everyone was completely bewildered. What could have changed? What changes can the world undergo? However, those who have been close to Hai Ya recently have already sensed that something is wrong. For example, Jinwei couldn't understand why Hai Ya wanted to transport so many guns out that afternoon. So in the afternoon, after waiting for Hai Ya to leave in the suburbs, he went to check the warehouse and found that so many boxes had disappeared into thin air. He searched the warehouse thoroughly, but still couldn't find the guns. When he returned to the hotel and saw Hai Ya, he realized that Hai Ya didn't seem to care about the matter, so he knew that things were probably not simple. Therefore, upon hearing Hai Ya's serious tone and words, Jinwei did not take it entirely as a joke. Then, considering that Hai Ya had asked him to bring his family over as soon as possible, Jinwei's heart instantly became much more serious, waiting for Hai Ya's next move. Judging from the crowd's behavior, Hai Ya knew what they were thinking. It's alright, as long as you don't cause yourself any trouble. Hai Ya then signaled for silence in the hall, and then took out a crystal from his special ability space in front of everyone. The crowd stared in astonishment as a crystal appeared out of nowhere in Hai Ya's hand. But Hai Ya did not stop. He used his mind to draw out the energy from the crystal, and when the purple energy smoke began to dissipate, he directly controlled the wind to blow it away. The purple smoke spread throughout the hall with the wind. The people present didn't know if the smoke was poisonous, but seeing the faint purple color, they instinctively held their breath. Don't hold your breath. Inhale the air, do as I say. Hearing Hai Ya's shouts, some people gradually couldn't hold their breath any longer and had no choice but to inhale. However, after inhaling the gas, I didn't feel anything wrong. In fact, I felt my body gradually returning to its best condition. Having this feeling, the man immediately became excited and then shouted to the others in the hall. This stuff is amazing. This gas can restore my strength. I feel like I have inexhaustible power. This shout was very effective, leading more and more people to try inhaling the purple gas in the air. After personally experiencing the positive effects, the crowd began to frantically inhale even more gas. But after a few breaths, the purple smoke in the air gradually dissipated, and the feeling of regaining strength also became less intense. This left many people looking disappointed, and some were annoyed that they hadn't taken a bigger drag. Standing on the counter, Hye, after seeing that the energy had been completely absorbed, used his eye of exploration to specifically check the information of several people who looked older and probably wouldn't survive the initial catastrophe. Without exception, all of them mentioned the phrase immunity to the initial catastrophe virus in the information. This put Hye at ease. The system's method was indeed correct. As long as one inhaled a little bit of the energy from the supernatural crystal, anyone could become immune to the initial catastrophe virus. More importantly, the process of making over 700 people immune to the catastrophic virus only consumed 1% of the energy in the supernatural crystal. It seems that the initial version of the catastrophic virus was indeed very weak. Next, Hye planned to move on to the next step, kicking out all the remaining guests from the hotel. Wang Yan, Jin Wei. You two come here for a moment. Upon hearing Hye's call, the two immediately came to his side and awaited his instructions. Wang Yan, organize a team to make all the guests leave the hotel. If they don't cooperate, kick them out. Wang Yan looked surprised upon hearing this, but quickly agreed. He understood his place. He and his bodyguard group were all dependent on Hye for survival, and that was true in the past and would be true in the future. Therefore, Wang Yan will absolutely carry out Hye's instructions, even if they are extremely unreasonable. After Wang Yan left, Hye looked at Jin Wei and then spoke to him. Old Jin, go and organize people to reinforce all entrances and exits in the hotel. Don't let any of the staff who were there just now leave the hotel. Also, move your family to a higher floor. The world won't be peaceful tomorrow. Jin Wei listened to Hye's instructions, his lips hovering over a few words, but in the end he didn't say them. Instead, he replied, yes, young master. Jin Wei had just inhaled the gas as well, and he could feel that it was indeed beneficial, which made him even more convinced that some crisis might really befall them tomorrow. But Jin Wei was deeply moved that Hai Xiao thought of his family before the crisis struck, which further strengthened his resolve to have Hye as the leader. As for Hye, after giving these two instructions, he turned and left the lobby on the first floor. He also needs to visit his grandparents and use the superpower crystals to make them immune to the initial catastrophe virus. Ensuring his family's peaceful life after the apocalypse was Hye's top priority. Establishing a base was secondary. Chapter 13. I'll bear the burden of the apocalypse. Building a wall to protect the first base. The sky was gradually darkening, and Hye returned to the upper level. The Grand Hyatt Hotel has 30 floors, and the top 3 floors are all large single-level suites that are not rented out. There are 2 suites on each floor, and Hye and Yishui have been staying in the 2 suites on the 28th floor. As for Hye's parents and elders, they went to live on the 29th floor. At this moment, Hye arrived at the 29th floor and knocked on his parents' door first. Hai Guangtian was looking at the financial report in the living room when he heard the doorbell ring and called out to the room. Yanzi, go open the door, I have something to do. Upon hearing the order, Wang Yanyu responded with dissatisfaction. I'm changing clothes, go get the car yourself. Hai Guangtian clicked his tongue, but still had no choice but to walk to the door and open it. Upon opening the door and seeing the person standing outside, Hai Guangtian raised an eyebrow and said, Yeah? I didn't expect you, you brat, to come looking for us on your own initiative. After Hai Guangtian finished speaking, he turned around and gestured for Hye to follow. Upon entering the room, Hye immediately stated his purpose. Dad, Mom, come with me to see Grandpa and Grandma. I have something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Hai Guangtian put down his tablet and looked at Hye with a questioning expression. What's wrong? Hye shook his head and said, We'll talk about it later. Mom, what are you doing? Come out here for a second. Oh, here it comes. Wang Yanyu changed into her pajamas, came to the living room, and looked at Hye, saying, What's wrong, Yaya? What happened? Hye stood up, without responding, and instead addressed the two of them. Come with me to see Grandpa and Grandma, I have something important to announce. Hai Guangtian and Wang Yanyu exchanged a glance, but seeing Hye had already gotten up and left, they had no choice but to follow. Upon reaching the other side, the door was ajar, and Hye and the other two entered the living room directly. Hai Tianhua and Li Yanhong were also in the living room. After the three of them sat down, Hai Tianhua looked at Hai Guangtian, as if to say, What's the matter? Yeah, sent us over. He said he had something important to announce. After saying that, Hye stopped being mysterious and directly told the people present what would happen in the future. Of course, the main point is that the apocalypse will break out tomorrow, and the whole world will change as a result. The 4 people present all looked at Hye with surprise. The meaning is very clear, you're not mistaken, are you? Apocalyptic outbreak? This isn't a TV drama, kid. But Hye didn't care whether the others believed him or not. He simply took out the supernatural crystal out of thin air and then released the energy within it, wanting all 4 of them to inhale some, since it couldn't hurt anyway. What is this, ya? Wang Yanyu didn't care how Hye conjured things up, because the purple gas had already drifted over. This is the energy of the supernatural crystal. As long as you absorb it, you will be immune to the catastrophic virus. It will be absolutely harmless. Seeing Hye's serious expression, Hai Guangtian was the first to try taking a little. Soon after, I felt my body regaining its strength, and my mind became clearer. Yes, it really works. Upon hearing this, the other 3 also stopped holding their mouths and noses and began to gradually inhale the energy into their bodies. After the purple gas dissipated, Hye immediately used his eye of detection to check the information of each of the 4 people. Once the information showed the virus in the early stages of immunity, Hye felt relieved. Alright, everything's fine now, but no one is allowed to go out tonight. Even if you don't believe me, just wait until tomorrow when everything will be clear. After Hye finished speaking solemnly, he changed the subject and spoke gently to the 4 elders. But don't worry, I've made all the arrangements. Even if the apocalypse comes, I won't let anyone get hurt. I brought my whole family to Donghai this time because I knew about this beforehand, so everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Dad, trust me this time. Hai Guangtian frowned deeply as he tried to find a plausible reason why the apocalypse would break out. But seeing Hye's resolute gaze, he seemed to lose heart, nodded, and said, Okay, I believe you. Even if the apocalypse really breaks out, and it's as terrifying as you say, I will do everything in my power to protect my family. Hye smiled, then nodded, and said to Hai Guangtian, Dad, I believe you. Alright, let's go eat now. Should we ask the waiter to bring it up? Upon hearing the word dinner, Hye's grandmother, Li Yanhong, spoke up. Forget it, let's go to the restaurant ourselves, we can take a walk while we're there. Good. Since it was a meal, Hye invited Yi Shui and Xia Xiaoyu as well. However, Yi Shui was probably still angry, which is why she was unwilling to come. Xia Xiaoyu was exhausted and still sleeping, so Hye asked the waiter to bring the food up. On the way downstairs, the bodyguards were driving the guests away because Hye had given the order for all guests to leave the hotel. However, Hai Guangtian frowned as he watched the scene unfold, and then asked Hye. Yeah, isn't this going a bit too far? Our Haitian group has never been known for its domineering style. Upon hearing this, Hye shook his head and replied earnestly. Alright, Dad, after the apocalypse comes, these guests will only become a burden to us. I'm doing this now to avoid some trouble that might occur after the apocalypse. After a few minor hiccups, Hye and his family arrived at the restaurant. Because apart from not being able to go out, the staff's other work is the same as before. So soon a table full of dishes was served, and Hye's family finished their meal as usual, their last dinner before the apocalypse. After dinner, the 4 elders followed Hye's advice and went back upstairs to continue resting. Hye himself went to the lobby on the first floor to check the blockade status of the various entrances and exits. Because the order to evict guests had already been issued, there were no guests left in the hotel at this moment. All that remained were internal staff. As soon as Hye arrived at the lobby on the first floor, he saw Jinwei's back. Jinwei was inspecting the hotel's main entrance at the moment. He was directing his bodyguards to reinforce the entrance and prepare to pile up various materials at the entrance. Upon seeing this scene, Hye recalled the supplies he had collected in the department store that he could utilize. So he immediately stepped forward to Jinwei's side and said to him, Old Jin, I have some steel nails and materials for fixing things here. Take them and reinforce the gate. Jinwei was engrossed in his command when he suddenly heard Hye's words and hurriedly turned around. Ah, young Master Hai? Oh, okay, you can bring out all the reinforcement materials. We were just worried about not having any suitable reinforcement materials. Hye nodded slightly, and then with a wave of his hand, steel plates and various steel nails appeared on the ground, along with various installation tools and so on. Since it was already the last minute, Hye had no intention of hiding it any longer. Now that we've shown some of our strength, we can better intimidate these tough bodyguards. so that they would know that even in the apocalypse, High-Ya would still be their leader. Jinwei was so shocked by this magical sight that he was speechless. What kind of tricks is Hai Xiao using? Were those guns taken away like this in the afternoon? Not only Jinwei, but everyone who had been paying attention to High-Ya was now shocked into silence. However, High-Ya didn't care whether he was shocked or not, and continued speaking to Jinwei. Old Jin. It's getting late. We need to use these materials quickly to reinforce all the exits. Hearing High-Ya's increasingly forceful words, Jinwei nodded absent-mindedly, then quickly came to his senses and said, Okay. Please rest assured, young Master Hai, I, Lao Jin, will definitely reinforce all entrances and exits with steel plates within an hour. Seeing this, High-Ya nodded slightly in satisfaction. However, High-Ya felt that simply reinforcing the entrances and exits was not the safest option. If I were to use my innate ability as the king of the earth to erect a wall around the entire hotel, that would be the safest option. To be honest, High-Ya wouldn't have had this idea at the beginning. With his current strength, it would be a pipe dream to build a wall with sides several hundred meters long. But right now, he has a full 100 superpower crystals in his pocket. So apart from the fact that it might be tiring for you, this idea is feasible. With this in mind, High-Ya immediately made a decision. He wanted to erect a wall out of thin air to surround the entire hotel. Chapter 14: Yifan's Fear and Resentment. Personnel allocation. It was already night. However, for a metropolis like Donghai, night and day are no different. Everywhere in the city, there was a dazzling display of lights, revelry, and extravagance. Meanwhile, tens of millions of people living in cities are enjoying the last revelry before the apocalypse. Outside the Grand Hotel, High-Ya was surveying the surrounding landscape. Because land in the East China Sea is as precious as gold, even the Grand Hyatt Hotel, which belongs to the Haitian Group, is subject to price gouging. The area occupied is only 5 meters in diameter, excluding the hotel itself. 5 meters away, apart from the main road at the entrance, there are buildings in all other locations. In other words, if High-Ya wants to build a stone wall, he can only do so within a 5-meter radius of the hotel. However, this was more than enough, and High-Ya didn't even want to build such a large city wall. The reason is simple: the hotel's defense capabilities are limited. Once the area that needs to be defended expands, the problem of insufficient manpower will inevitably be exposed. Therefore, after careful consideration, High-Ya decided to build a wall only around 1 meter outside the hotel itself. After all, the main purpose of the city wall was to protect the hotel itself. Therefore, the perimeter of the city wall can be reduced, thereby increasing the height of the city wall. High-Ya stood not far from the hotel's main entrance, observing and calculating the length of the city wall that needed to be built. If the city wall is built only 1 meter away from the hotel, then a city wall with a circumference of more than 160 meters will be needed. As for the height, we'll set it at 4 meters for now, and the wall thickness at 1 meter will suffice. In any case, the walls built by High-Ya using his talent are absolutely not a problem in terms of sturdiness. Having made up his plan, High-Ya didn't waste any more time. High-Ya returned to the hotel and first instructed Jinwei to make everyone step back and not to come near him. After thinking about the specific location for building the city wall, he no longer concealed his special talent. High-Ya directly used his supernatural ability, and to everyone's horror, he manipulated a thick rock wall to rise from the ground. The rumbling sound of the ground cracking and the visibly vibrating vibrations made everyone present realize that this was no dream. They looked at High-Ya's retreating figure as if they were seeing a god. All of these feelings arose from the bottom of their hearts: fear and worship. As for High-Ya, who was building a stone wall in front, he neither cared about the thoughts of the people behind him. In that short time, High-Ya had already built a wall outside the gate. It was only about 5 meters long, but that had already consumed about a quarter of High-Ya's physical strength. Relying entirely on his own physical strength and energy, High-Ya could only build a city wall 20 meters long at a time. A circumference of over 160 meters would probably require High-Ya to exhaust himself 8 times. But High-Ya came up with a good idea. He took out a superpower crystal and used it to build the city wall. Although this method will be a little slower, at least it won't leave you completely exhausted. With that thought in mind, High-Ya took out a supernatural crystal and began absorbing its energy while continuing to build the city wall. As for the people present who witnessed all of this, they were already dumbfounded and dared not take a step forward. They stared blankly as High-Ya busied himself, until finally, the entire area within their sight was surrounded by the stone city walls. Only then did someone stammer and express their disbelief. My god, my god, my god. Is Hai Xiao, is he a god? Unbelievable. I can't believe it. This is not something a human could do. Hai Xiao is definitely not human, he is a god. So, what if Hai Xiao said the world will undergo a huge change tomorrow? Could it really be true? The crowd in the hall was buzzing with discussion, but no one dared to approach Hai Ya. At this moment, Hai Ya had completed a quarter of the entire perimeter wall. Then Hai Ya left the hotel's main entrance and went to the side to continue finishing the remaining walls. Hai Ya focused intently on building the city walls, and so, about 10 minutes later, a ring of stone walls had already surrounded the hotel. This scene also attracted the attention of people outside the hotel, but no one dared to go forward to check the situation until the city walls completely surrounded the hotel. However, the visual impact it creates is simply too strong. As a result, many people filmed this phenomenon and uploaded it to online platforms, sparking heated discussions. However, Hai Ya didn't care everything would collapse by tomorrow. In the post-apocalyptic world, only strength is the sole truth, everything else is meaningless. But what Hai Ya didn't expect was that Yifan also knew about the city wall that appeared at the Haoyua Hotel. Yifan knew that the apocalypse would come tomorrow, so he specially stocked up on a lot of food in his dormitory. Upon his rebirth, Yifan could clearly sense that the Hai Ya he remembered had changed. Therefore, Yifan has been frequently searching for information about Hai Ya online recently. And as I was watching, I happened to come across a video about the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Yifan watched the video of the rock wall rising from the ground, and he was quite certain that this was something only a gifted person could do after the apocalypse. But why did gifted individuals appear earlier than expected? And the gifted individuals who appeared ahead of time are actually incredibly strong. Another point is that the location where the gifted person appeared was actually the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Yifan suddenly felt very anxious. He was extremely worried about Yi Shui, who was still at the Haoyua Hotel. They were also terrified that this precocious talent had some connection to Hai Ya, or that he might actually be Hai Ya himself. This would make it much harder for him to take revenge, and it would also make it much more difficult to rescue his sister Yi Shui. Phew, calm down, Yifan. Yifan muttered something to himself, but after thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with a solution. Now that the apocalypse is about to arrive, he can only wait until it comes and then quickly become stronger in order to rescue Xiaoshui. Fortunately, I knew about the opportunity that allowed my superpowers to evolve in the early days of the apocalypse. If you evolve your superpower to S rank, then Hai Ya, you will surely die. Thinking of this, Yifan finally felt relieved. He then got out of bed to check the doors and windows, and only after confirming that they were all closed did he return to his own bed and lie down. Yifan learned after the apocalypse that everyone would be forced into a coma at midnight on the night before the apocalypse began. I woke up at 7 in the morning to a completely new world. Inside the hotel, Hai Ya stood in the lobby on the first floor. Now, from the first floor of the hotel, there is no longer any view of the outside. Because no matter which angle you look out from, all you can see is that earthen yellow city wall. Only when you reach the third floor can you see the world outside the city walls from top to bottom. Another point worth noting is that Hai Ya did not leave a gate in the city wall. In Hai Ya's mind, there was no plan to let the members go out in the early stages of the apocalypse, so no rock gate that could be opened was left behind. Therefore, from outside the city walls, the entire Grand Hyatt Hotel was completely protected. As for Hai Ya, if he wants to leave, he can use his talent to go out directly. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, and Hai Ya had Jinwei lead the bodyguard team to reinforce the hotel entrances and exits. The city walls are the first layer of protection, and the hotel's entrances and exits must also be sealed off, since people inside cannot come and go as they please. After what had just happened, everyone was now completely obedient to Hai Ya and had no intention of arguing with him. Furthermore, the speed of his movements increased significantly, without the slightest delay. Young master. The hotel's entrances and exits are now completely sealed off. Are there any further instructions? Jinwei approached Hai Ya and bowed slightly, awaiting a response. Now, everyone present reveres Hai Ya as a god. Jinwei was like this, and so was Wang Yan. Hai Ya glanced at Jinwei, then at the time. In fact, Hai Ya did not know the exact time when the apocalypse would break out. But he knew that once midnight was reached, everyone would fall into a coma, without exception. Then, when everyone wakes up in the morning, they will find that someone next to them has turned into a monster, and the apocalypse will begin. Therefore, Hai Ya concluded that the catastrophic virus gradually developed lesions during the few hours that everyone was unconscious. It was almost 10 o'clock, so Hai Ya prepared for everyone to return to their rooms in an orderly manner to rest and then quietly await the arrival of the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Hai Ya spoke to Jinwei. Go and call Wang Yan and Manager Ma over, and do it quickly. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Jinwei immediately rushed off to find the other two. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of Hai Ya. Hai Ya looked at the three men with their piercing gazes, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. I won't say much more about other matters. Now I have a few final instructions for you, so listen carefully. Upon hearing this, the three spoke in unison. Please give your orders, young master. Hai Ya nodded and then explained his arrangements. Old Jean, you take half of the bodyguards and stay in the area between the 3rd and 8th floors. You can discuss the specifics yourselves. But you have a task, to guard the 3rd level area and prevent anyone from going below the 3rd level without permission. Yes, young master. Jinwei replied earnestly and seriously. Then Hai Ya looked at Manager Ma and continued speaking to him. Manager Ma, you and the hotel's original staff are staying in the area between the 9th and 20th floors. We can't let them cause any trouble. Can you do that? Please rest assured, young master, I will keep a close watch on them and make sure they don't cause any trouble for you. Manager Ma's ears turned bright red as he spoke, and his determined gaze fell on Hai Ya, causing Hai Ya to purse his lips. Finally, Hai Ya looked at Wang Yan and, under the expectant gaze of the other, spoke. Wang Yan, you also take half of the bodyguards and have them live in the area between the 21st and 25th floors. Remember, no one is allowed to go above the 25th floor without my order. There's one last thing, apart from the bodyguards on both the top and bottom sides, no one is allowed to leave their room after 11 p.m. Please rest assured, young master. I will strictly follow your orders. There will be no mistakes. At this moment, Wang Yan's loyalty to Hai Ya can be described as absolute. Especially after witnessing Hai Ya's strength. It can be said that they have completely revered Hai Ya as a god, and have absolutely no thoughts or intentions of disobeying him. Hai Ya also took a look at the other party's information data, and the conspicuous 100 loyalty value was very eye-catching. Chapter 15. Be fully prepared. The apocalypse is coming. Hai Ya was quite satisfied after looking at Wang Yan's information panel. Wang Yan's loyalty level has now reached 100, which is the maximum. A loyalty score of 100 means that Wang Yan will carry out any order that Hai Ya gives him without hesitation. Even if Wang Yan were given a mission that would inevitably lead to his death, he probably wouldn't even flinch. Therefore, Hai Ya was very satisfied with Wang Yan. He then patted Wang Yan on the shoulder and signaled him to lead the brothers he could completely trust to the upper floors. Hai Ya then checked Jinwei's loyalty level and was quite satisfied with the impressive number of 96. If I treat his family well when the apocalypse truly arrives, then his loyalty will definitely be maxed out. Hai Ya then nodded to Jinwei, indicating that he could organize manpower. After the other two left, Hai Ya's gaze naturally fell on Manager Ma. Previously, Hai Ya did not have any particular impression of this Manager Ma. During my stay at this hotel, I only saw the other person a few times, and I didn't even know what the other person's name was. Manager Ma wore gold-rimmed glasses, was on the thin side but not gaunt, and was about half a head shorter than Hai Ya. At this moment, Manager Ma bowed his head respectfully, waiting for Hai Ya's next instructions. Although the instructions had been given, Hai Ya did not signal him to leave, so he continued to wait. If Hai Ya wants to establish a base, he needs management personnel, and Manager Ma in front of him is obviously capable of managing the trivial matters for him. Therefore, Hai Ya used his eye of exploration on him, wanting to know all the information about the other party. Name, Ma Guobao. Race, human. Talent, Hunyuan Huajin, rank beyond awakened. Identity, Hai Ya's subordinate, 80 loyalty points, extremely loyal. This person is extremely ambitious and desires a higher position. After the apocalypse, if they are given recognition in terms of status and position, they will definitely become even more loyal. Strength rating, F, immune to the initial catastrophe virus. Oh? This person actually has B-level talent? Grade B talents are quite rare now. The probability of awakening a grade B talent is only about 1 in several thousand. Hai Ya thought for a while and felt that Ma Guobao was actually not bad. He was more than enough to manage the more than 400-odd job workers. Thinking of this, Hai Ya smiled at Ma Guobao, then patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he could go and organize the personnel. Ma Guobao was being stared at by Hai Ya, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After receiving the signal, he immediately left with a sense of relief. Looking at the bustling hall, Hye finally breathed a sigh of relief. After so many days of dealing with various matters, it's finally all taken care of. The apocalypse that was once extremely terrifying in my mind no longer feels so daunting now. Although the apocalyptic crisis is still very dangerous for me, I still have to fight hard to survive. But now that I am fully prepared, the pent-up frustration in my heart has finally dissipated. With that thought in mind, Hye didn't linger any longer and headed straight for the 28th floor. Upon arriving on the 28th floor, Hye went directly to Yi Shui and Xia Xiaoyu's room. At that moment, Xia Xiaoyu was playing a mobile game in the living room and had no idea that Hye had arrived behind her. Hye wasn't particularly interested in mobile games, but after seeing Xia Xiaoyu's score of 181, he couldn't help but say, really bad. Ah, Hai Xiao? Xia Xiaoyu realized what was happening and turned to look at Hye. When did you get back? Just now. Where's Xiaoxue? Didn't she play with you? Hye turned to look at the door, but seeing that it was still tightly closed, he gave up the idea of asking. Xiaoxue went back to her room after dinner and hasn't come out since. After Xia Xiaoyu finished speaking, she turned back to continue her battle, her skillful maneuvers leaving Hye's scalp tingling. Soon after her own base exploded, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain. What kind of game is this? They have absolutely no teamwork. Seeing this, Hye smiled and said to Xia Xiaoyu in a very certain tone. Your skills are really good. If your teammates were willing to cooperate with you, the base would probably explode even faster. You. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and after realizing the meaning behind Hye's words, she was also somewhat annoyed. Humph, my skills are still up to par. Hye chatted with Xia Xiaoyu for a while, and then went to the 29th floor to visit the four elders. Hye wanted to tell them to close all the doors and windows to prevent any potential dangers. It's already 11 o'clock, and Grandpa and Grandma are already asleep and haven't responded to Hye. Therefore, Hye went directly to the other side, to the suite where his parents lived. Neither of the parents was asleep at that moment. They were both on the sofa looking at the same phone. They frowned deeply, watching the same scene repeatedly and intently until Hye walked up to them, still lost in thought. Seeing his parents so engrossed, Hye stepped forward to look at the video content. Only after seeing a video taken from a passerby's perspective, showing the rock walls erected outside the Grand View Hotel, did Hye finally understand the reason for his parents' frowns. Mom and Dad, I built the rock walls outside the hotel. The end times are truly coming. I'm here to tell you to keep your doors and windows closed and not to leave your rooms. It wasn't until Hye finished speaking that the parents snapped out of their disbelief. After a long silence, Wang Yanyu finally spoke, her voice trembling. Yeah, what should we do? Upon hearing this, Hye sat down in front of his parents, took their hands, and said earnestly. Don't worry. I've got you covered. Don't think too much about it later, just go to bed. Everyone will be unconscious at midnight, but when you wake up tomorrow morning, unless I personally come to knock on the door, you must not go out. And you should all sleep in your grandparents' room. Make sure they do as I say. Hye spoke in a serious tone, showing no intention of discussing it with his parents. Seeing Hye's expression, his parents realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded in agreement. Okay, your dad and I will go find Grandpa and Grandma right now. But yeah, what about you? Aren't you with us? Wang Yanyu looked anxious and asked Hye what he meant. Upon hearing this, Hye shook his head before offering words of comfort. I'm on the floor below, so don't worry. As long as you don't come out tomorrow, you'll be safe. Wang Yanyu and Hai Guangtian exchanged a glance, and finally both nodded, indicating that they would take immediate action. Hye watched his parents get up, and then watched them knock on the other door. Only after his grandmother's complaints led the two into the room did Hye leave and return to the floor below. It was getting late. There was only half an hour left until midnight. When Hye returned to the living room, Xia Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen. Turning around, I saw Xia Xiaoyu preparing to enter the room next to Yi Shui. Seeing this, Hye followed, and then, under Xia Xiaoyu's pitiful gaze, closed the door. You should go to sleep first. I know you're exhausted today. Oh, okay, Hai Xiao. After Xia Xiaoyu finished speaking, she obediently lay down on the bed, then closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Hye didn't pay attention to this. After lying on the other side of the bed, his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Call. Yifan, I wonder what surprises you will bring me after the apocalypse. As a male protagonist who is reborn and dominates the world, you should bring me a lot of opportunities, right? As Hai Ya thought to himself, a smile appeared on his lips. He has now won over 2 important female characters, but that is far from enough. Not only does Hai Ya want to win over Yifan's future female lead, but he also wants to plunder all the opportunities Yifan possesses. In Hai Ya's view, Yifan must also be ruthless towards him, so he cannot be slack in the slightest when dealing with Yifan and must take him very seriously. As he was thinking, Hai Ya suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he couldn't resist it no matter what he did. Hai Ya knew that this was a sign of the end times. Then Hai Ya stopped resisting the drowsiness and naturally succumbed to the chaotic darkness. Midnight has arrived, the end of the world has come. The era of the rise and evolution of all things has officially arrived. Chapter 16. Humanity is already in a cruel hell. 2 women awaken their talents. Drop. The honking of countless cars pierced through the tall buildings, faintly echoing in Hai Ya's ears. Hai Ya turned around in frustration, but felt the horn sound growing more intense and piercing. Suddenly, Hai Ya thought of something, and he woke up with a start. He immediately threw off the covers, stood up, and went to the window to look outside. What comes into view is still Donghai City, but Donghai City is now in complete chaos. The prosperity and order of the past have vanished. The streets were filled with cars that had been involved in a series of collisions. Between the cars, countless people screamed in terror as they jostled forward, oblivious to whether there was a road or not. Around these humans, there exists a humanoid monster, but whose body has undergone minor deformities. These monsters roared and frantically hunted down the surviving humans, treating them as food and tearing them apart and devouring them as soon as they caught up. The city streets have become hunting grounds and hellish environments. No one was spared. Everyone, whether passively or actively, became prey and food. Besides the chaos on the ground, the skies over Donghai City were equally unsettling. Countless flocks of birds have been mutated into strange beasts. Although they are not strong individually, the entire flock of birds together has caused serious damage to many places. Smoke and fire filled the air throughout Donghai City, and wreckage of airplanes could be seen in several parts of the city, presumably crashing from the sky last night. Seeing these scenes, Hai Ya knew that the world had changed. The old order will be destroyed, and the world will be determined by one's own strength. The weak are more blatantly persecuted and devoured, while the strong will only possess more absolute power, thus establishing new rules in the apocalypse. From this moment forward, the apocalypse has officially begun. Call. Hai Ya took a deep breath and quickly accepted this cruel but long-awaited fact. What happened to Hai Xiao? What are you looking at? Xia Xiaoyu opened her eyes groggily and asked Hai Ya's question while looking at his back. The apocalypse has broken out, and the outside world is full of monsters. Oh, huh? Hai Xiao, are you kidding me? Xia Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and a hint of inexplicable confusion appeared in her gaze as she looked at Hai Ya. But Hai Ya didn't respond, which made Xia Xiaoyu a little curious about what was so interesting outside. After putting on a nightgown, Xia Xiaoyu got up and came to Hai Ya's side. Following Hai Ya's gaze, Xia Xiaoyu froze, her limbs stiffening and unable to move. The hellish scene was so vivid in her mind that Xia Xiaoyu could hardly breathe. The scene outside was very similar to that in the movie. Xia Xiaoyu couldn't believe it, but she couldn't utter any words of rebuttal. Hai Ya patted Xia Xiaoyu on the back and then said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. By the way, have you noticed any changes in your body lately, such as being unusually sensitive to moisture? Awakening one's talents after the apocalypse doesn't always happen immediately. It might take a day or 2. But by the 3rd day at the latest, all those with talent will awaken their own talents." Therefore, Hai Ya specifically reminded Xia Xiaoyu at this moment, wanting to know whether the other party's talent had been awakened. However, at the same time, Hai Ya used his eye of exploration to examine Xia Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoyu's talent panel, which showed that it had been awakened, Hai Ya knew that Xia Xiaoyu probably hadn't realized it yet. Ha! Exceptionally sensitive to moisture? Hearing Hai Ya's reminder, Xia Xiaoyu tried to sense it carefully, but she didn't feel anything special out of thin air. It wasn't until Xia Xiaoyu turned her gaze to the bedside table, or rather, to the glass of water on the bedside table, that she finally felt something unusual. Upon seeing that glass of water, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly felt extremely happy, and even had the urge to play with it. However, as she gazed at the water for a longer period of time, Xia Xiaoyu felt that her understanding of it had deepened. The water in that cup seemed to have formed some kind of connection with me. It seemed to want to be controlled and handled. As soon as the thought popped into her mind, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly reached out and grasped the glass of water in mid-air. Soon, a magical scene unfolded. The water in the cup, which had been completely still, was suddenly lifted up by itself. Xiaoxiaoyu was delighted to see this and transformed her grasp into fingers, guiding the water to flow and dart through the air. Then, by controlling the water flow, she changed it into various shapes, and finally, Xiaoxiaoyu transformed it into a short sword. After looking around at the items in the room, Xiaoxiaoyu decided to shoot the water sword at the wall. With a loud bang, the water sword pierced into the wall in the blink of an eye. However, the water sword wasn't very powerful. It could only penetrate the wall to a depth of 1 centimeter before scattering with a bang. After doing all this, Xiaoxiaoyu's face suddenly turned pale, and she felt as if most of her strength had been drained away. But she immediately showed joy on her face, looked at Hai, and excitedly said to him, "Look, Hai Xiao. Did I just gain superpowers? I can actually control water and make it obey my commands." Hai looked at Xiaoxiaoyu's actions, smiled and nodded, then slowly spoke in a gentle tone. "That's right, some people will awaken their innate abilities after the apocalypse. And you are very lucky to have awakened a very good talent." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, then said to Hai, "By the way, Hai Xiao, I think there's some information in my head reminding me of what my awakened talent is, as well as an introduction to my talent and how to use it." Upon hearing this, Hai pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. "Your awakened talent is Water Master, A+ grade. Your ability is to manipulate water to do whatever you want. Am I right?" Xiaoxiaoyu was shocked upon hearing this, and asked Hai in a very firm tone, but with a hint of doubt. "Hey Hai Xiao. How did you know all of this? Could it be that you've awakened the same talent?" Xiaoxiaoyu's understanding of the apocalypse was completely blank, or rather, her understanding of Hai was also very limited. That's why she mistakenly thought that Hai had awakened the same innate talent as her. Hai smiled but did not explain. Who knows, he might actually awaken the talent of water control in the future. Without dwelling on the issue, Hai turned to Xiaoxiaoyu and said, "Let's go check on Xiaoxue and see if she's awake." Hearing this, Xiaoxiaoyu nodded in agreement, then turned and walked towards the door. As Xiaoxiaoyu opened the door, she suddenly felt a chill. The feeling of cold was like being next to an open icebox, so cold it made you shiver. Hai, who came out from behind Xiaoxiaoyu, also felt the chill. However, Hai quickly discovered the source of the chill. It was coming from Yishue's room. It seems that Yishue has also successfully awakened. As expected of an S-class talent ability, it has such great power right after awakening. As Hai pondered this, he bypassed the trembling Xiaoxiaoyu and directly opened Yishue's room door to observe the situation inside. At this moment, the room was completely frozen in ice, and all the items were fixed inside the ice. On the bed in the center of the room, Yishue crouched down, hugging her knees. Her gaze was somewhat vacant as she stared blankly at the bed, now an ice sculpture, and at herself reflected in the ice. Now, some frost has formed on Yishue's face, and her eyebrows and hair are gradually showing a hint of silver white. Her face was as white as snow, but it didn't feel like a sickly paleness, rather, it was a natural, snow-white complexion. Although Yishue seemed to be fine at the moment. But Hai knew that this was because Yishue had exhausted her energy and physical strength, which was why she was motionless like a statue. This is actually normal, after all, Yishue had just awakened her innate ability and turned the entire room into a giant ice sculpture. It would be strange if they didn't exhaust their energy and physical strength. However, seeing this scene, Hai gained a deeper understanding of the levels of talent. Yishue's S-rank talent ability allows her to create ice and snow out of thin air, without needing to be in a specific scenario to use its effect. Xiaoxiaoyu's A+ level talent, although only one small stage behind Yishue's, means she can only utilize water abilities and cannot conjure water out of thin air. This is a huge gap, which indirectly proves that only S-level talent is the true pinnacle talent and the true elite. As Hai pondered this, he also began to utilize the talent of the Hurricane Walker. Using the air currents, Hai created a turbulent flow of wind blades around his body. Then, using just the right amount of force, the ice in the room was cut and shredded. As the ice shattered, Hai walked up to Yishue's side. After lifting her up by the waist, he took out a special energy crystal from his spatial storage and placed it in Yishue's arms so she could absorb its energy. Yishue quickly recovered, and after Hai placed her on the sofa, she turned to look at him and said, "A strange energy suddenly surged within me, and I couldn't control it, which is why the entire room froze." Before Yishue could finish speaking, Hai pressed his index finger to her lips, and then whispered, "I understand your situation. It's normal to not be able to control your powerful talent well the first time you awaken it. Just control it better next time. Alright, now take some time to understand your talents and accept the fact that the apocalypse is coming. I have to go take care of other things. Upon hearing Hai Ye's words, both women nodded thoughtfully, and Hai Ye then left the area. He also needs to appease his parents and elders, and go down to the lower levels to take control, as the situation is likely chaotic. Chapter 17 Wang Yan's special talent? Magua Bao is good at base management. When Hai Ye arrived on the floor above, his parents and grandparents had already woken up. But following Hai Ye's instructions from the previous night, they did not go out on their own but waited with the doors and windows tightly closed. Now that the end times have truly arrived, they feel a sense of relief in addition to fear. Fortunately, Hai Ye had made preparations in advance, which prevented them from losing their lives immediately. However, fear still accounts for a larger part of their feelings. After all, the world they knew from now on was gone forever. Just as Hai Guangtian and the others were waiting anxiously, Hai Ye's knocking on the door rang out. Hai Guangtian was pacing back and forth when he heard the knock on the door. His face lit up with surprise, and he went to the door and said, "Is that Yaya?" "Dad, it's me." With a creak, the door was immediately opened by Hai Guangtian. Only after seeing Hai Ye's smiling face did Hai Guangtian relax. Hai Ye followed his father into the house, while the remaining three elders in the living room looked at Hai Ye with expectation in their eyes. After all, Hai Ye had become the backbone of this family in every respect. The atmosphere was somewhat silent at this moment, because the only thought the four elders had about the future was confusion. But Hai Ye coughed lightly, breaking the silence. "Dad, after the apocalypse, some people will awaken their talents, and you should have awakened the D-level talent power amplification. Now you can try it, or delve into your mind and feel the reading of your innate talent." Upon hearing these words, Hai Guangtian's eyes flashed with surprise. He then closed his eyes and listened intently, listening to the faint sounds emanating from his mind. Seeing this, Hai Ye did not disturb them, and turned to the other three elders, saying, "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, even though you don't have awakened talents, you don't need to worry about turning into the monsters on the ground. You can rest assured and live your lives. Dad and I will handle everything properly." After Hai Ye finished speaking comfortingly, Wang Yanyu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, and the two elders were also relieved. Then Hai Guangtian opened his eyes and said to Hai Ye with some excitement, Yeah. I think I've really awakened a talent, but it's only D-level, and its only ability is to increase my own strength. However, based on my estimation, the current amplification effect is only 3 times, but this effect can gradually become stronger over time." Hearing Hai Guangtian's words, Hai Ye was also somewhat surprised. How could a mere D-rank talent be able to gradually improve upon itself? I just don't know how many times the final result will be. Let's see what fate brings. Anyway, Hai Ye didn't expect Hai Guangtian to be that powerful in combat. But Hai Ye still spoke up, saying with some joy for Hai Guangtian, "Then Dad, you better work hard and try to make the amplification effect even stronger. Breaking through all laws with sheer force is no joke." Hai Guangtian nodded heavily upon hearing this, his face filled with confidence. After receiving comfort from Hai Ye, the 4 elders also regained some spirits. Seeing this, Hai Ye also prepared to leave, as he needed to check on the situation of the lower levels in order to prevent any trouble from arising. Hai Ye bid farewell to his elders, who, knowing the importance of comforting him, did not try to persuade him to stay. After leaving the 29th floor, Hai Ye went to the 26th floor where Wang Yan was. Upon arriving at the 26th floor, the first thing Hai Ye saw were the bodyguards on duty. Although an apocalyptic crisis had broken out and the bodyguards had witnessed the horrors outside, there was no immediate threat to the hotel's interior, so they did not panic. Most importantly, they had witnessed Hai Ye's divine power, so they naturally placed the orders he conveyed as their top priority. The 4-person guard team had no complaints whatsoever about their duty. Upon seeing Hai Ye emerge from the elevator, the 4 immediately bowed and called out, "Young master." Hai Ye nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the performance of the 4. It seems Wang Yan's management is quite good. He was able to get the bodyguards to overcome their fear and stand guard in such a short time. You've done a good job. You should all know the situation outside now. But don't worry, as long as you do the assigned tasks well, there won't be any mishaps. It's young master. We will obey your orders, young master. Hai Ye nodded in satisfaction, then instructed one of his bodyguards to take him to find Wang Yan. Soon, led by the bodyguard, Hai Ye saw Wang Yan in a room on the 25th floor. However, something was wrong with Wang Yan at this moment. His whole body was radiating golden light, and he sat cross-legged like an angry Vajra. Upon seeing Wang Yan's state, Hai Ya immediately guessed that he was awakening his talent. Then I checked the information panel with the eye of exploration, and sure enough, it was awakening its talent. Therefore, Hai Ya did not disturb Wang Yan, and also instructed his bodyguards not to make any rash moves. Awakening one's talent is a very serious matter, and one cannot allow external interference to cause mistakes. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Hai Ya finally saw Wang Yan open his eyes. Then Wang Yan exhaled deeply, and the golden light around his body slowly dissipated. Wang Yan was still the same Wang Yan, but the feeling he gave Hai Ya was completely different. At this moment, Wang Yan was like a human-shaped Vajra, his imposing aura that was awe-inspiring. If Hai Ya hadn't been far stronger than Wang Yan, he might have been intimidated. Wang Yan's eyes flashed, and he turned his head to see Hai Ya's figure. He then stood up and slightly bowed to Hai Ya, saying, "Young master." Hai Ya stretched out his hand and waved, then chuckled softly. "Wang Yan, you have awakened a very good talent ability. I hope you can make the most of it and maximize its strength." Wang Yan nodded upon hearing this, then spoke in a deep voice. "Thank you for your guidance, young master. I will keep it in mind." Even though Wang Yan's strength had increased, the power of Hai Ya's raising of his hand to summon the rock wall still filled Wang Yan with awe. Especially after understanding his own talent, Wang Yan knew that he could not possibly have such strength at present, so he respected Hai Ya even more. Is the young master coming downstairs now to inspect the situation on each floor? Wang Yan had followed Hai Ya for a long time, so he was able to guess some of Hai Ya's thoughts. Hai Ya did not deny it upon hearing this, and then spoke to Wang Yan. "Let's go, you come with me to inspect the situation inside the hotel. After all, it's the beginning of the apocalypse, and the people are bound to be filled with fear, or perhaps other thoughts." "Yes, young master." Wang Yan nodded in agreement and followed Hai Ya down to the lower level. The next management team will be Ma Guobao's staff area. Did you see that? Everything outside indicates that the apocalyptic catastrophe has arrived. And those mindless monsters on the ground, who only know how to eat people, should have been the fate of all of you. But look at the situation now, you haven't suffered any harm at all inside the hotel. Those of you who should have become monsters are still eating, drinking, and defecating as usual, enjoying all the rights of a human being. Who gave you all this? It's Hai Shao. It is the great god of salvation, Hai Shao, who bestowed this upon you. If Hai Shao hadn't let you absorb the evolutionary smoke yesterday, you would either have become monsters by now, or you would be food for monsters. Several hundred people were gathered in the lobby of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Their eyes were all fixed on the central counter, where Manager Ma was shouting at the top of his lungs. He proclaimed the boundless benevolence and greatness of the sea to the hundreds of people under his management. He spoke to the fearful people, explaining Hai Ya's immense power and his profound kindness to everyone. Manager Ma was vigorously promoting and explaining that Hai Ya was the only savior in the apocalypse. It was because of Hai Ya's great rescue that everyone present was spared the suffering of being in the midst of the apocalyptic disaster. As they talked, the fear that had gripped the hundreds of people was gradually alleviated. It was precisely because of Hai Ya's prophetic abilities and his purification of the smoke that they were prevented from turning into zombie monsters. In the hearts of hundreds of people, the respect for Hai Ya at this moment has reached an unparalleled height. After all, the outbreak of the apocalypse caught everyone off guard, and Hai Ya, with his powerful strength, naturally became the lifeline in the hearts of everyone present. But a large part of the reason for this is based on Manager Ma's endless flattery. These staff members showed great fear of the impending apocalypse. Some even wanted to leave the hotel and go to their own homes to take refuge while waiting for the situation to improve. The unrest continued, and various ideas emerged among the crowd. Fortunately, Manager Ma's reasoned explanation convinced everyone to abandon their unrealistic ideas. They all believed that waiting for Hai Ya's orders was their only hope of survival. In a corner of this floor, Hai Ya and Wang Yan stood together. Hai Ya listened to most of Ma Guobao's brainwashing speech. While some of the content may have been exaggerated, it did indeed alleviate the fear in the hearts of these hundreds of people. For the hotel staff at this moment, what they need most is to overcome their fear and have the hope of surviving in the apocalypse. Ma Guobao specifically eliminated their fears and then gave them hope that they could survive. At the same time, it elevates Hai Ya's status in their hearts, which is a propaganda that kills three birds with one stone. If the base is to develop in the future, then Hai Ya's words must carry weight and have an unquestionable authority. Therefore, Ma Guobao solved a major problem for Hai Ya. Even Hai Ya, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but sigh. Mugwabao is good at base management. Chapter 18, Base Pacification Complete. Hai Ya, Yifan, I'm sorry, but I've set my sights on your opportunity. It was 9 a.m., the second hour after the apocalypse began. In the hotel's central lobby, Manager Ma's presentation was coming to an end. The previously agitated crowd has now calmed down. Although they were still terrified of the apocalypse, they did not do anything outrageous again. After rational analysis, most people still felt that the hotel was indeed the safest place, so no riot occurred. At that moment, Hai Ya also emerged from the shadows and walked to the front gate. Suddenly someone shouted, "Young Master Hai is here." All eyes suddenly turned to Hai Ya. The crowd's eyes were burning with excitement as they all showed their excitement at Hai Ya, who had just ascended to a godlike status in their hearts. Hai Shao, the world's only savior. Young Master Hai, I am willing to obey any of your orders. So what Hai Shao said yesterday was true, the apocalypse really has arrived. But thankfully we have benefited from your protection and have not become monsters. Hai Shao, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You gave us shelter, you let us live in hell. Hai Ya walked step by step to the central platform, greeted by the eager words and gazes of the crowd. Ma Guobao had already given up his position and was now respectfully fawning over them from below. As he stepped onto the high platform, Hai Ya's thoughts began to drift. Hai Ya originally thought that he needed to establish his authority in the middle level area in order to get the more than 400 people to obey orders. But at this point, killing to establish authority is probably unnecessary, unless some reckless fool comes along and does something reckless. Looking at the people below the stage and feeling their eager and respectful gazes, Hai Ya suddenly realized that he had overcomplicated things. They were originally employees of their own group, so they naturally held themselves in awe. Therefore, even if he doesn't show his strength, he only needs to organize them slightly, and they will obey him. People tend to conform when everyone chooses to comply. It's useless even if a few individuals harbor rebellious thoughts. Hai Ya understood this principle, so he did not continue to assert his authority, but instead slowly addressed the crowd to comfort them. I know everyone is afraid of sudden disasters, but please don't worry too much. Yesterday I had everyone inhale the purifying smoke, so you won't turn into those terrifying monsters. As for everyone's safety, I'm sure you've all witnessed my capabilities and believe in my bodyguard team of hundreds of people. Therefore, as long as you follow the rules, there will be no danger to your lives. And everyone's work is the same as before. The chefs are responsible for providing meals to the hotel staff, the waiters are responsible for handling the hotel's trivial matters, and the security team is responsible for patrolling your middle level area. At this point, Hai Ya paused, took a deep breath, and then said seriously, there is one last thing, which is also the most important thing. I believe that as long as we work together, we can still live a decent life even in the apocalypse. After Hai Ya finished speaking, the crowd in the hall fell silent. Ma Guobao, still holding his breath, suddenly spoke up in the silent hall. Young Master Hai, from this day forward, I will serve you faithfully. Then the silent crowd began to shout, all expressing their approval of Hai Ya. Seeing this, Hai Ya felt much more relieved. The unstable factors within the base had been quelled, and now he could rest assured about the rear. As for the lower-level bodyguard groups, it's estimated that the situation is similar to that above, and internal mediation has already been completed. But Hai Ya still needs to go and inspect it, just in case something unexpected happens. After pondering for a moment, Hai Ya decided to go to the last area to check. After reassuring everyone for a few more minutes, Hai Ya left. However, before that, Hai Ya checked Mugwabao's talent information. After discovering that they hadn't yet awakened, I didn't specifically remind them, I simply praised them for doing a good job and asked them to continue organizing the crowd. As for Wang Yan, he remained silent behind Hai Ya from beginning to end, like a statue. When Hai Ya arrived at the area guarded by Jinwei, he found it to be very serious. Just like the area where Wang Yan was on duty above, there was no panic here. As Hai Ya had predicted, the bodyguard group was, after all, a professional group, and obeying orders was their top priority. Hai Ya casually summoned a bodyguard and asked him to take him and Wang Yan to see Jinwei. Jinwei is staying on the third floor of the hotel, which is currently the lowest floor of the base in the true sense. He was stationed here to guard the gate and prevent anyone from escaping the hotel grounds. When Hai Ya found the other person, he discovered that the other person was making a video call with his family who lived in the middle area. Jinwei reassured his family, telling them to stay put and not to leave the room without permission. Seeing this, Hai was suddenly moved. Jinwei's dedication and adherence to the rules touched him. Therefore, Hai stepped forward and said to the other party, "Old Jin, go and pick up your family later. This suite is for your family to live in alone." Hai sudden visit made Jinwei somewhat nervous and embarrassed. But after hearing what Hai said to him, Jinwei was deeply moved once again. He really wanted to be with his family, especially after seeing his daughter's slightly red eyes, which made his heart ache. However, due to his identity and the orders given by Hai, he could only keep reassuring his family and telling them not to come looking for him. But Hai's words at this moment were clearly for his own and his family's sake. So Jinwei choked up for a moment, but did not refuse, and then clasped his hands in a fist salute to Hai and said, "Thank you, young master. Young master, please rest assured, from now on, without your orders, no one will be able to take a single step with me." Hai smiled and nodded upon hearing this, while glancing at Jinwei's talent information. Seeing that Jinwei's talent had awakened, his smile widened, and he slowly spoke. "There's no need for that. I didn't think about your family's situation beforehand, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered with this. Oh, by the way, have you noticed any changes in your body, like awakening a special talent?" Hai's words startled Jinwei, but after recalling his experience half an hour earlier, he suddenly realized. "Young master. Now that you mention it, I do remember. Half an hour ago, a surge of energy suddenly appeared within my body. This energy was very strange. It briefly turned my body into steel. I was terrified at the time, but then I heard a voice in my head. The voice said I had awakened a talent called Iron Body, which allows any part of my body to become something harder than steel. I wanted to tell you this, but there wasn't enough time." Jinwei had been planning to ask Hai about the situation, but his family suddenly contacted him, and it's been like this ever since. Hai nodded upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I understand that your awakened talent, the Iron Body, is a B+ grade talent, but its potential is far more than you imagine. As your strength increases in the future, the power of your talent will naturally also increase." Hai paused at this point, thinking that the matter of this patrol had been resolved. Therefore, they had no intention of staying any longer. Now that the internal issues have been resolved, it's time to start planning for external matters. Thinking of this, Hai said to Jinwei, "Go and bring your family down. I'm going up too. If you have any problems in the future, you can discuss them with me. I'm not an unfeeling person." Upon hearing this, Jinwei nodded emphatically and then followed Hai to the upper area. At this moment, the area surrounding the hotel has basically fallen. But there are still quite a few survivors, and they are frantically searching for a place to take refuge. The Haoyua Hotel's isolated location was excellent, but unfortunately, the survivors could only look at the high walls outside the hotel. Although I really wanted to go in for refuge, I had to give up because I didn't have the ability to climb over it. Those mutated zombies with simplistic thinking, who only knew how to chase after humans, paid no attention to the hotel. The early zombies had no thoughts and their physical functions were not very strong, so they did not discover the presence of humans in the hotel. But in the later stages, they truly became capable of flying and disappearing into the ground, omnipotent. Standing on the high floor, Hai had a clear view of his surroundings. Hai knew very well that someone would definitely try to take advantage of the hotel after a while. However, Hai was not worried at all. It was fine for them to covet what was his. But if they actually resort to force to steal it, then even if they have the strength, death is the only possible outcome. Thinking of this, Hai remembered Yifan, the experienced baby. I wonder where Yifan is now, and where his first opportunity lies. Just as Yifan was pondering, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The protagonist of the first main quest, Yifan, has set off to obtain his first important opportunity. It is recommended that the host go and plunder it. Successfully plundering it will damage a portion of Yifan's destiny. Opportunity introduction: only through the endless burning and tempering of raging flames can one become a sharp and strong sword, to obtain the hidden reward from the creator. Grit your teeth and endure the pain. Your weak supernatural abilities will eventually become unique. Clues: in what was once a city park, the hot springs have transformed into endless lava. Within the lava lies a fire-type evolution crystal, and this is Yifan's destination. Hai stood by the window, and after reading the system's prompts, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. A fire-type crystal that can evolve talents? It really was tailor-made for Yifan. But now that he knows, Yifan, this is your destined opportunity. All I can say to you in my heart is sorry. Chapter 19 Encounter at the Lava Lake. Yi Fan, don't come any closer. 3 people were standing on the roof of the hotel, watching. At this moment, Hai Wei stood on the edge, observing the situation within the city. Behind Hai Wei, Wang Yan and Xia Xiaoyu had different expressions. Wang Yan remained as cold and silent as ever, while Xia Xiaoyu's eyes showed some worry. After receiving the system's notification, Hai Wei immediately began preparing his plan. He brought Wang Yan and Xia Xiaoyu along because both of them could be useful for this plan. At least in Hai Wei's vision, it is useful. Wang Yan can be used to block Yi Fan, while Xia Xiaoyu can solidify magma. As for Yi Shui, Hai Wei decided not to bring her alone. Since this operation is aimed at Yi Fan, bringing Yi Shui along would definitely affect the subsequent outcome. Wang Yan, are you sure there really is only one park with hot springs in Donghai City, and that it's only 2 kilometers east of our hotel? Hai Wei asked Wang Yan one last time to confirm, even though he had already asked several times. Wang Yan nodded upon hearing this, then said in a heavy tone. Young master, the situation outside is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to go to that park? While I will certainly obey your orders, I still don't recommend that you do it that way, especially since you just finished calming everyone in the hotel. Wang Yan wasn't afraid to accompany Hai Wei, but rather he didn't quite understand why. I don't understand why Hai Wei would risk his life to go to an ordinary park. Hai Wei hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but still said to Wang Yan. There is something important there that can make me stronger. Yes, young master. Wang Yan nodded without saying anything more. Since Hai Wei had made up his mind to go, Wang Yan would just follow suit. After speaking with Wang Yan, Hai Wei turned to look at Xia Xiaoyu. Seeing the fear in the other person's eyes, Hai Wei felt somewhat helpless. However, there will be many more trips outside in the future, so the highly talented individuals in the base must overcome their fear. He pulled Xia Xiaoyu into his arms, and without saying much, he gently stroked her back. After the other person's breathing rate stabilized, Hai Wei slowly spoke to comfort him. I brought you out this time because your talent can help me, and at the same time, I want you to know that mutants are not so scary at the moment. You don't need to do anything after you go out. Just stay behind me, and I will eliminate all dangers. But you can also try to kill mutants, which can increase your combat experience. Hai Wei's words had an effect on Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then finally broke free from his embrace and said to Hai Wei with a serious expression. Hai Xiao. I'm happy to be able to help you. Don't worry about me, I won't hold you back. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu's sincere tone, Hai Wei assumed that she was already prepared. So Hai Wei grabbed one person with each hand and used spatial teleportation to quickly head towards their destination. At the same time, he used the supernatural crystal placed on his chest to recover his physical strength while transferring. During this time, some zombie mutants also spotted Hai Wei and his group, but just as they were about to attack, their prey suddenly disappeared. This left the zombies completely baffled. Was I seeing things? Just as Hai Wei and his group were heading to the park, someone else was also speeding towards the park from another direction. This man wielded a machete and hacked down any zombies or mutants he encountered along the way. Furthermore, his agility was superb with each dodge and movement, the zombies could not touch him in the slightest. After a series of passionate swings, the man finally arrived at the gate of the hot spring park. Yi Fan let out a heavy breath, as if all his strength had been drained. Some zombies lay scattered around him, all of them the defeated warriors who had just fought him fiercely. Looking at the park gate, Yi Fan finally felt a sense of relief from the pent-up frustration in his heart. Since his rebirth, many things that shouldn't have happened have occurred, leading Yi Fan to wonder if his memories were distorted. Fortunately, the location of the great opportunity in my memory is correct and has not been changed. When Yi Fan woke up this morning, he awakened the same innate ability as in his previous life, a B+ level ability called Burning Flames. Although Yi Fan's talent in his previous life was not low, his potential was far inferior to that of an S-level talent. Yi Fan believed that this was fate, because talent was something that could not be changed no matter what. But while he was out on a mission, he overheard a secret. That is, one of the 3 strongest people in Wuching Base City, Venerable Xuanhua's S-level talent evolved from external objects? At the time, Yi Fan found it utterly absurd, but after meeting Venerable Xuanhua and hearing the story from him, Yi Fan finally believed it. In his memory, Yi Fan knew that the Xuanhua Venerable was an evolutionary crystal obtained 2 months after the outbreak of the apocalypse. However, the formation of evolutionary crystals occurs at the moment when the hot spring lake transforms into a lava lake, so Yi Fan is not worried about not finding evolutionary crystals. And at this moment, only a few hours have passed since the apocalypse broke out, so the crystal that can evolve superpowers must still be in this park. If I can obtain that evolution crystal and upgrade my talent to S rank, then I can rescue Xiaoxue and avenge myself against Hai Wuya. With hatred rising in his heart, Yifan no longer felt tired. After observing his surroundings and confirming that there were no unexpected situations, Yifan quickly stepped into the park. According to the description of Venerable Xuanhua in my memory, the evolution crystal is inside the magma in the park, and the magma is the original hot spring area. Therefore, as long as I go to the location of the hot spring, I will definitely be able to find the evolution crystal. Yifan ran as fast as he could, following the road signs to find the hot spring. Yifan also cut down the few zombies scattered along the way. Anything that dared to stand in Yifan's way was cut down by him. Soon, following the landmark's guidance, Yifan arrived at a doorway. The gate frame is large, with the words Eternal Life Hot Spring Lake written on it. Upon seeing these large characters, Yifan's face finally broke into a look of wild joy. Although the scene inside has not yet been confirmed, Yifan already felt a wave of heat as he stood in front of the door. Without a doubt, the hot springs inside must have turned into lava. Yifan took a deep breath and then quickly stepped into the destination that was within reach. It wasn't far from the entrance to the hot spring lake, and Yifan quickly arrived at the hot spring lake. At this moment, when Quanhu has turned into a lava lake. It is an irregularly shaped oval lake with a diameter of about 10 meters. But looking at the bubbling lava lake, Yifan felt that the lake must be quite deep. Based on his memory, Yifan roughly knew the location of the evolution crystal. In the center of the lava lake, the bubbles rise most frequently and at the highest intensity. If I'm not mistaken, the evolution crystal is among them. Yifan pondered in his heart, seriously considering what method he could use to extract the evolution crystal. The temperature of the magma was too high for Yifan to touch. Yifan's innate ability was also unable to control the magma. Therefore, Yifan was deep in thought at this moment, completely unaware of the good fortune that was about to befall him. Outside the other gate of the park, Hai Wei led Wang Yan and Xia Xiaoyu to this spot. Using his ability to teleport, Hai Wei encountered no obstacles along the way. Therefore, it took less than 10 minutes to reach the target park from the hotel rooftop. Young master, this is the only hot spring park in Donghai City. This is the place you are looking for. After looking around in front of the gate, Wang Yan confirmed that the location was correct, and then informed Hai Wei that they had arrived at their destination. Hai Wei nodded slightly upon hearing this, and then walked to the landmark map of the park. After checking the exact location of the hot spring, he grabbed the two of them again, preparing to use spatial teleportation. However, when Xia Xiaoyu spoke up, she stammered. Hai Xiao, could I take a minute to rest? I feel like throwing up. Xia Xiaoyu looked at Hai Wei pitifully, but her hand was already covering her mouth to prevent her from spitting it out. Seeing this, Hai Wei sighed inwardly, but did not want to refuse. But then I thought that since I was alone, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go in and check out the situation first. At the very least, it is very secure and not easily detected. So Hai Wei turned to Wang Yan and said, You and Xiaoyu wait here for me for a while. I'll go in and check the situation first. Wang Yan nodded in agreement, offering no objections. A smile appeared on Xia Xiaoyu's face, and she seemed less dizzy from the flash. After Hai Wei finished speaking, he ignored the two of them and used spatial teleportation to arrive at the gate of the hot spring lake in a few moments. As usual, Hai Wei looked around, but after seeing the corpses of several mutants lying not far away, he guessed that someone had been here. And the destination is the hot spring lake in front of them. Hai Wei didn't need to think much at this moment. He knew that the person who came must be that kid Yifan. It seems I arrived a step too late. Yifan beat me to it. However, since that's the case, we'll have no choice but to reluctantly obtain it from Yifan. Thinking of this, Hai Wei's lips curled into a smile. He then used the Hurricane Walker's talent to merge himself into the air. This is extremely well hidden. Apart from seeing oneself with the naked eye, no one can perceive one's location at all. After all, Hai Wei had already made preparations for the robbery, so it was essential to do a good job of concealing the truth. Without wasting any more time, they used spatial teleportation to head towards the hot spring lake. Once they reached a short distance from the edge of the lava lake, Hai Wei moved onto the building in front of them. From here, one can see the entire lava lake. Meanwhile, Yifan, who was deep in thought beside the lava lake, has already been discovered by Hai Wei. Seeing Yifan frowning and deep in thought, Hai Wei held his breath and quietly waited for Yifan's next move. Although Hai Wei is currently able to easily defeat Yifan, who can be sure that Yifan doesn't have any hidden cards up his sleeve? Therefore, in order to secure the evolutionary crystal safely, Ya decided to wait and see. Chapter 20 gave you a chance, but you didn't take it? Then I'll just rob you outright. Yifan stood by the lava lake, lost in thought for a long time. Having not inquired thoroughly with Venerable Xuanhui in his previous life, Yifan was unaware of how to retrieve the evolution crystal at this moment. If it were Yifan before his rebirth, facing this small lava lake, he only needed to cleave it once, and the entire lake would be split in two. Unfortunately, Yifan, who has just awakened his talent, is no different from a weakling. Forget about creating blade energy with a slash. Even the most basic fire enchantment requires a lighter as a catalyst. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Yifan still couldn't come up with a solution. He wouldn't dare touch the lava. Let alone Yifan's body, even steel would melt instantly if placed inside the lava. However, one item that comes into contact with lava will not be swallowed up. That's water. Although the lava lake here is very large, the water required for solidifying lava will only be greater. But Yifan had no other way. If he wanted to retrieve the evolution crystal contained within the lava lake, he could only spend time slowly acquiring it. Even after the lava lake has solidified, it is extremely difficult to obtain evolutionary crystals from it. But compared to Yifan's determination to save Yi Shui and his hatred for Ya, it's still insignificant. After taking a deep breath, Yifan made up his mind. Even if it takes several days and nights to work here, we must retrieve the evolution crystal. Thinking of this, Yifan turned around and left. He was going to prepare water fetching tools and then use the water to peel away the magma layer by layer. As Yifan left, Ya, who had been observing the situation from a high vantage point, frowned. What's going on here? Yifan was unable to extract the evolution crystal? Thinking of this, Ya couldn't help but laugh. This is all I got after being reborn? I thought it would be much more powerful. However, just because you, Yifan, cannot retrieve the evolution crystal does not mean that I, Ya, cannot. Yifan, even if I gave you a chance, you still couldn't use it. Since that's the case, I'll gladly accept the evolution crystal. Ya pondered to himself how to stop Yifan while openly and legitimately taking the crystallized material. But then I thought about it again, and realized that I had absolute strength, so it seemed that I didn't need any conspiracy or plan at all. They had Wang Yan hold off Yifan, while they and Xia Xiaoyu worked together to retrieve the evolution crystal from the lava lake. Let's do it! It's that simple. Ya then used spatial teleportation to return to the park entrance and meet up with Wang Yan and Xia Xiaoyu. With the two of them in tow, Ya immediately returned to the location of the lava lake. Stopping at the edge of the lava lake, before the two could even express their surprise, Ya spoke directly. Wang Yan, go and guard the door. Yifan will be back soon, but I want you to keep him out. Can you do it? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan didn't ask why, but instead answered directly and forcefully. Please rest assured, young master. I will not allow anyone to set foot in here. After Wang Yan finished speaking, he turned around and left. All he could think about was stopping Yifan, not why Yifan was there. However, Xia Xiaoyu's expression was different. After hearing Yifan's name, she asked Ya in confusion. Hai Xiao, is the Yifan you mentioned Xiao Shui's brother? Or someone else, just someone with the same name? Upon hearing this, Ya did not hide anything and spoke directly. That's right, the Yifan I'm talking about is Yi Shui's brother. Now we both want to get the same thing, which is why I didn't bring Yi Shui with me. Now that you know the situation, are you going to help Yifan? A hint of surprise flashed across Xia Xiaoyu's face, but it was only surprise that Yifan was still alive. After all, in her eyes, Yifan was just an ordinary student. Moreover, how could anyone possibly survive if they stayed in school after the apocalypse broke out? And they even came here to compete with Ya for the same item? When Xia Xiaoyu came to her senses and saw Ya's scrutinizing gaze, she immediately replied. Young Master Hai, are you kidding me? I'm not familiar with Yifan at all, and besides, I'm already yours. Now that Yifan is competing with you for the same item, how could I possibly help him? After saying this, Ya nodded slightly. He didn't distrust Xia Xiaoyu, he was just asking a normal question. Then Ya prepared to get down to business and briefly explained the plan to Xia Xiaoyu. It means that water is needed to solidify the lava, and then the user can use their talent to retrieve the items inside the lava. After listening to the story, Xia Xiaoyu thought about it and felt it was feasible. However, her talent was to control water, not to create water out of thin air, so she spoke up about this difficulty. Young Master Hai, my talent cannot create water. The amount of water needed to solidify magma is too large. Where can I find water around here? Hai Ya clearly had thought about this issue. During the time spent observing Yifan, and the time spent traveling back and forth, Hai Ya already had a place in his mind where he could fetch water. Within this park, a small river flows through it, just 100 meters from the lava lake. But considering that your talent has just been awakened and your strength is still very weak, I will go and bring the water back. I will explain the follow-up matters to you later. Hai Ya can use his spatial talent to collect some of the water from the stream. Then they brought it here, and Xia Xiaoyu controlled the covering magma. Okay, I'll do my best. Xia Xiaoyu replied, Hai Xiao, I'll be waiting for you here. Hai Ya nodded, then used spatial teleportation to leave the place. When Hai Ya arrived at the river in the park, Yifan also found this place. Yifan had been searching for the nearest water source and therefore hadn't noticed that Hai Ya had already set his sights on him. But when Yifan saw Hai Ya by the river, he thought he was seeing things. It wasn't until Hai Ya grinned at Yifan and started to mock him that Yifan realized he was being followed. Yifan, long time no see. You're not here looking for evolution crystals too, are you? Hai Ya spoke with a smile, seemingly trying to provoke Yifan. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yifan erupted in fury and cursed at Hai Ya. Hai Ya, you bastard. You actually stalked me? And what about evolution crystals? I've never even heard of them. Yifan is still making excuses. He doesn't want Hai Ya to know that the evolution crystal is actually inside the park. However, Hai Ya didn't care. He continued speaking to Yifan with a slightly mocking tone. Yifan, you came out of the lava lake just now to look for a water source, didn't you? Then, by utilizing the reaction between water and magma, the evolutionary crystals can be gradually extracted from within the magma. Isn't that your plan? Yifan's expression was unusually angry, but after hearing Hai Ya's words, a sense of fear arose in his heart. How did Hai Ya know that? From beginning to end, it was all just me. Even his innermost thoughts were guessed by Hai Ya. Yifan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to hide his slightly trembling body. Seeing that Yifan was stunned and didn't react, Hai Ya lost the will to continue mocking him. I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore, but I'm taking the evolution crystal. I won't kill you now, but if you know what's good for you, get lost. After uttering his last words, Hai Ya turned around and used his special ability to collect the river's water. Killing Yifan now would incur divine punishment and would also result in the loss of an important target for plundering. Hai Ya wouldn't do something thankless, so he ignored Yifan. However, when Yifan saw Hai Ya's action of capturing the water into the void, the fear in his eyes intensified. Is this a spatial type innate ability? This is so different from my previous life. In the previous life that Yifan knew, Hai Ya awakened a talent called Berserk Blood War God, an A+ grade talent. This talent is incredibly powerful, but it also has significant side effects. It can make people bloodthirsty and cause them to lose their minds. Ultimately, it was because Hai Ya lost his humanity that he made the decision to sacrifice the entire base city in order to become stronger and break through to the next level. Yifan is reborn and vows to stop Hai Ya. But the current Hai Ya has become completely different. Even Yifan was somewhat dazed, wondering if his rebirth was real or not. While Yifan was still in a daze, Hai Ya had already filled the container with the required amount of water. Hai Ya then used spatial teleportation to leave this place and return to the edge of the lava lake. Yifan was shocked to see Hai Ya disappear in the blink of an eye. Regardless of whether Hai Ya has changed or not, the special ability crystal in the lava lake is something Yifan urgently needs. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let Hai Ya take it away. With this thought in mind, Yifan hurriedly turned around and headed towards the lava lake. That's one of the most important opportunities I've had to live my life again. I absolutely can't afford to miss it. When Hai Ya returned to the lava lake, Xia Xiaoyu immediately asked, How's it going, Hai Xiao? Have you found a water source yet? Hai Ya nodded, then released some water from his special ability space. The water hissed as it hit the ground, clearly due to the high temperature of the ground. I have collected enough water, and now I will slowly release it. You control it and cover the lava lake with it. We must control the water to the very center, which is where the magma bubbles the most, and control where the water flows down. Just do this, and I'll take care of the rest. After Haiye finished speaking, he handed Xiaoyu a supernatural crystal. Xiaoyu knew what it was. After absorbing energy with her left hand, she used her right hand to control the water flow and begin executing the plan. Just then, a shout of cursing came from outside. Haiye, you're despicable. I discovered the evolution crystals inside first, you're not allowed to steal them. But hearing only his voice and not seeing his presence, Haiye knew that Yifan had been stopped by Wang Yan. So he didn't pay much attention and continued with what he was doing. During this time, Xiaoyu was scolded by Haiye for being distracted. After Xiaoyu realized her mistake and focused on her task, the two of them were no longer disturbed by Yifan's shouting and cursing outside. Chapter 21. Yifan flees in a sorry state. He successfully plundered the evolution crystal and obtained 2 incredible rewards. Outside the lava lake, Wang Yan calmly and collectedly guarded the passage. Although Yifan had already taken out a machete in front of him and used his talent to coat it with a layer of flames. But Wang Yan showed no fear or intention to back down. Yifan looked at Wang Yan, who was as still as a stone statue, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Based on Yifan's experience of 10 years in the apocalypse, Wang Yan has already awakened his talent, and the level of this talent is not low. Just look at Wang Yan's current state of being enveloped in golden light and his inviolable majesty. Yifan knew that Wang Yan would be a tough opponent. However, the evolutionary crystals within the lava lake are of paramount importance to him, and he cannot afford any mishaps. Yifan's eyes hardened, and he said coldly to Wang Yan. Wang Yan. If you don't move aside, I'll have no choice but to kill you. You probably don't want to lose your life for Haiye, do you? Regardless of the difference in strength, one must not lose momentum. Yifan understood this principle well. But Wang Yan remained completely unmoved despite listening to Yifan's words. No matter what Yifan said, Wang Yan treated it as nothing. His mission was to prevent Yifan from entering, so it was impossible for him to let Yifan in. Seeing that Wang Yan did not react, Yifan knew that the other party was determined. Since that's the case, we can only kill Wang Yan first, and then find Haiye. Yifan refused to believe that with his 10 years of combat experience surviving the apocalypse, he couldn't defeat Wang Yan. With these thoughts in mind, Yifan raised his flaming machete and unleashed a burst of energy towards Wang Yan. Reaching Wang Yan, Yifan slashed down with his sword. The force of the impact made this strike incredibly powerful. The flames on the blade, controlled by Yifan, surged to 3 meters in length. Even from several meters away, Wang Yan could feel the intense heat, but his expression remained unchanged, completely disregarding Yifan's attack. Wang Yan clenched his fists and held them horizontally in front of his chest. Then, his fists shone with golden light, as if a golden statue stood in front of him. Upon seeing this, Yifan's eyes flashed with surprise, but his sword strike did not falter in the slightest. A moment later, the flaming blade slashed at Wang Yan's fists, but it did not cause much damage and then disappeared into the air with a bang. However, Yifan did not stop and continued to slash at the main body of the machete, launching a frenzied attack on Wang Yan. Yifan's attacks were extremely swift, catching everyone off guard from every angle. But Wang Yan reacted very quickly, blocking all but a few blows with his body. After attacking like this for 2 minutes, Yifan's forehead began to be covered in cold sweat. However, Wang Yan remained as steady as Mount Tai, showing no signs of fatigue or any intention to let Yifan in. Yifan gritted his teeth. He refused to believe that he couldn't beat Wang Yan, that lackey. With a clang, the knife and fist separated. Yifan quickly retreated to a safe distance, his hand holding the machete was slightly numb. Taking a deep breath, Yifan felt somewhat frustrated. Why is Wang Yan's body so hard? The apocalypse has only just begun. Even if someone awakens their talent from the start, they shouldn't be that strong, right? Tearing. Golden light protecting his body, his physical abilities are unlike those of ordinary people. Could this be the Vajra Venerable from Yendu Base City after the apocalypse? A message suddenly flashed through Yifan's mind, but he quickly shook his head. How could the powerful figures of Yendu possibly be in the East China Sea after the apocalypse? Shaking off the thought in his mind, Yifan still prepared to continue his attack on Wang Yan. Even the toughest challenge cannot stop me from obtaining the evolutionary crystal. With a fierce determination, Yifan raised his machete and charged at Wang Yan again. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yan also rearranged his formation. Yifan is indeed quite strong, but the chances of him defeating me are still slim. Wang Yan thought to himself, but this time he stopped playing defensively and instead pulled his right hand back to gather strength, preparing to clash head-on with Yifan. Upon seeing Wang Yan's actions, Yifan couldn't help but smile. Such arrogance. Well then, you'll be lucky if you lose a hand. With a surge of confidence, Yi Fan increased his speed, raising his machete high and slashing down at Wang Yan. Soon, a sword and a fist collided with a loud bang, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. But to Yi Fan's surprise, his strike not only failed to harm Wang Yan, but Wang Yan also appeared quite relaxed. However, the matter was not over yet. Yi Fan soon discovered a crack in the blade of his machete. After holding on for a few seconds, it finally broke apart. With a snap, the machete broke in two, the blade whirling past Yi Fan's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Seeing this, Wang Yan pressed his advantage and continued to throw punches, leaving Yi Fan only able to defend himself in a sorry state. Now that the offensive and defensive positions have reversed, Yi Fan's earlier aggressive demeanor has been extinguished. He could no longer gain the upper hand and could only passively wait for defeat. Yi Fan's face turned ashen. He truly hadn't expected that with his strength, he would be defeated by someone who had just awakened. And now he's being beaten so badly that he can't fight back at all. There's no other way, we have to leave now. Yi Fan considered various options, but faced with a barrage of fists, he could only think of retreating. Or rather, Yi Fan now has no better option than to run away. With a sigh, Yi Fan could only make his escape for now. As for the matter of the evolution crystal, he would have to consider it later. After all, Yi Fan knew that the evolution crystal was exclusive to fire-type talents, and Haiwaye's space-type talents definitely couldn't use it. Thinking of this, Yi Fan did not hesitate any longer. He dodged the attack and then kept a certain distance from Wang Yan. Wang Yan was also somewhat tired at this moment, and seeing Yi Fan dodge, he did not pursue him further. Yi Fan gave Wang Yan a deep look, then shouted into the lava lake. Haiwaye. Even if you obtain that evolution crystal, you won't be able to use it. Just you wait, I will definitely take back what is rightfully mine. After saying these words, Yi Fan immediately disappeared. He felt that the root cause of his defeat was that his weapon was too bad, so he was determined to get a powerful weapon. Watching Yi Fan's departing figure, Wang Yan did not give chase. His primary task was to guard this place and prevent others from disturbing Haiwaye. He would not act rashly and risk chasing Yi Fan. At the edge of the lava lake, Haiwaye and Xiaoxiaoyu had already stripped away most of the lava. Although the lava lake was bottomless, thankfully it did not continue to rise. Haiwaye's method for separating magma is simple. After the water and magma solidify, he uses his talent to move them apart. At this moment, the lava has dropped about 3 meters, and the evolutionary crystal in the central part has also shown a sharp point. Seeing the red-pointed corner, Haiwaye said to Xiaoxiaoyu, "Keep going. Just one more time." Xiaoxiaoyu nodded upon hearing this, wiped the cold sweat from her brow, and then said, "Okay, I understand." Xiaoxiaoyu controlled the water flow, releasing it towards the sharp corner until it covered the surface of the lava. As it merged with water, the magma transformed into glassy rock, which Haiwaye then used his talent to transfer. Now, the red evolution crystal has finally appeared. The evolutionary crystals remained suspended and did not fall down with the disappearance of the magma. Its shape is similar to that of a supernatural crystal, except that it is a deep red color and looks very vibrant. Haiwaye knew that Yi Fan had already left, so he was not worried about being taken away. After shutting down the supernatural space and stopping the water from flowing out, Haiwaye controlled a piece of magma rock. He planned to place a magma stone next to the evolution crystal, and then use his spatial teleportation talent to quickly go and collect the evolution crystal. "Push back, watch out for lava splashing." Haiwaye said something to Xiaoxiaoyu, and then immediately began to make plans. He controlled a piece of magma stone and placed it next to the evolution crystal. It sank very quickly, and Haiwaye did not hesitate any longer. He directly transferred a space onto the magma stone, and then quickly put the evolution crystal into his special ability space. Then, at the very last moment before the magma stone sank into the magma, he successfully returned to the lakeside using spatial teleportation. The moment Haiwaye obtained the evolution crystal, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully plundering the evolution crystal of Yi Fan, one of the protagonists of Destiny. You have received the following rewards: talent copy card and item enhancement card. Upon hearing about the reward, Haiwaye raised an eyebrow. Are the 2 rewards I received just functional cards? Haiwaye was somewhat puzzled, but after reading the information on the 2 cards, he was very happy. Talent copy card, as the name suggests, can assist talents and has no level restrictions. All you need to do is touch someone with talent, and you can copy their talent, regardless of its level. Even S-level talent can be copied without fail. This is equivalent to giving High YA an S-level talent for free, and he can choose whichever he wants. Currently, apart from Yi Shui, who has S-level talent, High YA has not met any other S-level individuals. But High YA didn't want to replicate Yi Shui's talent, because there was little need for it. Let's wait until a more suitable S-rank talent comes along before using it. With that thought in mind, High YA stopped paying attention to the talent copy card and turned his attention to the item enhancement card. The item enhancement card's ability is to enhance an item by 1 grade, but it is useless for S-grade items. Therefore, it can only be used on A+ grade items to upgrade them to S-grade items. There are 2 A-grade items, namely the A-grade Shield Rock Armored Soldier and the A+ grade Hurricane Blade. High YA prefers to enhance the Hurricane Blade with these 2 items, but there's not much need for it at the moment. So let's keep the item enhancement cards for now and make the most of them later. Having determined the outcome of dealing with the 2 items, High YA took out the Evolution Crystal. High YA examined the Evolution Crystal with his eye of exploration and confirmed that it could only enhance Fire-type talents. Therefore, it is of no use to High YA at present. However, this action ruined Yifan's major opportunity, and the items he obtained were also very valuable, but they did not have an immediate effect. High YA took a deep breath, feeling quite satisfied with the trip. As for the next plan, we'll first develop the base, then look for various female leads, and then suppress various male leads along the way. In short, the apocalypse actually provides High YA with more opportunities to use his talents. Chapter 22, Ideas for the Base's Development? Among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can teach me. With the evolution crystal in hand, High YA's journey came to an end. Although this was an easy task for High YA, the damage it caused to Yifan was enormous. Therefore, High YA felt that the trip was very rewarding. After finishing their business, High YA took Wang Yan and Xia Xiaoyu and set off back to the hotel. In the opposite direction, Yifan, just as he had come, quickly returned to his school dormitory. At this moment, Yifan's face was ashen, and he sat in the chair, his teeth itching with hatred for High YA. But now, Yifan has no way to cause any real damage to High YA. Yifan's original plan was to evolve his talent to S rank after obtaining the evolution crystal. Then, after 3 days, the first dimensional secret realm will descend upon Donghai City. If Yifan remembered correctly, the first dimensional secret realm contained low-level monsters with very weak strength, making it an excellent experience for leveling up. Furthermore, deep within that dimensional secret realm lies an A+ grade Flame Demon Battle Blade, which Yifan desires to obtain. According to the original plan, Yifan would first evolve his talent, then enter the secret realm to grind experience and level up, and finally bring out the A+ grade Flame Demon Battle Blade. In this way, Yifan will have extremely strong strength, enabling him to rescue Yi Shui and take revenge on High YA. However, this perfect plan was ruined at the very first step by High YA. Yifan reviewed the process of what he had done, but couldn't find any loopholes. However, as Yifan pondered this, his ruthlessness towards High YA grew stronger and stronger. Ultimately, overwhelmed by anger, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. Ah! The sea has no bounds. I will kill you with my own hands one day. Yifan roared and then smashed the computer desk in front of him with a punch. The noise was considerable, and all the zombies and mutants on the ground outside the window turned to look in the direction of Yifan's dormitory. The survivors, still trembling in their dormitories, cursed Yifan in their hearts upon hearing the commotion. That reckless Saw 13, can't you just get out of the dorm? Back at the hotel, High YA went straight to his room. Xia Xiaoyu went to find Yi Shui, but before she left, High YA instructed her not to reveal that she was dealing with Yifan. There are many reasons, but the main one is that I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. High YA felt that his strength had increased somewhat. However, he couldn't quite put his finger on how much stronger he had become, so he checked his own information panel. Name, High YA. Race, human. Talents, Subspace Ability SS, Earth King S, Hurricane Walker A+, Eye of Exploration A. Strength rating, C possesses 2 top-tier talents, an A+ level powerful talent and an A level support talent. Although only at a preliminary stage, he already possesses considerable strength. Partners, Yi Shui, Xia Xiaoyu. Offspring, 2. Items, 89 Ability Crystals, Rock Armor Shield Soldier, Hurricane Blade, Talent Copy Card, Item Enhancement Card. Seeing that his strength had dropped to C level, High YA raised an eyebrow. Before acquiring the Hurricane Walker talent, my strength rating was C, so now it's like I've leveled up a little. Does gaining a special talent or ability mean you can level up? High YA thought to himself, but he didn't quite understand the rules of strength evaluation. Logically speaking, there should be an upgrade system for gifted individuals in the post-apocalyptic world. However, Hai Wuyan currently does not know how to systematically upgrade. All I could sense was that my strength would increase slightly after integrating the new talent. Since I can't figure it out myself, I might as well just ask the system. System, is there any way to quickly improve my strength? Ding! For all those with awakened talents, there is only one way to increase their strength: venture into the dimensional realm and slay monsters. Defeating monsters grants experience for leveling up, but the inherent dangers are a necessary price to pay. Dimensional Secret Realm. I had already learned about this from the previous tips. Where do we need to find that dimensional secret realm? Hai Ya then asked. Ding! In 3 days, the first dimensional realms will gradually appear in various parts of the world. One of these realms will appear on the banks of the Huangpu River in Donghai City. The host can then go there to slay monsters. Once the dimensional realm descends, the ladder to level up and become stronger will officially open. This system will also update the synchronized upgrade panel for the host. As for the host's current increase in strength, it is the inevitable result of the superposition of multiple talents. Upon receiving the system's notification, Hai Ya suddenly realized what was happening. So the upgrade path hasn't been officially started yet. No wonder I didn't know. Hai Ya shook his head and then stopped worrying about it. Anyway, my current strength is not bad. Once the secret realm opens, going in and killing monsters shouldn't be a problem. But since it's possible to upgrade, Yi Fan will probably go too, right? Thinking of this, Hai Ya's lips suddenly curled up slightly. If Yi Fan also goes, then I'll probably be able to steal his opportunity again. Yi Fan, you won't blame me, will you? Hai Ya's face was full of smiles as he pondered what to do next. Currently, with Ma Guobao managing the base, there's no need for me to do those unimportant things. As for expanding the base and recruiting more survivors, Hai Ya has no plans to do so now. After a while, once everyone in the hotel has fully adapted to the post-apocalyptic way of life, we will consider recruiting outsiders to develop the base. Once the hotel runs out of space to accommodate the newlyweds, they'll find a suitable location and build an even larger base. This is Hai Ya's idea for the development of the base and his plan for its future. Besides the base matters, Hai Ya also plans to select a bodyguard team. With over 300 bodyguards, it's impossible that not all of them are talentless. Therefore, Hai Ya plans to form 2 combat teams. Those with talent will be formed into an enforcement team to go out, while those without talent will be equipped with firearms and ammunition to become a patrol enforcement team within the base. If there is a base, then there must be an army to ensure the order and security of the base. The idea has been formed, so now it's just a matter of waiting for it to be implemented. However, there is one more thing that Hai Ya should pay attention to: everyone's talent awakening will have a 3-day hatching period. In other words, one cannot know whether they have talent within 3 days. Only after 3 days will everyone's talent awaken. Since that's the case, Hai Ya decided to wait 3 days before informing Wang Yan and Jin Wei to organize the bodyguards into groups. After thinking about these 2 things, Hai Ya prepared to go to the suite next door. However, thinking of the neighbor next door, Hai Ya remembered the matter of his own talent. Hai Ya has already won over 2 talented and lucky female protagonists. But there are many other female leads that I haven't met yet. I need to recruit more female characters as soon as possible so that I can gain more talents. Hai Ya had no impatience whatsoever when it came to things that could enhance his talent. Moreover, food and sex are basic human needs, and having many beautiful women around can bring joy to one's mind and body. Therefore, Hai Ya wants to win over more female protagonists, and he already has a target location. That's Tunghai University. There are 2 well-known female characters in the school, and their talents are estimated to be very high. Beautiful mentor Xia Xiaona, school Dr. Luo Danxia. However, apart from these 2 pieces of information, Hai Ya knew nothing more. The previous system prompts only included the name and approximate identity. But as long as you have a target location, you'll be able to view the information once you find it. As Hai Ya pondered this, he entered Yi Shui and Xia Xiaoyu's room. Half a day had passed since the apocalypse began. Although the power supply had not yet collapsed, the network had already been paralyzed. Therefore, since the 2 of them couldn't access the internet, they could only practice their special abilities in the lobby. Xia Xiaoyu took a bucket of water and placed it beside her. She continuously controlled the water to change its shape and tried to control multiple streams of water at the same time. With Xia Xiaoyu's current control over her talent, she can only control 2 streams of water at the same time, and she has to control both streams carefully, not at will. However, if you only control a stream of water, you can still move it at will. As for Yi Shui, she was watching Xia Xiaoyu control the water flow, waiting for the right moment to freeze it, and then controlling the ice blocks to shoot into the sky. Xia Xiaoyu transformed water into water swords, which Yi Shui then used to freeze and attack them. They worked together seamlessly. The two stopped moving only after Hai Ya entered the hall. Hai Ya looked at the two of them, smiled, and said, "You have a good grasp of your talents, and your comprehension is quite high." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Yi Shui's eyes, but she still pursed her lips, indicating that this was easy. Xia Xiaoyu chuckled and then said to Hai Ya, "We mainly think it's quite fun, and with the superpower crystal given to us by Hai Xiao, we don't have to worry about expending energy. By the way, Hai Xiao, you're so strong, could you teach us a thing or two?" After Xia Xiaoyu finished speaking, she stepped forward and took Hai Ya's arm, no longer hiding their intimate relationship. Yi Shui didn't react to this, but looked at Hai Ya, also wanting Hai Ya to give her some pointers. Seeing this, Hai Ya naturally did not delay at all. After clearing his throat, he began to let the two of them state their questions. The two had questions about basic talent application knowledge, which Hai Ya happened to know, so he began to teach them carefully. After giving them some pointers, the three of them went into the room. Hai Ya then expressed his desire for more in-depth instruction. Xia Xiaoyu complained once, but then had no further objections. Although Yi Shui was unwilling, she couldn't resist the persuasion of Hai Ya and Xia Xiaoyu. Thinking about how Hai Ya and Xia Xiaoyu had studied behind his back many times while he hadn't received any additional knowledge, he felt a surge of anger. So, half-heartedly, they began to study together about innate knowledge. Learning makes people progress, and before they knew it, the three of them had been studying until the afternoon. Chapter 23, The Plan to Find More Heroines. Arrival at Tunghai University. 8 hours into the apocalypse, it was already 3 p.m. The hustle and bustle of the morning has faded from Donghai City at this moment. After such a long chase and escape, the city was littered with corpses. The survivors who had not yet been killed all found a place to hide. People huddled together for warmth in crowded places, and hide to survive in sparsely populated areas. In short, no fool dared to go out into the streets and get chased by the zombie mutants. As for the zombies, mutants, and mutated creatures that roam the streets, they continue to wander. Their thinking is very simple. They only have one thought: to eat people and to find people. It's not that they're particularly hungry, it's just an instinct ingrained in their genes that they have to perform. In the early stages of the apocalypse, these new creatures have no consciousness, but as time goes on, they will surely evolve into more intelligent beings. For example, powerful mutated zombie lords, mutated animals, and mutated plants, etc. When an individual begins to evolve intelligence, the entire species will evolve rapidly because of the powerful individual. Therefore, time is running out for humanity. The new creatures are constantly evolving, and monsters from dimensional secret realms are about to wreak havoc on the entire world. The most gifted among humankind must shoulder the great responsibility of revival. Because this is a conflict between races. One wrong move and you'll be killed and your entire clan wiped out. At this moment, Hai Ya stood by the window, looking at the scene in the city and felt a little desolate. Hai Ya believes he has the strength to save humanity from its impending extinction and is willing to contribute to this cause. It's not that Hai Ya has become overly compassionate, but rather that he doesn't want the rulers of this world to become those ferocious and terrifying monsters. A ruler can exist. But it can only be myself. Hai Ya let out a breath, then turned to look at the two women embracing on the bed. "I'm going out for a bit, I might be back later," Hai Ya said. "You guys stay in the hotel, the situation outside is very dangerous." Next, Hai Ya plans to visit Donghai University, mainly to win over those two important female supporting characters. However, to avoid trouble and for safety reasons, Hai Ya didn't plan to bring anyone with him and went alone. In any case, if Hai Ya is alone, there is absolutely no guarantee of safety or mobility. Okay. Yi Shui and Xia Xiaoyu responded one after another, but neither of them asked where Hai Ya was going. Hai Ya turned and left, then went upstairs to visit the four elders. However, when Hai Ya arrived at the living room, he found that his father, Hai Guangtian, was not there. After asking his mother, he learned that Hai Guangtian had become incredibly confident ever since he awakened his talent. He's probably still in the gym right now, testing his strength limits. Hai Ya felt somewhat helpless. After all, even if his elders lacked talent, he would still ensure they lived comfortably. However, if Hai Guangtian wanted to do something that he considered meaningful, then Hai Wei had no objections. After taking out several hot dishes from his spatial storage for the three elders and instructing them to avoid going out as much as possible, Hai Wei left. This trip to Tunghai University may require spending a night there. Therefore, Hai Wei found Wang Yan, Jinwei, and Ma Guobao, and told them that he was going out to handle some matters, and asked the three of them to manage the affairs in the hotel carefully. Upon learning this, the three of them immediately assured Hai Wei that there would be no mistakes. Seeing this, Hai Wei nodded and then left the hotel, heading towards Donghai University. Tunghai University is located about 20 miles east of the Haoyue Hotel. It's not too far away, but it's the apocalypse now, with zombies and monsters everywhere. Even if Hai Wei could use spatial teleportation, the journey would still take quite a long time. Fortunately, he didn't bring anyone else with him this time. Hai Wei directly used the Hurricane Messenger talent, which allowed him to become one with the air. Unless you run into a zombie mutant head-on, it's impossible to be discovered. Along the way, Hai Wei discovered many survivors in the surrounding buildings. They were all terrified, and many of them cried out for help when they saw Hai Wei's figure. But they encountered Hai Wuyan, not some saintly benevolent person. Therefore, unsurprisingly, Hai Wei ignored them all. Hai Wei will consider recruiting ordinary people into the base to supplement the personnel in the future, but it will definitely not be now. Seeing Hai Wei ignore them and leave, the survivors who had called for help almost all started cursing. Unfortunately, Hai Wei was too fast, and only they could hear the insults he was shouting. Looking at the various scenes along the way, Hai Wei's heart was no longer disturbed. Unless there is a large number of zombie mutants ahead, Hai Wei will not stop moving. However, Hai Wei had one question: if the zombies could not find any humans, would they resort to cannibalism? Hai Wei speculated that they probably engaged in cannibalism. However, this kind is not the same as that kind. There should also be hostile attributes between zombie mutants and mutated beasts. It's just not obvious yet. Hai Wei pondered this in his heart, but his actions never stopped as he moved towards the location of Donghai University. The distance is more than 20 miles, and if the road is clear, it only takes 10 minutes to reach the destination. However, Donghai City has too large a population, and it is filled with zombies and mutants everywhere. Therefore, Hai Wei was delayed for a long time on his journey. After a long journey of more than 20 minutes, Hai Wei finally saw the outline of the gate of Donghai University in the distance. However, getting through that final stretch is not easy. Universities are already densely populated areas, and after the apocalypse, they became even more crowded with infections. Humans who are killed by mutated zombies but whose bodies are not mostly eaten will all be transformed into the lowest level of zombies. Although they are weaker than the zombie mutants, their sheer numbers make up for it. Moreover, they are indistinguishable when mixed together, so the danger is still enormous. At this moment, Hai Wei stood on a high-rise building opposite Donghai University, observing the zombie horde in the campus area. Those zombie mutants, because they were not attracted by anything outside, stayed in the school and did not disperse on their own. This made Hai Wei feel a bit tricky. After all, if he were surrounded by so many zombie mutants, he would definitely be in great danger. Hai Wei thought for a while and finally decided to prioritize safety. Let's change direction and enter the school from a place where there are fewer zombies. Having made up his mind, Hai Wei used spatial teleportation to leave this place. First, check the situation from the north side of the school. If that doesn't work, move on to the next location. In short, prioritize safety. The spatial teleportation distance was 50 meters. Hai Wei calculated the distance while bypassing the gate in the surrounding areas where zombies were clustered. Soon Hai Wei arrived at the outer perimeter of the north gate of Donghai University, where zombie mutants were also clustered. So Hai Wei moved forward a little further. After moving about 200 meters, Hai Wei discovered that looking towards the school area from here, there was an open-air basketball court. There were only a few scattered zombie mutants and some human limbs on the basketball court. Upon seeing the scene, Hai Wei's eyes lit up. This place is nice. You can enter the school from here. With that thought in mind, Hai Wei no longer hesitated and directly used spatial teleportation to enter the basketball court. Because Hai Wei had already used the Hurricane Walker's talent to merge himself into the air. Therefore, the few zombie mutants a few meters away did not notice Hai Wei's arrival. When they turned around, Hai Wei had already moved to the next location. Chapter 24: Simps will die a blessed death. Searching for the beautiful mentor Xia Xiaona. Tunghai University is the most prestigious university in the entire city of Tunghai. Its area is very vast, with a length and width of more than 3 or 4 kilometers. At this moment, Hai Ya had entered only a small corner of the entire school. In such a vast space, finding 2 survivors is incredibly difficult, like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, as one ventures deeper into the school area, the hordes of mutated zombies scattered throughout make it even more difficult to move forward. Although Hai Ya was very well hidden, he still had to be careful when facing the horde of zombies that almost filled the entire school and every area. Currently, it's impossible to find a specific individual. So Hai Ya simply started wandering around the school grounds. If Hai Ya remembers correctly, Yi Fan is also in this school, right? Thinking of this, Hai Ya smiled. Yi Fan, you'd better not let me run into you. Otherwise. Class monitor, open the door quickly. They're coming. Class monitor, I'm begging you, please open the door and let me in. Siki Building, Building B, 2nd floor, classroom 203 door. At that moment, a male student was pounding on the door, his face contorted in pain as he wailed, begging the class monitor, who was just a door away, to open it for him. The squad leader behind the door was tall and imposing. He looked at the idiot who kept making noise outside the door with an undisguised ruthlessness in his eyes. Inside the classroom, there were 8 male and female students, all staring at the door with resentment, showing extreme dissatisfaction with the idiot outside. Zhang Jiahao. It's not that I don't want to let you in, but the situation is extremely dangerous right now. Who knows if you've been bitten by a zombie? I warned you before that it was very dangerous outside and you must not go out, but you ignored me. Now you want me to open the door? Do you want to put all of us in danger? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao outside the door immediately wailed even louder. But then he remembered something, pulled a bag of chocolates from his pocket, and shouted loudly into the classroom. Wan Ting! I brought you some food. Come and open the door for me. I was very careful, I definitely wasn't bitten by any zombies. The Wanting that Zhang Jiahao mentioned was one of those 8 students. She was quite good looking, and with makeup, she could be described as stunning. However, upon hearing the shouts, she showed an expression of disgust and disdain. That wasn't enough, she also spoke to the class monitor who was blocking the doorway. Squad leader. Don't let him in, but we can let him throw that bag of chocolates in through the small window. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Li Wanting with disdain. The whole thing started when Li Wanting said she was hungry half an hour earlier. Then, Zhang Jiahao, acting like a simp, went to the nearby convenience store downstairs to get food in order to win the favor of his goddess, despite everyone's objections. When he emerged unharmed with some food and prepared to return, he still alerted some mutated zombies. At this moment, the roars of zombies rose and fell, and the sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. The zombies that were attracted by Zhang Jiahao should be arriving here soon. Zhang Jiahao was still crying and shouting, while waving a bag of chocolates in his hand through the small window on the door. The class monitor, who was blocking the doorway, was now somewhat hesitant. Letting Zhang Jiahao in is absolutely unacceptable. If he has been bitten by a zombie, then everyone in the classroom will be in danger. However, Zhang Jiahao did bring back food, and the others were indeed starving. However, after hearing Li Wanting's words, class monitor Chen Shan's eyes lit up. Yes. Give us the food, and we'll leave you alone. Chen Shen looked at the waving chocolate and knew that the other party probably wouldn't be willing to give it to him directly, so he might as well just snatch it. Thinking of this, Chen Shen didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly leaned out of the window and snatched the bag of chocolates. With the food in hand, squad leader Chen Shen finally stopped being so tactful. He coldly addressed Zhang Jiahao, who was standing outside the door stunned by the theft of his food. Zhang Jiahao, there's no way we're going to let you in. Before the zombies get close, you should quickly go hide in another classroom. Staying here will only attract more zombies. There's only one fate for a simp, a terrible death. Get out of here. After saying this, Chen Shen ignored the wails outside the door and turned to the people inside the classroom. The zombies are coming. Everyone, let's lend a hand and block the doorway with the table so the zombies can't get in. As Chen Shen spoke, he put a bag of chocolates into his pocket and then moved a nearby table to block the doorway. Upon hearing Chen Shen's order, everyone moved the table to the doorway one after another without much hesitation. Zhang Jiahao, who was outside the door, had no choice but to hide in the classroom next door. However, Zhang Jiahao was alone, so he couldn't close the door quickly enough, and the zombie mutants entered through another classroom door. Soon, unable to escape the zombies surrounding him in the classroom, Zhang Jiahao jumped out of the window from the second floor. As a result, Zhang Jiahao broke his leg and was devoured by the swarming zombies on the ground. The people in the classroom on the second floor were still in shock after hearing Zhang Jiahao's screams, but fortunately, no zombies came to block their classroom door. This can be considered Zhang Jiahao's last contribution to the goddess. On the rooftop of the building opposite, Hai Ya calmly watched these scenes unfold. Such a scenario is commonplace in the post-apocalyptic world and would not cause any significant disturbance. Although Hai Ya could tell that the person who had been pleading outside the door was not infected, he did not experience any extra emotional fluctuations. However, you could go in and ask them if they recognize the person you're looking for. Class monitor. Could I have half of that bag of chocolates? Zhang Jiahao brought it back for me after all. The atmosphere inside the classroom was extremely silent. However, Li Wanting still came to Chen Shan, wanting to get back the chocolate to fill her stomach. But before she could finish speaking, Chen Shan waved his hand to interrupt her, then said impatiently, "No. This bag of chocolates is the last food item I have to distribute it. Unless absolutely necessary, let's all be patient for now. We all need to exercise restraint until we have more food. This is the best approach for everyone." Chen Shan spoke seriously, looking at the 8 people present. He then took the chocolate out of his pocket and put it back into the inner pocket of his clothes on his chest. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment upon seeing this, but no one stepped forward to refute it. After hesitating for a while, Li Wanting still did not ask for more chocolate. Only sycophants would obey her every word. She really had no way to deal with Chen Shan. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom fell silent again, a figure suddenly appeared in the enclosed space without warning. The figure was tall and well-proportioned, and its appearance was absolutely stunning. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of Hai Ya. They instinctively moved closer to Chen Shan, hoping that this would ease their fear. However, Hai Ya had an excellent physique and temperament, and did not look like a zombie or monster at all, so the others were not so afraid. Chen Shan narrowed his eyes behind the crowd, then hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and asking Hai Ya, "Who are you? How did you get here?" Upon hearing the question, Hai Ya did not answer, but instead addressed the crowd. "Does anyone know Xia Xiana? She's a teacher here. And Luo Danxia, she should be a doctor at the school hospital." Hai Ya asked directly without any nonsense. If they didn't recognize him, then he should leave and continue searching. The 9 people in the crowd weren't all from the same class, but Li Wanting tentatively said after hearing this, "I know Ms. Xia, she's my professor." "Are you her friend?" Hai Ya's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but Chen Shan raised his hand to shield Li Wanting and whispered to her, "Be careful, don't expose yourself. You'd better refuse any requests that person makes later, or you might be in danger." Chen Shan was very composed. He knew that in today's world, he could not trust anyone except himself. However, Hai Ya smiled nonchalantly upon seeing this, and then directly addressed Li Wanting. "That's right, I'm a friend of teacher Xia. Do you know where she is now? If you can lead me to her, then this plate of braised pork in my hand is yours." Hai Ya smiled as he looked at Li Wanting, and at the same time took out a plate of steaming braised pork from his spatial storage. The aroma of the braised pork filled the classroom as soon as it was served. Everyone had been starving for most of the day, and when they smelled the fragrant, glistening plate of braised pork, they could hardly resist. Upon seeing the plate of braised pork and hearing Hai Ya's words, Li Wanting immediately lost her temper and completely forgot Chen Shan's earlier warning. Then she quickly walked up to Hai Ya and excitedly said, I can. After I finish eating and fill my stomach, I will definitely take you to teacher Xia." Upon hearing this, Hai Ya withdrew his hand, put the braised pork back into his supernatural space, and then chuckled and said, "Once you lead me to teacher Xia, I will naturally give you the braised pork, but not now. If you don't uphold the spirit of the contract, then my braised pork will have been wasted." Li Wanting watched as the braised pork disappeared again in the blink of an eye, her eyes filled with disappointment and resentment. She then touched her stomach pitifully and said, "But I'm so hungry, I really don't have the strength to move." Upon hearing this, Hai Ya took out a lollipop from his spatial storage and tossed it to Li Wanting. Then Hai Ya stepped forward, put his hand on Li Wanting's shoulder, and used spatial teleportation to take her to the roof of the teaching building. They planned to have Li Wanting lead the way to find Xia Xiana and Luo Danxia. Chapter 25 The Cautious Li Wanting. "Teacher, your features are so similar to those of an old friend of mine." On the rooftop of the teaching building, Hai Ya appeared with Li Wanting. In the blink of an eye, Li Wanting suddenly appeared here from the classroom, which surprised her. Could the person who brought me out be Superman? No, Superman can only fly, he can't teleport. Li Wanting swallowed hard, her expression tense as she said to Ya. Hey, handsome, are you a god? Li Wanting asked a question from the bottom of her heart, but after seeing Ya's cold expression, she dared not say anything more. Since you know Xiaxiana, you should know her approximate location. Now take me to find her. Ya had no intention of wasting words and spoke directly. Okay, let me think about it. Li Wanting carefully recalled in her mind where Xiaxiana might be. Professor Xia has a professional class for our class this morning, so she must be staying at the school. I estimate there are 3 places. First, the teacher's apartment; second, her office; and third, the classrooms for her professional courses. However, there is another possibility. As Li Wanting finished speaking, her gaze fell upon the horde of zombies on the ground. Her meaning was clear: Xiaxiana might have turned into a zombie, or had been killed by a zombie. But Ya wasn't worried at all, because Xiaxiana, as an important supporting female character, couldn't possibly meet with misfortune at the beginning of the apocalypse. So Ya said directly to Li Wanting, "Take me to the teacher's apartment first, she'll definitely be alright." Upon hearing Ya say this, Li Wanting guessed that Xiaxiana was a very important person to him. So he didn't say anything more, but directly pointed out the direction of the classroom and apartment. The faculty apartments are located in the northeast corner of the school. If you walk straight ahead for about 1 kilometer from this teaching building, you will see an indoor stadium. The faculty apartments are behind the stadium. After learning the general route, Ya observed the ground conditions. After selecting several locations with few zombies, he used spatial teleportation to quickly move there. Along the way, we passed many school buildings, some of which housed survivors. But Ya had already found a guide, so he didn't linger any longer. The 1 kilometer distance was quickly covered, but the area around the stadium was a hotbed of zombie mutants. The area around the indoor stadium is mostly open space, except for the stadium building itself. Those empty spaces, however, were all places where zombies and mutants would settle down. Ya hates this kind of situation the most because the distance is too far for his spatial teleportation range to be sufficient, so he can only detour from other places. After observing from the rooftop for a while, I finally spotted a few places where I could move and land. There is a small parking lot not far to the north of the stadium, where many school buses are parked. The school bus is about the height of a floor, so there would be no danger if we moved there. With these thoughts in mind, Ya didn't linger and immediately began to move. After circling around the parking lot for a while, we finally arrived at the entrance of the faculty apartment without any major incidents. Standing atop a building, Ya began to survey the site. There are 15 faculty apartment buildings, each with 26 floors and approximately 200 rooms, accommodating 200 faculty members. The area was so vast that Ya stopped in his tracks and turned to Li Wanting, asking, "Do you know exactly where Teacher Xia is located? I asked for Teacher Xia's location last time, but I can't go inside the teacher's apartment, so I don't quite remember. Let me check." Upon hearing this, Li Wanting pondered for a moment, responded to Ya, and then took out her phone, which had only 10 bars of battery left, to check her WeChat chat history with Xiaxiana. Soon, Li Wanting found the exact location and informed Ya. Teacher Xia lives in Building 12, Room 7 on the 18th floor. Building 12 should be at the very back. You can see the number once you go inside. However, there are many people in the teacher's apartments, and I feel it might be dangerous. As Li Wanting spoke, a hint of fear appeared on her face. Having obtained the exact location, Ya didn't want to bring a burden alone, so he simply said to Li Wanting, "Wait here for me. I'll go check the situation myself. As long as you don't wander off, this place is safe." Li Wanting hesitated upon hearing this, but Ya's tone didn't seem to be discussing it with her, so she nodded in agreement. Ya then ignored Li Wanting and used spatial teleportation to enter the area of the teacher's apartment. As Ya left, Li Wanting unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. After looking around and confirming that there was no danger, she took out the lollipop she hadn't eaten yet, opened the packaging, and eagerly put it in her mouth. After entering the apartment, Ya quickly searched for the location of Building 12. After searching for a while, Ya arrived at the bottom of Building 12. There was still electricity everywhere, so Ya decided to take the elevator to the 18th floor. Before entering the apartment, Ya took out the hurricane blade from his spatial storage. With Haiwaye's current strength, dealing with low-level zombie mutants is like cutting melons and vegetables. Haiwaye had been avoiding the zombie horde because he didn't want to get surrounded and waste his time and energy. But now, the only option is to kill the zombies. Upon entering the lobby on the first floor of the apartment building, the dormitory supervisor, unsurprisingly, had become a zombie mutant. Around it, there were several other wounded zombies, clearly infected. As Haiwaye entered the hall, the zombies did not notice anything amiss. After all, Haiwaye had already used the Hurricane Walker's talent to merge himself into the air. However, Haiwaye had no intention of ignoring it. He directly raised his hand and used the hurricane blade to slash out several wind blades as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the wind blades were about to pierce the zombies' necks. Before the zombies could even roar, their heads had already been separated from their bodies. As for Haiwaye, he had already taken the elevator to the 18th floor. There were also a few zombies on the elevator, but they had all fallen at Haiwaye's feet. A ding-dong sound rang out. The elevator stopped on the 18th floor. Haiwaye stepped out of the elevator and into the hallway. There were no zombies in the hallway, so the teachers on this floor must still be in their rooms. Even after becoming a zombie mutant, he could only be trapped in his own room, wandering alone. Haiwaye was in the hallway, checking the room numbers one by one. There were only 8 rooms on one floor. After turning left and then right, we soon arrived at room number 7, which was Xiaoxiana's room. Haiwaye did not move directly into the room, but instead rang the doorbell. Unless it's a long-distance transfer, Haiwaye is unwilling to waste his energy. Inside the room, Xiaoxiana was wearing her pajamas and listening to the radio in the living room. She was terrified of the impending apocalypse and therefore constantly sought information about any possible rescue efforts. After the internet was cut off, she used the radio, waiting for the rescue information she was hoping for. However, she has not received any of the information she wanted so far. There isn't even anyone explaining what's really going on in the world today. But suddenly the doorbell rang, and Lingling's 2 rings pulled Xiaoxiana back from her reverie. Someone rang the doorbell? Xiaoxiana shook her head, thinking she was hallucinating, but then the doorbell rang again, and the ringing sound in her ear was unmistakable. A look of surprise appeared on Xiaoxiana's face, but then she thought that it could also be a zombie, and her brows furrowed again. But no matter what was outside the door, Xiaoxiana wanted to go and see. So she carefully got up and slowly tiptoed toward the door. When the surveillance footage revealed that the person was a man, and an extremely handsome man with no signs of infection, Xiaoxiana was immediately pleased. But she didn't recognize Haiwaye, so she whispered to the door. "Who are you? It's so dangerous outside, how did you get here? We don't know each other. Do you need something from me?" Xiaoxiana asked 3 questions in a row, but her tone still revealed a barely suppressed excitement. Haiwaye finally received a response, so he suppressed his urge to use spatial teleportation. "My name is Haiwaye, and I am Li Wanning's friend. I'm here to rescue you, Teacher Xia." Before leaving, Haiwaye had checked Li Wanning's information, so he knew her name. Another interesting thing is that Li Wanning also awakened a talent, but it was a D-level talent called Flexible Body. As for its effectiveness, opinions vary. If the strong like it, then it's useful. If they don't, then it's useless. Getting back to the main point, after hearing Haiwaye's words, Xiaoxiana thought back to Li Wanning. Then he remembered that Haiwaye was indeed his student, so he relaxed his vigilance towards him. With a click, Xiaoxiana opened the door and slowly peeked out to look at Haiwaye. However, when Haiwaye saw Xiaoxiana's face clearly, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Hiss. Why do I feel like she looks a bit like Xia Xiaoyu in terms of her eyebrows and eyes? Haiwaye was somewhat surprised, but then he remembered the 2 people's names. Xia Xiaoyu, Xiaoxiana. Are the 2 related? Could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 26. Even a mentor has a girlish heart. A responsible guide should see things through to the end. At the door, the 2 looked at each other. Haiwaye looked at Xiaoxiana's slightly familiar features and fell into thought. For a moment, he did nothing, as if he had fallen into a daze. Xiaoxiana felt a little uncomfortable being stared at like that, so she spoke first to Haiwaye. Excuse me, please come in first. It's still quite dangerous outside." Hearing this, Haiwaye came to his senses and followed Xiaoxiana into the living room. After the 2 of them were seated on the sofa, Haiwaye did not speak first. Instead, he used his eye of exploration to examine Xiaoxiana's information. Because when Haiwaye first saw Xiaoxiana, he always felt that she was strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Name, Xiaoxiana. Race, human. Talent, charming manipulation, rank A awakened. Identity, university teacher, one of the main female characters Xia Xiaoyu's aunt, who has a slight crush on the host. It is recommended that the host win her over. Strength rating, E. Physical abilities are average, but this person has awakened a special talent and can completely control species with lower strength than himself for his own use. It can also have some influence on species stronger than itself, but the effect depends on the difference in strength between the two. Note, try to avoid eye contact. After looking at Xiaoxiana's information panel, Hai suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder I felt a little strange earlier, as if my mind and body were slightly muddled. It turns out it was Xiaoxiana's talent that was causing this. However, the difference in strength between himself and her was too great, so he could only cause a slight impact. Hiss. Wait, is Xiaoxiana Xia Xiaoyu's cousin? No wonder the two look somewhat alike. However, Xiaoxiana is clearly more in line with Hai aesthetic preferences than Xia Xiaoyu. Hai prefers mature older women, and at this moment, Xiaoxiana, perhaps due to her talent, makes Hai feel that she is very graceful and beautiful. Xiaoxiana looks to be in her late 20s, but she has a more charming appearance. Hai really thinks she's quite good. Although the other party was only wearing pajamas at the moment, their superior material advantage was not yet apparent. But Hai was certain that he had a greater advantage than Yi Shui and Xia Xiaoyu combined. Hai remained silent, lost in thought, but Xiaoxiana, sitting opposite him, was starting to get restless. Xiaoxiana pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke to Hai. Hey classmate? Are you alright? Since you're Wan Ting's friend, why didn't she come up with you? Hearing the question, Hai finally came to his senses. He then coughed lightly and said to Xiaoxiana, Li Wanting is safe now, you don't need to worry. However, there is one more thing I would like to ask you, teacher. Are you willing to tell me the truth? Hai was determined to take Xiaoxiana away, but in order to make her more willing, he planned to reveal that Xia Xiaoyu was also at the hotel. Oh? Okay, what would you like to know, classmate? Xiaoxiana was taken aback for a moment before responding. Do you know Xia Xiaoyu? She's also from Donghai University. Hearing this, Xiaoxiana's mouth opened slightly, then she asked anxiously. Xia Xiaoyu. I'm her aunt, do you know where she is right now? Seeing the other party's actions, Hai's lips curled up slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. I see. Xiaoyu is safe now, and she's my friend too. She also told me while she was at the base that she was very worried about her aunt's safety at school. Xiaoxiana was initially surprised upon hearing this, but then she noticed a different word. Base? Is there a safe base? Xiaoxiana's eyes widened, and then she tentatively said to Hai. It's good that Xiaoyu is alright. But what did you mean by the base you mentioned earlier? Could it be that the authorities have organized a rescue operation? Upon hearing this, Hai shook his head and pondered for a moment before speaking. He briefly explained how he had set up a safe base. However, it only mentioned the security of the base and didn't explain much else. Xiaoxiana found it utterly unbelievable after hearing this. The young man before me actually possessed such formidable strength. How could someone who commands so many people establish a secure base under such circumstances? Hai knew the other party was surprised, but he didn't explain anything further. Instead, he asked directly. Now I'm giving you a choice. You are free to choose whether or not to go to the base. Hearing this, Xiaoxiana pondered for a moment. Then, remembering that Xia Xiaoyu was also inside the base, he replied confidently to Hai. I'm willing to go to the base, but the Haoyua Hotel is quite far from here, and getting there might be. Xiaoxiana's concerns were not unfounded. After all, she didn't know how Hai had gotten through it. Hai didn't say much, but directly assured the other party. You don't need to worry about that. If I can come here, I can naturally go back. But before I go back, I need to spend a little more time. I need to find someone at this school. As for you, just stay here and wait for me for a while. I'll take you with me before I go back to the base. Hai's tone was very serious, and Xiaoxiana nodded frequently as she listened. Finally, she spoke. Okay. But the school is very dangerous, so you need to be careful. Hai nodded slightly, then looked around the small house. The bungalow is not very big, probably only about 50 square meters. The furnishings are simple, so Xiaoxiana probably doesn't live here often. Therefore, Hai found no supplies or food in the house, so he asked Xiaoxiana, Do you have any food here? Xiaoxiana looked embarrassed upon hearing this, and after touching her stomach, she spoke. I'm sorry. I don't usually live here, so I don't keep any food at home, and I usually eat at the cafeteria. I haven't eaten anything all day, I'm so sorry. Xiaoxiana thought Hai was hungry, and therefore felt very guilty about not having any food. After all, in Xiaoxiana's view, the other party came to save her in such an extremely dangerous situation, and she had nothing to repay them with. However, Hai chuckled upon seeing this, then waved his hand and said, I don't want you to give me food. I just want to know if you're hungry. I can leave you some food to fill your stomach. As he spoke, Hai took out a braised pork, a braised shrimp, and a bowl of rice from his spatial storage and placed them on the coffee table. Then he took out a few more packets of snacks and drinks, placed them on the sofa next to him, and turned to Xiaoxiana, saying, You can eat this. I know you're hungry. And don't go out before I get back. Just wait for me. Seeing these things appear out of nowhere, Xiaoxiana's expression was quite interesting. However, the fragrant ingredients were so tempting that she couldn't help but swallow. This. I don't deserve it, and I'm not very hungry. As she spoke, Xiaoxiana's tone became increasingly uncertain. How could she not be hungry? She was just too embarrassed to accept such a precious gift. Indeed, in such a hellish setting, this food is more valuable than gold. Hai waved his hand. He always doted on his woman, and these things were insignificant to him. Although Xiaoxiana is not yet his woman, it's only a matter of time. You don't need to feel guilty. If you want to repay me, you can. I look forward to your repayment later. Hai said with a smile, the slight aggression in his eyes causing Xiaoxiana's face to gradually turn rosy. Although she had never been in a relationship since childhood, she was still aware of her own appearance. She was aware of the subtle advances from the male teachers in the office and the unintentional glances from the male students in the classroom, but she chose to ignore them. Because her requirement for a partner is that he or she is attracted to his or her appearance, in short, she is a face value person. But good looks are only one factor, the other is that she trusts her feelings and wants that feeling of love at first sight. Although she was ashamed to admit her true feelings, she was actually a little moved when she faced Hai. Ah! Xiaoxiana, how old are you? How shameful! Xiaoxiana, strong and composed, raised her head and said to Hai, Well, okay, I'll definitely repay you. Upon hearing this, Hai nodded nonchalantly and then stood up. He has already accomplished half of his goal of coming to Tunghai University, and now he is preparing to find another person, the school doctor, Luo Danxia. If I find these two people and put in a little more effort, I should be able to obtain 2 more innate abilities before the first dimensional secret realm opens in 3 days. Thinking of this, Hai couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, so he simply kept smiling. I'm leaving. Remember what I said, whatever you do, don't go outside. Xiaoxiana nodded upon hearing this, and was about to get up to see Hai off when he suddenly disappeared. If it weren't for the fragrant, steaming food on the coffee table, Xiaoxiana would have thought it was all just her imagination. Cluck cluck. Suddenly, a sound rang out, and Xiaoxiana snorted coldly to express her dissatisfaction with her uncooperative stomach. You haven't eaten for half a day, are you that hungry? Despite her thoughts, Xiaoxiana still picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. So delicious. Having left the teacher's apartment, Hai had now returned to the exit. Standing at the main gate, Hai saw Li Wanting shivering in the cold wind on the rooftop of a building not far away. Hiss. I think I promised her a plate of braised pork, right? Forget it, I'll keep my promise after she leads me to Luo Danxia. Okay, that's it. Chapter 27, Sweeping Through the School Hospital. Hai, disobey my orders? Then die. If I remember correctly, today is Christmas? The wind must be quite cold in this early winter. Hai looked at the trembling Li Wanting and pondered to himself. But I don't know if it's because my physical condition has improved, but I don't feel cold at all right now. Hai has little feeling for hot or cold, unless in extreme environments. Otherwise, with just the ordinary temperature changes during the changing seasons, there's really nothing to feel. The cold wind continued to howl, and the school was filled with cannibalistic zombies. Li Wanting, who was crouching on a high place, was a little worried at this moment. She worried that Hai wouldn't come back, and if he didn't, she would have no choice but to wait here to die. Li Wanting is extremely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Each of the things that suddenly happened today was enough to make her breathless. Just as Li Wanting was in a daze, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. She looked up and saw that the person who had come was indeed Ya. You're back. So, did you find teacher Xia? Or has she already? Li Wanting's tone was very joyful, but when she realized that only Ya had returned, she thought that Xia Xiana had met with misfortune. Ya shook his head and slowly said, "She is fine. I told her to wait for me in the room. Let's not waste any more time and continue to take me to another place." Li Wanting nodded at first, but then paused when she heard what he said next. She looked up at Ya in surprise and asked, "Where else are we going? Didn't we agree that if I found teacher Xia, I'd get braised pork?" Li Wanting's voice was tinged with tears, but she dared not show her dissatisfaction and could only look at Ya pitifully. Seeing this, Ya shook his head and said, "Giving it to you now is a waste of time. Take me to the school hospital now, and I'll give it to you when I find the last person." Ya's tone was decisive, and although Li Wanting complained inwardly, she still told him the route. The school hospital is in the southeast corner. You have to pass through the dormitory area and several large canteens to get there. From this location, it's about 3 kilometers south to reach your destination. Having learned the route, Ya did not hesitate any longer and immediately used spatial teleportation to leave the place. Luo Danxia is the school doctor, and she is basically on duty at the school hospital, so Ya went straight to that place. However, along the way, they had to pass through areas where zombies gathered, so Ya moved very slowly. Ya will only use spatial teleportation to move after confirming that the landing point is safe. After a series of close calls, Ya led Li Wanting to the dormitory area. There were too many people in the dormitory area, especially after the catastrophe broke out. All the chaos started from there. At this moment, Ya stopped on the roof of a building and observed the surrounding environment. There were hordes of zombies on the ground, and the dormitory was probably teeming with them as well. Ya turned to look at Li Wanting. He was preparing to go to the school hospital alone, so he spoke. "Going to the school hospital is dangerous, and bringing you along will only be a burden, so you just wait for me here." After Ya finished speaking, he took out several packets of snacks and drinks, as well as a thick cotton padded coat, from his spatial storage. Before Li Wanting could stop them, they immediately left the place. Li Wanting pursed her lips, but looking at the empty space, she could only nod. If he were alone, Ya's speed would increase considerably. He can blend into the air, so he won't be detected by zombies. As Ya passed by the men's dormitory area, he wondered if he would run into Yifan. Unfortunately, Yifan was nowhere to be seen. Shaking his head, Ya continued on his way and soon arrived at the canteen area. The cafeteria doors were closed, but many zombies were attacking from the entrance. It's likely that some survivors were discovered inside, which led to this situation. Ya was standing on the roof of a large vehicle, not far from the cafeteria entrance, only about 20 meters away. After watching the zombies attack humans for a while, just as Ya was about to leave, a shout suddenly rang out. "Hey! You guys standing on the roof of the car, could you make some noise for us? The zombie horde keeps attacking, we can't hold them off much longer." Ya turned his head in the direction of the sound and found a middle-aged man calling out to him from a small window on the second floor of the cafeteria. When the middle-aged man realized that Ya's attention had been drawn to him, he immediately shouted even louder. "We have elderly people and children here. But the zombie attack is too fierce. We're almost unable to hold them off. So please, young man, turn on the sirens of all the cars under your feet. That should attract the zombies. Young man, I'm begging you." The middle-aged man spoke with great sincerity, and his gaze toward Ya was filled with earnestness. However, Ya's heart remained completely unmoved at this moment. Although they did help the man, they ultimately won't have a good outcome. So Ya didn't want to go through any unnecessary trouble, and directly used spatial teleportation to leave the roof of the car. The middle-aged man was shocked when he saw Ya suddenly disappear. Could that person be a monster too? I really shouldn't have said anything earlier. The man thought to himself, while turning to discuss a solution with the other survivors. Ultimately, they agreed that they should continue to hold out and wait for rescue. As for Ya, they had already passed through several canteens and arrived at the last building in the southeast corner. Looking at that unique building and the several ambulances parked in front of the gate, it's obvious that this is the school hospital. The school hospital is quite large, about the size of a teaching building. However, unlike other areas of the school, this place was teeming with zombies. At the entrance of the school hospital, Hi-Ya did not find many zombies. The school hospital's gates were also closed at the moment. The catastrophe broke out in the morning, so there weren't many people at the school hospital, which is why there weren't many zombies. This is Hi-Ya's conjecture, but it is definitely correct, since who goes to the hospital for no reason? This is fine too, it won't waste any more time. Hi-Ya looked up at the sky. It was almost dusk. Winter days are already short, so Hi-Ya decided to speed up his search for Ledangxia. With that thought in mind, Hi-Ya used spatial teleportation to head to the gate of the school hospital. This time, we didn't have the exact location of Ledangxia, so we could only search for it as we went. After taking out the hurricane blade and eliminating the zombies at the entrance, Hi-Ya immediately entered the hospital lobby. There were more than a dozen zombies in the hall, including doctors in white coats and students in other clothes. The low growls of the zombies rose and fell, but none of them noticed Hi-Ya's arrival. Hi-Ya also stopped holding back and used his wind blades to kill them all. Hi-Ya checked all the consultation rooms next to the lobby on the first floor, and they were all empty. They probably all turned into zombies by the time they reached the lobby, but Hi-Ya had already killed them. Is anyone there? Hi-Ya shouted in the hall, but although he did not receive a response from humans, he did elicit roars from the other zombies. Zombies rushed out of their original area and came to the hall, looking for the human who had made the noise earlier. Unfortunately, they couldn't sense Hi-Ya and were eventually killed by his wind blades. Hi-Ya wandered around the first floor for a while, and after confirming that there were no living people in any of the rooms, he turned and headed to the second floor. Upon arriving on the second floor, the lobby was the 4-drip area, where several zombies with 4 drips were wandering around. With a few casual swipes of wind blades, Hi-Ya bypassed the area and headed to check out the room with the door. Pushing open a double-doored room, the zombie doctor inside immediately turned his head. But before they could react, Hi-Ya killed them all as usual. After a casual glance around, it was clear that there was no one alive in the restroom except for the one with the door closed. Hi-Ya turned to leave, but at that moment a timid but unmistakably male voice came from inside the toilet. Is anyone outside? Upon hearing this, Hi-Ya's eyes lit up. He then turned around, strode quickly to the toilet door, and said into it, "I've killed the zombies, you can come out now." Upon receiving Hi-Ya's reply, the man inside immediately trembled with excitement. Then he moved quietly behind the door and carefully opened it slowly. The toilet door opened, revealing a fat male doctor. His face was filled with terror, and he was soaked to the bone, but he dared not take off his clothes. But what was even more deadly was that as soon as he opened the door, a stench of urine mixed with sweat hit Hi-Ya's face directly. Hi-Ya frowned, forced back several steps. Clearly, the male doctor was too afraid to even go to the toilet and had no choice but to urinate in his pants. Seeing this, Hi-Ya suppressed his urge to leave and spoke to the other party. "You're a doctor at this hospital, right? Do you know Luo Danxia? Do you know where her room is?" The chubby doctor didn't respond immediately, but instead poked his head out to check the situation inside the room. After confirming that all the zombies were dead, he spat out a mouthful of saliva, turned to Hi-Ya, and said, "I am the director of the psychiatric department at the university hospital. The Luo Danxia you mentioned should be the deputy director of the nursing department. I know her. The nursing department's duty room is on the 4th floor, she should be there." Hi-Ya nodded upon hearing this, and then said, "Let's go then, take me to her." "Huh? Me? It's too dangerous outside, I'm not going." The overweight male doctor quickly shook his head, expressing his unwillingness. But Hi-Ya wasn't negotiating with him. He simply raised his wind blade, pointed it at him, and coldly said, "I will protect your safety. I've killed all the zombies along the way. If you refuse to take me with you, then I'll kill you first." With the hurricane's sharp blade pressed against his throat, the fat male doctor could almost feel its chilling light, so he had no choice but to agree. Okay, I'll take you there, Chapter 28, Meeting with Luo Danxia, a top-tier talent revealed. Tap tap, tap tap tap. On the stairs, Hi-Ya and the fat doctor were walking slowly. During this time, zombies rushed towards them, but Hi-Ya killed them all with a single blow. Having a specific goal, Hi-Ya went directly to the 4th floor. The doctor lagged behind Hi-Ya by 1 step the entire way, clearly terrified. Young man, if I take you to Nurse Luo later, could you also take me away from here? The outside world is in complete chaos, but you actually managed to kill those monsters. I admire you so much. Hai Ya frowned upon hearing this, paused slightly, and then said, "If you keep talking nonsense, the zombies will surround and kill you. Of course, if you behave well, I can consider taking you away." Within a base, most people are definitely ordinary people, so in Hai Ya's plan, there are several types of people who can be recruited first. For example, doctors, engineers, architects, etc. These people are able to improve people's livelihoods and play an important role in the development and maintenance of the base. Therefore, Hai Ya also considered recruiting this person. However, there is a prerequisite: we need to examine this person's character and assess whether he will cause trouble within the base. Hai Ya would definitely not recruit people who would cause him trouble. That's why Hai Ya said to give the fat doctor a chance to prove himself. Upon hearing Hai Ya's words, the fat man quickly nodded and then lowered his voice to say, Okay, don't worry, young man, I will definitely follow your instructions. We'll be on the 4th floor soon. Nurse Luo should be in the duty room. Perhaps it was because of Hai Ya's words earlier, but the fat doctor was no longer so timid at this moment. Although still very careful, they also took on the task of checking the surrounding environment. However, Hai Ya did not pay attention. He continued to walk up a few steps and arrived at the entrance hall on the 4th floor. The original function of the 4th floor was similar to that of a hospital. Therefore, none of the students hospitalized here survived. Even if they don't turn into zombies immediately, they still can't escape being slaughtered by other zombie mutants. As soon as they arrived at the lobby area, the zombies that had been wandering around were immediately drawn to the fat doctor. The zombie mutants roared and charged towards Hai Ya's position, or rather, the fat doctor behind him. The fat doctor was terrified, but with a wave of Hai Ya's hand, the zombies that were charging at him were already decapitated. Point out the duty station and follow me closely later. Hai Ya spoke calmly, and the fat doctor, upon hearing this, tremblingly extended his index finger, pointing to his right, and said, The duty room is the last room on the right, near the window. Upon hearing this, Hai Ya didn't say anything more and simply lifted his leg and walked to the right. Seeing this, the fat doctor hurriedly followed, fearing that if he fell behind even a little, he would be surrounded and killed by zombies. Hai Ya stopped in front of the last room on the right. Faintly, the low growls of zombies seemed to come from inside the room. Upon hearing the noise of zombies, Hai Ya immediately frowned. This likely means that there are no living people in the room. And Luo Danxia is probably not here either. Hai Ya sighed slightly, but still kicked open the double door. However, Hai Ya was stunned when he saw the scene inside the room. The room was quite spacious, with 2 male students and about 7 or 8 female nurses inside. There is a female zombie on a chair, currently bound and secured to it. Its mouth was stuffed with cotton cloth, so it could only let out low growls and struggle continuously. This was the first time Hai Ya had ever seen a zombie bound up since the apocalypse. Therefore, he also became somewhat interested in the people in the room. Who are you? There are zombies everywhere outside, how did you get here? Just as Hai Ya was about to speak, one of the male students stood up and addressed Hai Ya and the fat doctor. Director Huang. You're still alive. At this moment, a nurse who knew the fat doctor spoke up in surprise, but did not come forward. Huang Yangjun forced a smile upon hearing this, then, remembering his main purpose for being there, he asked the others in the room. Is Director Luo here? Her friend risked his life to find her. Director Luo is getting some fresh air on the balcony. I'll go get her now, a nurse said hurriedly, then turned and headed to the balcony. At this moment, Hai Ya also walked up to the bound zombie. Seeing the zombie struggling, Hai Ya raised his wind blade, preparing to finish it off with a single strike. But the male student who had spoken earlier, seeing this, anxiously spoke up to stop him. Don't kill her. She can still be saved. Despite the attempts to stop him, Hai Ya ignored them completely and still beheaded the zombie with a single strike. You killed my girlfriend. Hai Ya turned to look at the male student, but the obvious bite mark on the other's palm made Hai Ya raise an eyebrow. You were bitten by a zombie? But you didn't mutate? The male student was furious. If it weren't for another male student who was very perceptive and held him back, he probably would have fought Hai Ya to the death. The person involved was blinded by anger, but a nurse came forward to explain to Hai Ya. This student was indeed bitten by his girlfriend, but he has already been treated by Director Luo. He's been fine for most of the day, so he won't mutate. Please don't hurt him, sir. Was he treated by Director Luo? It must be Luo Danxia, right? As Hai Ya pondered this, Luo Danxia left the balcony and returned to her room. Luo Danxia was very confused when she heard from the nurse that a friend had risked his life to save her. In this situation, would my friend come to my rescue? Shouldn't they all be struggling to protect themselves? Luo Danxia scanned the room and found that in addition to the original people, there were 2 more people. She didn't recognize the handsome man, but she knew Huang Yangjun, so Luo Danxia assumed that Huang Yangjun had come to rescue her. Director Huang, thank you for thinking of me, thank you. Upon hearing this, Huang Yangjun hurriedly shook his head, respectfully turned his palm towards Hai Ya, and then said, "It was this friend who contacted you, not me, it wasn't me." Hearing their conversation, Hai Ya realized that the dignified and graceful woman with a gentle temperament was Luo Danxia. Luo Danxia was dressed in a head nurse's uniform, with a well-proportioned and graceful figure, but she very conservatively covered up all her advantages. At that moment, the other person turned around and met Hai Ya's gaze. For any important person, Hai Ya would first use his eye of detection to understand their background. Now, facing Luo Danxia was no exception, but after reading Luo Danxia's information, Hai Ya showed a happy expression. Top-tier talent. Chapter 29, an unsurprising choice. Luo Danxia joins Hai Ya base. Name, Luo Danxia. Race, human. Talent, healing and rejuvenation, S rank awakened. Identity, head nurse of Donghai University Hospital, leads a group of nurses to avoid danger, while taking saving lives as her own responsibility. She is somewhat curious about the host and is highly recommended to be recruited. Strength rating, E. He has no offensive capabilities, but his regenerative abilities are extremely strong, and he can heal the injuries of others. As long as he has a breath left, he can heal them, but at present he cannot restore missing body parts. It can also effectively cure species that have recently been infected with the mutated virus, provided that they have not mutated into a new species. Hai Ya was very happy after reading about Luo Danxia. With an S-rank healing talent, once she becomes even stronger, she wouldn't be an exaggeration to call herself the ultimate healer. Given its newly awakened state, the fact that its healing effect can reach this level demonstrates the power of its talent. Currently, Hai Ya's base is not lacking in combat talents, or rather, all of them are combat talents. Luo Danxia, this healing-type nanny, is exactly what Hai Ya desperately needs. Therefore, when Hai Ya came to his senses, his gaze towards Luo Danxia softened considerably. "Hello sir, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? I don't think we knew each other before, but I'm very grateful that you came here to find me." "Thank you for your concern." Luo Danxia looked Hai Ya up and down, searching her memory for anything about him, but she couldn't recall a single thing. Therefore, Luo Danxia concluded that she and the handsome man in front of her had absolutely no connection. But the other person kept smiling at her, so Luo Danxia couldn't be indifferent in return. Hai Ya shook his head upon hearing this, then chuckled and said, "If I remember correctly, I came here precisely to find you." Hai Ya paused, organized his thoughts, and then continued. "You are probably well aware of the current situation. The world has fallen into chaos, and countless of our former companions and relatives have turned into monsters who only know how to slaughter humans. In such a critical situation, no one can make a change, and organizing a large-scale rescue is completely impossible. But now I'm giving you a choice that will allow you to live well in the future, and even allow the people you know in this room to live. Would you like to think about it?" Hai Ya calmly recounted these words, then found a seat and sat down. Anyone with common sense knows that the world is in chaos and it's impossible to go back to the old days. Therefore, Hai Ya said he was giving Luo Danxia a choice, but in reality, she had no choice at all. From the information panel just now, Hai Ya knew what kind of person Luo Danxia was. Since she is now using everyone as leverage, she will definitely choose the answer that benefits everyone. As Luo Danxia listened to Hai Ya's story, she frowned at the end and tentatively asked, "Can you ensure our safety and survival?" Hai Ya nodded and briefly explained how he had established his base. At the same time, explaining that they came from a school more than 10 kilometers away is also a way of proving their abilities. Yes. This young man is telling the truth. He has wiped out all the zombies in the entire hospital. He saved me just now, otherwise I'd probably be eaten by zombies by now. Seeing the crowd's surprise and doubt, Huang Yangjun immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that everything Hai Ya said was true. The nurses exchanged glances, and they mostly believed Hai Ya's words. However, in the end, they all vaguely looked at Luo Danxia. Even the male student who had been furious just moments before dared not display any more arrogance and could only stay in a corner to avoid attracting attention. Luo Danxia felt immense pressure under the gaze of everyone. But she still had some doubts. Was Hai Wei's strength really as great as he claimed? So why come and save us, a group of defenseless nurses? I want to know your motives for doing this, and why we are worthy of your saving. Luo Danxia was very cautious, which is why she continued to ask questions. However, Hai Wei waved his hand and said calmly, I'm giving you a choice. If you're not willing to join my base, then you people will only have 6 more days to live. Because if you don't eat or drink for 7 days, you will die. Upon hearing the word death, the nurses' faces turned deathly pale. Being trapped here for a day was already worse than death. They couldn't even imagine what would happen if they stayed any longer. Therefore, a nurse immediately whispered to Luo Danxia, Sister Xia, why don't we join you? You don't want to be trapped here and die, right? Sister Xia, I don't want to die yet, sob sob sob. Sister Xia. Faced with everyone's cries and complaints, Luo Danxia had no solution. It seems there are no better options than joining the base. Therefore, Luo Danxia took a deep breath, then stepped forward towards Hai Wei and said earnestly, I choose to join your base. Upon hearing this, Hai Wei's lips curled up, but he remained outwardly calm. Just as I had guessed, I had no choice but to join due to the demands of the crowd. After pondering for a moment, Hai Wei stood up and slowly spoke. I agree, but after joining the base, you will be subject to its rules. Although it is different from the previous era, you will not suffer any losses. The nurses all looked happy at that moment, but they were still very worried about the future. When Huang Yangjun saw that Hai Wei didn't mention him, he became very anxious and spoke to Hai Wei in a humble tone. Sir, didn't you say before that you would let me join? I really want to join the base and receive your protection. Huang Yangjun adopted a humble posture, as if he were inadvertently reminding Hai Wei. Upon hearing this, Hai Wei did not immediately refuse. After what had just happened, Hai Wei knew that Huang Yangjun was a cowardly person who fawned over the strong. Such people are unlikely to cause any trouble, but you should be a little wary of them. However, this had no impact on Hai Wei. Bringing a very obedient doctor back to the base wouldn't do any harm. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he spoke to Huang Yangjun. I can let you join the base, but you must follow the rules. I will definitely follow all the rules, I will definitely follow them. Huang Yangjun spoke excitedly, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Chapter 30, The First Step in Recruiting Personnel. Embarking on the path to becoming stronger. As night falls, all things in the world will soon face the first darkness of the end times. Inside the hospital's duty room, everyone had their heads slightly lowered. Only the boundless sea swept back and forth among them. There was no problem bringing the nurses, Huang Yangjun, and Hai Wei back to the base, as they would all be helpful to the base. However, Hai Wei had no intention of taking in the 2 male students in the room. University students are at a time when they are proud and arrogant, and they certainly won't let others control them. Besides, taking them back would be of no use. However, at this moment, the observant male student who had been so perceptive earlier walked up to Hai Wei and bowed obsequiously, saying, Sir, could you let me join the base as well? I'm open to any command, as long as my safety is guaranteed. Hai Wei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but before refusing, he still checked the other party's information. If the other party has good talent, then we can take them in. Unfortunately, the person in front of me has no talent whatsoever. Therefore, Hai Wei showed no mercy and directly refused. You're not someone the base needs. Taking you back now would be pointless, so I won't take you or the guy behind you who treats zombies like girlfriends. After Hai Wei finished speaking, the 2 male students' expressions immediately became uncertain, but they dared not say anything more. Hai Wei ignored them and turned to Huang Yangjun, saying, Doctors are needed by the base, so I decided to bring all the doctors who are still alive in this hospital back to the base. You'll come with me to raid the school hospital. You'll also need to organize and manage the hospital staff. Another thing is that my surname is Hai, so you can call me Mr. Hai from now on. There were probably not many doctors left at the university hospital, and now there are very few left. Therefore, Hai Wei decided to take them in, so that the medical resources in the base would not be a concern for a short period of time. While sweeping through the hospital, all the medical supplies were also collected into the spatial storage. Hai Wei plans to pack up all the useful items here and take them with him. Even if medical supplies are useless to oneself, they are still very useful and essential to most of the other personnel in the base. Yes, Mr. Hai. On behalf of my colleagues, I thank you for your kindness. Huang Yangjun nodded quickly, showing no sign of slackening. You wait here for a while, and don't leave the safe area without permission. Hai Ya gave orders to Luo Danxia, since her talent lacked offensive capabilities and she couldn't face zombies. Upon hearing this, Luo Danxia pursed her lips but nodded without offering any rebuttal. After making the arrangements, Hai Ya led Huang Yongjun to begin sweeping through the hospital from the 4th floor. The hospital has 6 floors and more than 60 doctors. As for other staff, there are several hundred people. Although Hai Ya swept through the hospital and eliminated the dangers within, he would ultimately only bring back doctors and a small number of female nurses to the base. The raid on the hospital took about an hour. During this period, Hai Ya stored all the medical supplies in his space, and only 7 doctors were rescued. In other words, including Huang Yongjun, only 8 doctors from the university hospital are still alive. Although there were only 8 people, it should be enough for the short term, so Hai Ya didn't care. After the hospital was cleared, Hai Ya took the rescued doctors back to the 4th floor. Back in the duty room, it was now completely dark. Hai Ya can only transport up to 5 people via spatial transfer, but there are currently 16 people in the room who need to be brought back to the base. It's obvious we can't go back tonight, we'll probably have to figure out a way to get them back later. Looking at the dozen or so people present, Hai Ya addressed them. You'll spend tonight at the hospital. I'll figure out how to get you back to base tomorrow. As he spoke, Hai Ya took out more than a dozen buckets of instant noodles and some other food from his spatial storage and placed them on the table, then continued. Tonight, each of you will get a bucket of instant noodles. Huang Yongjun will be in charge of the rest of the food. You'd better behave yourselves, or you can forget about getting any protection tomorrow. You distribute them, Hai Ya said to Huang Yongjun. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Hai, for your kindness. Huang Yongjun immediately stepped forward, nodded respectfully to Hai Ya, and then had everyone line up to get instant noodles. After doing all this, Hai Ya came to Luo Danxia's side and gestured for her to follow him to the balcony. Luo Danxia followed without much thought and soon arrived at the balcony, where Hai Ya closed the door. On the balcony, Hai Ya took out several plates of hot dishes, then handed Luo Danxia a bowl of hot rice, and then took out a bowl for himself. They eat their food, we eat ours. It was impossible for everyone to be equal before, and it will be even more impossible after the end of the world. After Hai Ya finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. It must be because the apocalypse has arrived, and the energy in the air is more concentrated, so Hai Ya's appetite has returned to normal. Luo Danxia took the rice bowl, and after hearing Hai Ya's words, she was stunned for a moment, but in the end, she couldn't bear the hunger and did not refuse to refute him. He simply said earnestly, "Thank you. I look forward to your reward." Hai Ya chuckled softly, then focused on eating. Seeing this, Luo Danxia no longer held back and quickly finished a bowl of hot rice. "Would you like another bowl?" Hai Ya asked. Luo Danxia hesitated for a moment, but still nodded willingly. "Okay, just a little bit will do." Hai Ya added another bowl for her, but he was already full. He then left the balcony and returned to the duty room. When Hai Ya appeared in the room, Huang Yongjun immediately came to greet him and said with a smile, "Mr. Hai, is there anything else you need?" Hai Ya thought for a moment. He wouldn't be staying here overnight, so it would be more appropriate to leave it to Huang Yongjun. "I'll be leaving the hospital tonight and will come back sometime tomorrow, so you just need to take care of these dozen or so people. As for the food I just gave you, you can eat as much as you like, but don't make it to the point that other people come to me complaining, or you know the consequences." After Hai Ya finished speaking, Huang Yongjun immediately said that there was absolutely no problem, so Hai Ya didn't pay any attention to it. Tonight, Hai Ya plans to spend the night with Xiaoxiana, since he promised her he would go back tonight. Of course, the main reason is that it's not easy for him to subdue Luo Danxia in the short term. As for Luo Danxia, let's just stay here tonight. It would be inconvenient for me to take her over there. Having arranged everything here, Hai Ya used spatial teleportation to instantly embark on his return journey. The journey is so long I won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't get some reward. Hai Ya thought to himself, and at the same time made up his mind to speed up the process. The first dimensional realm is about to descend, and I must acquire more talents. Chapter 31. To do a good deed to the end, see someone off to the very end. The night was quiet, just like any other. However, the neon lights in Donghai City are no longer flashing tonight. The decadent and noisy atmosphere has been replaced by the low growls of zombies filling the city. Hai Ya kept moving around the school, trying to return to Xiaoxiana's residence and acquire new talents as soon as possible. They sped along at breakneck speed, without stopping for a moment. But after arriving at the dormitory area, he suddenly realized that something seemed to be missing. Hiss. What's missing? As Ya pondered, a sudden thought struck him. He seemed to have forgotten about Li Wanting. The other person was waiting for him on the roof of the dormitory building before he went to the hospital. And that rooftop seems to be not far ahead. Ya had no other thoughts about Li Wanting. Although the other party has awakened a talent, it is ultimately quite useless, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's pointless. But then I thought, every talent must have its use. What if Li Wanting's talent comes in handy someday? Therefore, Ya decided to take Li Wanting back to the base. Putting everything else aside, at least she's good looking, which is enough to give her a broad perspective. After moving around, Ya quickly arrived at the rooftop where Li Wanting was. The rooftop is safe, there are no signs of any zombies. At this moment, Li Wanting, wearing the thick cotton coat given to her by Ya backwards, leaned against the wall and fell asleep. She did not wake up when Ya arrived. With the tension suddenly relieved and drowsiness creeping in, falling asleep is quite normal. As Ya thought to himself, he stood in front of the other person. Without a word, Ya squatted down and pinched the other person's face. The cold wind was blowing, and Li Wanting's face was deathly pale, but a hint of red appeared when Ya pinched her. After Li Wanting's eyes widened in surprise and she woke up, Ya finally spoke. I'm back. You can come back to the base with me from now on. It's very safe there. Li Wanting was fast asleep when suddenly someone pinched her face. She thought a zombie had bitten her. However, after seeing Ya's figure clearly, she immediately showed joy. Ya had not told Li Wanting about the base before, so she was stunned by what Ya said. However, after hearing Ya say that it was safe there and that she would be returning with him, Li Wanting immediately nodded. For some reason, she feels very safe as long as Ya is by her side. Okay, I'll go back with you. After Li Wanting finished speaking, she stood up and took the initiative to hug Ya's arm. Seeing this, Ya didn't say anything more. He used spatial teleportation to leave and headed straight for Xiaoxiana's residence. What Li Wanting thinks is unimportant, getting down to business is the priority. The return journey was smooth, and within minutes Ya and Li Wanting had arrived at the teacher's apartment. Knowing the exact location, Ya used spatial teleportation to arrive at Xiaoxiana's living room. Xiaoxiana no longer listens to the radio, because there is no need for it anymore. Previously, she was filled with panic and constantly hoped for rescue, but now she no longer expects any rescue operation. She is trying to contact her family, but there is no way to do so. Xiaoxiana was genuinely startled by Ya's sudden appearance in the living room. However, when Xiaoxiana saw the girl next to him, she thought for a moment and remembered that she was her student, Li Wanting. So she first nodded to Ya with delight, and then looked at Li Wanting and said, Wanting? I'm so glad you're alright. Before entering the room, Ya specifically reminded Li Wanting not to make eye contact with Xiaoxiana. Therefore, when Li Wanting heard the call, she simply lowered her head slightly and responded with a slightly agitated tone. Teacher Xia. I'm fine, but Brother Hai said I shouldn't look into your eyes, so I'm sorry. Xiaoxiana was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and looked at Ya with confusion. Ya helped Li Wanting sit down, and then explained some things to Xiaoxiana, including the other party's talent and abilities. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiana exclaimed in surprise. So those words that suddenly popped into my head at noon were all true? I thought I was hallucinating. Xiaoxiana looked enlightened, but then said to Ya. But why are you alright? I remember you didn't avoid eye contact. Because I am much stronger than you, you have little impact on me, Ya explained calmly. Then Ya turned to Li Wanting and said, Aren't you sleepy? You can sleep in that guest room tonight. As he spoke, Ya pointed to the small room next to the master bedroom. Li Wanting looked in the direction the finger was pointing, then nodded and said, Okay, what about you? I'll sleep on the sofa. Well, why don't you sleep in the guest room, and I'll sleep on the sofa? Before Li Wanting could finish speaking, Ya waved his hand to interrupt her. Don't refuse, just sleep if I tell you to. Li Wanting, oh. Xiaoxiana. Afterwards, Li Wanting said goodbye to Xiaoxiana and went to her guest room. Ya and Xiaoxiana were left staring at each other in the living room, but the atmosphere was a little awkward. Since they had only just met today, Ya was a little unsure how to start the conversation. Ya pondered, suddenly recalling the scene from the very beginning with Xiaoxiaoyu. So Ya took out a bottle of red wine from his spatial storage and spoke to Xiaoxiana. Would you like a drink? You must all be very tired today, having a drink will help you fall asleep better. Xiaoxiana pondered for a moment after hearing this. Her alcohol tolerance was actually quite low, but being slightly tipsy did help her fall asleep more easily. So she nodded and smiled lightly at Haiya. Okay, I'll go get 2 cups. Xiaoxiana got up and went to the kitchen, quickly returning with 2 wine glasses. I didn't expect you to have this in your school dormitory? Haiya raised an eyebrow and asked casually. I basically don't use the leftovers from my colleagues when they came over for dinner. Xiaoxiana replied, then placed the glass in front of Haiya, watching him open the bottle and pour the wine. Haiya quickly finished pouring the cup and handed it to Xiaoxiana. As the two chatted, Xiaoxiana's cheeks flushed red after a few drinks. Seeing this, Haiya prepared to put away the red wine, but was stopped. Drink this bottle, then go to sleep. Haiya had no choice but to comply, but Xiaoxiana drank even more. The bottle of wine was quickly finished, and Xiaoxiana's eyes were already very glazed. She murmured to Haiya. Can you carry me back to my room? I feel a little dizzy. Haiya nodded upon hearing this, stood up, picked the other person up in his arms, and then walked back to the room. With a thud, Haiya slammed the door shut with his foot. You can sleep here too, it's quite cold in the living room. Xiaoxiana mumbled incoherently, and Haiya, wanting to take care of her, had no choice but to comply. Ding! Congratulations, host! Chapter 32 grants the skill mind control, and the plan to develop a second base begins. The following morning, Haiya slowly woke up from his bed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully plundering one of Yifan's important allies. You have received the reward, mind control. As the system notification sounded, Haiya instantly regained consciousness. Remove the jade-like arm that was dangling over him and get out of bed very carefully. The older sister is amazing even with Haiya's physical strength, she was exhausted. It feels much better to take a shower if my skin isn't dry. Haiya got up and went to the bathroom. After turning on the hot water and washing up, he began to read the description of the reward. After reading the introduction to mind control, Haiya raised an eyebrow. This reward is different from previous items, it's a skill. This skill is not a talent, and it has a cooldown period, roughly once every 24 hours. As for the results, opinions vary. The effective mind control skills is actually somewhat similar to Xiaoxiana's talent, but the ability is not as strong. Mind control can only be used on species weaker than oneself. Furthermore, the effect is negligible on slightly weaker species. However, as long as a target is controlled by Haiya's mind, their body and mind will be completely manipulated by Haiya from a godlike perspective. However, there is a time limit to control. With Haiya's current strength, he can only control a character he has complete control for a maximum of 10 minutes. Therefore, this skill is not that useful in normal situations. This mind control skill is only useful in specific situations. Although this skill is rather useless, Haiya did not look down on it. There are no useless skills, only useless people. Haiya heard this from someone else, cough cough. Anyway, having an extra skill is always useful, so Haiya was in a very good mood. After all, his main purpose in winning over Xiaoxiana was to get her pregnant. In this way, I can have another talent. Unfortunately, the system has not yet sent any notification that offspring have been produced. In fact, the probability of offspring inheriting talent is not 100%. However, if both parents have extremely high-level talents, then the probability of their offspring inheriting those talents is 99.9%. There is only a tiny, very small chance that talent will not emerge. Therefore, Haiya was not worried at all that his offspring would lack talent. After taking a hot shower, Haiya came to the living room. However, Li Wanting was lying on the sofa in the living room. Li Wanting looked extremely tired, as if she had just stayed up all night. He looked listless and lacked any energy. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well? Haiya sat opposite her, rubbing his hair with a bath towel while casually asking a question. No, I went to bed too early last night, so I woke up now. Li Wanting wore a bitter smile, her heart filled with bitterness. With all that commotion last night, how could I possibly sleep? But Li Wanting did not complain when facing the boundless sea. Haiya nodded slightly upon hearing this, his expression somewhat ambiguous. I will find a way to bring you back to the base today, but in addition to the two of you, there are more than a dozen other people who also need to be brought back to the base. Li Wanting nodded, but she didn't really care about any of that. At this moment, Xia Xiaona also came out of the room. She saw the two people in the living room, and their expressions were somewhat awkward. Hai Wei's embarrassment stemmed from the fact that their relationship progressed rapidly on the very first day they met. As for Li Wanting, it was because she had drunk too much the night before and forgot that the other person was also in the room. He then made some indecent gestures, completely disregarding the other person. After all, there was a gap in their social status, and Xia Xiaona felt extremely ashamed whenever she thought about it. You guys get up so early. Hai Wei smiled and nodded, while Li Wanting turned around and said with a shifty look in her eyes. Good morning, Teacher Xia. Go wash up, we'll have breakfast together later, Hai Wei said. Xia Xiaona nodded upon hearing this, and then went directly to the bathroom. Xia Xiaona quickly finished washing up, and the three of them gathered in the living room. For convenience, and because he didn't want to eat too much solid food in the morning, Hai Wei took out toast and milk. All the items from several department stores and supermarkets are within Hai Wei's space. Therefore, Hai Wei can say that he has nothing to lack, as it is only for his own consumption and that of his close relatives, so he has absolutely no need to worry about not having enough goods. Let's eat together. After you finish eating, you can wait for me here. I have to go out for a bit. The two women nodded in agreement and then began to eat breakfast. Soon, Hai Wei finished his breakfast. He then got up, gave the two women a few instructions, and then used spatial teleportation to leave the place. He needs to go to the school hospital to take care of the matters there. Because he was already familiar with the route, Hai Wei traveled very quickly this time. About 10 minutes later, Hai Wei was about to arrive at the school hospital. On the way, Hai Wei pondered how to handle the situation involving more than a dozen people, including doctors and nurses. He couldn't possibly bring them all back to the hotel. The round trip was too far, and it wasn't worth the effort to make the trip for them. However, they do have some use, so there's no need to just discard them. In fact, Hai Wei had another idea in mind, which was to build a new base. In the future, the area of the hotel alone will definitely not be enough, and a better location, such as Tunghai University, would be very suitable. Tunghai University has complete internal facilities and is protected by natural walls on all sides. In addition, the surrounding area is relatively large and can be used to build defensive fortifications. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that this is the most suitable location to establish a base. Of course, even if Donghai University is currently envisioned as a second base, Hai Wei will not give up the hotel area. In Hai Wei's vision, the base would start as a point and then connect the points to form a line. With more lines, they will naturally become a surface, and at that time the scale of the base will be unprecedentedly large. So Hai Wei had already come up with an idea to leave behind a dozen doctors and nurses, as well as the hospital staff who were still alive. Let them become the first members of the Tunghai University base, and then gradually take complete control of Tunghai University, and then it can grow and expand. Having made up his mind, Hai Wei had already arrived at the school hospital. All the hospital gates were closed, and there were no more zombies wandering around the area. The huge hospital was deathly still, but at least there were no more zombies threatening lives. Hai Wei moved to the 4th floor and arrived at the duty room area. Upon entering the room, Hai Wei found only a few female nurses and Luo Danxia resting. As for the other doctors, they were nowhere to be found. Hai Wei guessed that the men and women were living separately, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Next, he planned to instruct Huang Yangjun to manage the hospital's affairs. He then led Luo Danxia, Li Wanting, and Xia Xiaona back to the hotel base. Chapter 33, the Donghai University operation concludes, a resounding success. In the nurses' duty room, Hai Wei woke everyone up. Because everyone needs to know what instructions are to be given next. Hai Wei called out a few times, and the female nurses all woke up one after another. Upon seeing that it was Hai Wei who had returned, none of them dared to say anything more. After all, their safety was ensured by Hai Wei. Hai Wei glanced around and nodded slightly to Luo Danxia when he saw her. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a serious tone. Everyone, go to the lobby and gather. Also, wake up everyone else in the hospital and have them all go to the lobby to wait. Upon hearing Hai Wei's order, the nurses all nodded like chickens pecking at rice, and then, without even washing up, quickly went out. Hai Wei left Luo Danxia at the back of the group, gesturing for her to follow him. As they walked, Hai Wei said to Luo Danxia, I will take you back to the first base in a moment, but there are too many people in the hospital, so I plan to set up a second safe base at the school. And the survivors in the hospital will be the first members of the school base. Just listen to what I have to say. Luo Danxia frowned slightly after hearing these words, but she did not express any opinion. Because Luodansha knew that she had no right to change Hai Yae's mind, she did not refute him. Upon arriving in the lobby, a nurse immediately brought Hai Yae a chair. After sitting down, Hai Yae quietly waited for the survivors to arrive. More than 30 survivors were rescued from the hospital yesterday. This includes doctors, nurses, staff, and other personnel, totaling about 20 people. As for those 2 troublesome students from yesterday, they somehow left the hospital and probably won't be coming back. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the more than 30 survivors finally gathered in the hall. Looking at the boundless sea ahead, they all seemed somewhat timid and hesitant. After all, Hai Yae had wiped out all the zombies in the entire hospital. They naturally held the sea in great awe and fear. However, one person was different from the others. As soon as he saw Hai Yae from afar, he ran towards Hai Yae as fast as he could. Huang Yongjun looked neat and tidy today, and had changed his entire outfit, a far cry from his disheveled appearance yesterday. Mr. Hai. You finally arrived. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm truly sorry. Huang Yongjun looked uneasy and spoke to Hai Yae in a pleading tone. Hai Yae waved his hand, not caring about the other party's actions. With everyone present, Hai Yae stopped wasting words and directly announced his plan. The plan is simple: provide the survivors with living supplies and then have them clean up the hospital. However, for now, the hospital is the primary facility, and students are not allowed to go to other parts of the school. He would come to the school from time to time and gradually turn the school into a second safe base. Everyone looked surprised as they listened to Hai Yae's instructions on the plan. There are so many zombies in the school, yet Mr. Hai actually said that he would organize people to clean them up in the future? However, they dared not raise any questions, because Hai Yae's actual task for them was simply to clean up the zombie corpses in the hospital and reinforce the gates. After hearing Hai Yae's plan, Huang Yongjun immediately fell into deep thought. If, as Hai Yae said, the school will gradually become a second base, then it's not unacceptable. Huang Yongjun had great confidence in his abilities. Even if he stayed at the hospital because of Hai Yae's orders, he would most likely become a manager. So, after careful consideration, Huang Yongjun said to Hai Yae, Mr. Hai, I think your idea is sound. I am very willing to stay in the hospital and be the first step in your construction of the school base. Hai Yae chuckled and nodded upon hearing this, thinking that Huang Yongjun's reaction was quite quick, and then said to the other party, Excellent. Since you're so enthusiastic, then you'll be in charge of the first batch of members at the second base. Huang Yongjun's face lit up with joy, and he bowed and scraped to Hai Yae, saying, Thank you for your trust, Mr. Hai. I will definitely not let this place fall into danger. I will do everything in my power to build a second base for you. Hai Yae nodded, then spoke. Go and organize people to reinforce all the main gates of the hospital. Although there are no more zombies near the hospital, necessary protective measures still need to be improved. I will come back every few days from now on. I don't want chaos to happen here. I will keep enough food in the room, and Huang Yongjun will manage it. Everyone present listened to Hai Yae's instructions without any objection. After the zombies were cleared out, there was indeed no danger in the hospital. Hai Yae then got up, randomly found a ward, and took out survival supplies from his spatial storage and piled them up. Seeing so many supplies, all 30-odd people were pleasantly surprised and had even greater respect for Hai Yae. Having done all this, Hai Yae had completed the arrangements for the hospital. Next, all that's needed is to take Luodansha and the other 2 women back to the Haoyuat Hotel. Hai Yae gave Huang Yongjun one last instruction, then took Luodansha and used spatial teleportation to leave the place and head to Xiaoshana's apartment. After Hai Yae left, Huang Yongjun immediately began to execute the plan. Huang Yongjun gathered the male survivors and asked them to go to the first floor of the hospital to reinforce the doors and windows. As for the female survivors who remained in the hospital, Huang Yongjun instructed them to clean up the corpses inside. Many of the female survivors received orders that they were terrified of the corpses and therefore requested to be reassigned. But Huang Yongjun had no intention of discussing it with them. Now that it was the apocalypse, regardless of whether they were suited to it or not, they had to carry out the mission. With no other option, the female survivors had to grit their teeth and face the horrific and disgusting scene. With more than 30 people getting busy, the prototype of the second base finally began to gradually take shape. Hai Yae continued on his journey, taking Luodansha to experience the joy of teleportation. The goal of this trip to Tunghai University has been successfully achieved. With both main heroines now subdued, all that's left is to return to the base and wait for the first dimensional realm to open. During these 2 days of waiting, Hye plans to cultivate 2 offspring, thereby gaining 2 more unknown talents. The question remains whether Luo Danxia and Xia Xiana will be able to provide the necessary support. Well, I'm destined to be a workaholic. I can't rest for even a day. Hye was filled with emotion as he arrived at Xia Xiana's teacher's apartment. Li Wanting and Xia Xiana, seeing Luo Danxia being brought back, wisely refrained from asking any further questions. Luo Danxia had mixed feelings, but at this point, she could only let things take their course. And so, the 3 women each harbored complicated feelings. Hye led them on their journey, heading towards the Haoyua Hotel. Chapter 34 Hotel Affairs, a leisurely and relaxing time. In fact, not everyone panics in the apocalypse. After people adapted to the survival rules of the apocalypse for a few days, they realized that they could never return to their previous environment. There will be strong individuals who seize the opportunity and rise to power amidst the chaos. It was inevitable that they would form groups and establish order to survive in the apocalypse. Therefore, Hye did not feel that he could rest easy just because he had gained a slight advantage in the early stages of the apocalypse. He still needs to keep making himself stronger and making the base legion he has built stronger. Only in this way can we remain invincible in the new world where everything is in competition. It was nearly noon when Hye returned to the hotel with the 3 girls from Donghai University. In the past few days, Hye has been working non-stop, with all his time fully scheduled and no rest time at all. Therefore, before the secret realm opened, Hye prepared to get a good rest. Arrange the development of the base, and help Xia Xiana and Luo Danxia both conceive. This is what Hye plans to do over the next 2 days. The task within the base is to distinguish between talented and untalented individuals and then assign them different tasks. If a few dozen of the more than 300 bodyguards have awakened their talents, they can be used to clear out zombies near the base. This will help train their combat awareness and contribute to future base strategy. When Hye returned to the hotel, he did not go to see Wang Yan and the others, but instead took the 3 women to their floor. The hotel suites are very spacious. Hye's suite has 3 bedrooms. Because of the age difference between the 3 women he brought back, Hye planned to arrange for Li Wanting to live with Yi Shui and the others. Luo Danxia and Xia Xiana, on the other hand, shared a room with him. Having just returned, Hye still took the 3 women to Yi Shui and Xia Xiaoyu's room, intending to introduce them to each other. Upon entering the living room, the 2 did not practice their talents, but instead played the board game Monopoly. Without the internet, life is definitely much more boring. Xiaoyu. Is it really you? As soon as Xia Xiana entered the living room, she saw Xia Xiaoyu and exclaimed with delight. Xia Xiaoyu, engrossed in Monopoly, looked surprised when she heard the somewhat familiar shout. Then she looked up and headed in the direction from which the sound was coming from. Xia Xiana was overjoyed to see Xia Xiaoyu there, and her gratitude towards Hye increased as well. Auntie! What are you doing here? Xia Xiaoyu quickly got up, went to Xia Xiana, grabbed her hands, and looked her up and down. After calming her excited emotions, Xia Xiana finally spoke. I was trapped in the school dormitory, but thankfully Mr. Hai saved me. If it weren't for him, I might be. Xia Xiana explained, her tone tinged with lingering fear. Xia Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide upon hearing this, and while comforting her, led her to the sofa. Yesterday, after Hye confirmed it, Xia Xiana consciously began to control her own talent. Therefore, when Xia Xiana does not use her talent, she will not affect others. However, due to the uniqueness of her talent, even strangers will naturally feel favorably towards Xia Xiana, which is unavoidable. As the 2 women recounted their experiences, Hye introduced Li Wanting and Luo Danxia to Yi Shui. Oh. So you're the legendary aloof school beauty. Li Wanting spoke up, expressing great curiosity about Yi Shui, the school beauty whom she had only heard of but never met. It really is beautiful, and it does feel quite cold. As she spoke, Li Wanting suddenly felt a chill, as if she had been quickly touched by a block of ice. Hye looked at Yi Shui and knew that she had suddenly used her talent, but fortunately it hadn't gone too far, so he didn't pay any attention to it. All 4 women were talking, while Luo Danxia stood alone, appearing somewhat isolated. Seeing this, Hye stepped forward and pulled the other person up to sit on the sofa. The world ahead will be very cruel, and your role will be extremely important. I'll take you to the school's base when I have time, but for now, just relax and live here. You can also get to know them better. Hye spoke to Luo Danxia, trying to avoid making the other person feel uncomfortable in the new environment. Luo Danxia nodded upon hearing this, and then proceeded to talk about talent. Although she had a basic understanding of her own talents, there were still many things she didn't understand. For example, the techniques for utilizing one's talents, and future development potential, etc. As they chatted, they eventually started playing board games together. Time flies by unnoticed, and soon it's lunchtime. Everything was in normal working order at the hotel base, but Hiwaye still took out food from his spatial storage, and the six of them had lunch there. The allure of a gentle embrace is truly irresistible. Even Hiwaye stayed in the room, playing with the girls until the afternoon. In the afternoon, Hiwaye felt a bit stuffy and left the room. Next, Hiwaye prepared to summon the three managers within the base, namely Wang Yan, Jinwei, and Maguobao. Among a group of several hundred people, there must be quite a few who have awakened their talents. Although most of them are low-level talents, they still need to be distinguished from ordinary people. Hiwaye arrived at Wang Yan's floor and, upon finding him, instructed his bodyguards to summon Jinwei and Maguobao. A few minutes later, the three managers of the base stood in front of Hiwaye. The three of them hadn't changed much, but Hiwaye felt that Maguobao's temperament was somewhat different. It feels like it's gathering momentum, and becoming even more unpredictable. Hiwaye felt that his talent had been awakened, so he took a special look and found that his talent had indeed been awakened. Maguobao's talent is Hunyuan Huajin, AB level talent. Hiwaye is unclear about his specific abilities, but even AB level talent can't be too bad, so it's normal for Maguobao's inner self to change. Seeing the three people's respectful and serious demeanor, Hiwaye coughed lightly, preparing to give instructions. In fact, over the past 2 days, people in the hotel have been awakening their talents one after another. However, with the boundless sea as a deterrent, no one dared to cause trouble or be arrogant. I believe that some people in the base have awakened their special abilities in the past 2 days, such as Manager Ma. Your talent should have awakened today, right? When Maguobao heard Hiwaye mention this matter, he immediately nodded and then said, "That's right, young master. When I woke up this morning, I suddenly felt some changes in my body, and then some prompts came to my mind. The innate talent you mentioned must be the one I awakened this morning, and indeed, some people have given me feedback about their awakened talents. I originally intended to report this to you, but there wasn't a suitable time." Chapter 35, The Second Lucky One Appears. An infinitely upgradable chariot? Inside a room, Hiwaye, Wang Yan, Jinwei, and Maguobao were talking. As Maguobao began to recount some of the changes that had occurred within the base, the two of them also began to recount some noteworthy events. But after listening, Hiwaye simply told them to solve it themselves. Ultimately, they are just some minor things worth noting. Aside from the people inside the hotel who were in low spirits, there was nothing else that Hiwaye cared about. However, at present, it hasn't reached the point where Hiwaye needs to specifically address this matter. After listening to their report, Hiwaye began to explain his previous plan. The task of distinguishing between awakened individuals among the bodyguards was assigned to Wang Yan and Jinwei, while Maguobao was in charge of the rest. Therefore, the matters that Maguobao had to deal with were even more complicated. When Hiwaye expressed his idea of forming an Awakened Ones group to clear out the zombie horde around the hotel, all three had no objections. After all, if you awaken your talent but stay in a safe area, it's a complete waste. There is a 3-day period for talent awakening. After 3 days, all those who possess talent will awaken. So for now, all we need to do is distinguish and record the awakened ones, and that will be enough. I will notify you later about the organization's zombie clearing operation. Hiwaye addressed the three, explaining the important matters that would follow within the base. The three listened to Hiwaye's instructions without any objection. They had absolute trust in Hiwaye's orders and would absolutely obey them. However, at this moment, Maguobao hesitated for a moment before speaking to Hiwaye. "Young master, there's something I need to ask you about." Hiwaye raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then nodded and said, "Speak." "Young master, the supplies in the warehouse probably won't last for 2 more days. The hotel originally had enough supplies, but in the past 2 days we have to take care of the needs of nearly 800 people, so most of them were quickly used up. Moreover, in the current environment, trying to replenish the consumption of resources is simply wishful thinking. Staple food supplies are actually quite plentiful, but apart from staple food, all other resources are in short supply." Maguobao spoke with a worried tone, expressing his deep anxiety about the inability to replenish supplies. Hiwaye listened quietly. He had anticipated this matter, so he didn't react. As for countermeasures, Hiwaye had already come up with them long ago. The solution is actually quite simple, just 4 words: increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Open source means that after a few days, once the Awaken team is fully organized, they will raid the nearby areas to replenish the base's needs. Cost cutting means reducing the daily rations for everyone, and supplying the materials used in daily life to the minimum. HiYA's idea of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure, if feasible, would allow the base's internal circulation to form a positive closed loop. Although the resources within HiYA's supernatural space can also be described as massive. But HiYA had no intention of relying on himself to supply the base indefinitely. If HiYA has to solve all the needs within the base, then it would be better not to build a base at all. HiYA told Magwabao about his plan. He would make up for the short-term supplies himself, but Magwabao would take care of the cost-cutting measures. Magwabao listened to the plan and naturally had no objections. Reducing daily rations can at least ensure the survival of the base personnel. Anyone who dares to cause trouble should be kicked out and left to fend for themselves. Therefore, Magwabao believed that although the base personnel might have some complaints, they were definitely not out of control. With this matter resolved, Magwabao was no longer in trouble. As for Wang Yan and Jinwei, there was nothing particularly noteworthy to mention. Now that the short-term issues within the base had been resolved, HiYA gestured for Wang Yan and Jinwei to attend to their own matters. HiYA then went with Magwabao to the hotel's warehouse. Once the base's needs are met, HiYA will no longer need to concern himself with these matters. Magwabao will handle all the tedious affairs. Donghai City, city center. On a highway overrun by zombies and where vehicles are involved in chain collisions, a peculiar RV is driving. This RV is enormous, much larger than a typical RV, and is equipped with defensive features such as spiked pry bars, which can effectively clear obstacles or blocks from people. It ignored the zombies surrounding it and the various vehicles blocking its way, driving directly in a crushing manner. Inside the driver's cab of the RV, there was an ordinary-looking man with a smile on his lips. He felt a great sense of satisfaction as he watched the zombies and wrecked vehicles being pushed over and crushed like toys. Yesterday, the apocalypse broke out, and he could only shiver in his dilapidated van. But after awakening his talent and binding himself to a vehicle upgrade panel, everything changed for him. The owner of the RV is named Xiao Yan, and he has awakened an A-level talent called Secret Metal Perception. This talent allows one to sense the location of dimensional realms and the locations of various precious metals. The vehicle upgrade panel he was bound to required the use of various rare metal resources to upgrade and modify the vehicle. Of course, Xiao Yan only needs to provide specific metal materials and give them to the upgrade panel, and the war machine will automatically upgrade and modify. The resource requirements given by the upgrade panel yesterday were very simple, but Xiao Yan still spent a whole day to finally gather them all. However, once he had enough supplies, he upgraded and modified his old van. Xiao Yan suddenly felt that everything was worth it. The original dilapidated van has been transformed into the behemoth it is today after an upgrade and modification. Driving this behemoth RV, Xiao Yan felt extremely comfortable. He actually wanted to continue upgrading the vehicle, but the upgrade panel told him that the metal resources needed for the next upgrade could only be found in the secret realm. Xiao Yan's talent clearly guided him, reminding him that the first dimensional secret realm would appear in the middle of the Huangpu River, and would open in 2 days. So Xiao Yan was driving his RV to the middle section of the Huangpu River, waiting for the secret realm to appear. As Xiao Yan drove his war chariot, he envisioned a bright future. Once the tank is upgraded again, I'll rescue a few beautiful women and bring them all onto the tank to start a carefree life. Humming a little tune, Xiao Yan sailed towards the Huangpu River. The various zombies and vehicles blocking the way could not hinder his progress at all. The feeling of charging headlong into the road was so exhilarating. Xiao Yan thought to himself with delight, but he never imagined that in the near future he will meet a great philanthropist who will fill him with fear for the rest of his life. Chapter 36 Luo Danxia's discerning eyes successfully obtained 3 major rewards. The night in Donghai City is quiet. The second night of the apocalypse has quietly arrived. Unlike the wailing and suffering in most parts of the world, the hotel was surprisingly safe and lively. The more than 800 people in the hotel were all feeling suffocated, but at least their lives were not in danger. Most people are already content with simply being able to live safely. HiYA stood by the window, looking at the chaotic and dark Donghai City, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. Tonight, Xia Xiaona was pulled to sleep with Xia Xiaoyu, who said that this would make her feel safe. Therefore, only Luo Danxia remained in HiYA's suite. Despite trying all night, Xia Xiaona doesn't seem to be conceiving. Tonight, due to a special situation caused by Xia Xiaoyu, I am no longer able to strive to become stronger. HiYA sighed softly to himself, then turned around to look at Luo Danxia. Luo Danxia was sitting on the sofa, studying her own talent. She had previously, by sheer chance, cured someone who had been bitten by a zombie. She didn't know what was going on, only that a talent in her mind was prompting her to use some mysterious power to heal the wounds from the zombie bites. After Hai Wei's explanation this afternoon, Luo Danxia finally realized the power of her talent. Although its offensive capabilities are virtually non-existent, this talent is indispensable for any individual or team. Therefore, Luo Danxia has been studying her talent. She placed a potted plant in front of her and used a knife to cut a slit in the plant. Then, by using a little of his innate ability, the plant's wounds were restored to their original state. Even the plants that had been healed by Luo Danxia's talent became even more lush and green. Luo Danxia watched these scenes with a smile on her face, feeling very happy. She had always hoped that she would have the ability to heal all injuries and illnesses. This would reduce the suffering of many people and allow them to regain a healthy life. Now that she actually possesses this ability, Luo Danxia is truly overjoyed. Hai Wei watched Luo Danxia's every move and sighed helplessly. Based on the previous information, Hai Wei knew that Luo Danxia had a saintly heart. However, she was certain that she could distinguish right from wrong, so Hai Wei did not ask the other party to change her mindset. As long as they were willing to obey his orders, Hai Wei had no intention of preventing them from having the idea of universal love for all living beings. If Luo Danxia ever loses her sense of right and wrong in the future, Hai Wei will definitely correct her mistakes. However, the real business at hand now is figuring out how to subdue Luo Danxia. Hai Wei stroked his chin, looking at Luo Danxia while pondering a solution. To be honest, Hai Wei himself doesn't have any bad habits. Therefore, he would generally not force women to obey. Of course, Yi Shui at the beginning doesn't count, since that was for the sake of the bigger picture. Looking at Luo Danxia at this moment, Hai Wei was thinking about how to make her willingly submit to him. After thinking for a while, Hai Wei came up with a good point of entry. So he coughed lightly and walked over to sit opposite Luo Danxia. He planned to start by discussing the establishment of a medical department, gradually persuading Luo Danxia. In the apocalypse, both ordinary people and those with special abilities are extremely vulnerable to injury. Therefore, I plan to establish a medical department within the base to coordinate and be responsible for the treatment of personnel. And how about you take on the role of manager for this department? Hai Wei gazed at Luo Danxia and calmly explained his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Luo Danxia stopped tending to the potted plants and began to ponder what Hai Wei had said. Luo Danxia certainly agreed with the establishment of a medical department, and she had no problem with being put in charge of it. However, she is currently all alone, and there are no doctors or nurses at the base, so it will probably be difficult to set up a medical department. Luo Danxia thought to herself while telling Hai Wei about her predicament. Hai Wei knew that the current conditions did not allow it, but it was not impossible to discuss it in advance. So Hai Wei pulled Luo Danxia aside and began discussing the plan to establish a medical department. After discussing for more than 10 minutes, the two finally finalized the plan to establish a medical department. As for the establishment process, it would roughly involve waiting for the talented team to be formed and then, while clearing out the surrounding zombies, prioritizing bringing the doctor and others back to the base. You need people first before you can build a department. After the matter was discussed and agreed upon, a somewhat silent atmosphere fell between the two. Suddenly, Luo Danxia looked directly into Hai Wei's eyes and said in a gentle tone, "Mr. Hai, do you want me?" Hai Wei was taken aback upon hearing this, and instinctively responded with, "Huh?" Luo Danxia did not explain, but continued. "Although I've never been in a relationship, I can understand the meaning in your eyes. When I was working before, many men pursued me, and their eyes would reveal a different kind of emotion. Although the meaning in your eyes was very restrained, I could guess what you meant." Hai Wei felt slightly embarrassed after hearing these words, and then responded in an ambiguous tone. "Then you must trust your intuition quite a bit. No wonder none of the men who pursued you before could catch your eye. But what are you planning to do by telling me this now?" Seeing that Hai Wei was still pretending to be stupid, Luo Danxia pursed her lips, finding it difficult to speak. But taking a deep breath, Luo Danxia still earnestly said to Hai Wei, "Mr. Hai, I am willing to submit to you. You are definitely the most suitable partner for me." Upon hearing this, Hai Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression became much more serious. Without further thought, he stood up and, under Luo Danxia's slightly shy but determined gaze, lifted her up in his arms. As for the destination, it was naturally inside the bedroom. For some unknown reason, Hai Wei made Luo Danxia bring up this matter on her own initiative. But now that things have come to this, Hai Wei is too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, once she becomes my woman, I will never mistreat her. The rock rises with the peak in a single day, its back supported as it soars 90,000 miles high. After another night of hard work, Ya was somewhat impressed by Luo Danxia's remarkable strength. The advantage of Luo Danxia is equivalent to the combined advantages of Xia Xiaona, Xia Xiaoyu, and Yi Shui. So much so that Ya didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting one of Yifan's important allies. You have received the following rewards: Physical Enhancement Potion, Life Crystal 100, and Revival and Healing Soft Armor. Upon hearing the system notification, Ya turned over, intending to take another nap. Luo Danxia followed Ya's actions and hugged his back. The friction caused Ya to open his eyes, and he immediately prepared to start another great battle. In order to acquire his talent as quickly as possible, Ya decided not to waste any more time. Chapter 37: Listening to the sound of soft armor shattering? Xia Xiaona feels ashamed? Another major battle ensued, but the fighting was not as intense as last night's. About an hour later, Ya got up and left the bedroom. Wuyan has made it a habit to take a hot shower after every hard-fought battle. This effectively relieves his fatigue, and Ya can also take advantage of the time to take a shower to check the rewards he has received. At this moment, Ya was showering with hot water, and he had already taken out the physical enhancement potion in his hand. This was the first of the 3 rewards he had just received, so Ya took it out and began to examine it. Name: Physical Enhancement Potion. Category: Disposable Functional Items. Effect: after taking this medicine, one's physical abilities will be greatly enhanced. If one's physical abilities before taking it are likened to a bulldog, then after taking the medicine, one's physical abilities will be likened to a robust bull in its prime. Exceptional effects, no side effects, recommended for the host. After reading the information about the potion, Ya couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. My buddy's in great shape, he doesn't need to take drugs anymore. Ya internally complained, but complaining aside, he used whatever could enhance his physical abilities. Anyway, there are no side effects. Although Ya is currently capable of fighting alone without any problems, he cannot withstand the unexpected situations that may arise in the future. For example, a scene where he single-handedly fights 7 fairies with his golden cudgel. Therefore, Ya followed his heart and drank the potion in one gulp. It tastes sweet and has no off-putting smell. Hiss. Suddenly, at the moment when the effects of the medicine combined and worked, Ya felt as if his body was a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Fortunately, the effects of the medicine wore off quickly, but Ya felt that he had inexhaustible energy and strength. With the potion used up, Ya then took out the next item. The second reward item is called the Life Crystal. It is exactly the same size and shape as the Power Crystal, except that it is pink. Simply holding it in your hand at this moment, you can feel the vitality it contains. There's no need to guess, Ya already knows that this thing's effect is probably similar to that of a superpower crystal. However, Ya still used his eye of exploration to check the item information. Name: Crystallization of Life. Category: Consumable Functional Items. Effect: absorbing the energy within the life crystal can heal one's injuries. It is considered one of the most valuable resources in the apocalypse, alongside the superpower crystal. Given the host's physical condition, 2 life crystals are required for full recovery from severe injuries. Based on the information provided, the results were exactly as Wuyan had predicted. To put it simply, this is a red potion that restores your health. It's not as durable as the superpower crystal, but the effect is still quite good, and Ya is very satisfied with it. It can be said that Ya now has a full supply of red and blue potions, and is not afraid of any enemy's consumption. After putting the life crystal back into his spatial storage, Ya took out one last item. The last item is called the Resurrection Healing Armor, which is presumably a defensive item. Taking out the soft armor and holding it in his hand, Ya discovered that this soft armor was truly peculiar. Rather than calling it soft armor, it's more accurate to describe it as a token. It is really small, about 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, and as thin as a cicada's wing. If it weren't for the pale green fluorescence emanating from the soft armor, Ya would have really thought it was a piece of plastic sheeting. Another point is, how do you wear this? Ya didn't quite understand, so he directly used the eye of exploration to start looking at the information. Name: Reviving and Healing Soft Armor. Type: Close-fitting stealth defensive equipment. Quality: A+. Description: a thin, close-fitting soft armor. Its strength lies not in defense, but in its functionality. Effect: the soft armor can automatically restore the wearer's life force. After wearing it, the recovery speed of all injuries and physical strength, except for supernatural energy, can be increased by 3 times. Note, this item has one last function. If the wearer suffers a severe blow and is on the verge of death, the soft armor will consume all its spiritual energy to bring the wearer back to life, but the soft armor will then shatter. After reading the information about the soft armor, Hawaii looked surprised. To put it simply, this soft armor is essentially a weakened version of the Overlord heavy armor, plus the life-saving effect of a famous blade. Although it's not particularly powerful, it's fair to call it a life-saving weapon. Therefore, Hawaii also greatly admired this soft armor. Hawaii was thinking about how to equip the soft armor when, as if it had a spirit, it guided him to stick it to his chest. The soft armor fit snugly against the chest and immediately blended into the body, without any noticeable discomfort. Hawaii stood in front of the mirror to examine the appearance of the soft armor. At this moment, the soft armor was attached to Hawaii's chest, emitting a pale green fluorescence. If Hawaii wanted to hide it, he only needed to have a thought in his mind, and the soft armor would disappear without a trace. However, the effects of the soft armor continued to help Hawaii. After reviewing all 3 reward items, Hawaii nodded in satisfaction. He also discovered a pattern. The rewards he received were closely related to the female protagonist. The higher the talent of the female protagonist he subdues, the richer the rewards Hawaii will receive. Furthermore, the rewards received are also related to the female protagonist's innate abilities. It seems I'll need to recruit more female protagonists with high talent levels in the future. As Hawaii thought to himself, he dried himself off and left the bathroom. I've gotten quite a few reward items, but I don't know when the next talent will be unlocked. As they entered the living room, Xiaoxiana pushed open the door. Seeing Hawaii rubbing his hair, Xiaoxiana's cheeks flushed slightly. She had been here once in the morning, but Hawaii and Luo Danxia were fighting at that time. Xiaoxiana had anticipated this outcome, but she never expected it to happen so quickly. More importantly, Xiaoxiana listened to Xia Xiaoyu confide many of her worries last night. Although Xia Xiaoyu didn't mention her relationship with Hawaii, Xiaoxiana could vaguely guess that she seemed to have made a big mistake. What if Xiaoyu finds out about the past between her and Mr. Hai? Thinking of this, Xiaoxiana lowered her head, her ears burning. Teacher Xia, you just got up too? Hawaii saw Xiaoxiana, but she kept her head down and didn't look at him, which puzzled him. Huh? Yes, that's right. I just got up too. Xiaoxiana forced herself to calm down and gave a composed reply. Sai, let's just keep it a secret for as long as we can. Xiaoyu, Auntie really didn't mean it, I'm so sorry. Xiaoxiana felt guilty and quickly walked towards her room. Chapter 38. The third offspring is born, with an A-level fire-type talent? It was noon on the 3rd day after the apocalypse began. At this moment, Hawaii and the 5 women were sitting together at the dining table in the room. The table was set with colorful, fragrant, and delicious dishes, but each person had their own thoughts and did not immediately pick up their chopsticks. Of the 5 women, only Li Wanting seemed somewhat out of place. Because she was looking at the plate of braised pork in the distance, she couldn't stop drooling. Hawaii cherished the other 4 women very much and tried his best to meet their needs in terms of daily life. However, because Li Wanting's relationship with Hawaii wasn't that close, Hawaii didn't pay much attention to her. Actually, Li Wanting is quite good looking, but she has very little talent, so Hawaii doesn't want to waste his energy on her right now. Therefore, apart from Li Wanting, who genuinely wanted to eat the braised pork, everyone else at the table was preoccupied with various other things. After Hawaii spoke up and told everyone to start eating, Li Wanting finally showed a happy smile. However, the braised pork was too far away for her to reach. This made Li Wanting very frustrated, and she felt that the meal didn't taste so good anymore. Luo Danxia, sitting next to Li Wanting, noticed the others' actions and moved the braised pork to the middle so that everyone could reach it. No one objected, and they continued eating on their own. Looking at everyone, Hawaii felt a sense of comfort for some reason. Perhaps it's because they didn't create trouble for themselves? Hawaii's thoughts were wandering, but at that moment a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully generated your 3rd offspring. You can now view the offspring panel. Oh? Another offspring has been born? Hiss. But is this child Luo Danxia's or Xiaoxiana's? Hawaii glanced at the 2 of them, but he couldn't guess who it was. However, he estimated that it was most likely Luo Danxia's. Shaking his head, High-Ya stopped thinking about it and went straight to check the offspring panel. Name? Race, human. Talent, Holy Flame Guardian, rank A can be synchronized. Strength assessment, initial life form, please take good care of it, host. A level talent? After looking at the offspring panel, High-Ya was quite happy. After all, an A-level talent was already top-notch. Those who can become top experts must have talents of a level or above, and High-Ya's descendants all have A-level talents. It can be said that when they are born and grow up, they can become the rulers of the various bases created by High-Ya. Wait, this A-level talent seems to be related to fire? Seeing the character flame and the talent description, High-Ya guessed that it was most likely a fire-type talent ability. When the apocalypse first broke out, he plundered Yifan's first opportunity, which was the evolution crystal of the fire element. If this talent is indeed fire-based, then High-Ya could even evolve it into an S-rank talent after synchronization. In that case, I would have 3 S-class innate abilities. Then High-Ya's own strength will also be greatly enhanced. After all, most fire-type talents and abilities are known for their strong offensive capabilities. With the addition of an S-rank fire-type talent, High-Ya is able to make up for his lack of attack power. Of course, this shortcoming is what High-Ya considers himself to be compared to his other talents. Suppressing his excitement, High-Ya silently recited in his heart. System, synchronize offspring's talent. As High-Ya finished speaking, a surge of intense energy immediately flowed into the body's internal organs and all its meridians. At the same time, this intense energy also made High-Ya feel as if he were bathed in holy light. Holy flame, the sacred flame? It seems that this talent is a fire-type talent with the attribute of light. So this talent should be very powerful in dealing with evil spirits, right? As High-Ya thought to himself, the women at the dinner table also felt a bright and blazing aura spreading. They turned their gaze to High-Ya, clearly recognizing that the aura emanated from him. You've awakened another talent? Luo Danxia spoke first, voicing the question that puzzled everyone present. Upon hearing this, High-Ya nodded, seemingly unsure whether to agree or disagree, then got up, left the dining table, and returned to his room. He plans to familiarize himself with his own talents and allow them to evolve once again. As for the dinner table, only a few women remained, looking at each other in bewilderment. Back in his room, High-Ya immediately opened his own control panel. Name, High-Ya. Race, human. Talents, Subspace Ability SS level, Earth King S level, Hurricane Walker A+ level, Holy Flame Master A level, Eye of Exploration A level. Strength rating, C+. Partners, Yi Shui, Xiao Xiaoyu, Xiao Xiana, Luo Danxia. Offspring, 3. Items, 80 Power Crystals, 100 Life Crystals, Rock Armor Shield Soldier, Hurricane Blade, Resurrection Healing Armor, Talent Copy Card, Item Enhancement Card, Fire Evolution Crystal. After reviewing his own information, High-Ya felt extremely pleased. I just gained an A-level talent, and my strength rating has also increased by 1 level. Although there is no practical application yet, even just the superficial improvement is enough to show that one's own strength has increased significantly. High-Ya has always been very enthusiastic about enhancing his own strength. Composing himself, High-Ya prepared to try out his newly acquired talent ability. After the innate ability was synchronized, High-Ya received the information in his mind. Simply put, the talent Holy Flame Master is somewhat like a combination of a Templar Knight and a Fire Mage. However, the talent formed by combining the two is not as strong in all aspects. This talent is unlike that of a pure warrior, and also unlike that of a typical mage. It can only be said that it is good in all aspects, but none of them are particularly outstanding. It can be considered a mid-level all-rounder. It has both tankiness and damage output, but not much. That's High-Ya's summary of this talent. However, High-Ya did not feel that this talent was useless, because he could also evolve it. When High-Ya retrieved the Fire Evolution Crystal from his spatial storage, it seemed as if he could sense its joy. That's right. This crystallization of evolution truly radiates joy. High-Ya's lips curled up slightly, and then without hesitation, he began to unleash the talent of the Holy Flame Envoy. Only after being blessed by his talent did High-Ya slowly begin to absorb the energy from the crystal. The evolutionary crystal did not resist and cooperated by pouring all its energy into High-Ya's body. As High-Ya continued to absorb the crystallized energy, the Saint Flame Master talent attached to his body also gradually changed. Chapter 39's Rank Holy Flame Monarch. Xiaoyan, fishing for zombies and catching a pretty girl, it's worth it. Time passed slowly, and High-Ya in the room was about to finish absorbing the energy of the crystal. 2 minutes later, High-Ya felt that the crystals were no longer providing energy. And his Holy Flame Master talent seems to have undergone a huge change. Puff! As the evolutionary crystal shattered, High-Ya's body emitted a blazing, yet incredibly sacred, aura. The entire room was enveloped by this aura, vibrating incessantly. High-Ya concealed his aura, sensing that the Saint Flame Envoy's talent had undergone a qualitative change. The previous Holy Flame Envoy's talent was unremarkable, but the current Holy Flame the current Holy Flame King's talent is simply beyond measure. The Holy Flame King's talent has two aspects that are far superior to its pre-evolution. First, one's own close combat ability and physical fitness. Secondly, it involves the control and use of the fire element. If we were to describe the control over both before the talent evolved as a minivan. So today's new talent can be called a high-performance sports car. Although the two talents have similar abilities, the actual effects they bring are worlds apart. Feeling the power of this talent, High-Ya tried to adapt to it. Now that the Holy Flame King's talent has possessed him, High-Ya appears extremely holy and majestic. High-Ya came to the window and waved a flame outwards. The flame was so bright that even at midday, its extraordinary nature was evident. If a comparison must be made, then comparing the flames unleashed by High-Ya to the fire of the sun would be quite appropriate. Both are capable of breaking through darkness, and both are filled with light and majesty. After familiarizing himself with his own talents, High-Ya checked his own panel. He wanted to know his current talent level and his own strength assessment. Name, High-Ya. Race, human. Talents, Subspace Ability SS level, Holy Flame King S level, Earth King S level, Hurricane Walker A+ level, Eye of Exploration A level. Strength rating, B. Partners, Yi Shui, Xiao Xiaoyu, Xiao Xiana, Luo Danxia. Offspring, 3. Items, 80 Power Crystals, 100 Life Crystals, Rock Armor Shield Soldier, Hurricane Blade, Revival Healing Armor, Talent Copy Card, Item Enhancement Card. High-Ya was very satisfied after reading the information. As expected, the evolved talent is S rank, and its ranking has surpassed that of the Earth King talent. In other words, the current Saint Flame King is already High-Ya's second most powerful talent. Furthermore, High-Ya's current strength rating has actually increased by 2 levels. We skipped B from C+ and arrived at AB grade rating. Although a new strength advancement system will be introduced tomorrow, High-Ya's current strength is undoubtedly invincible. Of all the creatures in the current post-apocalyptic world, there is none that can threaten High-Ya. Therefore, High-Ya felt extremely comfortable. With my current strength, dealing with the monsters in the first secret realm shouldn't be a problem. As High-Ya pondered this, he did not feel the anxiety he usually did when facing the upcoming dimensional secret realm. The dimensional realm will descend at 12 noon on the 4th day of the apocalypse. Today is the 3rd day of the apocalypse at noon, which means there are less than 24 hours left before the dimensional secret realm descends. However, High-Ya was really looking forward to the dimensional secret realm. Yi-Fan is wherever there is opportunity, and High-Ya will plunder any opportunity Yi-Fan wants to obtain. By successfully seizing Yi-Fan's opportunity, one can also receive rewards from the system. In other words, every action you take will yield at least double the reward. High-Ya's thoughts kept drifting, and at the same time, his liking for Yi-Fan increased. Yi-Fan, oh Yi-Fan, I truly hope your opportunities will continue to increase. High-Ya has now completed all the preparations for conquering the dimensional secret realm. Therefore, he only needs to wait for the secret realm to open before he can enter. As for the rest of the day, High-Ya will be able to relax completely. High-Ya believed that this offspring was conceived by Luo Danxia. So he decided to have a continuous conversation with Xiao Xiana tonight. Only in this way can we avoid wasting time and energy. High-Ya has extensive experience in time management. The location of the left bank railing in the middle section of the Huangpu River. At this moment, a giant RV is parked on the shore. There were many zombie mutants around the RV, and they kept attacking it. However, no matter how they attacked the RV, they couldn't cause it any effective damage. Not even the outer paint was scratched. On the roof of the RV, there is a bulging skylight. If you stand there, a normal adult can show half of their body. Xiao Yan was currently standing by the skylight, his upper body exposed as he looked down at the zombies on the ground. A smile played on his lips as he held a long fishing rod in his hand, with a piece of fresh pork hooked at the tip. The zombies on the ground were all jostling and pushing forward in order to get their hands on that piece of pork. However, the zombies were inflexible, so no matter what they did, they could not reach the piece of pork at the end of the fishing rod. Xiaoyan has been staying in this place for a day. Guided by his innate talent, he knew this place would be the location of the secret realm. The upgrade panel also indicates that the metal materials needed to upgrade the vehicle can only be found within the secret realm. Therefore, Xiaoyan came here, waiting for the secret realm to open. But waiting around was too boring, so Xiaoyan came up with this idea to amuse himself. He loved fishing before the apocalypse, but now the conditions don't allow it anymore. Fortunately, fishing for zombies at this moment can still provide a slight sense of similar pleasure. As long as Xiaoyan doesn't leave the space of the chariot, he will be in no danger. The saying "high skill breeds boldness" perfectly describes Xiaoyan's state at this moment. Xiaoyan was having a good time when suddenly a cry for help came from not far away. Help! Someone please save me! Wa'ada! Upon hearing the woman's cry, Xiaoyan immediately raised an eyebrow and looked toward the source of the sound. It's about 30 meters away from Xiaoyan's 3 o'clock position. A young woman was clinging to the top of a street lamp, repeatedly calling for help. 1 meter away from the top of the streetlight is a high-rise building. Near the top of the streetlight, there is a window that has been pushed open. There were many zombies inside the window, and they kept growling at the woman on top of the street lamp, clearly wanting to grab her and eat her. Xiaoyan stared intently at the woman and saw her perfect figure, which gave him the idea of saving her. Then he stopped fishing for zombies and quickly drove his RV towards the location where the woman was calling for help, running her over. Finally, Xiaoyan got the girl he had been waiting for, a beautiful girl who could be saved. Chapter 40. The two protagonists meet. Hi YA, it's normal for the villain to be calm and collected, right? Rumble. Pft pft. On a road teeming with zombies, a gigantic RV is driving along. It crushed all the zombies on the road. All the cars that were in the way were pushed aside. The RV made a huge commotion, attracting all the zombie mutants and various mutated beasts in the vicinity. However, none of them could stop the RV from moving forward. Zombies and mutated beasts were like toys in front of the RV, unable to pose any obstacle. Inside the RV's control room, Xiaoyan ignored the zombies and headed intently toward the streetlights not far away. I finally have a chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, so I must make sure I succeed. Xiaoyan roared inwardly, while simultaneously accelerating past at high speed. The young woman on the streetlight also saw the RV driving by. She desperately wanted to call for help from the RV, but she was completely exhausted by then. Therefore, she could only look at the RV with teary eyes, hoping that it would come to rescue her. Soon, the RV finally drove steadily under the streetlights. Just as the young woman was looking on expectantly, a hole appeared in the sunroof of the car. Xiaoyan also took the opportunity to crawl out of the skylight and look at the young woman. After their eyes met, Xiaoyan gave the woman a warm smile and then spoke. Beautiful lady, I'm here to save you. Xiaoyan felt that he hadn't lived in vain. He had finally managed to put on a good show of being cool all his life. He braced himself against the edge of the skylight, trying to remain calm and composed. Because the young woman on the streetlight was arguably the most beautiful person he had ever been in close proximity to in all his years. The woman had exquisite and beautiful features. Although she looked somewhat disheveled at the moment, her tearful expression only intensified Xiaoyan's protective instincts. Ah! I must win over this beauty. Xiaoyan's heart was screaming, but the woman on the street lamp had changed her expression from gratitude to embarrassment. Handsome, could you get me something to save me first? I don't have the strength to hold on any longer. Hearing this, Xiaoyan Kai snapped out of his reverie and quickly said. Okay, I'll get a ladder. Xiaoyan's RV is fully equipped, with most of the rescue supplies available. On one side of the roof, there is a rescue ladder that can be extended up to 10 meters. Xiaoyan placed the rescue ladder in front of the skylight and then pressed the lift button for the rescue ladder. The streetlights are about 7 meters high and are placed at an angle so that they just reach the top. As the rescue ladder was placed, Xiaoyan shouted to the woman. Now climb down slowly, the ladder is safe and sturdy. The woman was still terrified when she heard Xiaoyan's words. But he managed to calm himself down and began to slowly descend, holding onto the rescue ladder. It's cold now, so the women are dressed very conservatively. Therefore, Xiaoyan, who was watching below, did not accidentally see any beautiful scenery. This made Xiaoyan feel slightly disappointed, but as the woman landed on the roof of the car, he immediately put on a warm smile. Handsome, thank you for saving me. Linny said gratefully and sincerely, if it weren't for you, I probably would be. You flatter me, beautiful lady. I, Xiaoyan, have always been charitable and generous. Seeing you in such dire straits, it's only natural that I would lend a helping hand. Xiaoyan, with an upright and awe-inspiring air, then climbed onto the roof of the car and continued speaking to Linny. Miss, please go back into the car first, I'll tidy up the roof. Linny nodded upon hearing this, and then, without refusing, she climbed down from the skylight. Xiaoyan tidied up the rescue ladder, then left the roof of the vehicle and returned inside. Inside the RV, Linny looked at the furnishings of the interior space and could hardly believe it. Is this a motorhome? It's more like a mobile base. Beautiful lady, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? I'll get you some food. Xiaoyan spoke, behaving very gentlemanly. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Oh, by the way, my name is Linny. Linny said gratefully, and then sat down on the sofa. But her current feeling was somewhat like a dream. This morning, several prompts suddenly appeared in Linny's mind. He claimed to have awakened an A-level talent called solemn prayer. This talent is very strange, or rather, it doesn't have any substantial ability at all. The function of the gift of solemn prayer is that when one prays for something to happen, the probability of that thing happening increases greatly. However, there is one condition: the things being prayed for must be practical. For example, just now Linny was in a desperate situation, and she tried to pray in her heart, hoping that someone could come to save her. Shortly afterward, Xiaoyan appeared in his RV and rescued him from his predicament. At this moment, Linny was out of danger, but she suddenly felt as if her body had been overdrawn. Her face was pale, and blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth. Hiss. Could it be that my talent is real? Are you being saved now because of the prayer you just prayed? Linny now believed that her talent was real and effective. However, the side effects of praying for success are equally enormous. In that case, it's best to use your talent sparingly and cautiously in the future. As Linny thought to herself, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, while Xiaoyan brought over a bucket of instant noodles. Xiaoyan's supplies are limited, and the bucket of instant noodles he's giving Linny is already quite generous. Linny was very grateful upon seeing this, and after thanking Xiaoyan, she began to eat. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, Xiaoyan felt inexplicably at ease. If only I could have her. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Xiaoyan immediately shook his head. It's better to keep your distance first, and then slowly get to know each other and fall in love. That would be more in line with Xiaoyan's views on love. What Xiaoyan didn't know was that there was an unknown person who really enjoyed plundering the belongings of these protagonists. After rescuing Linny, Xiaoyan continued to stay there. The secret realm will open in this area tomorrow, so my main focus should be on obtaining the secret realm's minerals. After clearing out a spacious room for Linny to rest, Xiaoyan continued to happily fish for zombies. Sure enough, fishing brings good luck. I must keep up the good work. Not far from Xiaoyan's RV, a lone figure stood on the rooftop gazing into the distance. The man was gazing at an empty square on the left bank of the middle section of the Huangpu River. Looking at the vaguely familiar surroundings, I thought that this was probably the location where the secret realm would descend. That's right, this person is Yifan, who came all the way from Donghai University. And he remembered very clearly that the first permanent secret realm after the apocalypse would descend upon this place tomorrow. I must become stronger. I must obtain the hidden weapon in the secret realm. Hai Wuyan, you just wait. Yifan roared inwardly, the desire for revenge resurfacing in his mind. Chapter 41, A Ranked Demon Spirit Contract. The journey to the dimensional realm begins. The night was quiet, and all things were still. The third night of the apocalypse has quietly arrived. Inside the Haoyua Hotel, Hai Ya had just finished dinner with his family and elders and had returned to his floor. During the conversation, Hai Guangtian talked about his talent, which he said had indeed improved through training. The initial power increase was 3 times, but now it has become 4 times. Hai Guangtian was overjoyed, believing he would gain even greater strength to protect his family. Hai Ya, of course, supports and encourages Hai Guangtian's actions. In the apocalypse, one can find something to persevere in, and that will enhance one's own strength. Hai Ya was also happy for his father. Upon entering the living room, Hai Ya saw Xiaoxiana and Luo Danxia discussing their respective talents. Hai Ya had already told them that they should not mention their talents to outsiders. However, Hai Ya greatly admired their mutual understanding. Hai Ya walked over and sat down next to the two, smiling as he watched their conversation. Every now and then, Hai Ya would chime in with his understanding of talent. Half an hour passed quickly, and Luo Dansha felt a little sleepy, so she yawned. Xiana, I'm going back to my room to sleep tonight. I didn't get much rest last night. Luo Dansha spoke to Xia Xiana, while inadvertently glancing at Hai Ya. It's like you're saying it's all your fault that you made me not get a good night's sleep last night. Seeing this, Hai Ya chuckled dryly, wondering who was more proactive. Luo Dansha pursed her lips, then smiled at Xia Xiana before getting up and returning to her room. At the same time, Luo Dansha locked the door, as if she were conveying something to someone. Xia Xiana felt a pang of unease watching the scene unfold between the two. Why do I feel like an outsider? I was here first. Ignore her, let's continue chatting. Hai Ya waved his hand and said to Xia Xiana at the same time. I'm a little sleepy too, Mr. Hai, you should get some rest as well. Xia Xiana felt a mix of guilt and loneliness, and lost interest in staying there any longer. Hai Ya raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Why is everyone so sleepy today? Never mind, I'll go find Xia Xiana later. Okay, you should get some rest. Hai Ya said, getting up and walking towards his room. Watching Hai Ya's departing figure, Xia Xiana felt a little disappointed for some reason. TSK. Xia Xiana, what are you thinking? You should have kept your distance from him in the first place. Xia Xiana blamed herself in her heart, but her expression showed some shame and annoyance. With mixed feelings, she then returned to her room, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Late at night, Xia Xiana tossed and turned in bed. Recent events have made it difficult for her to fall asleep. Whether it's guilt towards Xia Xiaoyu or something else. In short, Xia Xiana felt uneasy at all times. Squeak! Just then, Xia Xiana's door was pushed open, and the person who came in was Hai Ya. In Hai Ya's view, among the women with high talent levels, only Xia Xiana has not yet given birth to any children. Therefore, Hai Ya plans to focus all his recent energy on Xia Xiana until she successfully gives birth to a child. How could I, who have received so much love and care, possibly have any bad intentions? Hai Ya entered the room, locked the door, and then slowly walked towards the bed. Xia Xiana had her back to Hai Ya at the moment, but she already knew who the person was. Why are you here? I know about your relationship with Xiaoyu, so I think it's better for us to keep our distance. Before Xia Xiana could finish speaking, Hai Ya had already crawled into bed. Hai Ya's series of actions also indicate that it is impossible for him to keep his distance from Xia Xiana. Xia Xiana's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she said with some difficulty, suppressing her voice. Go find Xiaoyu, she told me she really likes you. Hai Ya listened calmly, but ignored him and instead increased the intensity of his voice. You? Xia Xiana's lips parted slightly, but she could no longer utter the words of refusal. Fine, I'll just try my best to keep it from Xiaoyu from now on. Another day and night passed, and before we knew it, it was the hour of Qin 7, 9 a.m. the next day. At this moment, Hai Ya slowly woke up and felt something pressing on his chest. Hai Ya deftly removed Xia Xiana's soft hand, then got up and went to the bathroom to take a bath. Sigh, once a habit is formed, it's hard to change. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your fourth offspring has been successfully born. You can now view the offspring panel. Hai Ya was taking a hot shower when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Oh? Another child has been born? It seems my guess was right, Xia Xiana had indeed not had any children before. As Hai Ya thought to himself, he simultaneously instructed the system to open the offspring panel. Name? Race, human. Talent, spirit contract, rank A can be synchronized. Strength assessment, initial life form, please take good care of it, host. After reviewing the information about this offspring, Hai Ya felt very satisfied. None of his offspring possess talent below grade A. This is largely due to his own and his wife's superior talents. However, luck also plays a part, since the offspring of a dragon and a phoenix could also be an earthworm and a sparrow. Shaking his head to stop thinking about it, Hai Ya directly synchronized his offspring's talent. When the talent of the demon spirit contract merged, Hai Ya's mind immediately received a notification about the talent's abilities. How should I put it, this talent of the demon contract is somewhat like beast taming. However, this talent contract belongs not to a beast, but to a demon. It can form contracts with those ferocious and terrifying monsters within the dimensional secret realm. However, at present, the number of monsters that can be contracted is very small, with only about 2 being the limit. Furthermore, the only monsters that can be contracted are the weakest of the weak. Of course, with the opening of the promotion system, the upper limit of this talent will also increase in the future. Therefore, High YA felt that the upper limit of this talent was definitely not low. Once I become stronger, I can directly contract a large army of monsters. Knowing that your father is about to venture into the secret realm, is the baby going to lend you a hand? High YA muttered to himself, then couldn't help but chuckle twice. Having learned about the talent, High YA quickly came out of the bathroom. It's already past 9 in the morning, and there are less than 3 hours left before the first dimensional realm opens. However, he had made all the necessary preparations and was only waiting to gather his men to head to the secret realm. Yifan, we're about to meet again. I wonder what surprise you'll bring me this time. High YA took a deep breath, filled with anticipation for his journey to the secret realm. Chapter 42: A three-way encounter. The dimensional realm opens. After breakfast, High YA summoned Wang Yan and Jinwei. High YA plans to take the two of them with him on this trip to the dimensional secret realm, while Maguabao will stay at the hotel to manage things. As for the other women, they will not be brought along this time. The reason is quite simple: High YA's own strength is already very strong, and bringing them along would only slow down the pace of exploration. Once they're familiar with the secret realm, they can be taken to level up. However, High YA currently has no intention of taking them along. Looking at Wang Yan and Jinwei, High YA began to explain today's plan. Upon learning that they were accompanying High YA to a dangerous but opportunity-filled place, both of them resolutely followed without hesitation. However, the two looked at High YA as if they wanted to say something but hesitated, as if they had something to report. Seeing this, High YA asked the two to speak and explain everything before setting off. Wang Yan and Jinwei exchanged a glance, then Wang Yan spoke to High YA. Young master, out of the more than 300 bodyguards, 140 have awakened their talents. Although only a few of them are B-level talents, I was wondering if we should bring them along so that they can be at your disposal in the secret realm? High YA pondered for a while after hearing this. Actually, it would be fine to bring 2 cannon fodder to scout ahead, but it seems like he can just crush everything in his path. Besides, with Yifan, that treasure-hunting rat, around, why would I need to explore the secret realm myself? High YA's lips curled up, and he finally waved his hand and said, "No need. We'll deal with the awakened ones within the base when we get back. Now get ready, we'll head to the location of the secret realm immediately." High YA had already learned the exact location of the secret realm from the system. It's about 10 kilometers from the hotel to the middle section of the Huangpu River, which isn't too far. It's currently a little past 10 a.m., so there's plenty of time. Upon hearing High YA's words, Wang Yan and Jinwei both nodded immediately to indicate that they were ready. Seeing this, High YA did not hesitate any longer. He used spatial teleportation to take the two of them directly towards the middle section of the Huangpu River. The closer you get to the city center, the more zombies there are on the ground. However, the zombies pose no danger to High YA now. However, while traveling with 2 extra people, High YA still avoided hordes of zombies and tried to stay in open areas. About half an hour had passed, and High YA and his 2 companions were finally about to arrive at their destination. On the right side of the middle section of the Huangpu River, there is a very conspicuous landmark building. The empty plaza on the left is most likely the location where the secret realm will descend. High YA was standing on the top of a building, observing the scene not far away. However, when High YA saw the enormous war chariot on the empty square, he raised an eyebrow. What's going on? The zombie horde kept attacking the tank, but the tank remained undamaged. High YA stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. What kind of tank could withstand such an attack? But just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! One of the main quests, the colossal starship that travels the world, has been unlocked. In a world of fusion, the existence of multiple protagonists is inevitable. However, the host is also the chosen villain, thus inevitably standing against all the protagonists. Note, this protagonist's own strength is weak, but his chariot is bound to the destiny. Therefore, it is strongly recommended that the host plunder and harvest his value before eliminating him. Upon receiving the system's notification, High YA nodded in understanding. So that's a newly emerged protagonist destined for greatness. No wonder he stopped in the square in broad daylight. He's incredibly arrogant. They are not afraid of encountering bad people, such as a certain villain. High YA pondered this in his heart, then couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Then I glanced at the time and found that there was less than an hour left before the dimensional secret realm opened. Haiye was certainly interested in the newly appeared protagonist, but given the protagonist's nature, he would definitely be the first to appear at the opportune moment. Therefore, Haiye guessed that the chariot protagonist must also have come for the dimensional secret realm. Since that's the case, let's wait until the secret realm opens before going to meet them. But where is Yifan, whom I've been longing for? Thinking of this, Haiye surveyed the surrounding environment. But apart from countless zombie mutants and mutated beasts, there was no sign of any living people at all. Seeing this, Haiye shook his head, deciding to wait until the secret realm opened before making any decisions. Let's rest for a while and then move on at 12 o'clock. After Haiye finished speaking, he took out a recliner from his spatial storage, then lay down with his eyes half closed. Wan Yin and Jin Wei naturally served as guards, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Just as Haiye was taking a nap, a person was panting heavily in a room in a building not far away. The man broke out in a cold sweat, constantly suppressing his inner fear. Damn it! Why is Haiye here too? Why does he always interfere in everything after I'm reborn? Yifan was observing the chariots in the square when, as if sensing something, he glanced at the rooftop where Haiye was. It was this one glance that ignited Yifan's anger and caused him some panic. Yifan was originally very confident in obtaining the rewards within the secret realm. However, with the appearance of Haiye, Yifan suddenly lost his confidence. For some reason, Haiye seemed to have become a nightmare for Yifan. Whenever Yifan thinks of Haiye, he experiences inexplicable panic and uncontrollable anger. Although Yifan still believed that with the memories of his previous life, he could eventually surpass Haiye. But at this moment, Yifan was no match for Haiye. Therefore, Yifan had an idea in his mind: he must hide from Haiye after the secret realm opens. I absolutely must not run into Haiye. I'll leave quietly after I've obtained the rewards from the secret realm. Call. The sea has no bounds. The humiliation of today will be repaid tenfold in the future. Yifan thought viciously to himself, while hiding and not daring to make a sound. Time flew by, and soon it was exactly 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock sharp, dimensional realms around the world will open simultaneously. Along with it comes a complete system for advancing your strength. All of them will be informed in their minds immediately. Haiye had also stood up and walked to the railing to look at the square that had been suddenly opened. Suna. In the square, a dark figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere in what was originally an empty space. Soon the dark shadows formed a cloud of smoke, obscuring the originally clear sky and creating a scene resembling night. In an instant, all the zombie mutants and mutated beasts roared and howled towards the thick black fog, as if venting their dissatisfaction. Once the black mist splits open from the center, the first dimensional secret realm in Donghai City will be formed. P.S. Could you guys send a little cow a gift powered by love? Chapter 43 Blood Sea Secret Realm, Yifan's Furtive Actions? At this moment, the world was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of any light. Although the smoke continued to spread, thankfully it did not make an emergency landing on the ground. On what was originally an empty square, a dense, oval-shaped cloud of black mist, 40 meters high and 10 meters wide, has formed. However, calling it a gas is actually more appropriate than calling it a substance. Within that black mist, something was constantly churning and shaking, as if attacking the black mist from within. Puff puff. The aura emanating from the spreading black mist caused the ground within a radius of several hundred meters to tremble as if it were floating. The black mist aura was like a 100-meter high wave, constantly crashing against the earth. However, within the black mist, something else was constantly attacking. In the end, the black mist was defeated and shattered from within by the substance. Immediately following, the black fog in the entire sky gradually dissipated. As the black mist dissipated, the outline of the entrance to the dimensional realm became visible. The entrance to the secret realm is a flat, circular structure, with the same height and width as the black mist from before, 40 meters and 10 meters, respectively. However, the current dimensional secret realm is not shrouded in black mist, but rather in blood-red air that constantly floats and surrounds it. The entrance to that secret realm was also blood-red, like a standing sea, only a sea of blood. Gazing at the extremely imposing entrance to the secret realm, Haiye narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the interior of this secret realm is most likely extremely dangerous and fraught with peril. But just as Haiye was pondering, Xiaoyan, who was not far from the secret realm, started the engine of his war chariot and prepared to head into the secret realm. After the entrance to the secret realm opened, Xiaoyan's chariot upgrade panel displayed a notification, telling him that the secret realm contained the minerals he needed. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyan started the chariot and sped into the secret realm. It wasn't that Xiao Yan was unaware of the dangers within the secret realm, but rather that he had complete confidence in the strength of his chariot. Putting everything else aside, the tank's defensive capabilities are absolutely top-notch. With his innate ability to guide and point the way, Xiao Yan was able to accurately locate the minerals he needed, which was the source of his confidence in being the first to enter the secret realm. Hai Ya calmly watched all of this, and after seeing the chariot protagonist enter the secret realm, he did not immediately follow. Because he is now learning about the new system for advancing one's abilities. As soon as the entrance to the secret realm appeared, a notification appeared in the minds of all the talented individuals. That means that by killing the monsters within the secret realm, one can gradually increase their own strength. However, this message does not specify how many monsters need to be killed to become stronger. After all, everyone has different talents, and the higher the talent level, the more monsters need to be killed to become stronger. Hiss. After learning about these things, Hai Ya raised an eyebrow. If I follow these hints, wouldn't it be incredibly slow to become stronger with all my S-rank talents? With questions in mind, Hai Ya asked the system to answer them. Ding. Rest assured, host, this upgrade requirement only applies to the highest level talent. In other words, since the host's highest level talent is currently SS rank, the kill experience required for subsequent upgrades will be calculated based on SS rank talent levels, not the sum of all talent levels. After hearing the system's explanation, Hai Ya finally understood that it made sense. After all, my talent is my own business. What right does your little secret realm have to set rules for me? However, at this moment, another system notification sounded in Hai Ya's mind. Ding! The protagonist of the second main quest, Xiao Yan, has set off to obtain the rare minerals needed for the chariot's first major upgrade. It is recommended that the host go and plunder them. Successfully plundering them will damage a portion of Xiao Yan's destiny. Opportunity introduction: the great creator is fair. When a mineral becomes extremely valuable and has exceptional effects, its production will be very scarce. Go and obtain this rare mineral, it can bring you good fortune. Clues: at a crossroads deep within the secret realm, faint starlight can be seen on one of the roads. How beautiful that distant starlight is! It carries people's hopes and dreams for a better future. This system task notification, like Yifan's previous one, is the protagonist's first extremely important opportunity. It seems it's time for me to step in again and seize yet another major opportunity. Hai Ya pondered this in his heart, and without wasting any more time, he directly used spatial teleportation to take Wang Yan and Jin Wei to the entrance of the secret realm. Upon arriving at the entrance to the secret realm, Hai Ya paused briefly, carefully observing the situation at the entrance. After observation, Hai Ya discovered that although the secret realm looked intimidating, it actually did not have any effect on the human body. Aside from the attraction that comes from being near the blood mirror, there's nothing else worth noting. Let's go, we'll walk in. Hai Ya spoke, then stepped forward across the blood mirror and entered the secret realm. Wang Yan and Jin Wei followed closely behind and entered the secret realm one after another. As for the zombies that were attracted, they were unable to enter the secret realm. As Hai Ya and the other two entered the secret realm, Yifan, who had been crouching inside the high-rise building checking the situation, finally stood up. The reason he didn't immediately enter the secret realm was to avoid Hai Ya. Now, watching Hai Ya enter the secret realm, Yifan also prepared to quietly enter it. However, Yifan felt it would be better to wait a few more minutes before entering if he wanted to avoid meeting the two. Just to be on the safe side, Yifan decided to keep watch for a while longer to prevent Hai Ya from returning. Inside the secret realm, Hai Ya looked around at his surroundings and felt that things were somewhat different from what he had expected. Hai Ya originally thought that the environment in the secret realm filled with monsters must be extremely evil and terrifying. But at this moment, the secret realm was extremely spacious inside, without the slightest hint of terror. Furthermore, no monsters were found within the area of the secret realm that could be seen. However, this place was very empty and devoid of any life. If I had to describe it, this place would be a bit like an underground cave. Just like in an open-world game I played before, there were several branching tunnels at the end of the line of sight, with empty underground caves. Hai Ya had no interest in this newbie village area. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing noteworthy, he headed straight inside. On the strange rocks on the ground, there were the tracks left by Xiao Yan's chariot. So Hai Ya followed the trail and headed towards Xiao Yan. Plundering opportunities is the priority. If you encounter monsters along the way, you can also practice your skills there. Not long after Hai Ya and his two companions left the newbie village, a figure also sneaked into the secret realm. Looking at the environment, Yifan felt a pang of sadness at how desolate it was. After all, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the entrance area to this first secret realm was teeming with all sorts of merchants. Yifan shook his head, then sped off toward the rightmost road. Yifan couldn't remember the specific reward locations, so he decided to try them one by one. P.S. Happy Lunar New Year to all my little ones. Wishing you all the best in the new year. Love you all, moi. Chapter 44. Encountering low-level monsters, the fun of slaughter begins. Ha-hoo. Tap tap, tap tap tap. On a dark and desolate underground road, there was a group of black creatures that looked like upright rugby balls. This black creature has a very simple appearance, with a rugby ball-shaped body and long limbs, and is about 2 meters long. They wandered aimlessly, filling and guarding the underground tunnel, which was about 10 meters wide. However, on the ground, there were some corpses that had been crushed to death. The blood of these monsters was green, so the road was not so monotonous. Haiye stood not far away, observing the surrounding environment. He had followed Xiaoyan all the way here, but then stopped. The reason is simple: Xiaoyan can ride his chariot directly through the monster horde, but Haiye cannot ignore it. But most importantly, Haiye wanted to know the strength of these demons and, incidentally, kill them to see if he could become stronger. The area ahead stretched out endlessly, probably several hundred meters in length. Killing all the monsters wouldn't be a quick task. Haiye focused his gaze on one of the demons and then used his eye of detection to check its information. Name: Round Magic. Race: Demon. Ability: this species does not possess any special abilities, but they can retract their limbs into their bodies and then roll towards their enemies. The impact force increases with distance, so it is essential to avoid them in advance. Strength rating: F. Physical toughness, but can be easily exploited by finding its weaknesses. Experience gained from kill: 1 only applies to F rank levels, has no effect on E rank and above. After reading the information about this monster, Haiye's face showed understanding. As expected, this is the first secret realm. The monsters here are indeed weak. However, killing one of these things only grants 1 experience point? Haiye pondered this in his heart, while checking his own panel. Since the upgrade system was introduced, he hadn't yet learned about it. Name: Haiye. Race: Human. Talents: Subspace Ability SS level, Holy Flame King S level, Earth King S level, Hurricane Walker A+ level, Demonic Contract A level, Eye of Exploration A level. Rank: E0 10,000. Special Ability: Mind Control. Partners: Yi Shui, Xiao Xiaoyu, Xiao Xiana, Luo Danxia. Offspring: 4. Items: 78 Power Crystals, 100 Life Crystals, Rock Armor Shield Soldier, Hurricane Blade, Resurrection Healing Armor, Talent Copy Card, Item Enhancement Card. Haiye carefully examined his own panel, but apart from his strength rating changing to his level, nothing else had changed. Even though his rank had changed to E, Haiye did not feel that his strength had weakened. With such a combination of talents, even though Haiye's current level is the lowest, his actual combat ability can be described as invincible. As his level increased, Haiye never imagined how invincible his strength would become. However, there was one thing that Haiye was not satisfied with: the experience points required to level up were too many. You're only at the initial level, and you already need 10,000 experience points to level up? Haiye sighed slightly, then stopped thinking about it. Leveling up with 10,000 experience points only takes a little more time. Killing F-level monsters is incredibly easy for Haiye. Having learned the details, Haiye turned his gaze to the horde of demons ahead. The individual form of a monster is much larger than that of a normal adult. Therefore, Haiye roughly estimated that there were more than 1,000 demons on this road. At this moment, Haiye was several dozen meters away from the monster horde, so they did not notice Haiye and the other two. Let's go, let's practice on those monsters first. Killing them will give us experience to level up. Haiye spoke, and then used spatial teleportation with Wang Yan and Jinwei, arriving at the edge of the monster group in the blink of an eye. The round demons were instantly drawn to the presence of humans nearby. They turned their bodies over to look at Haiye and the other two, and immediately let out a deep, muffled growl. The round demon that was close to Haiye and the other two immediately lunged forward. Meanwhile, the rolling demons in the distance used their racial talents to transform into rugby balls, rolling and crashing towards Haiye and the others. Haiye looked at this scene, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. You've come at the perfect time, saving me the trouble of killing you all one by one. As Haiye thought this, he immediately used his Earth King talent to raise a 4-meter high rock wall in front of him. He then jumped onto the rock wall and quickly imbued himself with the Holy Flame Monarch talent. The Holy Flame Monarch's talent bestowed upon High-Ya made him radiate the brilliance of the sun, dispelling some of the darkness in the underground passage. High-Ya took out the hurricane blade, condensed a wind blade on the blade, and then attached it with a burst of holy flame. The combination of the two abilities caused High-Ya's aura to increase several times over, and the windless area around him suddenly began to rumble with a sharp sound. In just a few breaths, a powerful holy flame wind blade was successfully condensed. High-Ya then swung this attack horizontally, slashing at the swooping round demons. In a single exchange, the moment the holy flame wind blade made contact with the rolling demon, their bodies were cleaved in two. Because of the blessing of the holy flame, their corpses were scorched into flames. Meanwhile, these round demons maintained their diving posture before death, with their upper bodies falling to the ground while their lower bodies took a few more steps forward. In the blink of an eye, the swooping, round demons were wiped out by High-Ya, and a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing 78 chubby demons. Experience bonus awarded. 78? It seems my attack was quite effective. High-Ya stood on the rock wall, looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground in front of him, and couldn't help but smile and nod. Behind the rock wall, Wang Yan and Jinwei exchanged a glance and then jumped onto the rock wall. It wasn't that they didn't want to go up the rock wall before, but mainly because High-Ya's commotion was too great, making them afraid to disturb him. Upon reaching the top of the rock wall, Wang Yan and Jinwei both gasped in shock at the sight before them. Oh my god! Young Master's strength is just too exaggerated. But that would make us look really silly. Wang Yan and Jinwei felt their scalps tingle, and they were even more in awe and horrified by High-Ya's unfathomable strength. The spherical demons in the distance did not stop advancing despite High-Ya's strength. Their only thought was to kill the intruders. High-Ya turned around and then said to Wang Yan and Jinwei, "You guys go watch from the side, I haven't had my fill of killing yet. P.S. I had something to do today and I'm a little late. I need to hurry and write the next chapter." Chapter 45: Annihilating the Round Demon Swarm. High-Ya, Xiaoyan, do you know what fear is? Inside the underground passage, it had become a one-man show for High-Ya. After receiving their instructions, Wang Yan and Jinwei kept their distance from High-Ya, afraid of interfering with his operations. The Holy Flame Windblade just now probably consumed 1/10 of High-Ya's mana bar. Therefore, High-Ya felt that after killing a few hundred more monsters, he would need to use the supernatural crystal to restore his energy. But that's not important. I have plenty of supernatural crystals. I'm just worried that I won't have enough monsters to kill. With this in mind, High-Ya quickly began to condense another Holy Flame Windblade. As for the monsters, they were just mindlessly charging forward. They don't know how to dodge, so they are just moving live targets. As long as High-Ya sweeps his wind blades forward, he can kill a large number of them. After unleashing several Holy Flame Wind Blades, High-Ya felt his energy was severely depleted, so he took out his special ability crystal to replenish his strength. With the help of the superpower crystal, High-Ya's energy was quickly restored, and he immediately began a new round of slashing. To be honest, it feels really good to casually slaughter monsters and defeat them with absolute power. As a result, High-Ya's heart became increasingly at ease. After about 10 minutes, High-Ya finally unleashed his last Holy Flame Windblade, and the rolling demons were almost wiped out. The final Holy Flame Windblade was more than enough to kill the remaining monsters. Even if there are only a few left, I don't need to do anything with them myself. I can leave them for Wang Yan and Jinwei to practice on. Puff! The Holy Flame Windblade struck the round demon head-on, and the round demons were instantly killed. At this point, all the monsters in this underground passage had been killed by High-Ya. High-Ya's experience points for leveling up have reached 1653 10,000. It seems like this kind of upgrade is pretty awesome. High-Ya felt a sense of relief, and no longer felt any annoyance about the experience points needed to level up. It's a bit of a shame that I didn't leave behind a single monster to test my talent for demon contract. Never mind, I'll use it next time I encounter a monster that I like. I wonder how often these monsters respawn. But it won't be refreshed anytime soon. High-Ya shook his head, and then Wang Yan and Jinwei also came over. Seeing High-Ya kill such a large number of monsters in just over 10 minutes, the two were already speechless with shock. Jinwei swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly, and said to High-Ya, Young master, where are we going next? Should we continue pursuing that tank?" High-Ya nodded slightly upon hearing this, then took a deep breath and said, "That's right. Keep chasing that tank. As soon as he finished speaking, Haiye led Wang Yan and Jinwei deeper into the distance. After leaving the territory of the Round Demon, Haiye continued on his journey for a while. Of course, when traveling, they still followed the tire tracks of the chariots, not ran around randomly. As they ventured deeper into the boundless sea, the paths within became increasingly narrow. When they reached a crossroads, the road was only about 4 meters wide. Hey, a crossroads? Looking at the terrain, Haiye also stopped his advance. Because here, the tracks left by the chariot had already ended. The rocks on the ground here are gray and incredibly hard, making it impossible to continue following. However, at this moment, Haiye remembered the system's previous prompt. They say that once you reach the depths of the secret realm, a crossroads will appear. And along a road dotted with starlight, lies the path to destiny. Therefore, Haiye spoke to Wang Yan and Jinwei, instructing everyone to split up and search for the path with starlight. Upon receiving their orders, the two went to the left and right respectively, while Haiye went straight ahead. The three separated and each advanced about 20 meters before a shout came from the road to Jinwei's right. Here! I've discovered starlight. It's on the right, come to the right quickly. Because the distance wasn't too far, and Jinwei had an extremely loud voice, both Haiye and Wang Yan heard the shouts. The two then stopped and turned back towards Jinwei. Soon, when Haiye and Wang Yan arrived behind Jinwei, they could vaguely see the twinkling starlight ahead. Although very faint, it definitely exists. Without further ado, Haiye set off and headed ahead. This place is too dark, it's safer not to use spatial teleportation. Wang Yan and Jinwei watched Haiye leave and immediately followed. Tap tap, tap tap tap. In this quiet environment, Haiye and the others arrived at the edge of a deep pit. About 5 minutes have passed since we first saw the starlight, and what everyone thought was starlight has now been revealed to be its true form. Are those fireflies in the sky the starlight that guided us here? Jinwei spoke, his tone seemingly somewhat doubtful. Haiye did not respond to these words, but he already understood. How could there be starlight underground? That kind of scene makes perfect sense. Haiye turned his head and began to examine his surroundings. Before them lay a bottomless pit. On the left and right sides, there is a narrow road. Both roads are winding, but both extend downwards, clearly natural pit roads. Seeing this, Haiye knew that the chariot protagonist had probably gone down, so he prepared to go down into the pit immediately as well. Haiye had just noticed that the two roads would meet below on the opposite side, so he casually went down into the pit from the right road. Wang Yan and Jinwei followed closely behind Haiye, quickly descending into the deep pit. After walking for about 5 more minutes, Haiye and his companions arrived at the intersection of the roads. At this point, only the left road remained, allowing them to continue deeper into the pit. Haiye did not stop and continued walking towards the bottomless pit. As they walked, Haiye discovered a passage on the left side of the road. It was equally bottomless, but there was a faint phosphorescent glow inside. Should he continue deeper into the pit, or explore this passage to find out more? Haiye pondered for a moment. Then I realized that the phosphorescence might be from minerals or other resources, and that the chariot protagonist's purpose this time was for a kind of mineral. So Haiye decided to explore the place first and see if he could find anything. Having made up his mind, Haiye decided to venture deeper into the passage. Shortly after entering the passage, a bright light suddenly shone at the end of the passage. Haiye raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. Was there some movement inside? He quickened his pace, and as he drew closer, Haiye spotted the outline of a chariot. The chariot was shining its bright light onto the ore in front of it. Chapter 46, Beating Up Xiaoyan. 3 major plunder rewards obtained. Inside the behemoth tank, Xiaoyan looked at the ore ahead with a hint of joy in his eyes. According to the prompts on the tank upgrade panel, Xiaoyan learned that the minerals in front of him were the items that could upgrade the tanks. After traveling such a long way, the reward is finally about to be received. If the tank were upgraded again, how invincible it would be. Xiaoyan couldn't contain his joy, and then got up and left the driver's seat. Upon entering the chariot's interior, Xiaoyan looked at Linny, who was resting with her eyes closed, and then spoke. Missy, we've arrived at our destination. Would you like to come down for some fresh air? Linny is still recovering her energy after suffering a backlash from using her talent yesterday. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, he slowly nodded. Going out for some fresh air was a good idea. Okay, but is it dangerous outside? Don't worry. We haven't encountered a single zombie on our way here. Xiaoyan spoke, his tone full of confidence. Seeing this, Lin Yi nodded and followed suit, stepping out of the safe and stable chariot. Who? Xiao Yan opened the side door of the chariot and then jumped down to the ground. He then gentlemanly raised his hand, indicating that Lin Yi should help him out of the car. Lin Yi simply smiled and shook her head, then quickly landed while holding onto the chariot railing. Xiao Yan awkwardly touched his nose and turned away as if nothing had happened. The chariot's bright light shone on the ore 5 meters ahead, and the ore emitted a glowing green light. Xiao Yan had already stepped forward and was observing the ore. Lin Yi followed Xiao Yan to the ore to check the situation. What the two were unaware of was that 3 people were watching them from behind. Hai Ya had just arrived here, and after entering the passage, he saw 2 people getting off the car in front of him. Hai Ya raised his hand, signaling Wang Yan and Jin Wei to keep quiet, while he used his eye of detection to gather information about the other party. Name, Xiao Yan. Race, human. Talent, mystic mental perception, rank A. Rank, E. Identity, one of the protagonists of Destiny, bound to a war chariot with unlimited upgrades and formidable defensive capabilities. He can locate secret realms and ores. It is recommended that the host use him as a treasure hunting tool. After reading the person's information, Hai Ya looked thoughtful. Just by looking at the information in the introduction, Hai Ya felt that he was much weaker than Yi Fan. Aside from having a tortoise shell, this person has no other formidable abilities. Aside from managing to survive by hiding inside the tank, he couldn't cause any significant impact. Of course, if his vehicle is upgraded in the future, it may become much stronger. However, at present, the impact that Xiao Yan can have is far less than that of Yi Fan. After learning about Xiao Yan's information, Hai Ya then investigated the information about the girl next to Xiao Yan. Name, Lin Yi. Race, human. Talent, solemn prayer, rank A. Rank, E. Identity, one of the important female protagonists. It is recommended that the host recruit her. She has a twin sister who is currently in the Linjiang Villa area. The host can use this information to abduct her. Oh? Is she an important female lead? After reading the woman's information, Hai Ya's lips curled up slightly. Compared to the protagonist Xiao Yan, Hai Ya is clearly more interested in the female lead. Hai Ya didn't care much about the main character, but he really loved the female lead. Having gathered all the information about the two, Hai Ya prepared to make his move and seize Xiao Yan's first opportunity. After plundering the ore ahead, take Lin Yi away. TSK, Xiao Yan, all I can say is sorry. At this moment, standing in front of the ore, Xiao Yan was preparing to use his innate ability to extract the mineral elements embedded in the stone. However, at this moment, Hai Ya no longer concealed his movements and spoke with a smile as he walked. Xiao Yan. I've been looking for you for so long. Tap tap tap. Hai Ya and his 2 companions walked into the illuminated area, revealing their figures as they looked at Xiao Yan. Someone's there. Upon hearing Hai Ya's words, Xiao Yan immediately felt as if he were being pricked by thorns. He then immediately turned around and squinted at the 3 people in front of him. To be precise, she was looking at Hai Ya, who was standing in the middle. Who are you? Why are you here? We don't seem to have any past conflicts, do we? Xiao Yan was certain that he did not know Hai Ya and the other 2, so he spoke with great hesitation. Upon hearing this, Hai Ya smiled and shook his head, then said, I have never had any conflicts with you before, and I don't think I will have any conflicts with you in the future. But from now on, you will definitely hate me to the core. As soon as Hai Ya finished speaking, he immediately used spatial teleportation to appear behind Xiao Yan. Immediately afterwards, he struck Xiao Yan on the back with a palm, sending him flying towards Wang Yan and Jin Wei. Hold on to Xiao Yan, don't let him break free. It's young master. Xiao Yan hadn't even had time to react before he was sent flying by a palm strike. Upon landing, he was immediately supported by 2 burly men, causing Xiao Yan to vomit blood and become disoriented and confused. But there is no doubt that Xiao Yan was extremely angry. Unfortunately, his anger was of no use. Just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth and start cursing, Wang Yan swiftly punched him in the face. With a soft thud, Xiao Yan felt as if his head was about to explode, then his head spun around before he fell unconscious. Mr. Xiao. Lin Yi was terrified by what she saw. But she only dared to stand still with her mouth covered, not daring to make any move on her own. As for Hai Ya, he didn't pay attention to Xiao Yan. He was currently using the Earth King's talent to make all the rocks except for the ore stretch and move aside. As the rock strata expanded and contracted, a deafening rumble resounded throughout the passage, but fortunately, no collapse occurred. About 3 minutes later, the rock layer in front of High YA finally separated from the fluorescent green Oregon. The emerald green mineral in front of me was about the size of an ordinary living room, and it was a single, solid piece. High YA didn't know what this was for, but he still used his special ability to put it into his space. As the ore was taken away by Hai Wuyen, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing Xiaoyan's great opportunity and receiving the following rewards: Energy Converter, Universal Forging Furnace, and BioTracker 3. After hearing the system notification, Hai Ya's lips curled up slightly. Just hearing about the item rewards, Hai Ya felt that they must be extremely useful. Although we don't know the details yet, based on the importance of the protagonist's first opportunity. Being able to know the rewards you've received is also very important. Chapter 47 Hai Ya, I'm still good at fooling the female lead. Xiaoyan's good fortune. Hai Ya's lips curled up at this moment, ignoring the unconscious Xiaoyan. The looting mission is now complete, so there's no need to rush to find out the rewards. So, next, it's time to make a move on the female lead in front of us. Hai Ya walked up to Lin Yi, waved his hand in front of her eyes, and only spoke after she looked at him. Lin Yi, I've come to save you. You weren't hurt by Xiaoyan, were you? Ha? You know me? At this moment, the emotion in Lin Yi's eyes had changed from fear to astonishment. However, she remained wary of the handsome man in front of her. Upon hearing this, Hai Ya nodded slightly and said in a gentle tone. I am your sister's friend. She is currently in the Linjian Villa district, and I suspect she is in danger. I only learned about your situation from your sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned even more shocked, and then she said. Ro is still alive. She's still at her friend's house. Wait, then how do you know all this? Hai Ya's lips curled into a smile. So his sister's name was Lin Ruru. How I know this is none of your concern. Anyway, I'm here to rescue you now, and I'll also go and rescue Lin Ruru. Seeing the hesitation on Lin Yi's face, Hai Ya continued to press. What, you don't want to leave with me to rescue your sister? No, I really want to save Ro, but... As Lin Yi spoke, her gaze also fell upon the unconscious Xiaoyan, as if to say that he was innocent. Seeing this, Hai Ya knew that Lin Yi probably felt somewhat guilty, so he comforted her. I thought Xiaoyan had taken you hostage, which is why I taught him a lesson. But judging from your current behavior, Xiaoyan probably didn't do anything outrageous. In that case, don't worry, I will let Xiaoyan go. Because I never intended to kill Xiaoyan. After listening to Hai Ya's words, Lin Yi finally lowered her guard and then spoke. Yes, Mr. Xiao did not kidnap me, so I beg you not to punish him anymore. And also, thank you for your concern, sir. Ro is lucky to have you as a friend. Lin Yi bowed deeply to Hai Ya, revealing her snow-white figure to him. Hai Ya waved his hand, signaling the other party to get up, and then prepared to go and check on Xiaoyan's chariot. The chariot doors were not closed, so Hai Ya was able to board the chariot. Follow me, and bring Xiaoyan up too, Hai Ya said, turning to Wang Yin and Jinwei. Yes. Tap tap, tap tap tap. Hai Ya was the first to board the chariot. He was somewhat surprised by the furnishings inside. This is not a war chariot. It's clearly a small mobile base. It has everything you could want inside, far surpassing the luxury RVs on the market before. TSK, if this chariot hadn't already been bound to Xiaoyan, Hai Ya would have really wanted to plunder it. Hai Ya arrived at the control room, wanting to operate the tank. Unfortunately, apart from Xiaoyanlai's manipulation, no one else could react at all. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of the chariot, even Hai Ya's spatial abilities were unable to fit it inside. This also dashed Hai Ya's hopes of taking everything with him. But before leaving, you can cause some destruction for fun. Thinking of this, Hai Ya finally felt a little better. He then casually sat down in the control chair, preparing to check the information about the items he had just acquired. The system just gave out 3 rewards, and Hai Ya started by checking the information on the first one. Name, Energy Converter. Category, Practical Functional Items. Effect, this item can utilize raw resources to generate the energy needed. For example, adding wood can provide electricity to a considerable area without polluting the environment. Adding crude oil can produce pure industrial oil. After reading this information, Hai Ya was very satisfied with its functionality. This thing is essentially a combination of multiple energy extraction and supply systems. Placing one at the base can solve the energy problem. High-YA valued the living conditions at the base very much. Therefore, High-YA liked this item very much. Next, High-YA went to find out about the next reward. Name: Universal Forging Furnace. Type: Practical Forging Item. Effect: this item can forge any small to medium-sized components, as well as various high-grade rare ores, such as automatically forging high-level weapons and various defensive devices. After learning about the functions of this universal forging furnace, High-YA was overjoyed. Although I don't lack weapons and other items, the base's combat capabilities are needed. If a skilled individual has a suitable weapon and defensive equipment, their strength will be greatly enhanced. In this way, the combat power within the base will rapidly increase, and I will no longer need to worry about the base's security. The effect is pretty good. High-YA chuckled, recalling the ore he had just acquired. I wonder what those rare ores can be used to forge. Forget it, I'll think about ore forging after we get back to base. High-YA pondered this in his heart while checking the information for the last reward. Name: Biometric Tracker. Category: Functional Tracking Items. Effect: this item can be implanted into a living organism. After successful implantation, the implanter can use their senses to confirm the exact location of the recipient and the recipient's surrounding environment. Note: once implanted, this device will not be detected by the organism until the recipient is informed of the situation. Only then will the recipient become aware of the tracker residing within their body. Oh? Is this tracker really that amazing? High-YA raised an eyebrow, then took out a tracker to check it. The tracker is very small, about the size of a cube with sides of 0.5 centimeters. It looks unremarkable, like a lump of metal. Hiss. Wouldn't this be perfect for implanting into Xiaoyan's body? With Xiaoyan's treasure hunting abilities, as long as he knows the other party's location, why should he be afraid of not being able to find ores in secret realms in the future? High-YA couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking how kind of person he really was. High-YA got up and left the control room, coming to Xiaoyan, who was being supported by Wang Yan and Jinwei. Xiaoyan was currently unconscious, so High-YA said to Wang Yan, "Pry open Xiaoyan's mouth." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately did as instructed, pinching Xiaoyan's chin and prying open his mouth. Without hesitation, High-YA threw the tracker into Xiaoyan's mouth. Once inside the body, the tracker quickly turned into liquid and adhered to the roof of the mouth. Xiaoyan, enjoy the blessings bestowed upon you. P.S. I'd love for a donation from you all. Cute emoji. Chapter 48: Burning the Chariots. Yifan, can I finally rise up now? The underground passage was quiet and dark. At this moment, Wang Yan was carrying a bucket of gasoline and evenly splashing it inside and outside Xiaoyan's chariot. Now that the matter is settled, High-YA is preparing to leave. However, before leaving, I must give Xiaoyan one last gift. Mr. Hai, are you really going to do this? Xiaoyan actually. Lin Yi stood a few meters away from the chariot and spoke to High-YA beside her with a worried tone. However, before she could finish speaking, High-YA waved his hand to interrupt her. You don't need to say anything more, anyway, Xiaoyan won't be in any danger. How could the protagonist die so easily? All I did was burn his chariot. Of course, the chariots would not be destroyed by this burning. But High-YA felt very uncomfortable looking at the interior of the chariot. That's why, before leaving, he thought of burning the chariot into an empty shell. Now that Xiaoyan's first major opportunity has been seized by himself, his chariot will not be upgraded in the short term. Let him drive his charred, empty shell of a turtle around the apocalypse. As High-YA thought to himself, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. The bio-tracker has been installed on Xiaoyan, and he will find the opportune moment later. Then High-YA can set off directly and plunder it all. Xiaoyan, you won't blame me, will you? Young master, the gasoline has been poured in. At this moment, Wang Yan, who had been busy for about 10 minutes, returned to High-YA and reported to him. Alright, you all step back a bit, and bring Xiaoyan along too, High-YA instructed. Upon hearing this, all three of them stepped back several meters. As for Xiaoyan, who was still unconscious, he was being pulled backward by Jinwei. As everyone pushed to a safe position, High-YA directly generated a wisp of flame on his fingertip and then flicked the flame toward the chariot. Bang! Whoosh! The flames and gasoline colliding caused the gas to surge many times over, eventually engulfing the entire vehicle within seconds. Although the chariot's body was almost invincible, its interior furnishings could not withstand the scorching heat of flames. A fire might not destroy the chariot, but Xiao Yan wouldn't be able to live comfortably inside. As the fire intensified, Ya turned and left. Let's go, there's no need to waste any more time. Upon hearing the order, Wang Yan and Jinwei immediately followed suit, but Lin Yi felt a little guilty. She paused to watch the fire for a few breaths, then turned to look at Xiao Yan, who was being held up. After sighing inwardly, he still followed Ya's retreating figure. Upon reaching the intersection, Ya instructed Jinwei to put Xiao Yan down and let him wake up naturally there. Jinwei naturally had no objections. After casually leaving Xiao Yan by the roadside, they left together. The raiding mission is complete, the experience points have been gained, and the female lead has been taken away. Ya was very satisfied with this trip. However, this secret realm is still very large, and Ya has not yet begun to explore it. Having not yet earned enough experience points, Ya planned to level up once before considering leaving the secret realm. What's more, there's still a treasure hunting rat that Ya hasn't harvested yet. If I'm not mistaken, then Yifan must also be inside the secret realm. The exact location of Yifan is still unknown. When Ya finds Yifan again, he thinks he can also arrange a tracker for him. This way, you won't be clueless when you want to find him next time. Time flew by, and Ya and the others had returned to the place where they had first annihilated the swarm of round demons. The place remained unchanged, the corpses scattered on the ground had not disappeared, and the unique stench of blood belonging to the demon race still lingered. TSK. I wonder how often these monsters respawn. My experience bar is really thirsty. Ya sighed inwardly, then led the other three away from the road using spatial teleportation. It's not that Ya is lazy, but that this path is truly unworkable. Soon, Ya arrived back at the newbie village location. The place remains empty and desolate, devoid of any sign of life. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Yifan, the protagonist of the first main quest, is preparing to acquire his second important opportunity. It is recommended that the host go and seize it. If the seizure is successful, Yifan's strength will be greatly reduced, and he will lose some of his destiny. Opportunity introduction: a powerful talent must possess a powerful weapon. The Lord of Flames once left behind a trial. Whoever passes it can obtain the weapon he left behind. Do you want to become stronger? If so, then go and pass the trial. Clues: deep within the rightmost passage of the Blood Sea secret realm, there is a group of low-level flame demon guards. Passing through the flame demon horde will lead you to the entrance to the trial grounds. After reading the system prompt, Ya's face lit up with joy. Yifan was indeed inside the secret realm, but did that kid sneak in without me? Young master, where are we going next? Jinwei asked tentatively, wanting to know the next part of the itinerary. Upon hearing this, Ya immediately said, "Come with me, let's go find Yifan." After saying that, Ya turned around and walked towards the rightmost passage of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the other three exchanged glances and then followed Shanghai Weiyuan's steps. Call. Yifan let out a heavy breath, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at the flame demons that were constantly attacking him. Damn it! Why am I so powerless to deal with these low-level fire demons? It's all Ya's fault. If he hadn't stolen my evolution crystal, I would definitely be slaughtering the flame demon right now. Yifan held a slightly chipped machete and squatted on the ground to recover his energy. In fact, Yifan was just about to pass through the area guarded by the flame demon. Using the agility he honed during the apocalypse, he managed to evade the flame demon's attacks until he reached this place. Unfortunately, he was accidentally hit by the Balrog and has been fighting the Balrogs ever since. By now, Yifan was clearly exhausted from the battle. But with only 20 meters left to the safe zone, he gritted his teeth and stood up, fighting off the flame demon's attacks while trying to break through to the front. After about 10 minutes, Yifan, severely injured, finally reached a safe area. The flame demons, who had been relentlessly pursuing Yifan, suddenly turned away, no longer showing any interest in him. Looking at the flame demon who had turned around, Yifan let out a heavy breath, then lay down on the ground without moving to recover his energy. The flame demon battle blade. Here I come. Yifan's lips curled up slightly as he recovered his energy and imagined the scene after obtaining the flame demon battle blade. A plus-level weapon. They're a perfect match for me. Chapter 49 Ya, step back, I'm about to begin. Yifan's unwavering determination to win. Mr. Hai, it's so hot here. Linny wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with some concern. Not long ago, after receiving a system notification, Hiya rushed to the rightmost passage of the secret realm. As the group ventured deeper into the area, the surrounding temperature rose even higher. Hiya estimated that the temperature in the passage had risen to around 40 degrees Celsius. Despite the high temperature, it didn't cause any discomfort for Hiya and the other men. Hiya even felt that the temperature was quite warm. However, for Linny, this was somewhat unbearable. In particular, her awakened talent cannot enhance her physical constitution. I reckon there's definitely danger inside. You can rest here if you want. As Hiya spoke, he took out several bags of popsicles from his spatial storage and gave them to the three people beside him. Linny's eyes lit up after receiving the popsicle, and she immediately opened the packaging and started eating. With her mouth full of popsicles, Linny's voice was somewhat muffled. Never mind, I feel safer with you. Eating popsicles is so refreshing, thank you Mr. Hiya chuckled upon hearing this, and then continued to venture deeper into the passage. After a few more minutes, Hiya finally saw the monster at the end of his line of sight. The monster ahead is composed of 3 flames, the largest of which is an inverted triangle, representing the monster's body and head. It has no legs, its lower body is slender like the tip of a calligraphy brush, and its 2 small flames are its arms. The monster horde numbered about 300 or 400, and their size was roughly that of an average adult. Looking at this demonic creature, Hiya was certain that it was the Flame Demon. However, he still used his eye of exploration to learn about the other party's information first. Name, Flame Demon. Race, Demon. Ability, this species is not physically strong, but it can control small flames to attack. Although the flames are just ordinary flames, being attacked continuously would still be very dangerous. Strength rating, F+. Body becomes ethereal, extremely immune to fire-type talents. It is recommended to use ice or water-type talents to counter these talents when attacking. Experience gained from kill, 2 experience bonus only applies to F-rank characters. After reading the information about this species, Hiya narrowed his eyes slightly. This species is undoubtedly stronger than those round demons from the beginning. However, the experience it can gain is also twice that of those round demons. Hiya was quite satisfied with this. Although killing these fire demons is a bit more difficult than killing the round demons. But for Hiya, they were all pretty much the same. If you can't use fire-based talents to kill, then use other talents to attack. Since I have many talents, I'm not afraid of being unable to cope. By passing through the area guarded by these fire demons, we can reach the area where Yifan is located. You two protect Linny. I will personally kill the monsters. After all, I want to grind experience points to my heart's content. Upon receiving the order, Wang Yan and Jinwei immediately stood guard on either side of Linny to prevent her from being in danger. Call. Hiya exhaled and then used the Hurricane Walker talent to activate his power. According to the information provided, the fire demons ahead are ethereal, so the Earth King's talent is not suitable. The Hurricane Walker is a wind elemental, so its power would definitely be enormous against the fire elemental Balrogs. Wind can amplify fire, but it can also restrain it. Therefore, Hiya prepared to use the Hurricane Walker talent to wipe out these fire demon groups. With this thought in mind, Hiya immediately used spatial teleportation to arrive in front of the flame demon horde. Then it draws in the surrounding airflow, causing it to gradually form a tornado. As the tornado spun, the fire demons were also attracted by Hiya's commotion and all rushed towards him, calling out to him. A tornado is formed, and the winds it generates are strong enough to make the passageway tremble. Meanwhile, the horde of flame demons not far ahead gradually converged, forming a straight line as they charged toward Hiya. Seeing this, Hiya felt that the time was almost right. So they stopped restricting the tornado and controlled it to sweep towards the fire demons. The tornado roared fiercely, rushing towards the group of fire demons with immense pressure. The fire demons were still quite far from the tornado, but they had already been lifted into the air. The fire demons had no way to evade the tornado's sweep, and thus had no means of resistance. After the tornado had swept through about a third of the flame demon, it had reached its limit. Hiya then conjured wind blades, which he continuously swung at the engulfed fire demons. The wind blades' attack sliced the fire demons in two. Then it was swept away by a tornado, so the wound could no longer heal. After several rounds of this, a third of the flame demon group was killed by Hiya. After killing 1/3 of the flame demons, Hiya's mana bar was basically empty. So he took out the superpower crystal to replenish his energy, and after repeating the same operation 2 or 3 more times, the entire group of fire demons in the passage was killed. Ding! Experience points increased by 714. Upon hearing this notification, Ya couldn't help but show a look of joy. Adding the 1653 experience points I gained not long ago, I am now only 7,633 experience points away from leveling up. That seems like quite a lot. Ya sighed, but at least killing demons was easy for him. However, compared to Ya's relaxed expression, the 3 people behind him were shocked. Wang Yan and Jinwei exchanged a glance, then gave each other a wry smile. What exactly is our role? At this moment, Lin Yi's mouth was so wide open that an egg could fit inside. This is a normal human being? Lin Yi was shocked and unconsciously developed a sense of awe towards Ya. Let's go, don't just stand there staring without moving. Ya spoke to the 3 people behind him. The 3 of them came to their senses and immediately nodded and headed towards Ya. This is the entrance to the trial? Yifan stood before a tightly closed arched gate, surrounded by eternally burning flames. Stroking the scorching rocks on the gate, Yifan felt a slight sense of emotion. Once you enter and pass the trial, you can obtain the Flame Demon Battle Blade. The powerful figure who possessed the Flame Demon Battle Blade in the previous life must have been the first to pass the trial, right? But in this life, I, Yifan, will be the one to become the strongest. Xiaoxue, wait for me a little longer, your brother will definitely rescue you. With a burning anger in his heart and a determination to win, Yifan pushed open the trial door. The gate opened, and Yifan strode inside without pausing. I, Yifan, will definitely obtain the Flame Demon Battle Blade. P.S. Is this okay, babies? Shy.jpg. Chapter 50. Yifan is so annoying. The Flame Demon Trial. The Flame Demon Trial Grounds. Yifan pushed open the door and arrived at this place. The hall of this training ground was very spacious, with a road running through the middle and scalding lava on both sides. At the end of the road, a huge crimson crystal floats in the air. Directly below the crystal's pointed tip, there is a simulated magma door. Yifan quickly walked across the middle of the road and arrived at the end, looking at the lava gate. Upon closer inspection, Yifan discovered that the magma gate did not possess any heat energy, it was merely the surface of magma. After passing through this gate, we should be in the real training ground, right? Yifan murmured to himself, then exhaled and prepared to step inside. But then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Yifan, it's been a long time. I've been looking for you for ages. Ya and his group of 4 had been heading deeper into the area since passing through the Flame Demon Guardian Zone. Upon arriving at the gate of the training ground, they saw Yifan, who was about to leave. Upon hearing that slightly familiar voice and the words spoken, Yifan's hair stood on end. Yifan turned around, his body stiff and trembling slightly. Although they already knew who the person was, they were still surprised when they saw Ya's figure. Yifan still felt as if his heart had been suddenly gripped by the other person. The sea is boundless. How did you find me? Yifan's tone was chilling, using anger to suppress the fear in his heart. Yifan was completely unprepared for Ya's sudden appearance. He had arrived at the training ground at top speed, so why was Ya still able to keep up with him? Besides, didn't I clearly avoid him before entering the secret realm? Yifan suppressed his fear and anger and spoke to Ya, who was walking towards him. Ya, I think we don't need to provoke each other on this trip to the secret realm. I am willing to put aside past grievances and live peacefully with you. Although I don't know why you are always one step ahead of me, I don't think we need to compete with each other. Any reward in the secret realm belongs to the capable, so I won't compete with you for it. Since I can't beat them, I'll try to reason with them. I've already offered you a way out, you, Ya, can't possibly be so shameless. Keep attacking me, shall we? Yifan thought to himself, but he was still very uneasy. However, Ya did not respond, so Yifan did not dare to make any further moves. As Ya listened to Yifan's delaying tactics, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. Yifan, you're nothing but stinking dog shit, how dare you talk to me about reconciliation? And that other time when you and I were at odds? Wasn't it all me playing tricks on you? Ya said sarcastically, and then directly used spatial teleportation. Before Yifan could enter the trial, they kicked him to the ground. With a soft thud, Yifan clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. The sea has no bounds. You deserve to die. I Thud. Before Yifan could finish speaking, Hai stepped on his face. He then shifted left and right a few times, and after seeing Yifan's ferocious expression, he slowly spoke. Who gave you the audacity to insult me to my face? After kicking Yifan several times, Hai spoke to Wang Yan and Jinwei, who had approached him. Take good care of our old friend, but be careful not to kill him outright. Yes, young master. Wang Yan and Jinwei spoke in unison, exchanged a glance, and then dragged Yifan aside. Since there are no monsters to practice on, then we'll use you, Yifan, as our practice subject. With this in mind, Wang Yan and Jinwei attacked without any restraint. Aside from being careful not to kill Yifan, the two of them practically beat him half to death. Faced with two incredibly strong physical talents, Yifan's unevolved talent was utterly powerless to resist. Although Yifan continued to resist, it did nothing to improve his condition except for getting beaten even more badly. Mr. Hai, isn't this a bit too cruel? Lin Yi was a little afraid to watch the beating, but she could tell how much pain it was just from the sounds. Hai shrugged upon hearing this, but did not reply. However, he has temporarily lost interest in Yifan. Turning around, Hai looked at the magma gate and felt an emotion luring him inside. Next, I used the Eye of Exploration on it to see if it could provide any information. Name, Fire Demon Trial Grounds. Type, Test-based Scenario. Information, this trial ground is only recommended for those with fire-type talents. Those with other talents will not receive any rewards even if they pass the trial. After reading the information about the training ground, Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. If that's the case, then you can enter alone. While Wang Yan and Jinwei keep an eye on Yifan from the outside, they should also protect Lin Yi. Thinking of this, Hai gave the order. Wang Yan and Lao Jin, you two stay outside and keep watch over Yifan and protect Lin Yi. Yes, young master. The two paused slightly, replied, and then continued to beat Yifan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes revealed a mixture of gratitude and worry, and she then spoke to Hai. Mr. Hai, you must take care of yourself too. Hai smiled and nodded, then stepped directly into the magma gate to enter the true trial of the flame demon. As Hai disappeared without a trace, Lin Yi's expression hardened as she realized something. She prepared to use her talent and prayed that everything would go smoothly for Hai. Lin Yi clenched her fists together and placed them in front of her chest, then closed her eyes and began a devout prayer. As for the purpose of the prayer, it is of course to hope that Hai will have a smooth journey. After praying for a while, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. She then let out a breath, finally feeling a little calmer. Does it seem like I'm being superfluous? As Hai stepped into the secret realm, he instinctively closed his eyes upon being illuminated by a bright light. When I opened my eyes again, the surrounding environment had changed. Beneath your feet lies a small rocky island, completely surrounded by lava. The lava stretched as far as the eye could see, and the sea seemed endless, making one feel as if they were on a lonely island in a sea of lava. The temperature here is very high, but it's only so-so for Hai. After I had adapted to my surroundings, an old voice suddenly rang in my mind. Young man, this is the training ground of the Flame Demon Trial Grounds. The trial is divided into 3 stages, Battle of the Heart, Battle of the Mind, and Battle of Oneself. Once you pass these 3 stages, you will receive a gift and blessing. The first being to pass the trial will also receive an unexpected reward. P.S. I was feeling a bit down today, but beating up Yifan made me feel much better. Chapter 51 Top Tier Blessing Reward. Plunder mission completed. On the isolated island, Hai listened quietly to the instructions. According to the voice prompts, passing the trial requires going through 3 stages. However, Hai did not know the specifics. Young man, if you are ready, then you only need to say let the trial begin. Having finished explaining all the instructions, Hai had no time to hesitate and spoke directly. Begin the trial. As Hai finished speaking, the entire island suddenly began to rise with a rumbling sound. It rose about 10 meters before slowly coming to a stop. Once the island came to a stop, the aged voice rang out again out of nowhere. The first trial, War of Flames, has only one rule and one way to succeed: the talented individual must use their own fire-based talent to duel against the flames of the trial. Simply use your own flames to withstand the attack of the trial flames, and you will be able to achieve victory. The trial lasts for 3 minutes. If you survive for 3 minutes, you will have succeeded in the trial. Upon hearing the contents of the first challenge, Hai couldn't help but chuckle. That's it? However, just as he was pondering this, the previously calm sea of lava suddenly began to churn. On the rolling sea of lava, flames burst forth amidst the churning. The fire grew larger and larger as the sea of lava rolled, and it also surged toward Hai Wuyan on the isolated island. The fire was raging everywhere, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. But for Hai Ya, it was no different from a paper tiger. Even Yifan could withstand such a powerful flame, let alone himself. Facing the raging flames, Hai Ya remained completely calm and unleashed his holy flame. The holy flames were incredibly hot and radiant, easily shattering the invading fire. The holy flames spread in all directions, completely enveloping Hai Wuyan. These flames of trial, when faced with the holy radiance, were practically shattered at the slightest touch. The fire attacked relentlessly, but it was no match for Hai Ya. Seeing this, Hai Ya took out an ice cream from his spatial storage and ate it while waiting for time to pass. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the fire subsided instantly when the time was up. As the fire subsided, an ancient voice echoed in the sky. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Would you like to proceed to the second trial? Start the second trial. Hai Ya said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the second trial followed. However, as is customary, the aged voice spoke first, recounting the contents of the trial. The second trial, Battle Spirit, has no written rules. As long as you resist the psychological attacks left behind by the Lord of the Flame Demon and hold on for 3 minutes without losing yourself, you will be able to achieve victory. Soon after the sound disappeared, Hai Ya felt a strange mental attack. This psychological attack can create hallucinations, causing the victim to fall into a state of disorientation. However, just as this mental attack was about to strike Hai Ya's mind, a golden barrier blocked the attack. This golden light is the effect of the Holy Flame King's innate talent. As the Holy Crimson Flame King, he will not allow any evil spirits to pry into his sea of consciousness. With the inherent resistance of his talent, Hai Ya passed this test almost without paying any price. After the level was cleared, the aged voice rang out. Congratulations on passing the second trial. Would you like to proceed to the third trial? Start, Hai Ya said calmly. The third trial is battle against yourself. The trial participant only needs to defeat the version of themselves that has the same fire-type talent to achieve victory. There is no time limit for this level, you just need to pass it, regardless of the method you use. After hearing the hint for this level, Hai Ya raised an eyebrow. Could this trial possibly create another Holy Flame King? Before Hai Ya could think it through, a blank-faced mimic appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. This person has the same body shape as Hai Ya, except that it is made of flames. Looking at the people ahead, Hai Ya hadn't yet figured out a solution. The opponent was already wielding a flame-covered sword and was rapidly attacking him. Upon seeing this, Hai Ya narrowed his eyes and then directly used spatial teleportation. As Hai Ya disappeared from the spot, the person stopped its attack as if in confusion. The trial participant froze on the spot, looked around but did not find the target enemy. Just as it was about to turn around to check what was behind it, a figure swung a knife and slashed at it. Hai Ya wielded the hurricane blade, the wind blade clinging to its edge, and slashed at the back of the trial participant. A soft pft sound rang out. The trial participant's waist was almost severed by Hai Ya. However, since the other party was mimicking, it quickly returned to its original state. But Hai Ya didn't give the opponent any time to react. He quickly unleashed several more wind blades, slicing the opponent's mimic body into irregular pieces. The corpses were scattered on the ground, and the trial participants were still struggling to recover. Seeing this, Hai Ya felt a pang of pity and prepared to deliver the final blow. Hai Ya tore open several void rifts in the air and kicked the trial participants into the void. As the spatial rift closed, the mimicry of the trial was completely annihilated. At that moment, the aged voice of notification rang out again from the sky. Congratulations on passing the trial, young man. You are hereby granted a reward and blessing. As the first being to clear the level, you will receive an additional reward left behind by the Lord of the Flame Demons. Claim your reward? Hai Ya sheathed the hurricane blade and, after hearing the notification sound, spoke directly. Claim your reward. Given your outstanding performance in the trial, you are hereby granted an S-rank blessing. There are 2 types of blessings. Using the fire talent reduces stamina consumption by 20%. And fire attack strength increased by 50%. The bonus reward is the Flame Demon Battle Blade left behind by the Lord of Flames. As the aged voice faded, a crimson light suddenly appeared in the sky. The beam of light shot straight towards Hai Ya and instantly merged into his body. The ensuing sensations made Hai Ya feel extremely comfortable. It felt like I had a full body massage. I felt incredibly comfortable all over. Furthermore, Hai Ya felt that the effect of the blessing was indeed real. Ah, that feels so good. Reduces mana consumption and increases attack power. Hai Ya felt a surge of emotion, and at the same time, the extra reward appeared before him. Looking at the flame demon battle blade in front of him, Hai Ya's lips curled up slightly, and then he put it into his pocket. As soon as Hai Ya took the flame demon battle blade, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. P.S. Is this okay, babies? Cute emoji. Chapter 52 The Power of the Flame Demon Battle Blade. The Bewitching Shadow? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully seizing an important opportunity from Yifan and receiving the following rewards: Spirit of Purification and Heartsword of the Sea of Consciousness. Hai Ya stood on the deserted island, having now completed all his trials and plundering missions. The moment I received the Flame Demon Blade, the rewards for the plunder mission came to mind. However, Hai Ya was not in a hurry to check, because the Flame Demon Battle Blade in his hand was obviously more attractive. The Flame Demon Battle Blade is about 1.5 meters long, with a 30-degree curve from the tip to the hilt. This battle sword is entirely black and red, with wisps of demonic energy swirling around its blade. However, the demonic energy did not affect people's minds. Instead, it made them look extremely handsome. After admiring the appearance of the battle sword, Hai Ya then used his eye of detection to examine its information. Name: Flame Demon Battle Blade. Category: Offensive Weapons. Quality: A+. Description: This sword was the weapon of the former Lord of Flames. It possesses extremely high offensive power, greatly increasing the user's combat strength. Furthermore, this sword is sentient and will only follow the first person to pass the trial. With a spirit assisting in combat, the user's stamina consumption is significantly reduced, and weapon damage is increased. Note: prolonged sealing may corrupt the spirit of the Flame Demon Battle Blade, potentially causing it to indiscriminately kill innocents. This could also indirectly affect the owner's character. It is recommended to eliminate the spirit's demonic nature before prolonged use. After learning about the Flame Demon Battle Blade, Hai Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. So the weapon spirit of this knife has a slight flaw? No wonder it only has an A+ rating. Otherwise, a weapon with a spirit would surely be an S rank, right? Hai Ya sighed with emotion. So, even a long period of silence could corrupt a weapon's spirit. But that's alright, I'm still fully confident that I can handle this knife. Looking at the battle sword in his hand, Hai Ya was about to swing it a few times when the old voice of notification rang out in the sky again. Young man, you are the first to pass the trial with ease. Your talent must be extraordinary. I wish you great success in the great era to come. The trial is complete, so it's time for you to withdraw. As soon as he finished speaking, a magma gate appeared out of thin air in front of Hai Ya, just like when he came in. Seeing this, Hai Ya took a deep breath and then took a step forward. Another blinding light pierced the eyes, and when he opened them again, Hai Ya was back in the same place. Linny had been waiting outside the door, and when she saw Hai Ya's figure reappear so quickly, she couldn't hide her excitement. Mr. Hai, it's wonderful that you're completely unharmed. Linny smiled and spoke, but for some reason her face was somewhat pale. After Hai Ya readjusted to his new environment, he smiled and nodded at the other person. The trial was very easy for me, so I passed it quickly. As Hai Ya spoke, he pinched Linny's pretty face and then went directly to Wan Yan and Jinwei. Behind the two men was Yifan, who had been beaten to the ground. Yifan was bruised and swollen, his body curled up, and only faint breathing could be heard. Upon seeing this, Hai Ya's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Hai Ya nudged Yifan with his toe, but the other party did not respond. Hai Ya chuckled lightly, then took out the Flame Demon Battle Blade from his spatial storage, waved it in front of Yifan, and slowly spoke. Yifan, do you think this is the goal you came here for? But it seems I managed to snatch it away? You won't blame me, will you? Hearing this, Yifan finally turned his head to look at Hai Ya. Upon seeing the large, black and red sword, Yifan's eyes widened suddenly, and then he coughed up a mouthful of blood due to a sudden surge of anger. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but after a single movement of his throat, he collapsed back into a coma. TSK, another one unconscious? Hai Ya thought to himself, then shook his head, losing interest in Yifan. However, it's not time to kill Yifan yet. Hai Ya can't bear to kill him directly because he hasn't finished taking advantage of him. But there's no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, Haiya turned his head and spoke to the three people standing there. Let's go and explore other parts of the secret realm. Let's try to level up a small number today. As for Yifan, just leave him here and don't worry about him. The three nodded in agreement and then followed Haiya away from there. However, after the others left, Yifan, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked toward the gate with eyes full of resentment. At this moment, a strange emotion arose in Yifan's heart. Originally, Yifan's plan was full of hope for the future. Rescuing Yishue and taking revenge on Haiya were just the first steps. But now, his heart is filled with hatred, and his only thought is to take revenge by any means necessary. Puff! Suddenly, the lava beside them boiled, and then a dark figure darted out from it. The shadowy figure was extremely cautious, but its eyes were filled with surprise as it looked at Yifan. What an exceptionally talented prospect! If I could invade your consciousness and gradually take over your body, then my hope of resurrection will be realized. Thinking of this, the shadowy figure suppressed his excitement, then coughed lightly and said to Yifan's retreating figure, "Young man, do you want revenge? Are you still anxious about your lack of strength?" Yifan was filled with resentment when he suddenly heard these two words, and he turned around with a shudder. Upon seeing the dark figure, Yifan asked in a hoarse voice, with a hint of doubt, "Who are you? Why are you here? You don't need to know who I am. I'm only asking if you want to become stronger and if you want revenge," the shadowy figure said. Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes sharpened, and he spoke in a deep voice. "What do you want to achieve? You wouldn't have brought this up with me for no reason." The shadowy figure smiled sinisterly and said, "I want to take you as my apprentice. When you become powerful in the future, you can help me regain my life." Yifan frowned, his tone puzzled. "Why should I believe you, and what power do you have to make me stronger? To tell you the truth, I am a demon. If you become my disciple, I have the ability to help you become stronger quickly." The shadowy figure spoke with a firm tone, no longer bothering to hide anything. Demon race? Yifan's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be a special secret technique of the demon clan? If you choose to become an apprentice on your own, you will definitely pay a heavy price in the end. However, I am not willing to remain weak like this. I want to become stronger. Alright, I'm willing to become your disciple. P.S. I won't engage in a drawn-out battle with Yifan. This is also for the sake of the plot. After the protagonist has harvested Yifan's value, he will kill him directly. Chapter 53, A Bountiful Upgrade. Xiao Yan has fainted again? Young master, there are so many passages in this secret realm. Where should we go next? At this moment, Haiya and his group of 4 have returned to the newbie village of the secret realm. Looking at the 5 passages ahead, Jinwei's tone was somewhat wistful. Hearing the question, Haiya stroked his chin without responding. I'm currently more than 7,000 experience points away from leveling up. If you want to quickly gain experience points, then you have to clear the entire secret realm. Haiya has already explored the passages on the left and right sides, leaving only the 3 passages in the middle that he has not yet ventured into. Therefore, Haiya decided to make sweeping up the 3 passages in the middle his next plan. Haiya informed everyone of the upcoming itinerary, and of course, no one had any objections. Although we don't need their help, going together will still be of some use. Having made his decision, Haiya wasted no more time. He then used spatial teleportation with everyone to begin sweeping through the second passage on the right. After advancing for some distance, Haiya soon encountered a new kind of monster. After using his eye of exploration, Haiya learned that the monster was called the Earth Demon Spirit, and its appearance was very similar to that of a certain green-skinned dwarf. They are numerous, but killing one only grants 0.5 experience points. However, the advantage is also that there are many of them, which can provide Haiya with a huge amount of experience points. Killing them was incredibly easy. In about 10 minutes, all the monsters in the passage were wiped out. The notification that experience points had increased immediately rang. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 2,328 experience points. Oh? More than 4,000 Earth demons were killed? Haiya couldn't help but smile, then checked how many experience points he currently had. Grade, E5305 10,000, not trying to pad the word count. Wow, that's still more than 4,000 short. After reviewing his experience points, Haiya shook his head and continued to venture deeper inside. Other passages are deeper and contain other items, so this passage will definitely have them too. With this in mind, Hai soon arrived at a spacious cave. The cave was illuminated by torches, allowing Hai to see the scene inside. Ahead lies a village of earth demons, though their numbers are not readily apparent. Judging from the quiet atmosphere, there probably aren't many monsters around. As they ventured deeper, Hai was soon discovered by the earth demon archers. Then came another great battle, the commotion of which attracted almost all the monsters in the village. The most eye-catching creature was a giant monster among the monsters, which should be the leader of these monsters. Hai used his eye of exploration on it, and then the information appeared before his eyes. Name: Earth Demon Leader. Race: Demon. Abilities: this is a leader-level monster, but aside from enhanced physical abilities and the ability to summon its race by whistling, it has no other special abilities. Strength rating: E+, powerful in strength, but capable of wearing down opponents with ranged attacks. Kill experience points: 100, only effective for rank E. Hai didn't care about any other information about this leader. However, the fact that it could increase experience points by a full 100 was something that Hai really coveted. Sigh, if only there were 100 more leaders. Hai pondered to himself, but then suddenly remembered that he had a demon spirit contract talent, which could be used to contract with demons. However, that talent can currently only be used to form contracts with players of similar level. Tisk, I'll use it later then. As Hai pondered this, the earth demons gradually drew closer. Seeing this, Hai immediately engaged in another fierce battle with the demons. As for the demon leader, he was easily killed. About 10 minutes later, all the monsters in the village of the earth demon spirits were killed by Hai. And the experience points also increased, reaching 6,008, 10,000. 3,992 more. Keep grinding for experience. After clearing out the village, Hai went to the largest outhouse in the middle, hoping to find some rewards. After all, normally there should be a reward after clearing a monster spawn point. Upon entering the outhouse, Hai indeed saw a huge bronze treasure chest. Upon opening the treasure chest, a box of short swords was revealed inside. Hai checked the weapon information and found that there were 20 E-grade secret bronze swords in total. After storing all the secret bronze swords in his spatial storage, Hai immediately vanished from the spot. There are still 2 passages to explore, and Hai would never waste time on something like that. After leaving the Earth Demon Essence passage, Hai and his group of 4 went to sweep through the remaining 2 passages. The other 2 passages are guarded by slime demons and demon hounds. A total of 4,005 experience points were added to Hai, and the reward was 10 superpower potions, 5 bottles for each channel. The potion of superpowers has the same effect as the crystal of superpowers, except that the recovery rate is only 1/10 that of the crystal of superpowers, so it doesn't matter to Hai at all. But most importantly, Hai has now been upgraded. He went from E rank to E rank. Although it was only a small increase of 1 rank, his strength in all aspects increased by more than 2 times. Hai was quite satisfied with the result. When everyone returned to the newbie village, Hai was in a very good mood. The rewards from this trip to the secret realm were simply too many to count. In such a short period of time, Hai plundered 2 important opportunities from the protagonists of Destiny, and his own rewards were doubled. Call. This isn't an enemy, it's practically a treasure-hunting mouse. Hai was filled with emotion, and at the same time, he prepared to return to the base. Hai hasn't had a chance to use the rewards he's obtained from plundering yet. For example, the Flame Demon Battle Blade, as well as the Purification Spirit and the Heartsword of the Sea of Consciousness. Hai didn't know anything about these 3 items. Upgrading was the priority, so he'd think about them after returning to base. Once everything was ready, Hai, along with Wang Yin, Jinwei, and Lin Yi, set off back to the base. It was already late at night outside the secret realm, but the determination to return to the base remained unwavering. Deep within the secret realm, inside a mine tunnel, Xiaoyan, who had been knocked unconscious, finally woke up after choking on the smoke a few times. Looking at his surroundings, Xiaoyan was a little confused. Where did the fire start? Wait, I was attacked by someone. Oh no! Where did Miss Yi go? After coughing a few times, Xiaoyan quickly stood up and looked around. But apart from the charred chariots inside the passage, there was nothing else. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan felt a surge of anger and suddenly coughed up another mouthful of blood and fainted. P.S. Could you guys please give me some love and support? Cute emoji. The chapter from February 9th has been approved, so I'm taking a day off. I'll update tomorrow crying.jpg. Chapter 54, A Comfortable Base, Purification by the Flame Demon Battle Blade. The night was as dark as ink, and the world was completely silent. In this moment, everything in the world seems to have returned to a primitive state, and no one dares to make a sound. They were afraid of alerting the zombies and losing their lives. When Haiya led the three back to the hotel, the entire hotel was already dark. Previously, due to the shortage of energy resources, Ma Guobao implemented very strict cost-saving measures. The people living in the hotel were not in too dire straits. However, with the implementation of the new regulations, everyone is now under strict control. Although the people inside the base were somewhat unwilling. However, compared to the living conditions outside the base, they were still quite satisfied. Unlike other parts of the hotel, the floors above Hai Wuyan were not affected in any way. Daily necessities were handled as usual, and Ma Guobao didn't dare to manage top-level affairs at all. Haiya had already returned to the hotel, while Linyi was arranged to stay in Yishue's suite. Yishue and Xiaoyu usually slept together, so Linyi was able to have her own room. Looking at the spacious and comfortable room, Linyi's pretty face was filled with joy. After experiencing the apocalypse for several days, it's wonderful to have such a comfortable environment now. Linyi's gratitude towards Haiya was beyond words. Standing behind Linyi, Haiya chuckled upon seeing her joyful expression. "You can stay here. This room is basically empty, so you can relax." Linyi crossed her arms behind her back, glanced around the room a few times, then turned and said, "Thank you, Mr. Hai. I feel very warm and cozy here." Yishue, Xiaoyu, and Li Wanting were standing behind Haiya. Upon hearing this, they smiled and nodded at Linyi. "Hi. Brother is very good to us. Just stay here and relax. We'll talk again tomorrow." Xiaoyu spoke first. Being the most lively of the three girls, she was naturally the first to offer comfort. "That's right, you should get some rest early tonight. I'll come find you to play tomorrow." Li Wanting was very happy, and she felt more comfortable speaking up for the new faces. Yishue and Xiaoyu are true best friends and do everything together, so it's not really appropriate for her to interfere. Xiaoxiana and Luo Danxia, along with Li Wanting, have a generation gap in age difference, so she really hopes that Linyi can become her friend. Therefore, Li Wanting was very enthusiastic towards Linyi. As for Yishue, she smiled and nodded at Linyi without saying anything more. "You should get some rest. We're leaving now." Having already gotten to know each other at their first meeting, Haiya then spoke to conclude the conversation. Hearing everyone's words, Linyi smiled brightly and nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then said, "Yes, thank you everyone for your concern. See you tomorrow." After saying goodbye, everyone returned to their rooms. Yishue and Xiaoyu returned to a room to rest as usual. The two often did this before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse, they felt safer only when they slept together. It was late at night, and everyone's rooms were quiet. However, Haiya did not return to his room, but instead prepared to discuss matters with them. A faint click sounded from the door. Immediately afterwards, a figure went straight to the bed. One day and one night later, a new day will soon arrive. At this moment, Haiya got up from the bed, moving very lightly and carefully. He prepared to go into the bathroom to start his day by washing up. After turning on the hot water, Haiya took the opportunity to learn about the rewards he had previously received. Because the spirit of the flame demon battle blade was corrupted by demonic energy, Haiya had not used it before. Therefore, Haiya decided to check the previous plunder rewards to see if they would be of any help to him. After plundering the flame demon battle blade, Haiya received two rewards, the spirit of purification and the heart sword of consciousness. As usual, Haiya began examining the first item. Name, Spirit of Purification. Category, Intelligent Consumable Item. Description: This is a spiritual artifact capable of purifying the negative attributes of items, such as if a creature has become possessed by a demon, or if other items have been corrupted by demonic energy. Using this item will eliminate these negative effects. Can only be used once. After reading the item's description, Haiya nodded knowingly. To put it simply, this thing can be used to purify demonic energy. Then in that case, wouldn't my flame demon battle blade also be able to be purified? Thinking of this, Haiya immediately took out the flame demon battle blade and also took out the purification spirit and placed it in his hand. The spirit of purification appears as a child, but in a blue spiritual form, and does nothing, like a toy. Haiya carefully placed the purifying spirit onto the blade of the flame demon battle blade, then quietly waited for the effect to appear. Not long after, as the demonic energy spread from the blade of the flame demon battle blade, the spirit of purification suddenly stirred. The spirit of purification seemed to smell demonic energy and snapped back to reality. Then it shakily stood up and pulled at the wisps of demonic energy. The demonic energy was drawn in and couldn't break free, so the spirit of purification slowly withdrew it from the blade. Although the demonic energy was extremely reluctant to leave the blade, the attitude and strength of the purifying spirit were beyond the demonic energy's ability to resist. Therefore, after a few minutes, the demonic energy finally disappeared from the blade of the flame demon battle blade. Although the black and red blade looks menacing, at least it doesn't appear that evil. Along with the demonic energy, the childlike spirit of purification also vanished. Once the spirit of purification has fulfilled its mission, it will naturally disappear from the world. Ya watched these scenes unfold, but his expression remained unchanged. Now that the flame demon battle blade has been purified, Ya directly checked its information. Name: Flame Demon Battle Blade. Category: Offensive Weapons. Grade: A+. Introduction: This sword was the weapon of the former Lord of Flame Demons. It is extremely powerful and can greatly increase one's combat strength. In addition, this sword is spiritual and will only follow the first person who passes the trial. It has a spirit that fights alongside it. This greatly reduces its own stamina consumption and increases its weapon damage. Note: this item has been purified, so there is no need to worry about demonic influence when using it. It can be used for a long time. This chapter went through several reviews, and in the end, I could only delete the last 1,000 words. There's nothing I can do. Happy New Year to all the babies. May the new year bring you all good fortune and success. Chapter 55, Energy and Environment Upgrade, Enhanced Weapons that can be forged? 2 in 1. Inside the bathroom, Ya had already learned about the battle blade. After the demonic energy was expelled by the purifying spirit, the battle blade indeed became free of any side effects. This means that the sword can be used at will. Although he hadn't cared about the demonic energy erosion before, the pure battle blade was clearly more comfortable to use now. Ya stroked the blade of his battle sword, feeling the slightly warm edge, and slowly exhaled. He then stored the battle sword in his spatial storage and began checking the information of another item. The other item was the Sword of Consciousness. Ya could guess its general function, but he still checked the information. Name: Heart Sword of the Sea of Consciousness. Type: Growth type offensive item. Description: This item exists in a void state, but once used, it binds to the user's consciousness, protecting it from illusionary attacks. Furthermore, it develops more functions as the user grows stronger. After reading the information about the item, Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it able to protect one's own consciousness from attacks? It should be like the second trial in the Fire Demon trial, able to resist mental attacks, right? Ya speculated, but he still highly approved of the item's function. In the future, there will certainly be no shortage of monsters that are good at attacking minds, so it is essential to be prepared in all aspects of defense. Therefore, Ya thought of this and did not hesitate any longer, directly merging the Sea of Consciousness heart sword into his own body. This object has a form but no physical shape. When held in the hand, it looks like a small short sword, but you can't feel the texture of the object. Following the instructions, Ya placed the object in front of his chest. Instantly, the heart sword of consciousness trembled and then entered his body. As the heart sword entered his body, a strange emotion surfaced in his mind, as if a protective layer had been added to his sea of consciousness. However, this will not affect any aspect of myself. As long as I don't think about the heart sword of the sea of consciousness, I won't have any perception of it. After smoothing his chest, Ya quickly finished washing up. He has a few plans for the next step, one of which is to use the rewards he received to improve the base's environment. For example, the energy converter the base is currently facing a critical energy shortage. Following yesterday's citywide power outage, the hotel complex began using stored energy to power its systems. The remaining supplies at the base can probably sustain operations at a minimum efficiency for about half a month, after which the hotel will also start experiencing power outages. Although Ya still had stockpiled goods in his space, he didn't plan to use them all. Now that the awakened individuals within the base have been organized, it's time to send them out for a sweep. With the energy converter, the energy source for operating the base is no longer limited to a single source, which is very convenient for searching for resources. Even if all else fails, they can simply cut down trees and demolish houses to supply energy, so Ya is not worried about the energy situation within the base. However, preparations are needed for anything. Now, Hiwaye is thinking of placing the energy converter in the base so that it can replace the engine to supply the hotel. Actually, it's not just the electricity that's causing the problem, the tap water is also having issues these days. But this energy converter can purify the water as well. Simply connect the water source and energy converter to the hotel, and the water you receive will be clean. There's no need to worry about it being contaminated by the catastrophic virus. Hiwaye was quite satisfied with this. After all, water resources in the apocalypse were comparable to the value of gold before the apocalypse. If one's own base has a sufficient supply of clean water, it can be used to restrain other forces in the future, which is almost equivalent to nuclear deterrence. With ample energy and a comfortable living environment, the people in the base must have an overwhelming sense of belonging. While pondering this, Hiwaye summoned Magwabao and asked him to accompany him to the first floor of the hotel. The first floor contains the water source and generator. Go there to install the energy converter and deploy the remaining reward. Besides the energy converter, there is another item that Hiwaye will try to use later, which is the universal forging furnace. The role of the universal forging furnace should not be underestimated. Although it is not as urgently needed as the energy converter, it is indispensable if you want to enhance the base's combat power. Taking the elevator, Hiwaye was the first to arrive at the lobby on the first floor, followed closely by Magwabao. Young master, the generator is located in the warehouse on the first floor. I will take you there now. As Magwabao spoke, he stepped aside and led Hiwaye. Hiwaye readily agreed and followed Magwabao to the warehouse. The lobby on the first floor is now very quiet, with no one staying there for a long time, making it somewhat eerie. Outside the hotel's main gate, many zombie mutants and mutated beasts roamed around, but they didn't target the hotel's interior. The reason is simple: they simply cannot climb over the 5-meter-high wall, at least not at present. Hiwaye had already arrived at the warehouse door on the first floor of the base. There were 2 bodyguards guarding the main entrance, and they immediately bowed and carried their luggage upon seeing Hiwaye. Inside the warehouse, there were some basic supplies piled up, but apart from those, there were very few other items. After thorough investigation, Hiwaye concluded that there was no need to worry about a shortage of supplies at the base in the short term. Once the base's gifted individuals are organized, they can be sent out to explore, ensuring the base's supply chain will be maintained. Arriving in front of a large machine, Magwabao stopped and then spoke to Hiwaye. Young master, this is the generator in the base. It has been keeping the base running since the power outage yesterday. However, the base lacks sufficient energy, so it can only sustain itself at minimum efficiency for about 10 days. Including yesterday's energy expenditure, we estimate we only have a few days left. As Magwabao spoke, his tone was filled with worry, but he could only wait for orders from Hiwaye before carrying them out. Hiwaye listened calmly without responding to the question, but instead inquired about the location of the main water valve. Hiwaye planned to connect the water pipes to the power generation point, specifically to the energy converter, and thus began to speak. The main water valve should also be located on the first floor, right? If the water pipes can be routed here, then I can solve both the energy and water resource problems. Hiwaye's tone was calm but firm, so Magwabao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Young master, the main water valve is indeed located on the first floor, and it's not far from here, but how can we possibly solve both problems at once? Hiwaye didn't want to explain further to Magwabao's lack of understanding, and simply continued. I will now take the generator away and notify everyone to cut off the power and water supply in all areas to deal with the situation. Although cell phones are no longer in use, the pagers in the hotel are still useful, making it quite convenient to notify different floors and relay information. Magwabao listened to the order, and although he didn't understand it, he nodded. Then he took out his pager and began to relay the order to cut off the power and water. The order was quickly relayed, and Magwabao also revealed the location of the main water valve. The main water valve is located next to the warehouse at the back. All you need to do is drill a hole in one corner of the warehouse wall to bring the main valve here. Hiwaye first put away the large generator in the warehouse, and then took out the energy converter and placed it in the original generator's position. The energy converter was a size larger than the generator from before, but it looked much more sophisticated, like a high-tech product. This energy converter has many interfaces, but they are arranged in a way that avoids making the process feel cumbersome. Overall, the energy converter is sophisticated yet simple. It's the kind of machine that you can tell how to operate at a glance. Looking at the suddenly appearing sophisticated machinery, Magwabao couldn't hide his shock, but Hiwaye quickly spoke again. Go and call the bodyguards at the door. I have some instructions for them. Upon receiving the instructions, Magwabao immediately went to the door and then called the bodyguards in. The role of bodyguards is, of course, to do odd jobs. Hiwaye sent them over this time so that they could connect the water pipes. Hiwaye has no shortage of supplies, but how could he possibly do this kind of thing himself? After retrieving the materials for repairing the water pipes from his spatial storage, Hiwaye instructed his bodyguards to begin work. He then began operating the energy converter, inserting the interface from the generator into the interface of the new machine. Then they poured in the power generation energy, and quickly finished everything. However, Hiwaye did not rush to restart the power supply. Instead, he wanted to wait until the main water valve was connected to the machine before trying it all at once. The bodyguards acted swiftly, and before Hiwaye had to wait long, the main water valve's connection was extended to the machine. Hiwaye inserted the water pipe into the machine, secured it tightly, and then started the energy converter. As you press the button, this sophisticated machine will begin to roar. The machine didn't make a loud noise like a generator. Instead, it was very muffled but quite captivating. Seeing that the machine was running stably and that the power and water supply had been fully restored, Hiwaye nodded, feeling that things were all right. Then Hiwaye explained the operation and capabilities of the machine to Magwabao, since he couldn't stay at the base forever and wouldn't do this chores. As Magwabao listened to Hiwaye's description of the machine, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. This energy converter actually had so many functions. However, out of trust and admiration for Hiwaye, Magwabao simply nodded to indicate that he understood. Then he assured that he would ensure the base would operate smoothly and that Hiwaye would not need to worry about it. Hiwaye was very satisfied with Magwabao's attitude, and then he remembered another thing, namely the universal forging furnace. With the base's energy problem resolved, it's time to prepare to enhance the base's overall combat capabilities. After leaving the warehouse with Magwabao and arriving at the first floor lobby, Hiwaye took out the universal forging furnace from his spatial storage. The universal forging furnace was quite large and thick, and it trembled slightly when placed on the ground. Hiwaye didn't know much about this item before. Although he knew all the information, he didn't know how to use it. However, a panel suddenly appeared on the wall of the forge, showing that all you need to do is put in the forging materials and input the template of the item you want to obtain, and it will automatically forge the item. The quantity to be forged will also be determined based on the materials provided, or can be entered in advance. After reviewing the information on the panel, Hiwaye stroked his chin, pondering matters related to forging. During Xiaoyan's previous raiding mission, I obtained a large amount of fluorescent green minerals, but I haven't even looked into them yet. Thinking of this, Hiwaye cut a small piece of ore from his spatial storage and placed it in his palm before beginning to examine the information about the mineral. Name: Star Energy Fluorite. Type: Functional Rare Mineral. Description: This mineral can be used to manufacture precise and highly functional items, and it has excellent conductivity, preventing any errors. This item can also be used to craft elemental weapons, providing a significant boost to elemental-based talents. After reading the item information of the ore, Hiwaye's lips curled up slightly, feeling that it was not bad. Manufacturing precision mechanical items was not important to Hiwaye. However, this ore can also be used to create weapons that enhance elemental talents, which makes it extremely important. For example, Yi Shuexia and Xiaoyu are all quite talented, and they are elemental talents. If they could have a handy weapon that enhances their abilities, it would be incredibly comfortable. Although the weapons he forged were extremely valuable, Hiwaye had no intention of being unwilling to give them to his woman. Having a strong wife is also helpful to me. Therefore, Hiwaye planned to ask them what kind of weapons they like later, and then manufacture them and give them to them. Of course, besides Yi Shuexia and Xiaoyu, the other girls will also create something for them. In matters like this, Hiwaye would not show favoritism. With that thought in mind, Hiwaye took out a piece of iron from his spatial storage and put it into the forging furnace. Let's test the operation first, and then we'll start mass production of items later. Once the iron block enters the forging furnace, a prompt immediately appears on the panel on the furnace wall, displaying several patterns. The patterns were shaped like various weapons. Hiwaye randomly clicked on a knife-shaped pattern, and then the interface changed to various shapes of knives, such as long knives, short knives, and large knives. However, the pattern on the long sword is gray, probably because the iron block placed in the forging furnace was too small to be forged. Hiwaye understood this point quite well. Happy New Year, everyone! Chapter 56, Forging Weapons for the Womanly Wanting Strange Talent? Part 2. Inside the hotel, in the lobby on the first floor. At this moment, Hiwaye stood in front of the universal forging furnace, observing its production process. After placing a large iron ingot, Hiwaye considered the options and finally decided to forge a small knife. As soon as the start button was clicked, flames quickly rose from the forging furnace. The flames looked very intense, but those standing next to it could not feel them. At the same time, there is a thin protective film around the forging furnace, which is obviously used to protect people nearby from being burned. Hiya quietly observed the weapon forging process. Soon, about 5 minutes later, a delicate iron knife was slowly handed out from the tray below the forging furnace. It must be said that this universal forging furnace is indeed very useful. The knife that was just made does not produce any scorching heat. Although the knife was not cold, Hiya did not feel any discomfort when he reached out and grasped it. Hiya played with the knife, looking at the delicate patterns on it, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Although this thing is made of iron, it is many times sharper than ordinary kitchen knives. If we're just talking about the sharpness of this knife, it's probably half as sharp as a hurricane blade. Furthermore, the blade of this knife is extremely hard, unlike ordinary iron weapons. Hiya examined the knife for a while, then handed it to Magwabao, saying, "This forge can produce extremely powerful weapons, which is a huge boost to the overall strength of our base. Now I'm giving you a task. You and Wang Yan and Jin Wei will go and collect data on the talents of all the awakened individuals in the base, and see what kind of weapons they are suited for. Submit the statistics to me after they are completed. I will forge a batch of weapons first, and then send the first group of gifted individuals out to sweep through the base." Hiya spoke calmly, clearly explaining the task. After hearing the order, Ma Guobao nodded seriously and said, "Yes, young master. I will definitely complete the mission as quickly as possible." Hiya nodded upon hearing this, and then put the universal forging furnace back into his spatial storage. Next, he planned to ask the women what kind of weapons they wanted, and then use star energy or to forge a batch of suitable weapons for them. As for the other gifted individuals in the base, they were simply forged from steel. Of course, for people like Magwabao, Wang Yan, and Jinwei, Hiya would still use the most suitable minerals to forge the most suitable weapons. If the weapons made from star energy fluorite are helpful to them, then Hiya will not be stingy with them. With these thoughts in mind, Hiya took the elevator back to the upper floor. First, he went to Yishui and the others' room, then called all the girls over, and then brought Luo Danxia and Xia Shana along as well. With the puzzled girls in tow, Hiya arrived at the top floor of the hotel. The top floor is very spacious, making it an excellent forging location, and you can also breathe some fresh air while forging weapons. Opening the top floor door, one is greeted by complete silence, and in the distance, some birds and strange beasts. The animals have all mutated, so even in seemingly safe open areas, it's not entirely safe. However, for Hiya, that was nothing. If any birds or beasts dared to come over, Hiya wouldn't mind having a target practice in the air and hitting the big bird directly. Upon entering the top floor area, the women behind Hiya couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Without Hiya's permission, they certainly wouldn't leave the building and come to the top floor to breathe fresh air. Therefore, the women, who were feeling cooped up, strolled around the top floor area with smiles on their faces. They were already used to the apocalyptic scene outside the hotel, so when they came to the handrail and looked at the devastation of the city, they were not too saddened. Hiya ignored them, instead placing the universal forging furnace in a suitable spot and calling out to them. "Come here, I have something to tell you." Hearing Hiya's words, the women gradually gathered around. Xiaoxiaoyu, looking at the suddenly appearing large furnace, felt somewhat surprised and asked Hiya, "Brother Hai, what's this thing for?" The women were equally curious about the forging furnace, so they all looked at Hiya with expectant eyes. Meeting the gazes of the women, Hiya did not immediately answer, but instead asked them, "I presume you all have a clear understanding of your own innate abilities. So, do you have any ideas on how to increase your strength?" Hiya chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the women present. Upon hearing this question, the women all looked at each other in bewilderment and remained silent for a moment. After hearing this, Luo Danxia thought about it carefully for a moment, and then said hesitantly, "Well, Mr. Hai, if you want to increase your strength, there is an effective and feasible way. For example, having a handy weapon can greatly help improve one's strength. And the object you brought out now also looks like a forging item, so that's my idea." Although Luo Danxia's talent is healing type and her weapon's enhancement to her combat power is negligible, she still managed to think of this point. After hearing Luo Danxia's words, Hiya nodded in agreement, and then solemnly said, "That's right. If you want to improve your strength, then a powerful and handy weapon is essential. The reason I brought everyone to the rooftop this time was to forge a weapon for you all, which is why I asked for your opinions beforehand. Now tell me your ideas about weapons, and I will create the most suitable weapon for you." Hai Ya glanced at the women in front of him, noticing the surprise in their eyes, but his tone gradually became firm. The women were all puzzled by Hai Ya's words. Why would he suddenly want to make weapons for them? Is it because they are to be assigned to outdoor missions? Xia Xiaoyu pouted and said timidly to Hai Ya. Brother Hai, are you making weapons for us so we can go out to the base on missions? We're not scared when we go out together, but could you please not let us go out alone? Upon hearing Xia Xiaoyu's words, Hai Ya couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, then replied. Don't overthink it. We're making weapons for you now so you can gain greater strength. Although I'll take you out to explore secret realms in the future, you don't need to worry for now. Tell me the type of weapon you prefer, and I will create the most suitable weapon for you to use. After Hai Ya finished speaking, he did not allow the women to refuse and waved his hand to signal them to discuss and think about it. Upon seeing this scene and hearing what Hai Ya said, the women were no longer so worried. After all, they were looking forward to going out, but of course, this anticipation was based on going out with Hai Ya. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to protect themselves, let alone face the difficulties they might encounter when going out. As the women accepted the idea of manufacturing weapons, they also expressed their opinions and insights on various types of weapons. Yi Shui said she wanted a light and nimble sword, which would better suit her temperament, while Xia Xiaoyu said she wanted a magic orb, like a character in a game, who uses magic orbs to attack. Xia Xiaona felt that her talent was not enough to create a weapon, so she wanted a defensive item. After much consideration, Luo Danxia decided to create a staff to better utilize her healing talent. Lin Yi had a good understanding of her own talents, so she felt that there was no need to make weapons, it would be better to make a defensive item instead. Only Li Wanting did not express any opinion during the discussion among the women. The reason is simple, her talent level is very low, and her ability, just like her name, is only to make her body more flexible. As for her other abilities, Li Wanting genuinely didn't feel any, so she was too embarrassed to express her opinion on her rather useless talent. Whether or not she had weapons made no difference to Li Wanting herself. Lin Yi and Li Wanting were quite close, so she specifically asked for the other's opinion. When she learned of the other's negative thoughts, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Well, I'll ask Mr. Hai for his opinion later. He'll definitely be able to arrange it. Lin Yi comforted Li Wanting, saying that she didn't want this girl who was so enthusiastic about her to feel inferior. Li Wanting nodded slightly, but only sighed inwardly, hoping so. After the women finished their discussion, they expressed their ideas about weapon manufacturing to Hai Ya. Hai Ya listened to their stories without raising any objections. The Universal Forge can forge weapons and defensive items, thus satisfying the desires of all the women. However, Hai Ya was taken aback when Lin Yi mentioned Li Wanting. It wasn't that Hai Ya was unwilling to make a weapon for the other party, but rather that he couldn't think of a good solution for Li Wanting's D-level talent in the short term. Hai Ya hadn't learned much about the D-level talent of flexible body, so he stroked his chin and said to Li Wanting, I don't know about your talent, so show it to me now so I can create a suitable weapon for you. All eyes turned to Li Wanting, who pursed her lips upon hearing this, but still nodded and said, Okay, I'll demonstrate it now. As soon as Li Wanting finished speaking, she quickly began to use her talent. Previously, Li Wanting had practiced her natural talent countless times alone in her room, so she was already very proficient in using her talent of flexibility. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Wanting kept making herself do things that were impossible for any human being. For example, bend and rotate your entire torso, pass your head through the middle of your legs, and then roll your torso into a circle. Another example is tying your hands and feet into a knot to make your whole body into an oval shape. In short, Li Wanting displayed all sorts of actions that were impossible for humans to do in front of everyone. In fact, Li Wanting was very reluctant to show her talent to others because she felt that her talent was practically monstrous and utterly useless. But now, under these circumstances, she could no longer hide it and had no choice but to show all the unique aspects of her talent in one go. Everyone was stunned and extremely surprised when they saw Li Wanting's actions. Although this talent doesn't have any offensive capabilities, the visual impact it creates on others is simply too great. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Xia Xiaoyu swallowed hard and stammered. Wanting, this is the first time I've seen your talent. It's beyond my expectations. Li Wanting had already returned to normal, but upon hearing Xia Xiaoyu's words, she instantly felt a burning pain in her cheeks. My talent is quite peculiar, that's why I was reluctant to showcase it before. I apologize for letting everyone miss it. Everyone was amazed by Li Wanting's talent, but Hai Ya was stroking his chin in thought. This talent is indeed rather useless, but it will definitely have some use. What kind of weapon should we make for her? Hai Ya pondered for a moment, and suddenly a move came to mind. That move involves the protagonist using a barely perceptible thin thread to unexpectedly strangle and kill the enemy. Although Li Wanting's strength is average, her talent allows her to use that move. For example, Li Wanting would wield a thin thread weapon, then unexpectedly tie the enemy's neck, and then use her supple body to immediately retract the thread. If the enemy does not defend themselves immediately, their head will be severed by the thin thread. Thinking of this, Hai Ya's lips curled up, and he had already made a decision about the weapon he would make for Li Wanting. After pondering for a moment, Hai Ya addressed the women. Alright, I already have the blueprint for the weapon everyone wants in my mind. Now just wait for me to manufacture it. I also have ideas about Li Wanting's weapon, but I will explain it to her separately. After Hai Ya finished speaking, he ignored the women and turned to the Universal Forge to begin making weapons and defensive items. There are several types of weapons that need to be manufactured this time, so Hai Ya cut out a large piece of star energy fluorescent ore from space. Next, the star energy fluorescent ore was divided into small sections and placed into the forging furnace one by one. As enough ore was added, all the manufacturing patterns inside the forging furnace lit up with white light, indicating that they were all ready for forging. Hai Ya searched for the weapon styles the women wanted, and then began operating the forge to manufacture them. As long as the requirements are entered, the forging furnace will automatically forge and smelt, and Hai Ya doesn't need to worry about it at all. Hai Ya expressed great satisfaction with this very convenient item. Happy New Year! Chapter 57 Hai Ya, the nurse's uniform looks pretty good. Weapon list for combat personnel. 2 in 1. A cold wind howled, but the people on the rooftop didn't seem to care. At this moment, Hai Ya and the women all focused their attention on the forging furnace in the central area. As they watched the forging furnace continuously smelting and the raging flames rising ever higher, the women's faces were all flushed with a fiery red. About 10 minutes have passed since Hai Ya gave the smelting order, and the manufacturing progress of the forging furnace is nearing completion. The forging furnace was filled with roaring flames and the sounds of metal clashing echoed, which amazed the women watching. After all, how could these people who grew up in the city have ever seen the process of blacksmithing? The forging continued, and after about 10 more minutes, all the weapons that Hai Ya had requested to be forged were completed. Puff puff. The rising heat from the forging furnace caused all the women to step back a short distance. However, Hai Ya stood by the forging furnace, waved his hand to disperse the heat with a strong wind, and then went directly to the tray. A tray extending from beneath the forge held the 6 weapons and other items that had just been forged. Looking at these exquisitely crafted items, Hai Ya nodded in satisfaction. The women around them gathered around when they saw this, and their eyes were drawn to the newly made weapons and items. There were 4 weapons and 2 defensive items on the tray. Hai Ya focused his gaze on one of the accessories and then used his eye of detection to see what grade it was. Name: Frost Sword. Category: Offensive Weapons. Grade: B. Description: this item is forged from rare minerals. While its blade is incredibly hard, it also slightly enhances the abilities of ice-type users, providing a minor boost to both attack power and stamina consumption. It's actually a B-grade weapon? After reading the information about this accessory, Hai Ya was a little surprised. I never expected that the weapon I crafted from the ore could reach such a respectable B-grade level. You should know that although your weapons are all a grade or higher, they are products of the system. And this weapon, made from only one type of ore, is actually able to reach grade B? Despite his surprise, Hai Ya picked up the frost sword and handed it to Yishui, informing her of its contents. Upon hearing that the sword could enhance ice-type combat power and reduce the energy required to use one's talents, Yishui was quite shocked. Then Yishui took the frost sword and went to the side to try using her talent to test it. Hai Ya picked up another exquisitely crafted sphere, presumably the magical artifact Xia Xiaoyu wanted. Hai Ya took a look and found that the sphere was also a B-grade weapon, and it could enhance the control of water element talents and reduce energy consumption. After handing the sphere to Xia Xiaoyu and explaining its information, a happy smile appeared on her face. Then, like Yishui, she began to try using the weapon in conjunction with her talent. Next, Hai Ya checked the information of the remaining weapons and items, and after discovering that they were all B-grade weapons, he informed the relevant people of the amplification abilities. However, when he held the last weapon in his hand, Hai Ya hesitated for a moment, because this last weapon was a thin thread. Although it's described as a thin thread, it actually has 2 rings at both ends, which makes it easier to use and adapt to. This fine thread was made by Hai Ya for Li Wanting, and it was the most suitable weapon he came up with after understanding her talent. Hai Ya shared his insights on using this thin thread with Li Wanting. When Li Wanting heard about that strange fighting method, she couldn't help but frown. She pondered for a while with a troubled expression, then said to Hai Ya, "Mr. Hai, your idea is indeed very good, but I'm still quite afraid of close quarters combat. So, could you please not let me leave the base and go to dangerous places?" Hearing these almost pleading words, Hai Ya remained silent for a moment, then sighed slightly before speaking. "I don't need you to leave the base and go to dangerous places. I manufacture weapons for you only because I want to make you stronger. As for anything else, I won't insist, so don't worry. Unless there's something that requires you to accompany me out, I won't say anything even if you stay at the base all the time." Hai Ya spoke calmly, showing great tolerance towards the women who were close to him. Li Wanting was comforted, and her face immediately lit up with joy. She excitedly said to Hai Ya, He, thank you, Mr. Hai. Also, I can do anything for you, just tell me." By the end, Li Wanting's ears were slightly red, because her meaning was clear: she was willing to accept Hai Ya's favor at any time. However, Hai Ya only gave a soft upon hearing this, and then made no further comment. Hai Ya could easily understand Li Wanting's thoughts, but it was obvious that there was someone else he wanted to favor more than her. "I'll consider Li Wanting's when I feel like trying something different. There's no rush right now." With all the women having received their weapons and items, the matter here came to an end. However, after asking for their opinions and learning that they all wanted to stay in the top floor area, Hai Ya did not leave. Hai Ya took out several deck chairs from his spatial storage and placed them on the ground, intending to rest on the top floor for a while. He also took out snacks and other items. Reclining in the chair, Hai Ya squinted as he breathed in the fresh air, while the women went about their own business. Luo Danxia came to Hai Ya's side, lay down on the chair, and squinted her eyes slightly. Her advantageous figure could be said to be the best among all the women. At this moment, Luo Danxia lay there, her entire body heaving like a turbulent sea, as she breathed out a soft sigh. Then she spoke. "How long do you think humanity can survive in today's world? Being in hell, yet we can still be so relaxed and carefree, it feels unreal to me, a bit like a dream." As Luo Danxia spoke, she turned to look at Hai Ya, and seeing his delicate profile and relaxed expression, she fell into a daze and fell silent. After listening to Luo Danxia's words, Hai Ya did not express any opinion. How could he possibly know about the future of humanity? However, he was confident that he could ensure that the small portion of humanity who submitted to him would not suffer the persecution of disaster. After a moment of contemplation, Hai Ya slowly responded to Luo Danxia. "You and everyone else don't need to worry too much about the future. Although it's unlikely that we can go back to the world we used to live, humanity will definitely be able to survive." Luo Danxia nodded non-committally upon hearing this, then chuckled and turned around, her body swaying as she did so. However, at this moment, Hai Ya suddenly said to her, "Oh, by the way, do you still have your nurse's uniform from last time?" Luo Danxia was taken aback, and replied with a puzzled look. "What's wrong? I haven't worn it since I changed into it last time I came back. It's still in the closet." Upon hearing this, Hai Ya's lips curled up, and he immediately stood up from the recliner, pulling Luo Danxia up as well. He then spoke. "I think you look quite nice in a nurse's uniform. Come on, let's go to the room." "Luo Danxia? What do you want to do?" Hai Ya pulled Luo Danxia along, preparing to walk downstairs, while chuckling as he replied. "I don't want to do it, but my brother does." Upon hearing this, Luo Danxia's face flushed slightly, and then she spoke in a barely audible voice. "It's still early." However, Hai Ya did not respond further and ignored the scrutinizing gazes from the women. He directly led Luo Danxia away from the top floor and returned to their room to get down to business. Time flies, and soon it was already afternoon. Hai Ya casually brushed aside the tattered cloth hanging on his body, then got up and left the room. Upon arriving in the living room, Hai Ya took out a bottle of mineral water from his spatial storage and gulped it down, feeling extremely thirsty. After finishing a bottle of mineral water, Hai Ya let out a soft breath, and then heard Mogwabao's voice coming from the pager next to him. "Is the young master here? I've finished what you asked me to do. May I report the results to you now?" "Young master." Hai Ya picked up the pager, replied briefly, and then got up to go to Wang Yan's room. When Hai Ya was in a high-ranking position, he would usually summon them to discuss matters in Wang Yan's room. As Hai Ya entered Wang Yan's room, all three management personnel of the base were already present. Hai Ya sat down on the sofa, waiting for their report. The three exchanged glances, and it was Ma Guobao who explained the results of the mission. Young Master, the list of weapon types that the talented individuals in the base want, which you previously instructed me to compile, has been completed. Now I'll show it to you. After Ma Guobao finished speaking, he stepped forward and handed the list of weapons in his hand to Hai Ya. Hai Ya nodded after receiving the list, and then began to examine the weapons that the gifted individuals needed. Currently, the base houses nearly 1,000 people, including bodyguards and staff, of whom approximately 300 have awakened their talents. However, only about 100 people truly possess practical combat talent. The list in Hai Ya's hand contained a total of 120 weapons, with various names for different styles. There are weapon categories such as swords, short swords, broadswords, long swords, great axes, bows and arrows, and shields. Hai Ya slowly finished reading the weapon requirements, then nodded slowly, and then spoke to Ma Guobao. Yes, the design requirements for these weapons are not complicated, but are you sure there are only 120 weapons? Don't those talents who are more inclined towards defense also want defensive items? These 120 weapons were all offensive weapons, but an awakened person cannot only have offensive talents, which is why Hai Ya asked Ma Guobao. After hearing this, Ma Guobao pondered for a moment before responding. Young Master, these 120 weapons are what all the talented individuals with practical combat abilities need. Some of them may be more focused on defense, but they still need weapons that can be used for offense. Hai Ya nodded slightly upon hearing this, then stood up and said, "Alright, follow me to the first floor hall to forge these weapons. I will also manufacture 50 additional defensive shields, which you can then distribute to those awakened whose talents focus on defense." The three nodded in unison upon hearing this, and then followed Hai Ya to the lobby on the first floor. Soon they arrived at the first floor lobby. Hai Ya placed the universal forging furnace on the ground, then took out the steel and metal materials he had collected earlier and put them into the forging furnace one by one. Hai Ya took out the weapon list he had just seen and began to review it while inputting the requirements into the forging furnace. Among them, swords and broadswords are the most in demand, accounting for about half of the total quantity. Therefore, Hai Ya first input the smelting requirements for these two types of weapons. As for the remaining weapons, Hai Ya also entered them one by one, along with the requirement for 50 shields. Because the forge can only forge a maximum of 20 weapons at a time. Therefore, after Hai Ya retrieved the required steel and metal materials, he handed over the task of collecting them here to Ma Guobao. Forging these 100+ weapons and 50 shields will take about 2 hours, and Hai Ya doesn't want to wait here. As for the universal forging furnace, no one can steal it from here, we can just come and get it when we need it again. However, after doing all this, Hai Ya suddenly remembered that Ma Guobao and the other two had not yet forged weapons. Then he spoke to Ma Guobao, Wang Yan, and Jin Wei together. You also need to forge weapons. Tell me your weapon requirements, and I will use better materials to manufacture them for you. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, then nodded and successively stated their pre-existing weapon requirements. Based on his own talent, Ma Guobao thought it over and over again and decided that he needed a whip-like weapon. His B-level Hanyuan Huajin talent allows him to maximize the effectiveness of whip-type weapons. Wang Yan, on the other hand, needs a pair of boxing gloves, preferably forged from the heaviest and hardest materials, because only then will he feel that using them will be very enjoyable. As for Jinwei, he wanted a long-handled hammer, as his iron body talent would allow him to make good use of the hammer. Hearing the three people's requests, Hai Ya nodded in agreement and then entered the weapon requirements into the forging furnace. Then Hai Ya took out some star energy fluorescent ore and a small amount of refined steel and other materials, placed them aside, and gave instructions to the group. These are the minerals for you to forge weapons. After the weapons and shields in front are forged, you will put these minerals in to forge your weapons. Did you understand? Understood, young master. Happy New Year. Taking a bath is a good idea on the third day of the Lunar New Year. Chapter 58, Successful Plunder Yields 2 Divine Skills. Combat personnel set out. 2 in 1. As the forging furnace began continuous smelting, Hai Ya turned around and returned to the upper level area. It will take more than 2 hours for the weapon to be smelted. It's already afternoon now, and in another 2 hours or so, it will be night. Although the zombies, mutants, and mutated beasts do not gain any strength at night, nighttime activities are naturally accompanied by some fear for humans. Therefore, Hai Ya planned to wait until the next morning to have Wang Yan and Jin Wei carry out the task of sending out combat personnel to conduct a sweep. Leading these novice talents out into the world requires a captain of Wang Yan or Jin Wei's caliber to effectively discipline them. Only after the base's combat squads have adapted to the dangerous external environment will they no longer need Wang Yan and Jin Wei to lead them. However, for their first raid, their safety still needs to be ensured. At this moment, Hai Ya arrived at the area where the elders were, took out a table of hot dishes from his space, and then took out a lot of daily necessities. Although the base has not reduced any of the supplies provided to family members and elders, many things still need to be provided by Hai Ya separately. Of course, Hai Ya only provided ample supplies to his family elders and his women. Other personnel within the base are governed by new rules established by Ma Guobao. After having a meal with his family and chatting with them to comfort them, Hai Ya returned to his floor. The base staff only provide 2 meals a day to those in the upper level areas, at noon and in the evening. Because usually, neither I nor the other women get up very early in the morning, and even if we do get up, we only eat breakfast such as bread that we take out from our space. The women ate together, and each meal consisted of 5 dishes and a soup. When Hai Ya arrived in the living room, they had not yet finished eating. "Mr. Hai, would you like to join us for a meal?" Lin Yi asked immediately upon seeing Hai Ya. Upon hearing this, Hai Ya shook his head and replied, "I've already eaten." "Oh, by the way, your sister is still in the Riverside Villa area, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's breath hitched, and then she said dejectedly, "Well, you said before that she was still somewhere, but I actually didn't know anything about her situation. However, I prayed with my innate abilities, hoping that Ro would be safe and sound, so she shouldn't be in any immediate danger." Upon hearing this, Hai Ya stroked his chin, lost in thought. "I don't seem to have anything to do right now, so maybe I should head to the Riverside Villa area tomorrow and check it out. Anyway, the Riverside Villa area isn't far from the base, only about 10 kilometers away, which should take at most 30 minutes to get there." Thinking of this, Hai Ya decided to set off for the Linjiang Villa area tomorrow. Anyway, there's no harm in plundering more female protagonists. Moreover, I can start trying to win over Lin Yi now. After spending almost a day at the base, she should know she needs to give something in return. "Don't worry, I'll be heading to the Riverside Villa area tomorrow, and I'll bring your sister back with me." Hai Ya remained calm and spoke to the worried Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face immediately lit up with joy, and she said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Hai. Thank you for thinking of Ro. I will definitely repay you." Upon hearing this, Hai Ya's lips curled up, and he uttered a seemingly familiar phrase. "Okay, I look forward to your reward." The group chatted casually and quickly finished their dinner. The world without the internet certainly lacks a lot of fun, but at least there are still people here to entertain and relieve boredom together. Xia Xiaoyu was the most restless. After wandering around the living room with a bitter face for a while, she took out a board game and started playing with Yi Shui, Li Wanting, and Lin Yi. Luo Danxia and Xia Xiaona watched from the sidelines, and smiled along as they saw the girls having fun. The 2 older girls found it difficult to integrate into the younger group. After all, we're not in the same age group, so it's perfectly normal to have a generation gap. Hai Ya watched them playing and wanted to join in, but Xia Xiaoyu and the other 3 were the maximum number of people, so he called over Luo Danxia and Xia Xiaona instead. Hai Ya took out a board game of Ludo and played a game with the 2 of them, but the game was a bit childish, so it got boring after 2 games. Letting out a soft breath, Hai Ya thought for a moment and decided to play werewolf, so that everyone present could participate together. Hai Ya coughed lightly, and then expressed his thoughts. When everyone heard that they wanted to play werewolf, they all eagerly agreed without hesitation. In this post-apocalyptic world, all the women were more than willing to spend their boring time together having fun. With everyone participating, Hai Ya began dealing the cards. When the women saw their identity cards, some were happy and some were sad. Unfortunately, Hai Ya only played the role of an ordinary person in the first round. As everyone played, time flew by, and soon it was late at night. In the final round, after Luo Danxia was killed as a normal person, she stretched and indicated that she was going to sleep. After Xia Xiaona was killed, she also said that she was tired of playing and needed to rest. As the last game ended, everyone said they needed to rest, as they were too tired to continue playing and would play together again later. Hai Ya watched as the women returned to their rooms one after another, but he didn't rush to go to his own room to sleep. In fact, Hai Ya had never slept in his own room for a long time. He always followed his brother's ideas and spent the night in the rooms of random wives. Now, Hai Ya has also given the choice to his younger brother, letting him choose which room he wants to go to today. However, it seems that the young man is not interested in acquaintances today and wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Yi. Hai Ya smiled, expressing his understanding and approval of his younger brother's choice. After all, he himself was also planning to have a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Yi to comfort her. And so, Hai Ya got up and headed toward the newcomer's room. Lin Yi was staring blankly out the window, deeply worried about Lin Ruru's safety, even though she hadn't shown it too obviously while they were playing around. But now, alone, the worries in my heart are no longer easy to suppress. Tears welled in Lin Yi's eyes. She couldn't help but feel worried, so she simply leaned against the wall and sobbed quietly. Suddenly, she heard a click, followed by the sound of light footsteps. Hai Ya walked slowly and soon came to Lin Yi's side. Looking at the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, he reached out and gently wiped it away. Still worried about your sister? I told you I'd go to the Riverside Villa area tomorrow and rescue her. Hearing this, Lin Yi stopped sobbing and turned to Hai Ya, saying earnestly, Mr. Hai, thank you so much. I feel I can never repay your kindness. Hai Ya listened quietly, then chuckled and pulled Lin Yi into his arms. Lin Yi pursed her lips without refusing, and then gently rested her head on Hai Ya's broad shoulder. With his arm around the other's shoulder, Hai Ya took a deep breath, but didn't say anything more. What Lin Yi needs most right now is a shoulder to lean on, so Hai Ya held her close and quietly looked out the window. The two remained silent for a long time. Finally, Lin Yi turned her head slightly. During that silence, she made a decision in her heart. The decision came to mind, making Lin Yi's ears burn slightly, but apart from this method of repayment, she really didn't know what other way to repay Hai Ya's kindness. Lin Yi turned her head and looked up. Then she gently tiptoed and quickly touched Hai Ya's face with her small beak. After completing all this in a short time, Lin Yi quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red, and she dared not look at Hai Ya. But she still spoke softly. Mr. Hai, I am very grateful to you. Hai Ya calmly accepted everything throughout, and when he heard Lin Yi's last words, how could he not understand her thoughts? Therefore, he picked Lin Yi up by the waist and strode towards the bed. Another day and night passed, and as the boundless sea turned endlessly, the sun had risen high in the sky. Hai Ya slowly got up, then gently removed the soft hand from his body. He was already familiar with all of this, so he did not wake the beauty beside him. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully plundering one of Xiaoyan's key allies. You have received the following rewards: Future Insight and Danger Perception. Hearing the system notification, Hai Ya remained calm. As usual, he went into the bathroom, turned on the hot water, washed himself, and then began to learn about the system rewards. Hai Ya felt no emotional fluctuation at receiving only 2 rewards, because he was already practically invincible and didn't care much about the amount of the rewards. Judging from the name of the reward this time, Hai Ya must be pretty good. After rubbing his cheeks, Hai Ya began to check the reward information. Title: Future Exploration. Type: Restricted Prophecy Skill. Description: This skill allows you to briefly foresee the future and the events that will happen to you, but only within the next 10 minutes, and can only be used once every 24 hours. After learning about this skill, Hai Ya's usually calm heart was finally slightly surprised. Although this skill can only foresee events within the next 10 minutes, those 10 minutes are plenty of time. Let alone 10 minutes, even something that happens in the next 2 minutes can change many major events. Therefore, Hai Ya was quite satisfied with this skill, and then looked at the next reward. Name: Danger Perception. Type: Permanent Companion Skill. Description: Once the host integrates this skill, they will receive advance warning of any impending danger or accident at any time in the future. This skill is similar to Spider Sense, effectively preventing harm to the host. After reading the information about this skill, Hai Ya's emotions were even more turbulent than before. Because of this spider-like ability, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine skill. Although Hai Ya's own defenses were already at their maximum, he was still very excited about being able to sense danger in advance. With this skill, combined with the future perception skill he just learned, Hai Ya felt that it was a bit too overpowered. With his current mastery of various extraordinary skills, he would be practically a god-like being when facing future enemies. Hai Ya let out a soft breath, then silently recited aloud. Integrate the Danger Perception Skill. As soon as Hai Ya finished speaking, the skill was quickly integrated into his body. However, there was nothing unusual or uncomfortable during the skill fusion process. Hai Ya only felt a certain sensation in his mind, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. I guess the awareness alert will only appear when danger is imminent. Hai Ya shook his head. Having finished learning about the rewards, he had also finished taking a shower. After drying his hair and stepping out of the bathroom, Hai bumped into Yishue, who had come to the kitchen to fetch water. Yishue watched Hai actions, snorted, and turned away, ignoring him. Hai and Linyi made no attempt to hide their actions last night, and Yishue and Xiaoxiaoyu in the next room, of course, knew everything. However, they didn't say much about it, since there was no point in saying anything now, and besides, they had no right to stop Hai. They were just one of many people saved by Hai. After lying down on the sofa, Hai quickly received a page from Maguabao. Young Master, all the combat personnel's weapons have been adapted. When shall we begin the elimination mission? Young Master. Seeing this, Hai took the pager, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Execute according to the previously assigned plan. Wang Yan and Jinwei will each lead a team to sweep away the zombies around the base. This mission focuses on adapting to the post-apocalyptic environment, so you don't need to stray too far from the base. Combat personnel must ensure their own safety. The 120 combat personnel were divided into 2 teams of 60 each. A group of 60 people is quite large, equivalent to Wang Yan and Jinwei each leading a class, so it certainly won't be very convenient for them to move around. Therefore, Hai set the main theme of this mission is prioritizing personal safety and using the killing of zombies to gain experience as a secondary objective. Received. Please rest assured, young master, there will be no accidents. After receiving the instructions, Ma Guobao quickly responded. Although he also wanted to go out and wipe out the zombies, the base needed someone to coordinate and manage things, otherwise things might go wrong. As for Hai, he was preparing to head to the Riverside Villa area. Happy New Year! The 4th day of the Lunar New Year is a good time to pray for blessings. Please do my best to generate electricity for lovecutepose.jpg. Chapter 59, Riverside Villa District, Encountering a Female Celebrity? Part 2. It was noon, in the hotel lobby on the 1st floor. On this bright and sunny noon, the once quiet hall was now almost overflowing with people. Last night, after the Universal Forge completed its forging and smelting, 120 weapons of various kinds, as well as shields, were distributed. However, because it was too late, the gifted individuals who obtained the weapons were unable to use them immediately. However, the team of gifted individuals, led by Wang Yan and Jinwei, is now gathered in the lobby on the 1st floor, awaiting orders. This time they were going to leave the base and go to the real apocalypse for actual combat, so almost all the talented people were very nervous. Despite the leadership of Wang Yan and Jinwei, the talent sphere of zombie mutants and mutated beasts did not lessen much. However, now that they have acquired suitable weapons and are mentally prepared, they are just waiting for the order to go out so they can set off to gain experience outside the base. Wang Yan and Jinwei stood at the front of the line. Behind them was the gate that was originally closed, but now the gate was open and there was no need to keep it closed. Wang Yan stood in front of the group of gifted individuals, watching their somewhat timid behavior, but he showed no dissatisfaction. After all, this is their first time experiencing a real apocalypse, so it's perfectly normal for them to have some concerns. Wang Yan took a deep breath, then addressed the crowd in a deep voice. I know everyone is very worried about leaving the base, but the young master has just given his order. The main purpose of our trip is to gain experience in the apocalypse. So for this first outing, Lao Jin and I won't take everyone too far from the base. As long as everyone can kill 2 zombies, then we'll consider this mission complete. Everything takes time, so I hope that in the future, everyone will have the ability and courage to face zombie mutated beasts on their own. But let me make this clear, if anyone dares to break the rules, stray from the group, or cause danger to the team, then I, Wang Yan, will personally kill them. Wang Yan scanned the more than 100 people present and solemnly announced the mission and rules for this trip. Although he and Jinwei completely disregarded ordinary zombies, the situation was less certain for the newbies in the hall. After giving his instructions, Wang Yan turned to look at Jinwei, wanting to know if there was anything else he wanted to tell him. However, Jinwei nodded slightly without offering any opinion. The responses from the more than 100 gifted individuals rose and fell in waves. Brother Yan, we understand. Give the order to depart. Kill the zombies. Kill the mutated beasts. Eliminate the danger for the base. Let's go. I can't wait to show off my skills. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic replies, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Being able to eliminate the fear of zombies in one's heart was already the first hurdle to overcome. At this moment, Hai also took the elevator to the lobby on the 1st floor. He looked at the excited group of talented people, but his expression did not change. Upon reaching the back of the group, someone immediately spotted Hai, and the gifted individuals turned around and cheered for him. Hi-Ya walked through the middle and came to the front of the group. However, he was not here with any orders. He was just going to leave the base. The base's walls were so high that they simply created a passageway for the gifted individuals. Hi-Ya raised his right hand and then pressed it down, signaling the gifted individuals to be quiet. After all the talented individuals in front of him had quieted down, Hi-Ya slowly began to speak. When you go out this time, you must not get surrounded by a horde of zombies, otherwise it will be very difficult to get away. I won't say much more about the rest. Just follow Wang Yan and Jin Wei's orders. I hope that when you return, no one will be missing. After Hi-Ya finished speaking, he turned around and gestured for Wang Yan and Jin Wei to move aside. Once there were no obstacles at the gate, I used my talent to raise the ground into steps, allowing me to directly reach the wall. However, no steps were raised on the outside of the wall, because that would allow the zombies to enter directly. Hi-Ya raised several descending steps with gaps outside the wall, so that the gifted could jump and climb to leave and return, but the zombies could not enter because they lacked intelligence. After doing all this, Hi-Ya turned to look at Wang Yan and Jin Wei, and said calmly to them, "Alright, you can take your team out now. I'll also be leaving the hotel later to take care of some things." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan and Jin Wei nodded in agreement, and then called for the group of gifted individuals to set off, leaving the base and heading towards the outer perimeter. There are no zombies in the open area outside the base, so the gifted individuals can pass through smoothly. As for Hi-Ya, he plans to go to the Linjian Villa area alone this time. While his wives are quite talented, having them around would only be a burden and would also somewhat hinder his ability to win over other female leads. Therefore, it would be better for Hi-Ya to be a lone wolf for this mission. After all, his strength is already invincible, so it wouldn't hurt to go out and explore. Thinking of this, Hi-Ya did not hesitate any longer and directly used spatial teleportation to leave the original place. The Riverside Villa area is located southeast of the hotel, about 10 kilometers away. If the road is clear, it takes about 10 minutes to get there, but at most half an hour. That villa district is one of the top 3 most luxurious areas in the entire Donghai city, and the Hai family also owns a villa there. However, the Hai family also owns a luxury villa in the most exclusive villa district of Donghai city, so they basically don't live there. However, the Riverside Villa area is also home to wealthy families, and Hi-Ya thinks that this trip there will likely yield considerable gains. There must be a lot of celebrities and socialites there. After all, the Riverside Villa area has another name, a place for celebrities and socialites to socialize. Many popular female celebrities and socialites live in the Riverside Villa area. Although Hi-Ya's main purpose in going to the villa area was to win over the female lead, it wouldn't be bad to take in those former female celebrities and socialites as pets as well. Thinking of this, Hi-Ya's lips curled up slightly, and he quickened his pace. Roar! Inside the guard booth, a zombie dressed in a security guard uniform was constantly growling at the front. Because a man suddenly appeared in front of the gate it guarded. The zombie security guard kept growling and howling, but it couldn't do anything to the man in front of it through the wall, and could only roar helplessly. Put! Hi-Ya stopped in front of the gate of the Riverside Villa area and casually killed the zombie security guard with a wind blade, but his attention was only on the villa area from beginning to end. On the way from the base to the villa area, although the number of zombies encountered could be described as massive, they did not pose any obstacle for Hi-Ya. About 20 minutes later, Hi-Ya arrived at the gate of the Riverside Villa area. This first gate is merely the boundary between the villa area and the outside world. There is still quite a distance to go before entering the core area. After pausing for a short while, Hi-Ya continued deeper into the villa area. However, since he was not very familiar with the people there, he decided to go to the central area first, where the Hai family's own villas were located. This villa area has about 200 villas, which means there are 200 wealthy families, so the number of zombies in this place is not large. Hi-Ya was continuing to venture deeper and soon discovered the villa on the edge of the area. At the entrance of the first villa that was discovered, there were several zombies wandering around, so there were definitely no living people inside. Hi-Ya's current idea is to first enter a villa where there are living people, and then consider other things. After all, he couldn't be sure which house actually had the female lead and the beautiful woman. Skipping the first house, Hi-Ya continued deeper inside and soon found a villa with its door tightly closed. Seeing that the villa door was tightly closed, Hi-Ya decided to go inside to check the situation. He then used spatial teleportation to arrive at the villa's front door. There were no signs of zombies around, but Hi-Ya vaguely heard the howling of mutated dogs in the backyard of the villa. Where there are houses for animals, there must be living people living there. Hi-Ya raised an eyebrow and then entered the villa's living room. However, there was nothing unusual in the living room except for some signs of ransacking. Perhaps sensing the arrival of living people, the mutated canine beast in the backyard became even more excited. Its barking intensified, and it began to repeatedly attack the gate connecting the living room to the backyard. Hiya searched the entire floor but found nothing. However, looking at the remnants of the kitchen, he knew there must be living people inside. Next, Hiya prepared to head to the second floor, but before doing so, he used a wind blade to slash at the mutated dog beast. The wind blade pierced through the gate and quickly killed the mutated dog beast, while Hiya had already climbed the spiral staircase. Tap tap tap. Hiya's footsteps were made without any attempt to conceal them. Each step was extremely heavy because he knew there must be living people inside the house, which was why he deliberately created the noise. Upon arriving at the second floor living room, Hiya first noticed the scattered snack bags and women's underwear on the coffee table. Hiss. It seems to be quite large. Hiya rubbed his chin, already certain that there was someone on the second floor, and a woman with a significant advantage. However, there was no sound coming from any corner on the second floor, so Hiya was unsure of where the person was. But since the area has been narrowed down to the second floor, wouldn't it be enough to just search a few of the closed rooms? With this in mind, Hiya turned around and went to the room closest to the living room, then kicked the door open. This is a guest room. The space is not large, and there is nothing unusual about it. Hiya then turned around, preparing to search the next room, but at that moment a voice suddenly came from ahead asking a question. Are there living people outside? The voice was trembling, and it was clear that it belonged to a woman. Upon hearing this question, Hiya raised an eyebrow, guessing that it must be the lady of the house. So Hiya strode forward and headed toward the room from which the sound was coming from. Upon reaching the door, this time Hiya didn't kick it open, but instead calmly said, I'm a normal person, you don't need to be afraid, you can open the door now. Upon hearing this response, the woman in the room was immediately delighted, but then felt a surge of fear. In this situation, why would anyone come to my house? But since the other party is a normal person, keeping the door closed isn't a solution. After all, if I don't open the door, the other party will definitely kick it open. Rather than going to that point, it would be better to just open the door openly and honestly. Thinking of this, the woman inside the room unlocked the door and then slowly opened it. As the door gradually opened, Hiya was able to clearly see the woman's appearance behind it. The other person was wearing a nightgown and robe, and looked worried and frightened, but their exquisite and beautiful face remained unaffected. Even though the apocalypse has been going on for many days now, the woman in front of me is still very exquisite and does not give off any uncomfortable feeling. However, the woman's face seemed somewhat familiar to Hiya, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. So Hiya asked the other party, Who are you? Are you alone in this house? The woman was somewhat surprised by Hiya's appearance when she opened the door. After all, she couldn't believe that such a noble person would come to her house. However, upon hearing the question, she quickly regained her composure and replied, My name is Yangmi, and I am a film and television actor. I am indeed the only person living in this house. Yangmi began to speak, but at the same time felt a little embarrassed. After all, in her own opinion, her popularity should not be that small. But this handsome guy in front of me doesn't recognize me. After hearing Yangmi's self-introduction, Hiya finally remembered the person in front of him. She was a female celebrity. But even if she's a female celebrity, so what? Hiya's heart remained completely unmoved. Handsome, could you tell me how you got here? Has the situation outside improved at all? Yangmi looked at Hiya, whose expression remained unchanged, and asked in a somewhat hurried tone. After all, the fact that this pretty boy could come here so casually means that the chaos has been resolved, doesn't it? Hiya shook his head upon hearing this and said, There are still hordes of zombies outside. As for how I got here, you don't need to worry about that. I came here to find someone. Upon hearing the reply, Yangmi's breath hitched again, and his face turned ashen. So the outside environment is still terrifying. Wouldn't I starve to death in the house then? Happy Valentine's Day. Can't smile.jpg. Chapter 60, Hiya, come help me pick something up. Did I just happen to run into the female lead? 2 parts combined. At the doorway, 2 people were staring at each other. After hearing Hiya explain that the situation outside had not improved, Yangmi was deeply saddened and fell silent. She had managed to survive for so many days by relying on the stockpiled goods in the villa, but now she could no longer sustain it. If supplies are not replenished in time, Yangmi will be trapped and die in this villa within 3 days. Yang Mi would never dare to go out of the villa to search for supplies, so at this moment she was sad and worried and forgot about Hai Ye's existence. Hai Ye looked at Yang Mi, who had fallen silent, and raised an eyebrow with a hint of helplessness. Based on his guess, Hai Ye was certain that there were no survival supplies left in the house, otherwise Yang Mi would not have had this attitude. But Hai Ye wasn't going to speak up first, otherwise Yang Mi would definitely take advantage of the situation. Sure enough, after a short silence, Yang Mi suddenly wondered how the man in front of him had gotten here if it was still very dangerous outside. Could it be that this man has some special ability? Thinking of this, Yang Mi's face lit up with surprise. She looked up at Hai Ye and asked, "Handsome guy, since the situation outside is still very dangerous, how come you arrived here unharmed? You don't have any special abilities, do you? And you said you came here to find someone, tell me, I think I know them?" Humans are creatures that judge by appearances. When faced with the handsome Hai Ye, Yang Mi's vigilance relaxed considerably, and he didn't even consider that Hai Ye might be a dangerous person. Therefore, Yang Mi was very proactive towards Hai Ye at this moment, hoping to gain his help. However, Hai Ye remained calm upon hearing this, and then inquired indifferently, "Are you going to make me stand here doing nothing?" Hai Ye crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared into Yang Mi's eyes. Yang Mi looked embarrassed upon hearing this, and then prepared to leave the room for the sofa. However, he suddenly remembered that the sofa seemed messy, so he took a step back and said to Hai Ye, "Excuse me, handsome, come in and let's chat. The living room is too messy." Hai Ye didn't stand on ceremony upon hearing this, and entered the room before Yang Mi could finish speaking. Yang Mi's room is the master bedroom of the villa, so it is very spacious and has a bathroom, dressing room, and small office area. The water and power outages seem to have only happened a couple of days ago, so there was no strange smell in Yang Mi's room. On the contrary, it was quite fragrant. The woman's underwear was scattered carelessly on the bed, so Hai Ye sat down directly on the chair. As Hai Ye sat upright and meticulously, Yang Mi became somewhat reserved in front of him, as if Hai Ye were the master. "Handsome, I know most of the families in this villa area. If you're looking for someone, just tell me, and I'll definitely do my best to help you." As Yang Mi spoke, his gaze toward Hai Ye was extremely sincere. Hai Ye nodded slightly upon hearing this, but did not rush to answer, because he was using his eye of detection to check Yang Mi's information. However, the information indicated that Yang Mi was just an ordinary person without awakened talent, so Hai Ye pondered for a moment before speaking. "Don't rush to find the person. I bet you're pretty hungry right now." Yang Mi was somewhat listless, like someone who had been starving for a long time, something Hai Ye was very familiar with. To be honest, Hai Ye wasn't very interested in female celebrities like Yang Mi, since the information he had just obtained from the eye of detection indicated that Yang Mi was just an ordinary person immune to the catastrophic virus. Not only is there no reward for obtaining an ordinary person without talent, but even if offspring are born, their talent will not be high, or they may not even have any talent at all. Therefore, Hai Ye always prioritizes plundering the female lead while temporarily ignoring other ordinary people. However, the situation is different now. Hai Ye is now invincible, so he doesn't need to prioritize plundering the original female lead in everything. As for the other beauties, they could actually be tamed and kept as pets. For example, Hai Ye thought he could win over Yang Mi, even if he was just a pretty face. When Yang Mi heard Hai Ye's question, she was taken aback for a moment. Then, seeing the smiling expression on his face, she pursed her lips, unsure of how to answer. "I was definitely hungry, but what could I do? Does that mean if I tell this handsome guy I'm hungry, he'll conjure up food for me?" Yang Mi felt like crying, but she didn't want to show her vulnerable side. Therefore, Yang Mi remained silent in response to Hai Ye, only saying softly, "Yes, a little, but not very hungry." However, before Yang Mi could finish speaking, she saw the handsome man in front of her magically produce a bowl of hot soup noodles out of thin air. The hot soup was sprinkled with chopped green onions, and the aroma quickly spread to Yang Mi's delicate nose. Yang Mi unconsciously took a sniff and then quickly swallowed. What's going on with this bowl of noodles? It looks just like the real thing." Yang Mi almost couldn't hold back the drool at the corner of her mouth, but she was still somewhat unsure whether the food in front of her was real. Hai Ye chuckled lightly upon hearing this, then placed the hot noodle soup on the table and spoke to Yang Mi. "This is definitely the real deal. You don't need to lie to yourself that it's fake. The drool on your lips can't hide what you're really thinking. I can give you this bowl of noodles and provide you with a comfortable living environment in the future, so you won't have to be afraid of any danger. But if you want my protection, then you will have to give your greatest value in return. You will figure out what that means for yourself. After Hai Ya finished speaking, he leaned back slightly, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked at Yang Mi. Hai Ya doesn't like to force others unless the other party really goes against his will, and Yang Mi in front of him is unlikely to make a choice against his will. As expected, after hearing Hai Ya's words, Yang Mi lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment before raising her head and speaking. Handsome guy, I want your protection. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Upon receiving this reply, Hai Ya's lips curled into a slight smile, and he stood up, chuckling as he spoke. Your choice is clear, and you will no longer live in fear. Of course, sometimes it also involves consuming semen. Yang Mi forced a smile, then cautiously inquired. So, can I start eating that bowl of noodles now? Hai Ya nodded upon hearing this, and at the same time took out a bottle of mouthwash from his spatial storage and tossed it to Yang Mi, instructing him. After you finish eating, rinse your mouth with this. You still have your first task to complete. Oh, by the way, do you have a husband? Hai Ya suddenly remembered something and wanted to confirm it. Yang Mi's cheeks burned as she looked at the mouthwash in her hand and listened to Hai Ya's words. Yang Mi gave a soft then replied with some annoyance. I've never even had a boyfriend, so where would I get a husband? Avoiding Hai Ya's aggressive gaze, Yang Mi sat down at the table. Looking at the steaming soup noodles, Yang Mi immediately felt very happy again. Then Yang Mi picked up his chopsticks, swallowed, and quickly began to eat. Hai Ya sat down on the bed and waited quietly for Yang Mi to finish the soup noodles. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the bowl of hot soup noodles, soup and all, was finished. Yang Mi then let out a comfortable sigh of relief and turned to look at Hai Ya. Yang Mi knew what was going to happen next, so he took a deep breath and then picked up the mouthwash and drank it. After gurgling, Yang Mi spat the mouthwash into the trash can. Seeing that the other party had finished their work, Hai Ya spoke directly. I dropped something here, could you come and pick it up for me? Upon hearing this, Yang Mi nodded and knelt down in front of Hai Ya without any hesitation. Oh. It was afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock. At this moment, Hai Ya got up from the bed, intending to go to the bathroom to take a shower, but then remembered that the water and electricity here seemed to have been cut off. Tisk, it's definitely more comfortable in the base. Hai Ya shook his head and simply got up and went to the living room. The living room was still quite messy, so Hai Ya went straight to the balcony. You can see the backyard from the balcony, and there's a mutated dog's corpse in front of the backyard gate. The corpse was very small, it must have been a poodle before it mutated. The beast must have barked day and night, no one knows how Yang Mi survived it, but he was incredibly lucky. Hai Ya was pondering this when he suddenly saw a figure flash past the window of a second-floor room in the villa ahead. The figure must have noticed Hai Ya, so it quickly drew the curtains to avoid having its appearance clearly seen. However, this commotion had already caught Hai Ya's attention. Judging from his actions just now, Hai Ya can confirm that there are definitely humans living in the villa ahead. Hai Ya stroked his chin, deciding to go to the villa to check the situation, since there was nothing else to do there at the moment. Having made up his mind, Hai Ya used spatial teleportation to head towards the villa that was only separated by a road. In the blink of an eye, Hai Ya arrived at the front door of the villa. However, this time he didn't bother to knock or anything, and simply used another spatial teleportation to arrive at the living room on the first floor. Upon arriving in the living room, Hai Ya surveyed the surroundings. There was no activity on this floor, but there were indeed signs of living people. Then Hai Ya flashed to the living room on the second floor, where 2 girls were sitting on the sofa. The 2 girls were playing gamoku when they suddenly felt a gust of wind and turned around to see a strange man in front of them. They were a little taken aback and stared blankly at Hai Ya, falling into silence for a moment. However, after a few breaths, when the 2 realized what was happening, one of them immediately let out a scream. There's a monster. The scream made Hai Ya frown. Could this guy have awakened a talent for screaming? What's wrong? What happened? At that moment, a room door was quickly opened, and a somewhat weak-looking man rushed out. The man looked nervous, and felt terrified when he saw Hai Ya's back. Could this guy be one of the people from the villa up ahead? The man swallowed hard, placed his hands straight out in front of him, and then tried to speak to Hai Ya. Sir, you should be a normal human being, right? Please don't hurt my daughter. I'll give you whatever money you want. The somewhat frail man suppressed his fear and began to speak, his purpose, of course, being to do everything he could to prevent his daughter from being harmed. At that moment, another elegant figure rushed out of the room. This woman was probably in her 30s and was clearly the man's wife. Hiwaye had already turned his head to look, and then he raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat helpless about this sudden encounter. Hiwaye sighed, then waved his hand and said to the couple, "You don't need to be alarmed. I'm not a bad person, and I have no ill intentions towards you here. I just noticed some living people in the villa in front of you, so I came to check it out." After hearing Hiwaye's words, the couple finally calmed down. The weak husband took a deep breath, stepped forward, and responded to Hiwaye. "I see, so that means we're neighbors now. Actually, when I saw you just now, I wanted to say hello, but you suddenly appeared here in the blink of an eye. Please sit down, go sit on the sofa." A forced, awkward smile appeared on the man's face as he tentatively walked towards Hiwaye. His elegant wife behind him also let out a heavy sigh of relief, and then they walked together toward Hiwaye. Seeing the two people enter, Hiwaye nodded slightly, then sat down on the sofa. The two women who were originally together now stood close together, quietly moving away from Hiwaye. However, after Hiwaye took a serious look at the two women, he suddenly felt that the woman on the right looked somewhat familiar. Why does she look a bit like Linnie? Hiwaye was somewhat surprised, then suddenly remembered something and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. It seems that Linnie's younger sister, Lin Ruru, lives at a friend's house in the Lin Hai Villa area. Doesn't this scenario fit perfectly? Thinking of this, Hiwaye immediately used his eye of detection on the woman on the right. Name, Lin Ruru. Race, human. Talent, luck enhancement, rank B. Rank, E. Introduction: this is Linnie's twin sister, originally one of Xiaoyan's important allies. It is highly recommended that the host recruit her, as there may be unexpected gains. After looking at this information panel, even Hiwaye felt it was somewhat ingenious. How could such a coincidence happen? The 6th day of the first lunar month is an auspicious day for praying for offspring. Jpg. Chapter 61, Hiwaye, Madam, please don't panic. Take the three women away too combined. In the living room on the second floor of the villa, Hiwaye had a smile on his face. That's why, by chance, I ran into Lin Ruru. Lin Ruru was Linnie's twin sister and also one of Xiaoyan's original female lead supporters. However, in the current timeline, Xiaoyan doesn't know Lin Ruru at all, but that doesn't prevent her from being one of the female leads. As long as Hiwaye can subdue Lin Ruru, he can also obtain the plunder reward, so Hiwaye is in a good mood at the moment. Hiwaye sat on the sofa, watching Lin Ruru with a smile on his face. However, feeling a little embarrassed by being stared at like that, Lin Ruru moved closer to her best friend and then spoke to Hiwaye. "Sir, we don't know each other before, do we?" Upon hearing this, her best friend immediately stepped in front of Lin Ruru, her eyes filled with vigilance as she looked at Hiwaye. The couple, who were also the owners of the villa, sat down on the sofa. The somewhat weak husband then spoke to Hiwaye. "Sir, although we don't know how you got here, could you tell us about the situation outside? We've been trapped in this house for many days. If the situation outside improves, I want to go out and look for supplies, since we're starting to run out of food." Upon hearing this, Hiwaye nodded slightly but did not speak immediately. Actually, the male homeowner was quite kind. Even in the apocalyptic situation, he was still able to provide Lin Ruru with supplies. Moreover, judging from his appearance, he probably has some ailments himself. His weak appearance doesn't seem to be feigned. Hiwaye exhaled, then said in a low voice, "The situation outside has not improved. If you want to go out to find supplies, then death is the only outcome." After saying this, Hiwaye ignored the other person and turned to Lin Ruru, saying, "Your name is Lin Ruru, right? We didn't know each other before, but I'm a good friend of your sister. One of the reasons I came here is to rescue you." Hiwaye stared at Lin Ruru, his tone very calm, showing no emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruru's eyes widened immediately, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What? My sister is still alive? That's wonderful. But how did you know I was here? Did your sister really tell you?" Lin Ruru was very excited at this moment, and stood up and came to Hiwaye. Seeing Lin Ruru's eagerness for a positive answer, Hiwaye's lips curled up slightly as he slowly spoke. "That's right, your sister is still alive and doing very well. She told me you're in the Linjian Villa area, but I don't know the exact location. But isn't this just a coincidence that we were able to meet so quickly?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Ruru covered her mouth, unable to hold back her tears of joy. After calming down, she said, "That's wonderful. But where is my sister now? Can you take me to see her?" Lin Ruru looked at Hiwaye with expectant eyes, but also with some fear of being rejected. Upon seeing this, Hiye nodded and did not refuse. After all, one of his main purposes in coming here was to bring Lin Rora back, so how could he possibly refuse? After pondering for a moment, Hiye spoke. Your sister is safe now. I will take you to that safe place as well, so you don't need to worry. Lin Rora was very happy to hear this, and after giving a soft she sat back down on the sofa. However, at this moment, the somewhat weak husband became unsettled. He hesitated several times, but after glancing at his wife and daughter, he couldn't help but speak to Hiye. Sir, you just said there's a safe place, is that true? If so, could my family come along? I won't just eat and stay for free, I'll do my best to contribute. The man's tone was somewhat anxious, and his gaze toward Hiye was cautious. After all, the lives of his entire family depended on a single word from the other party. But Hiye shook his head at the man's expectant gaze and then coldly refused. There are definitely safe places, but I won't bring outsiders in. Besides, to put it bluntly, you're so weak, you probably won't live long in the apocalypse. I will take Lin Rora with me. As for your family, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. After Hiye finished speaking, he stood up. He would definitely not protect people who were of no use to him. Although he was not a villain with distorted values, he was definitely not a saint. Upon hearing this reply, the man immediately turned ashen-faced and slumped weakly onto the sofa. He was well aware of his own body, so he did not refute Hiye. However, his wife, sitting beside him, looked haggard with a strange expression on her face. In fact, this charming and mature woman didn't care much about her own safety and future, but she desperately wanted her daughter to live. Therefore, after glancing at her weak husband, she made up her mind. The beautiful woman stood up and then came to Hiye's side, bending down. She took Hiye's arm with her delicate, white hands and whispered, Sir, may I discuss something with you? Please come here for a moment, I beg you. The beautiful woman possessed a unique charm in every gesture, something Hiye had never experienced with any of his other wives. Therefore, he let the other party pull him up and then followed them into a room. The husband, weak and lying on the sofa, felt extremely humiliated upon seeing this scene, but he endured it for the sake of the bigger picture. He turned his head away, but saw the complicated look in his daughter's eyes. Then he simply stood up and went to the balcony, as if this would isolate him from the outside world. On the other side, Hiye felt somewhat hot. At this moment, the beautiful woman was kneeling before him, looking at him with eyes that were almost pleading. She spoke in a sickeningly sweet but somewhat suppressed tone. Sir, please take my daughter with you. My husband and I don't need to worry about the future, but my daughter is still very young. She shouldn't die in the villa like this. I'm willing to give everything, just so you can leave with my daughter. The beautiful woman pleaded tearfully, while trying her best to show off her advantages. He had to admit that Hiye was now really tired of enduring it. After all, this was an experience he had never had before. The beautiful woman's husband was still in the house, but she was already kneeling before him, willing to offer him everything she had. Hiye took a deep breath, then rubbed his forehead with some helplessness. Actually, it wasn't impossible to take her daughter back to the base. After all, her daughter was also of superior appearance. Born into such a wealthy family, their offspring were generally very handsome and beautiful. Including the beautiful woman kneeling in front of him now, she is actually very good looking and has a special feeling about her. Hiye stroked his chin thoughtfully, not immediately answering the beautiful woman, but instead appearing to be considering the feasibility of the matter. However, the beautiful woman kneeling on the ground sensed an opportunity upon seeing this. She moved forward slightly, raised her head, and looked at Hiye with affection, saying, Sir, I will be very gentle, please don't refuse. After saying this, the beautiful woman didn't wait for Hiye to refuse before she started helping him pick up his things. Zero. About 20 minutes later, Hiye walked out of the room again. Because Hiye disliked doing things in secret in front of outsiders, he simply asked the beautiful woman to pick up something and then left. At the same time, Hiye decided to accept the beautiful woman's request, since her daughter was also a pretty girl, and there was no harm in bringing her back to the base. However, when Hiye said that the beautiful woman could also be brought back to the base, she hesitated and did not immediately agree. Because she still felt somewhat guilty towards her husband, she couldn't ignore her guilt and planned to discuss it with him before making a decision. As Hiye returned to the living room, the two girls on the sofa displayed different expressions. Lin Rora looked embarrassed, feeling somewhat unable to face her best friend, but her best friend had a frosty expression, glaring at Hiye through gritted teeth. It was obvious that she knew what her mother had just sacrificed for her. Ya took a deep breath and then smiled at the two of them, but she didn't see her weak husband. Ya guessed that the other person should be on the balcony, so he walked towards the balcony. But when she got to the balcony, she saw her husband lying on the ground, unable to get up. Dark red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he leaned against the wall without moving. Ya stepped forward and checked his breathing, only to find that he was no longer moving at all. Did this guy just die like that? Could it be that he died because he was so anxious that he couldn't catch his breath, and because he was already very weak? Ya frowned, but didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he decided to go back to the room and tell his wife. Ya quickly returned to the room and told the beautiful woman about the situation on the balcony. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman was immediately terrified. She cried out for her husband and rushed to the balcony. The two women in the living room were startled by the noise and quickly followed, going to the balcony together. When the three women saw the man who was already dead, they all covered their mouths and their minds went blank for a moment. The beautiful woman and her daughter came to their senses and rushed to the man's side, crying and calling out, but they could no longer wake him up. Lin Ruru felt a mix of emotions upon seeing this. She turned to look at Ya, who was slowly approaching, and said with a hint of self-reproach, "I shouldn't have let you take me away in the first place, otherwise this wouldn't have happened." Ya shook his head upon hearing this, then said calmly, "This has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself or worry. Just wait in the living room for a while, and I'll take you away later." As Ya spoke, he walked toward the balcony, because he found it strange that the man hadn't turned into a zombie after he died. Upon reaching the balcony, the mother and daughter continued their mourning, but they failed to notice that the man's index finger twitched slightly. However, Ya knew from this scene that the man was probably about to turn into a zombie, so he took 2 steps forward and pushed the mother and daughter away. Then, the corpse suddenly turned around, revealing the whites of its eyes, unique to zombies, and looked at Ya, preparing to roar. But this was exactly the scene Ya had been waiting for. He immediately unleashed the wind blade that had just been successfully condensed. With a soft plop, the weakened, reanimated husband was decapitated. The mother and daughter behind the two were horrified when they saw this. They were astonished by the corpse's resurrection, and at the same time, they were terrified by the horrific scene. After killing the zombie, Ya left the balcony without asking the mother and daughter on the balcony to leave. Ya sat down on the sofa and said to Lin Ruru, who was equally astonished, "Don't worry, that was a zombie apocalypse. Everyone who dies naturally will turn into a zombie." Lin Ruru swallowed hard upon hearing this, then said sadly, "Uncle Lee was actually a very good person. I hope he can go to heaven." Ya shook his head and chuckled upon hearing this, but didn't say anything more, since he didn't care anyway. The mother and daughter on the balcony returned to the living room a few minutes later. Now that things have come to this, the beautiful woman naturally wouldn't say much. Although she felt sorry for her husband, for the sake of her daughter's future, she could only persuade her daughter to accept reality. Both mother and daughter looked sorrowful, but showed no disrespect to Ya. The beautiful woman led her daughter to sit on the sofa, and then spoke to Ya herself. "Sir, things have come to this point, and I'd like to return to base with you. I'm still a little worried about letting our daughter go alone." Ya nodded upon hearing this. Taking the mother and daughter back would still be somewhat useful, at least it wouldn't do any harm. When Ya wants a change of pace, he can go and have a heart-to-heart talk with the beautiful woman. Okay, in short, the dead cannot be brought back to life. From now on, you should accept your new life. It's very safe inside the base, and you won't suffer any injustice. Ya said calmly, "It's just 2 more mouths to feed, it's no big deal at all." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruru pursed her lips and went to her best friend's side to comfort her, but she was still looking forward to being reunited with her sister. "Is there anything you need to pack? If so, bring it all over quickly, and I can help you take it with you." Upon hearing Ya's words, the beautiful woman nodded and stood up, then went to her room to pack her necessities. Knowing that her daughter was still struggling to accept reality, she also helped her daughter pack her belongings. About 10 minutes later, Ya led the 3 women back to Yangni's villa. Omega. Chapter 62, the plan to relocate the base, and then encountering the female lead with S-class talent again. 2 chapters combined. The sky was gradually darkening, and it was getting late afternoon. Inside Yangni's villa, Ya was taking out a table of hot dishes and having dinner with the 4 women. The 4 women present had all been craving meat for a long time after experiencing so many days of the apocalypse. Therefore, when they saw the table full of fragrant food, their faces showed expressions of surprise and longing. Hai Ya glanced around at the women, knowing their deep longing for food, and then spoke directly. Eat up, you must be starving. As Hai Ya finished speaking, the women immediately swallowed hard, then without hesitation, picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy the food. It's already very late, so Hai Ya doesn't plan to return to the base. He'll stay at the villa for the night after dinner and return to the base tomorrow. Lost in thought, Hai Ya quickly finished eating, but the women continued to eat, which he ignored. Standing on the balcony, Hai Ya stared blankly at the surroundings of the villa area. Actually, if you want to establish a base, then this villa area is the best place. The villa area is not only spacious, but also has natural walls to keep out zombies, and the environment within the villa area is also very beautiful. Furthermore, since there are not many residents in the villa area, it is easy to clear out the zombies here. Once the zombies here are cleared out, and a stone wall is built on top of the existing walls, a small city will be formed. If the base wants to develop, then this is undoubtedly the best choice. Although the hotel environment is relatively relaxed at present, it would be problematic if one were to stay in one building for an extended period of time. Let alone the staff at the base, even Hai Ya's wives and family elders would find it hard to tolerate. The reason for the current lockdown is that it hasn't been long yet. Once it's been a week or a month, the people in the hotel will definitely not be able to stand it. Or even setting aside other people, Hai Ya himself didn't want to stay in the cramped space of the hotel all the time. If you move to a villa area to live long term, then your living environment will be greatly upgraded. Although the hotel is luxurious, it is only average compared to the standard in the villa area. For example, the villa where Yang Mi lives now is already very comfortable and luxurious, and that's only because she doesn't live there often. A detached house in the heart of a villa district is so luxurious that it's incomparable to a hotel. The Hai family's detached villa in the Riverside Villa area is far more luxurious and comfortable than any hotel. Therefore, taking all factors into consideration, Hai Ya is preparing to take action and establish this villa area as a base. The base's combat personnel have now been assembled, and once they gain experience, they will be fully capable of undertaking the base relocation mission. The hotel is about 10 kilometers away from here. Once everything is arranged, and with Hai Ya clearing the way, everyone will be able to move into the villa area soon. Hai Ya pondered this in his heart, and at the same time felt that the idea of relocating the base was quite feasible. If you want to take the first step in establishing yourself in the apocalypse, then the hotel area is sufficient. However, if one wants to dominate Donghai City and bring the entire city under one's rule in the future, then it is necessary to establish a villa district as the foundation. Only when one's base becomes extremely powerful can one establish a new order in Donghai City. Hai Ya slowly exhaled and then returned to the living room. By this time, all the women had finished eating, and the beautiful woman was clearing away the dishes. All the girls turned their gazes to Hai Ya, and Lin Rura spoke up with some anticipation, asking, "Brother Hai, when can we go and meet my sister? I miss her so much." Hai Ya smiled and nodded upon hearing this, then slowly said, "It's very late today. Rest for the night and I'll take you back to base tomorrow." Lin Ruru nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, and then replied, "Okay, thank you, Brother Hai." Hai Ya was only a few years older than Lin Ruru, so he directly asked her to call him brother. Of course, this doesn't mean that Hai Ya only sees the other person as a younger sister. But for now, let's leave it at that. The sky had already fallen into darkness, making the villa, which was without power, pitch black as well. Actually, the villa area has its own power supply system. In the future, we only need to bring the energy converter here, and that will solve the energy problem for the entire villa area. However, for now, this is the only way to proceed. Using the Saint Flame Monarch's talent, Hai Ya casually unleashed a burst of bright flames, and the fireplace in the living room immediately emitted a bright light. The entire living room instantly felt much warmer. Of the 4 women present, only Lin Ruru understood Hai Ya's talent, so the other 3 women were amazed by his special abilities. Hai Ya casually explained a few things about talent, and the women nodded in understanding. However, after learning that talent also exists, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. After all, there is an inherent difference between gifted individuals and ordinary people. No matter how basic a talent may be, it is something that ordinary people can only dream of. Having talent provides the foundation for becoming stronger, but ordinary people can only play a marginal role and become NPCs who are ordered around throughout their lives. However, Yang Mi had made another decision at this moment. That means she must cling to Hai Ya's coattails from now on. Only by relying on Hai Wei's powerful strength can she survive safely and comfortably. Yang Mi took a deep breath, then went to Hai Wei, took his arm, and whispered in his ear with slightly hazy eyes. "Honey, let's go to the room and rest." Yang Mi practically clung to Hai Wei, his body trembling as he gazed at him, the meaning in his eyes self-evident. The women around them had different expressions when they saw this. The beautiful woman pursed her lips, a hint of worry on her face. She was afraid that Hai Wei would completely lose interest in her, which would make life difficult for her and her daughter. Her daughter, however, looked somewhat resentful, though the exact meaning of her expression remained unclear. As for Lin Ruru, she was a little confused. Didn't Hai Gij and Yang Mi only meet today? How did they become so close? Lin Ruru shook her head and finally stopped thinking about it. It wasn't her business anyway. Hai Wei glanced at the women, but ultimately did not refuse Yang Mi. He simply picked her up and carried her back to his room. However, after returning to his room, Hai Wei felt that something was still missing, so he went back downstairs and called the beautiful woman up as well. As for the purpose, it was, of course, to have a heart-to-heart talk. Another day and night passed, and the sun was already high in the sky. At this moment, Hai Wei got out of bed, wanting to take a hot bath, but could only sigh helplessly. "Sigh, we need to relocate the base as soon as possible." If we were to ask Hai Wei what he values most, it would undoubtedly be the quality of life. Although it is the end times, one's standard of living cannot be lowered. This is an era in which a few people enjoy absolute resources, so Hai Wei does not think there is anything wrong with his ideas. Shaking his head, Hai Wei left the bedroom. Now that he had the idea of relocating the base, Hai Wei planned to scout out the villa area during the day and return to the hotel before dark. After informing the beautiful woman, who had already woken up, that he needed to go out, Hai Wei left Yang Mi's villa directly. However, some supplies were left in the living room for their use. The villa area is quite large, roughly an oval-shaped area about 2 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide, and the Hai family's villa here is located in the center. Hai Wei's current search plan is to skip over the entire villa area, killing any zombies found and ignoring any humans for the time being. About half an hour later, Hai Wei had searched half of the area, which was about 100 villas. Of these 100 villas, about 70 households have all turned into zombies, only a dozen or so have survivors, and the rest are devoid of any human presence. Soon Hai Wei arrived at the center, which was the location of the Hai family's villa. The Hai family's villa is arguably the most luxurious in the entire villa area, and also one of the largest in terms of area. At this moment, Hai Wei stood in front of his own house, looking at the tall lintel and feeling quite pleased. If Hai Wei and his family and elders had to choose, they would all definitely prefer to live here rather than stay in that tall hotel. Hai Wei paused for a moment before entering the villa. The villa was very large, probably 3 times the size of Yang Mi's villa, but it was empty and devoid of any signs of life, making it seem particularly desolate. Hai Wei casually explored the area, then left his villa and continued exploring the remaining areas. However, just as Hai Wei left the house, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out. The sound wasn't loud, but it definitely existed. Hai Wei stopped in his tracks, frowned, and looked in the direction from which the sound came from. To the southeast of his own villa was the place where the thunder rumbled. That area was one that Hai Wei had not yet explored. Just as Hai Wei paused in his tracks, stunned, the thunderous explosion became even more intense. Hearing the commotion, Hai Wei didn't hesitate any longer and headed straight in that direction. Based on the traces, the place where the thunderous sound was produced should be less than 200 meters away from here. Therefore, about a minute later, Hai Wei saw the scene unfolding ahead. Not far ahead, 2 women were killing zombies. One of the women had what looked like lightning marks on her hands, and in front of her were about a dozen charred zombies twitching incessantly. Beside the woman wielding lightning, another woman placed her hands on the woman's shoulders, as if she were channeling energy into her. Upon seeing this, Hai Wei frowned slightly, then continued to watch the battle with great interest. The 2 women in front were now half surrounded by more than a dozen zombies. Apart from the 10 zombies they had already killed, they were probably having a hard time facing more than a dozen zombies. However, Hai Wei has no intention of intervening to help at the moment, because he wants to see just how strong the 2 women really are. It's worth mentioning that even from a considerable distance, Hai Wei could tell that the 2 people in front of him were beautiful women. Hai Wei stepped aside and then began to watch the show intently. The 2 bolts of lightning must have exhausted the woman who was leading the fight. Even with the help of her companions, her chest was still heaving. The 2 women, surrounded by zombies, looked anxious as the zombies approached, but soon the woman with lightning seemed to have fully charged up. She raised her hand and unleashed a swift bolt of lightning towards the area where the zombies were most concentrated. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by 5 or 6 more zombies collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Because Hi-Ya was relatively close this time, the thunderous roar made him frown. After using this bolt of lightning, the 2 women who were surrounded turned pale, and the woman who was assisting them staggered and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Hi-Ya guessed that the release of lightning had consumed too much energy, leading to the current situation. The power of lightning is indeed great, but the corresponding consumption of its own energy is also enormous. However, while Hi-Ya was pondering, the zombies surrounding the 2 women were not thinking. They continued to approach the 2 women, whose faces were ashen. Now that their energy is exhausted and they can no longer use any of their talents, they will likely face only one fate when facing a zombie force several times their size. The zombies began to jog, and soon they brutally killed the 2 women, who closed their eyes and awaited their death. But suddenly a strong gust of wind blew in, and the zombies' roars stopped abruptly. Thud! The sound of a zombie's head falling off rang out, and at the same time, the 2 women sensed the presence of living people. When the 2 women opened their eyes, they saw a very handsome man in front of them, smiling at them. The 2 women were stunned and speechless for a moment. At the same time, Hi-Ya, who had suddenly appeared, looked at the 2 women and was also very happy. Both women are great beauties, not to mention they have good talent. While thinking to himself, Hi-Ya first used his eye of detection on the lightning woman, wanting to learn about her information first. Life, Wei Anqi. Race, human. Talent, electromagnetic Herschers, S rank. Rank, E. Introduction: this person is one of Yi Fan's important allies and a key female protagonist. Her S rank lightning talent makes her combat power extremely high as her level increases. It is highly recommended that the host recruit her. After reading the woman's information, Hi-Ya raised an eyebrow. So she's that successful businesswoman, Wei Anqi? I never expected to meet you here. It seems like fate is on my side. Please leave your feedback and support. Chapter 63, Copying the S-rank electromagnetic Herscher's talent, combat power greatly increased. On the road, Hi-Ya watched the 2 women fall into silence. When he learned that the woman in front of him was also one of the female protagonists, he was immediately pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, he was able to run into 2 female protagonists in this villa area, and neither of them required much effort from Hi-Ya. Hi-Ya was very interested in the female protagonist with her S-class talent, and he also felt that the electromagnetic herald's talent was quite impressive. He currently has a talent copy card, which can copy talents of any level, and this electromagnetic Herscher's talent clearly suits Hi-Ya's preferences. The talent of electromagnetic Herschers is a powerful weapon. If Hi-Ya were to possess it, he would be confident in developing it to its fullest potential. Once I become stronger, the scene of casually summoning lightning to attack and unleash lightning punishment on my enemies will be incredibly cool. Thinking of this, Hi-Ya's lips curled up slightly. Then he looked at a woman next to him and used his eye of detection to check her information. Name, Su Qiao. Race, human. Talent, supernatural healing, rank C. Rank, E. Introduction: this person is not the female lead, but she is a member who follows the main character group throughout, and her role is Wei Anqi's secretary. After reading the woman's information, Hi-Ya showed no emotional fluctuation. He was merely conducting a casual investigation. While Hi-Ya was investigating the 2 women, they exchanged a glance. Their mindset hadn't changed immediately after being rescued, but they had now come to their senses. Wei Anqi turned to look at Hi-Ya, then swallowed hard and said gratefully, "Thank you so much, sir, for saving us. That was so dangerous. If it weren't for your help, sir, we would probably all be dead at the hands of the zombies." Wei Anqi was wearing tight-fitting sportswear, which perfectly showcased her well-proportioned figure. It was probably because gifted individuals generally have good physical qualities that she was not afraid of normal low temperatures. As Wei Anqi spoke, she bowed slightly to Hi-Ya to express her gratitude. Upon hearing this call, Hi-Ya finally snapped out of his daze. He nodded calmly and then spoke. "It's nothing. I only helped you because I saw you were in danger. Since you are all right, it seems my intervention was timely enough." Hi-Ya chuckled, glanced back and forth between the 2 women, and then, without waiting for their response, continued. "But why are you surrounded? The situation outside is very dangerous right now. I suggest you all stay put." Hi-Ya guessed that the reason they went out was to find supplies, but he still asked them. Only by starting a conversation could he better win them over. As expected, after hearing Hai Wei's questions, Wei Anqi and Su Chao both showed a helpless expression. After sighing, Wei Anqi turned to Hai Wei and said, "Alas, the disaster struck suddenly, catching us all off guard. As a result, after staying in the house for a few days, all our supplies were used up. Although the situation outside has not improved, if we do not go out to find supplies for survival, we will be trapped in the house and die. Also, we want to test our talents and see just how strong we are. Unfortunately, while my innate attack power is considerable, it's also clear that I'm incapable of protecting myself." After saying her piece, Wei Anqi looked down at her hands with a dejected expression. "I underestimated zombies in danger. If that handsome guy hadn't suddenly appeared, I'd probably be." Wei Anqi was still shaken, but also filled with gratitude towards Hai Wei. Hai Wei nodded slightly and spoke in a knowing tone. "So it's because of the lack of supplies? Then we really have to go out, otherwise staying at home isn't a solution. So what do you do now? Do you still want to go out and search for supplies? The situation outside is no better than here. There are still very few zombies in the villa area, but once you leave the villa area, you won't be able to fight back at all." Although half of the villa area had already been explored and cleared by Hai Wei, scaring them wouldn't have any bad consequences. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately exchanged a glance, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes simultaneously. "Sister Qi, what should we do then? Are we going to starve to death?" "Wah?" Unable to suppress her inner turmoil, Su Chao couldn't help but cry out to Wei Anqi about her emotions. Seeing this, Wei Anqi could only take a deep breath, then comfort Su Chao while frowning and thinking of a solution. However, Wei Anqi suddenly remembered something else. If it was very dangerous outside, how did this handsome guy in front of her get here? Wei Anqi turned her head to look at Hai Wei, who was smiling, and then tentatively asked, Handsome, I don't think I've seen you before. Did you come in from outside the villa area? If it weren't so, how would you know it's extremely dangerous outside? But if it is, how did you manage to get here safely?" Wei Anqi looked puzzled, but her tone didn't press for answers, she was simply expressing her incomprehension. Upon hearing this question, Hai Wei smiled and shook his head, then casually replied, "You don't need to know how I got here. Just know that I'm not lying to you. Going out right now is not a wise choice for you. And if you are starving, I can give you some food first. After you have filled your stomachs, I will tell you what you want to know." The two women were somewhat incredulous upon hearing this, but they quickly recovered and thanked Hai Wei in unison. "Thank you, sir. If you would be so kind as to give us some food, we will certainly repay you." Wei Anqi and Su Chao bowed slightly, expressing their gratitude to Hai Wei. Hai Wei nodded upon seeing this, then took 2 steps to stand in front of them and led them away using spatial teleportation. The Hai family villa was very close to here, and Hai Wei returned here in the blink of an eye. He led the two women into the villa's living room, then released his grip on their hands and said, "You can rest for a bit now. I'll get you some food, and then I'll go out for a bit. Don't wander around in the meantime." As Hai Wei spoke, he took out some food and water from his spatial storage and placed them on the coffee table. The two women first looked around, quite surprised to find themselves in a luxurious private room, and then looked at the food on the coffee table with astonishment. "When did this food first appear?" At this moment, Su Chao whispered, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to trespass into someone else's home like this?" Although the voice was very soft, Hai Wei still heard it, so he smiled and said, "This is my home, but my family and I rarely come here." Upon hearing this, Wei Anqi's eyes flashed, and then, as if realizing something, she exclaimed in surprise, "This is the Hai family's villa, but you say this is your home. Are you the young master of the Hai family?" Wei Anqi was very surprised. She was a powerful figure in the business world before the apocalypse, but she was still very afraid of the 4 major financial families. She had always wanted to befriend the Hai family, so she did some research on them. Actually, she felt that Hai Wei looked familiar from the beginning, as if she had seen him somewhere before. She never expected that the handsome man in front of her was the young master of the Hai family. Wei Anqi took a deep breath, becoming more certain of her guess, and her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Hai Wei. Hai Wei did not deny it upon hearing this, but simply nodded slightly, and then said, "That's right, I am Hai Wei. But that's not important. The era of chaebol is over. The future belongs to a world that values strength." Hai Wei smiled slightly, and at the same time took Wei Anqi's soft hand, leading her to the sofa. He also gestured to Su Chao, signaling her to come over. After the two women were seated, Ya continued speaking. You guys rest here for a while. I need to clean up the remaining half of the villa area. It will take about half an hour. Just wait for me to come back. Both women nodded blankly upon hearing this, and then Wei Anchi spoke up. Okay, Mr. Hai, please be careful. Wei Anchi didn't know why she said those words, but she felt that Ya wasn't joking. Ya chuckled lightly, then immediately used spatial teleportation to leave the place. However, the reason Ya chuckled was because he had just copied Wei Anchi's talent, which meant that he had also obtained the S-level electromagnetic Herscher's talent. Ya had always wanted to acquire a talent that would allow him to control lightning. Not only was the power of lightning extremely strong, but most importantly, it was cool. The talent you acquire later doesn't have to be strong, but you must be handsome. This was what Ya was considering, because he was already very strong, and he really liked the talent of this electromagnetic Herscher's. At this moment, Ya arrived at the road leading to the villa. He wanted to find some zombies to test the power of his lightning. Wei Anchi had the support buff just now, but she could only unleash lightning 3 times. However, Ya now felt that he could directly unleash 20 lightning attacks. Furthermore, the power of the lightning he unleashed was definitely much stronger than Wei Anchi's. After all, his level was a small stage higher than hers, coupled with his already formidable physical attributes. Ya searched along the road and soon found a group of wandering zombies, about 10 in number. With Ya's sudden appearance, the zombies noticed the anomaly and immediately pounced on him. But Ya was very happy to see this. Then, he began to condense electric arcs in his right palm with his mind. The electric arcs crackled as if they could scorch the air. The electric arc condensed very quickly. About 5 seconds later, it was as if a physical bolt of lightning appeared in Ya's palm. Ya looked at the deep purple lightning, a satisfied look appearing in his eyes. He then raised his right hand and aimed at the horde of zombies. In the instant he thought of it, a bolt of lightning as thick as a football shot out. With a deafening roar, the lightning struck the center of the zombie horde in an instant, then exploded upon hitting the ground, instantly killing all 10 zombies. The zombies were struck by Ya's lightning and reduced to mangled limbs. At the same time, a burnt smell began to spread, clearly indicating that all the zombies had become cooked corpses. Ya felt extremely pleased as he watched this scene. This newly acquired talent is not only incredibly powerful, but also extremely cool. It can be said that it perfectly matches Ya's vision. Now Ya seems to be able to summon wind and rain, drive thunder and lightning, just like an immortal. Ya took a deep breath. Through this experiment, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the power of lightning. At the same time, he opened his own panel, wanting to know his current talent information. Name, Ya. Race, human. Talent, SS level subspace ability, S level Holy Flame King. Rank 1, Earth King S, Electromagnetic Herscher's S, Hurricane Walker A+, Demon Spirit Contract A, Eye of Exploration A. Rank, E3150,000. Special abilities, Mind Control, Future Prediction, Danger Sense. Partners, Yi Shui, Xiaxiayu, Xiaxiana, Luodanxia, Lini. Only female protagonists with high talent are counted, because only female protagonists can give birth to talented offspring with a 100% success rate. Offspring, 4. Items, 70 Power Crystals, 100 Life Crystals, Rock Armor Shield Soldier, Hurricane Blade, Resurrection Healing Armor, Item Enhancement Card, Energy Converter, Universal Forge. After reviewing his own information panel, Ya nodded in satisfaction. His current stats are much more substantial than they were at the beginning, which makes Ya feel a bit wistful. From before the apocalypse began until now, I have done so much, I could say I have never stopped for a moment. Once the base relocation is finished, I should be able to get some proper rest. However, that level information gave Ya a bit of a headache. Several days have passed, and it's unclear whether the monsters in the secret realm have respawned, or whether any new secret realms have appeared. Thinking of this, Ya remembered Xiaoyan, the treasure-hunting rat. The other party was very good at finding secret realms, and he should find some time to check on him. Ya pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He decided to clean up the villa area first, and then go back to Wu Wei Anchi, the female lead with S-level talent. The rewards for subduing this opponent will undoubtedly be very generous. It's the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. Time to get back to work. Let's work hard in the new year. Chapter 64, Wei Anchi's Confidence and Comfortable Post-Apocalyptic Life. 2-part series. After making arrangements for Wei Anchi, Ya then prepared to clean up the villa area. Haiwaye still needs to put some effort into the initial stages of preparing for his new base. Although the few zombies in the villa area were not a threat to Haiwaye's base, Haiwaye still wanted to ensure that his base was foolproof. Currently, half of the villa area remains uncleared and is still in its initial state. If Haiwaye were to clean it all up, it would probably only take half an hour. This short period of time passed quickly, and Haiwaye had already completed the cleanup and sweep. As before, kill all the zombies, and ignore any survivors for the time being. Anyway, once Haiwaye moves the base here, the original inhabitants here will definitely no longer live a comfortable and happy life. Once Haiwaye officially relocates the base, the entire villa area will be his property, and how it will be distributed in the future will depend on his own wishes. Haiwaye had already cleaned up every area in the villa district. It was not much different from the beginning, except that there were fewer zombies and humans, and it was still very desolate. However, Haiwaye didn't care at the moment. After spending half an hour doing all this, he went straight back to his villa. The villa area is surrounded by walls, so as long as no one attracts the zombie horde outside, there will basically be no zombies attacking. Since the zombies weren't attacking the villa area, it was theoretically safe. Therefore, Haiwaye didn't take any further defensive measures. He decided to wait until the main force arrived before considering those matters. Haiwaye returned to the villa in the blink of an eye, startling the two women who were resting in the living room. At this moment, Wei Anqi and Su Qiao had used the food given to them by Haiwaye to restore their full strength. Therefore, they immediately stood up and greeted Haiwaye. "Mr. Hai, you're back." Haiwaye nodded upon hearing this, waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to be reserved, and then led the two women back to sit on the sofa. "Have you recovered your strength? But you don't look like you've had enough rest." Wei Anqi smiled and shook her head, then said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Hai. However, we look like we haven't rested well because of the anxiety we've had for so many days, but we feel relieved now. You just said you were going to wipe out all the zombies in the villa area, and I think you've done it, so we're not so scared anymore." Speaking of this, Haiwaye nodded, then replied to Wei Anqi. "That's right. The villa area has been completely cleared out. I will also move the base to the villa area in a while. So you don't need to worry about your survival and safety in the future. As long as you have the protection of the base, you will be able to survive well in the apocalypse." With a smile, Haiwaye told the two about various things related to the base, aiming to fill them with anticipation for its future. According to the previous system prompts, Haiwaye knew that Wei Anqi was the kind of strong woman who felt that she was no less capable than men in anything. Of course, Wei Anqi's behavior doesn't fall under the category of feminism. It's simply that she believes she has the ability to do better, which is why she's so competitive. Therefore, if Haiwaye wanted to win over Wei Anqi, he thought he could start by setting a goal to strive for. Once she became interested, Haiwaye felt he had a sure thing. In the living room, Haiwaye talked to the two about the future of the base, various development matters, and even the various systems and regulations of the base. This base was originally under Haiwaye's complete control, so there is absolutely no doubt that Haiwaye should serve as the king of the base. Wei Anqi did not refute this point. In the current post-apocalyptic context, a strong rule is indeed needed for humanity to continue. Therefore, Wei Anqi basically agreed with all of Haiwaye's ideas, since in the future, the strong would be respected and all talk of democracy would be meaningless. As they talked, Wei Anqi seemed to find the motivation to face the future again, to help Haiwaye establish a stable base to ensure the future of the human race. Wei Anqi took a deep breath and then spoke to Haiwaye. "Mr. Hai, you are truly remarkable. You were able to build a base with a capacity of 1,000 people from scratch all by yourself. I dare say that for the future, all of humanity in Donghai City will look to you as their beacon. So I have a request, which is that I want to help you wholeheartedly, to contribute my share to the base, and to fight for hope for the human race." Wei Anqi looked at Haiwaye with a firm expression and piercing eyes, making no attempt to hide her urgency. Seeing this, Haiwaye smiled and nodded, then said, "Anqi, I know your abilities, and I also acknowledge your determination. So I grant your request. I hope you will keep your word and contribute to the development of the base." Seeing Wei Anqi's serious and excited expression, Haiwaye couldn't help but smile. Although what he told Wei Anqi was true and would definitely come true in the future, Haiwaye could remain untainted regardless of the fate of humanity. Therefore, Haiwaye only values the development of the base, but doesn't care much about saving humanity's fate. Time flies by unnoticed, and soon it was noon. Haiwaye enjoyed his conversation with the two women, so he took out several hot dishes from his spatial storage and had lunch with them. The food the two women received in the morning was industrial food. Although it tasted good, it was nothing compared to the hot dishes on the dinner table today. Su Chao swallowed hard as she looked at the hot dishes, then glanced at Wei Anchi and Hai Wei. Although she was very tempted by the food, she didn't touch her chopsticks. Regardless of who she was facing, her status was a level lower, so she knew her place and didn't say much. Hai Wei smiled at the expressions of the two women and then spoke directly. Okay, don't be shy, let's eat together. Upon hearing this, both women couldn't help but show joy in their eyes. They then exchanged a glance and began to reach for their chopsticks. Both women held high social status before the apocalypse, so they were used to delicious food. However, after experiencing the apocalypse for several days, they felt like biting their tongues off as they ate these delicacies. Hai Wei watched the two women eat, his face beaming as he ate slowly. After eating only a bowl of rice, Hai Wei was already full. He then took out a bottle of fine red wine from his spatial storage, shook it in front of the two women, and asked, "How about we grab a drink together?" The two women looked at the bottle of red wine with expressions of surprise and delight. They then exchanged a glance, already understanding each other's meaning. Wei Anchi couldn't help but chuckle softly, then excitedly said to Hai Wei, "Okay, let's have a drink together." Su Chao then chimed in. "Sister Chi, I never imagined that we were worried about life and death this morning, and now we're sitting here enjoying delicious food and fine wine. I am truly grateful to Mr. Hai. I, Su Chao, will definitely repay this life-saving grace." "That's right, I will definitely repay the life-saving grace and the delicious food and wine that Mr. Hai has given us." Wei Anchi also spoke to Hai Wei with a serious expression. Seeing this, Hai Wei smiled and nodded, then opened the bottle of red wine, poured a glass for each of the three people present, and then slowly began to speak. "I look forward to your repayment. Come on, let's raise a toast to the future." Hai Wei raised his wine glass and smiled at the two women. The two women exchanged a glance and smiled in response. A toast to the future. As the three of them drank and chatted, a pleasant lunch quickly came to an end. After the meal, both women were a little drunk, so Hai Wei helped them and escorted them to their room to rest. The time is not yet ripe, so Hai Wei is not in a hurry to subdue the two women immediately. Hai Wei had a premonition that if he spent 2 more days with them, everything would fall into place naturally, so he decided to let things take their course. The two women in the room quickly fell asleep in the current environment, so Hai Wei prepared to return to Yang Mi's villa to bring them over. Except for Lin Ruru, who was to be taken back to the base, Hai Wei settled the other women in the villa. Since the base relocation plan has been finalized, there is no need for them all to rush to the hotel. As Hai Wei pondered this, he soon arrived at the vicinity of Yang Mi's villa. After another flash, Hai Wei arrived directly in the living room on the second floor of Yang Mi's villa. At this moment, Lin Ruru and Zhao Min were reading books on the sofa in the living room to pass the time. Zhao Min is Lin Ruru's best friend and also the daughter of that beautiful woman. To be fair, aside from lacking talent, Zhao Min is quite beautiful. She is a typical rich girl from a wealthy family. Therefore, Hai Wei did not only want to treat this person as an ordinary person in the base. Instead, they raised the other person with the idea of keeping them as a pet, letting them live by their side. The two women on the sofa were startled when they saw Hai Wei suddenly appear, but they quickly recovered. Lin Ruru looked very happy. She didn't know why seeing Hai Wei made her feel so relaxed. As for Zhao Min, her expression was calm, with a hint of indifference. "Brother Hai, you're finally back." Lin Ruru got up and went to Hai Wei's side, looking very happy. Hai Wei gently pinched Lin Ruru's pretty cheek, then casually asked, "What, did you miss me that much?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ruru lowered her head slightly and then said shyly, No. But seeing you makes me happy, I don't know why." After Lin Ruru finished speaking, she cautiously looked up at Hai Wei. Seeing his ambiguous smile, she snorted and ran away. Seeing this, Hai Wei shook his head, then glanced at Zhao Min. Seeing that she had the same expression as before, he ignored her. Hai Wei turned around and walked towards the room where the three had rested the night before. Upon arriving at Yang Mi's master bedroom, they only saw the beautiful woman shaking out the quilt and tidying up the room. Last night's battle was actually quite intense, but thanks to Bai Rujie's efforts in cleaning up, there were no traces of battlefield remnants left behind. That's right, Bai Rujie is the beautiful woman's name. As Hai Wei entered the room, Bai Rujie turned around and then chuckled as she spoke. "You're back." Hai Wei nodded upon hearing this, and responded with a smile. "Yes, the task was completed smoothly. Have you had lunch yet?" Rugia nodded slightly, then turned around to continue tidying the bed, and said at the same time, "I've eaten. The supplies you left behind are very generous. Thank you." Rugia nodded upon hearing this, then looked around the room but did not find Yangmi. Rugia knew what Rugia was looking for, so she spoke up. "Miss Yang is sunbathing on the balcony. If you want to find her, you can go there to look." Rugia raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then walked directly out of the room to the balcony. Rugia didn't actually have any particular reason for looking for Yangmi, he just wanted to confirm everyone's safety. When they arrived at the balcony, they found Yangmi indeed squinting in the sun, and Rugia also walked over. Then Rugia picked up Yangmi and lay down on the sun lounger. Rugia pulled Yangmi into his arms, and at that moment, Yangmi playfully scolded him, saying, "What are you doing? Can't you see other people sunbathing?" Yangmi's tone was somewhat reproachful, but her body obediently leaned into Rugia's arms. However, his hands are not very honest. Yangmi took a deep breath, then snorted softly and said, "Be gentle, they're still in the living room." Rugia did not respond to the words, but continued to busy himself with his own work. There was nothing much going on this afternoon, so Rugia could relax and take a break. The entertainment he was having with Yangmi made him feel very relaxed. Time passed slowly, and soon Yangmi was exhausted. She leaned against Rugia's chest, squinting her eyes and enjoying herself. Although the world has changed, thankfully she has met someone who can put her mind at ease. Yangmi no longer felt any worry or fear about the future, she only hoped that this comfortable and pleasant life could continue indefinitely. At this moment, Rugia felt very comfortable. It's the 10th day of the lunar month, sigma sigma. Chapter 65, The Return Journey begins, to conduct an experiment with a life as the cost. 2 chapters combined. It was afternoon, and the villa was filled with peace and tranquility. After having some fun with Yangmi, Rugia stopped fighting. Now that everything in the villa area has been basically resolved, Rugia is preparing to return to the hotel base to prepare for the relocation of the base. Rugia gathered the women in the living room and began to instruct them on what they needed to pay attention to. This time, Rugia only planned to bring Lin Roro with him when he returned to the hotel. As for the other girls, they would stay here, since he would be going back and forth between the hotel and the villa area to investigate in the next few days. The stay at the hotel would take about 1 or 2 days, so Rugia would prepare some survival supplies for them. However, this time Rugia plans to send all the girls to the Hai family villa. Firstly, this way everyone can look out for each other. After all, with Wei Anqi's S-rank status, it won't matter if something unexpected happens. The women had no objections to Rugia's arrangements. Although they all own houses in the villa area, they would simply follow his instructions. The Hai family villa was not far from here, so Rugia soon brought the girls to the villa. Wei Anqi and Su Qiao were still resting, so Rugia instructed Yangmi to tell her what he had told her after the 2 women woke up. Yangmi readily agreed, while Rugia left behind some survival supplies and departed from the villa area. The journey back to the hotel takes about half an hour, but if you speed things up, you can get there in about 20 minutes. Of course, this is Rugia's own speed. If they wait until the base starts relocating, they will definitely encounter dangers along the way, which could lead to various accidents. Therefore, Rugia thought to himself that on the way back to the base, he would observe the road conditions and make sure to choose the best route. Having made up his mind, Rugia immediately set off to use spatial teleportation. If we need to monitor the situation along the way, the return time to the hotel may double. But for Rugia, there was no difference. Leaving the villa area, Rugia arrived at a wide street where various car wrecks lay scattered and hordes of zombies wandered aimlessly. Occasionally, there would be some clashes among the zombies, such as when zombies clashed with mutated beasts, but these were usually one-on-one battles. Neither race will offer assistance. If the zombies kill the mutated beast, then the surrounding zombies will come up and dismember it. However, if the mutated beast kills the zombie, then all the conflicts and disturbances will end. There are too many zombies, they are not interested in the fate of individual comrades. However, if the presence of living beings is suddenly detected, the entire zombie horde will riot. Rugia stood on high ground, observing the various actions of the zombie horde. In fact, he didn't care too much about these new species. Currently, zombies can only overwhelm humans by sheer numbers. Once the gifted among humans begin to grow stronger, ordinary zombies will face only extinction. Fortunately, the zombies are gradually evolving. For example, the zombies that just dismembered the mutated beast have become a little more intelligent in their behavior. Once this accumulation reaches its peak, the best among the zombies will emerge. They will lead the zombie army and begin to increasingly encroach on human living space, so Hiya only paid attention to those zombies that had a little bit of intelligence. Hiya observed the wide road for a while longer before setting off to leave. There are too many zombies here, making it unsuitable for a large group to pass through. Therefore, we can look for other routes later to assess the situation. Hiya used spatial teleportation to travel back and forth, and soon arrived at another street. The streets were still teeming with zombies, but the surrounding buildings provided some protection, so apart from the zombies inside, there wasn't a constant stream of zombies rushing in. However, this place looks a bit like a poisonous insect refining ground. The zombies trapped inside the area, lacking supplies and food, have begun to show signs of attacking each other. Although it was just a small number of zombies fighting, Hiya, based on his past experience in post-apocalyptic worlds, estimated that a super powerful zombie would be born here. However, it had not yet been born, so Hiya shook his head and ignored it, then directly used spatial teleportation to leave this place. On the way back to base, Hiya kept observing as he went, his goal being to find the most suitable route for the main force. Unfortunately, in the early stages of the apocalypse, there are still plenty of energetic zombies everywhere, and their energy has not been completely depleted. Therefore, once a human appears in their perception, it will inevitably attract the entire zombie horde to hunt them down. Hiya frowned and hurried on his way. Soon, a large shopping mall appeared ahead. I didn't notice this shopping mall when I first came here, probably because the routes are different. The reason why this shopping mall caught Hiya's attention was because a special situation had occurred in front of the entrance. At this moment, in front of the mall entrance, a small team of survivors is fighting against the siege of a horde of zombies. The survivor squad ahead were all gifted individuals. Although Hiya didn't think they were particularly talented, their combat strength was at least much greater than that of ordinary people. The survivor squad was leaning against a corner outside the mall entrance, with zombies attacking from 3 directions in front of them. Ahead of the survivor squad, a strong man was desperately trying to hold off the zombies. He was controlling a metal frame containing steel plates. Behind him, the other gifted individuals were relentlessly attacking the zombies, as this was the only way to relieve the pressure. However, these gifted individuals were all quite weak, so they couldn't hold out for long before being surrounded and attacked by hordes of zombies. Hiya stood watching the show from a distance, with no intention of helping them out. Although defeating those zombies would be easy for Hiya, he wouldn't just sit idly by. The main purpose of observing that survivor team here is to see how difficult it is for ordinary gifted individuals to fight against zombies. Anyway, that survivor team won't last long, so it won't waste much time. At that moment, in the middle of the survivor squad, a young woman noticed Hiya. Hiya stood on a high place not far from them, so they could see him as long as they looked up. Li Xiaoqiang, look! Isn't there a human over there? The young woman called out to the man beside her, while pointing her index finger in the direction of Hiya. Li Xiaoqiang was using a steel rod to attack the zombies when he suddenly heard a shout. He immediately yelled at the woman. Are you seeing things? Where would any humans come from in this situation? Hurry up and put in more effort to repel the attacking zombies. After Li Xiaoqiang finished speaking, he ignored the woman's unreasonable demands and continued attacking the ferocious zombie horde. Seeing this, the woman frowned, then ignored everyone else, took a deep breath, and shouted at Hiya. Handsome guy. I know you're human. Could you help us lure some of the zombies away? We're about to give up. If you can help us, we'll definitely repay you. The young woman was at her wit's end. If so many zombies continued to attack, the team would be wiped out. If the man watching the show were willing to help lure away some of the zombies, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Whether the man could survive after luring the zombies away was not within the young woman's consideration. Somewhat unexpectedly, the man actually responded after hearing his call. At this moment, Hiya smiled, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he looked at the woman's pleading gaze. Hiya would of course not grant the woman's request. How could he possibly meddle in other people's business and help someone he had no connection with? But suddenly, Hiya's wicked sense of humor surged, and he had a rather cruel idea. That is to give the zombies a boost, so that they can break through the survivor squad's defenses more quickly. Hiya's lips curled up, and then, under the expectant gaze of the young woman, he slowly raised his right hand. Immediately afterwards, Hiya conjured a tornado at the entrance of the shopping mall. The tornado was growing stronger and stronger, and its suction force did hinder the zombies' advance, but it also made it difficult for the survivor team to gain a foothold. At the forefront of the survivor squad, the person acting as a defender was nearly knocked over by the tornado's suction. The zombie horde that they had managed to hold off was about to break through their defenses. The survivor team tried to fight back, but the tornadoes were making it difficult for them to perform their duties. At the same time, the woman who had initially called for help changed her expression from surprise to terror. Looking at the horde of zombies about to breach the defenses, she hurriedly continued shouting towards Hiya. "Hey buddy! That's enough! Stop the tornado right now! If the tornadoes continue to rage, we'll suffer too." The young woman was terrified and shouted loudly towards Hiya. However, unlike before, this time Hiya did not respond to her. He simply crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched the scene unfold. The reason Hiya created the tornado was to ensure that the survivor team wasn't wiped out quickly enough. How could he possibly help them? So Hiya smiled throughout the young woman's calls and cries, without responding in any way. The survivor team grew increasingly terrified as the tornado intensified. After a few minutes, the man defending the front finally couldn't hold on any longer. He staggered and fell to the ground, and the ferocious zombies pounced on him instantly. Faced with the zombie onslaught, these survivors had only one fate left. Screams rose and fell, and the surviving squad was devoured in a very short time. Hiya, standing high above, watched the entire scene unfold. He wanted to know whether ordinary zombies would evolve in various ways if they consumed the gifted individuals. After all, zombies undergo some kind of evolution after consuming mutated beasts, so they will definitely undergo even deeper evolution after consuming gifted individuals. Sure enough, after that small group of zombies devoured the gifted individuals, their behavior changed considerably. First of all, his physical appearance has become stronger, and his eyes are no longer so dull, but have become very intelligent. Those zombies that devoured many of the corpses of gifted individuals even became much smarter. For example, the most direct thing Hiya felt was that one of the zombies actually became annoyed because of the zombie horde surrounding it. Annoyed by the surrounding zombies, it turned around, pushed aside the others, and walked alone towards the outside of the group. Once outside the horde of zombies, it suddenly turned its head to look in the direction of Hiya. After a brief eye contact with Hiya, it immediately looked away. Then it quickly rushed into the mall, as if it knew Hiya was not someone to be trifled with, so it was hiding away. Hiya stroked his chin as he watched the scene, pondering whether or not to kill the zombie from before. Because all indications suggest that those zombies have evolved intelligence, even surpassing that of ordinary humans. After all, humans can't discern Hiya's strength, but that zombie can tell what kind of creature it can't afford to mess with. After pondering for a while, Hiya finally decided not to chase after the zombie. Because this is the natural law of species evolution, even if Hiya can kill this one, are they going to have to identify each and every one of the tens of millions of zombies in the entire Donghai city? Anyway, Hiya definitely doesn't care about low-level species like zombies. Although he couldn't say he was strong enough to wipe out all the zombies in Donghai city in a short time. Despite being surrounded by thousands upon thousands of zombies, Hiya remained undaunted. So even if a very small number of zombies have begun to evolve intelligence, it doesn't matter to Hiya. Enhancing one's own strength is always the top priority in one's plans. For example, increasing strength in various ways, plundering the female lead, suppressing the destined protagonist, and leveling up, etc. In short, Hiya certainly didn't care about those zombies. According to previous system prompts, in the later stages of the apocalypse, zombies had actually become a new race with a small number of inhabitants. They became part of the world just like humans, and their enemies were the monsters from other dimensional worlds that appeared from time to time. Evolution always involves sacrifices, as long as Hiya's interests are not sacrificed. Sigh, school starts soon. Carrot. Chapter 66, Looting the Mall. Hiya, why does this feel a bit like a battleground? 2 chapters combined. A biting wind howled, and a figure stood in front of a shopping mall filled with zombies. Hiya had just finished an experiment and then observed the zombies for a while. As for the shopping mall in front of him, Hiya felt he could go in and make a killing. Although there is a lot of stock in the boundless sea space, the mall is right in front of us, and it won't take much time to go in and harvest some supplies. Therefore, Hiya used the Hurricane Walker's talent to merge himself into the air and then flashed into the mall. This shopping mall has 5 floors. Although it doesn't occupy a large area, the multiple floors allow for the harvesting of a significant amount of supplies. The supermarket is on the first floor of the mall, so Hiya's first target will definitely be this place. After he has harvested the supermarket's supplies, he will then consider harvesting anything useful. The supermarket area on this floor almost occupies the entire first floor, so if you buy everything you need, it will be quite substantial. Hi-Ya flashed into the supermarket area and then gradually put the supplies into the dimensional space. Since shopping malls close around 10:30 p.m., there were no living people inside the supermarket at this moment, and the number of zombies was also very small, with only a few strays that had accidentally wandered in. Hi-Ya smoothly stored all the supplies into his spatial storage. When he encountered zombies, he simply used his wind blades to kill them, so he had a smooth journey. About 20 minutes later, all the goods in sight in the entire supermarket were collected into Hi-Ya's spatial storage. All the goods in the department store were taken away, and the quantity was considerable. Hi-Ya's stockpiles also increased significantly. After casually checking the supermarket and finding nothing amiss, Hi-Ya left. On the first floor of this shopping mall, apart from a department store worth exploring, the shops in the area are mostly clothing stores and various food stores. The power and water have been out for many days now, so the stock in the shop is definitely useless. Therefore, Hi-Ya skipped them and went to the clothing store. Even in the apocalypse, people need to change their clothes. Besides, Hi-Ya has so many wives. Giving them more clothes to choose from will make them very happy. Because Hi-Ya doesn't like shopping, he really doesn't want to distinguish the various styles in these clothing stores. After storing all the clothes and items into his dimensional space, Hi-Ya quickly left the first floor area and went to the second floor to see if there was anything worth taking. The second floor was mostly filled with clothing stores and various food shops, so Hi-Ya only browsed a few shops before leaving the second floor. Arriving on the third floor, this floor is mainly for entertainment, with various children's play areas, game rooms where you can find fun in different sections, and a pool table area. Hi-Ya stroked his chin, pondering whether he should also store all these things into his spatial storage. Once the base is relocated to the villa area, there will definitely be open space. If we find a place to build a game area, it will increase the entertainment atmosphere within the base. Thinking of this, Hi-Ya's lips curled up slightly, and he decided to put all these items into his spatial storage. These things only need electricity to run, so Hi-Ya didn't have any concerns. Of course, Hi-Ya also took all the game tokens that came with these entertainment devices. Once a complete trading chain is established within the base, the survivors will be able to exchange resources for game currency. TSK, Hi-Ya couldn't help but shake his head as he thought about it. Hi-Ya acted swiftly, and within about 10 minutes, all the entertainment equipment on the third floor had been looted. Next, Hi-Ya went to the fourth floor, which was quite interesting as it was a health and wellness themed area. For example, foot massages and various relaxing services. Of course, they are all legal relaxation programs. However, Hi-Ya has absolutely no interest in it now. Before the apocalypse, Hi-Ya might have frequented such relaxing places, but now he can't even do so. Sigh, let's see if there are any talented people in the base who can build such entertainment venues in the future. Hi-Ya sighed softly, then headed to the fifth floor. The facilities on the fifth floor are limited. A film studio alone occupies 2/3 of the area, while the other areas are mostly just some high-tech experience halls. But it doesn't mean anything. Hi-Ya glanced at this floor briefly before losing interest. There was nothing worth looting in the movie theater, so Hi-Ya's shopping spree could be considered over. Along the way, Shanghai Wuyan only encountered zombies, and even few mutated beasts, let alone any living people. With a casual gust of wind, Hi-Ya killed the zombie blocking his way and then quickly left the mall. Harvesting the goods from the mall was just a minor incident. Hi-Ya still needed to return to the base to take care of more important matters. However, at the moment Hi-Ya left the mall, a pair of dark eyes watched his retreating figure. But in the blink of an eye, those eyes vanished completely. It took Hi-Ya about twice as long to finally return to the hotel base after a series of stops along the way. It was getting dark, and a day and a half had passed since Hi-Ya left the hotel. Seeing that there were no signs of attack on the hotel's perimeter wall, Hi-Ya nodded in relief. Without lingering any longer, Hi-Ya made a quick dash into the hotel. Taking the elevator, Hi-Ya quickly arrived at his floor. It's lunchtime now, so Hi-Ya wants to wait until after everyone has eaten before summoning Wang Yan, Jinwei, and Mogwaba to find out what has happened in the last 2 days. After leaving the hotel with the combat team yesterday morning, Hi-Ya received no news, so he waited until after dinner to settle things. Back in his suite, Hi-Ya only saw Luo Dansha alone. She was on the sofa, tending to her potted plants, using her talent as before. Luo Dansha possesses the talent to revitalize living things, so she has been experimenting with potted plants in an effort to master her talent more thoroughly. As Hai Ya entered the living room, Luo Danxia didn't even notice him. It wasn't until Hai Ya came up behind Luo Danxia and suddenly hugged her, pulling her entire upper body into his arms, that she gasped in surprise and realized what was happening. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Danxia was startled at first, but when she felt that familiar embrace, she turned her head to look at Hai Ya. Why didn't you say you were coming back? I was practicing my talent, didn't you see me? Before Luo Danxia could finish speaking, Hai Ya suddenly sealed her mouth with a kiss. After a short while, Hai Ya finally released Luo Danxia, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. You're still the most diligent one in the base. I bet they're all playing around right now, aren't they? Hai Ya sat down on the sofa, put his arm around Luo Danxia, and casually began to speak. Luo Danxia snorted softly upon hearing this, then continued tending to the potted plant, replying as follows. Their talents are more inclined towards combat, so they don't need to practice very hard to have the power to protect themselves. But I'm different. Although my talent is S rank, my combat ability is almost 0. So I want to master my talent more and see if there is any way to make up for my weaknesses. Luo Danxia spoke very seriously, and Hai Ya could tell that she genuinely wanted to gain the ability to protect herself. However, at present, Hai Ya has no way to help Luo Danxia realize her vision. Therefore, Hai Ya hugged Luo Danxia even tighter and said in the same very serious tone. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. I don't need you to be very strong in combat. Although it would be best to have someone who can protect themselves, you are a special case, so you don't need to worry too much. The help you can provide to the base is the greatest, and only you can complete the various treatment events in the future. At this point, Luo Danxia suddenly came to her senses and then said to Hai Ya. By the way, didn't a combat team go out of the base yesterday? After they came back last night, some of them were injured to varying degrees. Although I've done everything I can to save them, there are still a few whose injuries are too severe. As Luo Danxia finished speaking, she became somewhat dejected, feeling that she was not capable enough to save them. Hai Ya frowned slightly upon hearing this, but he certainly didn't intend to blame Luo Danxia, since injuries during raids were inevitable. But since someone could suffer such a serious injury that even Luo Danxia couldn't save? Can you explain the specific reasons why you were unable to save the deceased gifted individuals? I didn't mean to blame you, and you don't need to blame yourself. Luo Danxia remained dejected upon hearing this, but after thinking for a moment, she spoke to Hai Ya. I remember those gifted individuals who suffered fatal wounds that I couldn't save because their wounds just wouldn't heal. Even if I use my talent to heal continuously, I can no longer completely heal the wounds, and once I stop healing, their wounds will become even more serious. In the end, although I did everything I could to treat them, they died last night. Luo Danxia frowned and slowly recounted the situation of those people from yesterday. In fact, if an ordinary zombie attacks a talented person and the talented person is infected with the virus, then Luo Danxia is able to successfully cure them. But for some reason, the wounds of those people yesterday, which were clearly infected, could not be cured no matter what they did. Luo Danxia also inquired with Wang Yan and Jin Wei, but they also said they didn't know. As for the parties involved, they had been in a coma due to their injuries. Luo Danxia told Hai Ya everything, wanting to know if Hai Ya knew what was going on. Upon hearing this, Hai Ya frowned. How could someone who knew absolutely nothing about the situation possibly know what was going on? I'll talk to Wang Yan and Jin Wei about the situation tonight. Let's go eat now. As Hai Ya spoke, he stood up, took Luo Danxia's hand, and led her to the suite next door. Upon arriving next door, as expected, the women were playing together in the living room. Watching the women's retreating figures, Hai Ya spoke. You guys are having so much fun, you've even forgotten to eat dinner. As Hai Ya spoke, he walked towards the restaurant. Upon hearing this, all the women turned to look at Hai Ya, but they quickly stopped paying attention to him and returned to the game. Xiaoxiana, who was watching from the sidelines, was the first to offer a reminder. Alright, let's go eat dinner first, and then we'll play together. Xiaoxiaoyu was the first to stand up and respond when she heard Xiaoxiana's words, and then the other women also got up and went to the dining table one after another. At the dinner table, Hai Ya took out several hot dishes from his spatial storage, while Luo Danxia pushed a food cart and brought out the dinner provided by the kitchen. After looking at the table full of hot dishes and Hai Ya's expressionless face, no one spoke, creating a somewhat silent atmosphere. Upon seeing this, Hai Ya no longer kept a straight face. As the person in charge, he didn't need to be too serious. After shaking his head, Hai Ya addressed the crowd directly. Alright, let's start eating. Hearing this, the women began to eat, and Xiaoxiana spoke to Hai Ya. Did you encounter any danger on this trip? You've been gone for so long this time, much longer than ever before. Hai Ya chuckled softly upon hearing this, and then replied. It's nothing. With my strength, how could I possibly encounter any danger? Don't worry. But since you care about me so much, I'll give you a reward later. Hai Ya smiled at Xiaoxiana, the meaning of which was self-evident. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiana glared at Hai Ya, then glanced in Xia Xiaoyu's direction. Seeing that the other party wasn't paying attention, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, Yi Shui raised her head and watched Xiaoxiana and Hai Ya scan her back and forth, but she didn't say much. She just frowned slightly and continued eating. For some reason, the atmosphere at the dinner table became a little awkward after I said the reward. Hai Ya chuckled at the women's expressions, then quickly finished a bowl of rice and left the table. If he stayed any longer, Hai Ya felt he was being scrutinized by an invisible force, which made him uncomfortable. After leaving the dinner table, Hai Ya prepared to summon Wang Yan, Jinwei, and Ma Guobao to inquire about the situation of the combat personnel. It's already the 12th of the lunar month, time really flies. Chapter 67, Hai Ya, I always keep my word. Off to slay an unknown creature part 2. Tap tap tap. Hai Ya stepped out of the elevator and quickly arrived at Wang Yan's room. The sky had completely darkened by this moment, and Hai Ya was preparing to arrive here to summon the 3 main administrators of the base to learn about the specifics of the matter. Yesterday, the combat squads at the base went out for their first training exercise, and we don't know how many people were lost. We also don't know if they went out this afternoon. Hai Ya came here for 2 reasons: first, to understand the specifics of the matter, and second, to make arrangements for future trips. As Hai Ya pondered this, he also arrived at Wang Yan's room. Wang Yan had already eaten dinner and was currently exercising in his private room. He was doing a very standard push-up, supporting his entire body with one index finger of his right hand. At the same time, he was also muttering something under his breath. 375, 376, 377. Wang Yan's physical fitness was extremely strong. His muscular physique made Hai Ya feel inferior. While ordinary fitness enthusiasts can develop those magnificent muscles, comparing their strength to Wang Yan's is like comparing an ant to an elephant. As Hai Ya approached Wang Yan, the latter quickly stopped exercising, exhaled, and said, "Young master, you're back." Despite having already done hundreds of one-handed push-ups, Wang Yan wasn't out of breath at all, acting as if nothing had happened. Hai Ya glanced at Wang Yan from head to toe, then nodded and said, "Yes, I just got back. Let's gather Jinwei and Ma Guobao together. I have something I need you to explain." Wang Yan nodded seriously upon hearing this. Even without Hai Ya saying it directly, he knew that what the other party wanted to know was about the combat team. Therefore, after Wang Yan nodded, he walked to the pager and began to page Jinwei and Ma Guobao over. 2 or 3 minutes later, the 2 people who had been summoned arrived at this room. Hai Ya sat on the sofa with his legs casually crossed, quietly watching the 3 people approach him. Hai Ya did not speak first, but watched them, waiting for them to speak. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Jinwei glanced at the 2 people beside him, and seeing that they both had their heads down, he sighed softly. Then he took a step forward and spoke to Hai Ya. "Young master, I was unable to protect you during your 2-day trip, and I have been worried about you the whole time. Fortunately, you returned safely. I also have something to report to you about the combat team." Hai Ya nodded slightly upon hearing this, but didn't say anything more, simply uttering 2 words, "Speak." Seeing this, Jinwei pursed his lips, but after taking a deep breath, he still spoke. "Young master, during this combat mission, most of the team members sustained minor injuries, more than a dozen were seriously injured, and several have even died. It's only because of Miss Luo's healing talent that we have this opportunity. Otherwise, those dozen or so seriously injured people might have died, and those with minor injuries would have become increasingly ill. But even if the final result is that only a few people died, it cannot cover up the fact that we suffered great losses on this trip. This time, Wang Yan and I failed in our duties. Please punish us, young master." Jinwei spoke with utmost seriousness, and after saying these words, he lowered his head without looking at Hai Ya. Upon hearing these words, Hai Ya merely shook his head and then calmly said, "I want to know what caused the majority of your combat squad to suffer such severe injuries. Before you set off, I told you to be careful in everything you do. With your abilities, you too are unlikely to make any basic mistakes. Upon hearing this, Jin Wei sighed inwardly, but when he looked up again, Wang Yan's voice rang out. Young master. This time, we took the combat team out, and we didn't encounter any danger at first. We also always prioritized safety. Although ordinary zombies don't pose any real trouble to our combat team, we encountered a powerful, unknown creature after entering a high-rise building. The creature looked like black slime, but it was humanoid in shape. It was 3 meters tall and looked very robust, like a giant. When Lao Jin and I saw it, we felt something was wrong, so I stayed behind and let the combat team leave first. However, that black slimy creature was incredibly powerful, and I could only barely hold it off. As a result, many members of the combat team were injured. The talented individuals who died were killed because the wounds it inflicted couldn't heal. Wang Yan spoke earnestly and slowly, briefly recounting the combat team's experience from the previous day to High YA. Wang Yan is a very serious person and would never lie to High YA. Therefore, High YA must trust these words completely. High YA stroked his chin, carefully considering whether the combat team's encounter was something worth discussing. Although they didn't know what kind of creature Wang Yan was talking about, its combat power was so formidable that even Wang Yan could only barely hold it off. Oh, by the way, where did you encounter that black, slimy creature? High YA narrowed his eyes slightly, then asked about this matter that was worth knowing. Since their combat team was sweeping around the hotel, it means that the slime creature was also nearby. Upon hearing the question, Wang Yan thought for a moment and then replied. It seems like we met at Tianchen Building. Tianchen Building is about 300 meters away from the hotel to the northwest. High YA nodded upon hearing this. 300 meters was really not far for a combat-type talent. By simply sprinting for a short while, you can return directly to the hotel area. However, even at a distance of over 300 meters, that black slime creature could still quickly reach the hotel area. What if that unknown creature secretly scouted the combat team's return route? Wouldn't that mean the hotel was also in danger? Although I wouldn't be afraid of any creature at all if I were in the hotel, I couldn't stay here forever. I might have to go to the Riverside Villa area again tomorrow or the day after. Therefore, High YA stroked his chin and thought for a while before deciding to take the initiative and kill the slime creature first. Thinking of this, High YA spoke to the 3 people present. The slime creature you mentioned has become a threat to the safety of the base, so I have decided to take the initiative and kill it. Do you have any ideas? You can share them and we can discuss them. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, but they didn't have any particular thoughts about it. Wang Yan and Jin Wei were completely convinced of High YA's strength, although Wang Yan could only barely deal with any of the creatures. However, Wang Yan believed that compared to High YA, he was just like a chicken, at the mercy of others, so that slime creature was definitely no match for High YA. Therefore, Wang Yan was the first to speak to High YA. Young master. I fully agree with taking the initiative. With your strength, killing any slime creature would be a piece of cake. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, the other 2 people present echoed High YA's words. That's right, young master. Everyone has witnessed your strength, and I fully support taking the initiative. Ma Guobao said eagerly. I fully support it too. This time I'm going to beat that slime creature to a pulp. Wang Yan nodded heavily, his tone very serious and earnest. Hearing everyone's agreement, High YA nodded, then began to calculate in his mind when to launch the attack. It's already too late, and the sky is completely dark. Although this time High YA only needs to bring Wang Yan, Jinwei, or Ma Guobao with him to launch the attack, the night is still not conducive to fighting. Therefore, after thinking for a while, High YA spoke up. Alright, since it's settled, let's set off early tomorrow morning to kill that slime creature. Only a few of you need to come with me on this trip, so remember to get up early. Upon hearing High YA's instructions, all 3 nodded in agreement, indicating that they would not waste any time. Seeing this, High YA prepared to leave. The matter had been discussed, and it was time to return to his suite to get down to business. High YA stood up, waved to the 3 of them, and then left. After returning to his floor, High YA considered which room to go to that night. Of the women who have been plundered in the hotel, only Lin Yi is still pregnant, so High YA actually wants to go to her room. However, at the dinner table, I seem to have promised Xia Xiaona that I would reward her with something. Therefore, I cannot afford to say anything inappropriate. Moreover, given the personalities of the 2 women and their close relationship, they would absolutely not come to accompany him at present. Moreover, Xia Xiaona thought she had hidden her relationship with High YA very well. High YA shook his head. Although he felt that getting the female lead pregnant was more important, he didn't want to disappoint Xiaoxiana. After all, it had been many days since he had offered her any warmth. Well, sometimes Hye feels that he is actually quite tired, or at least a little bit tired. Back in his suite, Hye was surprised to find the living room lights still on. However, after passing through the entrance hall, he discovered that Luo Danxia was still studying his innate ability. Luo Danxia was still very serious this time, and didn't even notice when Hye walked in. Hye came up behind Luo Danxia and saw her seriously applying her talents to the plants, which immediately aroused his playful spirit. Hye stretched out his right hand and tentatively reached downwards. Startled by this sudden action, Luo Danxia felt a huge object probing directly into her. The icy air blew into her back through the gaps, making Luo Danxia shiver. She suddenly twisted her body, but with Hye's soft laugh, Luo Danxia knew whose prank it was. Luo Danxia snorted coldly, then turned to look at Hye. Seeing his grinning expression, she said somewhat angrily, "What are you doing? I'm researching talent, didn't you see? You're not allowed to play pranks quietly anymore, humph." Hye smiled upon hearing this, and then said, Okay, I'll remember that, I'll do it next time. And why didn't you go to bed earlier? Are they all asleep? Luo Danxia had returned to the sofa, and she casually replied to the question. I don't know, but Xiana should be in her room. I heard her say she went to her room to rest not long ago. What, are you going to reward her tonight? Luo Danxia, who hadn't come yet, turned her head and gave Hye a teasing smile. Seeing this, Hye curled his lip and chuckled, saying, What, do you want to come along? Upon hearing this, Luo Danxia shook her head seriously, and then said, I don't have that idea right now. You should go find Xiana. Hye was somewhat surprised by this reaction. If he didn't have this idea at the moment, didn't that mean he could in the future? Thinking of this, Hye shook his head. He would deal with the future later, there was no rush now. With a click, Hye opened Xiaoxiana's door. There were no lights in the room. It seemed Xiaoxiana had already turned off the lights and gone to sleep. Looking down at the bed, there was indeed a figure lying on its side with its back to the viewer. A glimpse of snow-white skin was revealed from behind, undoubtedly her delicate shoulders. Hye stepped forward lightly, then lifted the blanket. Why are you here? Because I promised you. But, be careful, Danxia is still in the living room, sob. Another day and night passed, and before we knew it, the sun was high in the sky the next day. Hye got up from the bed and then checked the time on his watch. TSK. I think I overslept. Last night, Hye discussed with Wang Yan and others that they should take the initiative to attack the slime creature this morning. It seems that I was delayed by something? Hye shook his head and went to the bathroom. Since he had already wasted time, there was no rush to wait a little longer. After taking a hot shower as usual, Hye changed into sportswear. He was in excellent physical condition and didn't feel cold at all. Hye picked up the pager and began calling Ma Guobao. Hey, are you all ready to go? Upon hearing Hye's voice again, the person on the other end of the pager immediately replied in an urgent tone. Young master. You're finally ready. We've all been waiting in Wang Yan's room for a long time. Hye chuckled upon hearing this, then turned off his pager and headed towards Wang Yan's room. Its tough classes officially start in 4 days. So many classes this new semester. Chapter 68, Arrival at Tianshan Building, Strange Creature Traces. With a click, the door was opened from the outside. Hye walked into the room and looked at Wang Yan, Jinwei, and Ma Guobao, who were waiting there. The three of them were already prepared and sat calmly in their chairs. Last night, Hye instructed them to get up early today to kill the slimy creature that was threatening the base's security. They took Hye's orders very seriously, so they arrived at Wang Yan's room to wait together as soon as it was just getting light. But they didn't expect that this wait would last for several hours. The three of them didn't know Hye's usual routine, but they knew that he usually got up around 9 or 10 o'clock. So they waited here for Hye to arrive. After all, it was Hye who gave the order, and they couldn't be sure when Hye would arrive, so they could only wait calmly. It's like a boss telling someone to wait for a customer. They've said the customer will arrive soon, but the customer never comes. The boss doesn't dare leave without permission and can only patiently wait for the customer to appear. The three of them sat upright. After Hye entered the room, they immediately stood up and bowed slightly to him. YA approached the three of them, and seeing their serious expressions, he felt slightly embarrassed. Without a second thought, YA knew they had been waiting for him for a long time, but there was nothing he could do. Xia Xiaono was just too. YA coughed lightly, then waved his hand and said to the group, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now that everyone is ready, we can set off immediately to carry out our mission." Wang Yan, standing in the middle, looked up after hearing these words and earnestly echoed YA. "Ready, young master. We can depart immediately." "That's right. We can set off immediately." The other two echoed. YA nodded upon seeing this, then looked at Ma Guobao and chuckled. "Old Ma, this should be your first time leaving the base since the apocalypse, right? You won't let your fear affect our battle, will you?" Hearing YA's light chuckle and teasing, Ma Guobao looked embarrassed, because this was indeed his first time going out and his first time facing that cruel world. So, it's definitely not true that he's completely unfazed, but Ma Guobao is very confident in his abilities, so he raised his head and assured YA. "Please rest assured, young master. I'm willing to be at the forefront of this mission. My talent and skills are decent, so I'm confident in myself." YA nodded slowly upon hearing this, and then said, "Since you've made that promise, then old Ma will be the vanguard once we enter Tianqian building." Ma Guobao chuckled awkwardly, but he couldn't very well refuse outright, so he nodded to indicate that it was no problem. Seeing that the three of them were ready, YA did not hesitate any longer and used spatial teleportation to take them away from this place. Tianqian building was only 300 meters away from the hotel, and the road was full of main roads, so YA and his group quickly arrived at their destination. Arriving at the entrance of Tianqian building, YA stopped in his tracks. He casually dispatched several approaching zombies in an instant, then turned to Wang Yan and asked, "Tell me where you encountered which monster?" Wang Yan pondered for a moment upon hearing this, and then replied, "Young master, we encountered that slime creature in the lobby of Section D on the 3rd floor. But during the retreat, the slimy creature followed us and left the 3rd floor area together. We finally shook off the creature when we reached a corner on the 1st floor, so I'm not sure where it is right now." Wang Yan pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and said earnestly to YA. "However, one thing is certain, the slimy creature did not come to the 1st floor or leave through the main door. Because there are no traces of slime creatures here, and even if the traces have dried, there will be black stains." Although Wang Yan appears rugged, he is actually very meticulous and pays attention to even the smallest details. This is also why he was able to become YA's personal bodyguard. YA nodded slightly in agreement with Wang Yan's reminder, and then he took the lead in walking into the building. At the same time, he used his talent for sensing the wind to keep an eye on the scene inside the building. If the air in a certain place suddenly shakes, it means that someone is moving there. Seeing that YA had already taken the lead, the three of them immediately followed in his footsteps. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Guobao finally walked to YA's side, turned his head and whispered, "Young master, I'll lead the charge." After seeing YA nod, Ma Guobao immediately walked to the front of the group, but he was still a little uneasy. YA, however, paid no attention to Ma Guobao. With his innate ability to sense the area within a 10-meter radius, he didn't need any reminders from Ma Guobao at all. The group walked slowly and soon arrived at the upstairs area. There are actually many zombie corpses on this floor, presumably killed by the combat team a few days ago. Therefore, the entire journey upstairs was very safe, without any accidents. Since the world is currently without power, the group has no choice but to climb the stairs, which is actually a safer and more secure option. Tap tap tap. The group walked up the stairs step by step and soon arrived at the 2nd floor area. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor area, a faint stench immediately filled the air. It smells a bit like a stinky ditch, only the odor is very mild. YA frowned slightly, and at the same time, he found the black stain that Wang Yan had mentioned on the ground. The stain was shaped like a human footprint, but it resembled a giant's footprint. The stain even caused slightly corroded pits and depressions in the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but frown, but no one spoke first. They were all observing their surroundings. The surrounding environment was very quiet, so after everyone observed for a while, Jinwei spoke up. "That creature has probably already left, so there is no danger on this floor." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then the group turned their attention to YA, wanting to know what he was thinking. Upon seeing this, YA spoke calmly. "Let's go up to the 3rd floor. Chapter 69, Deeper Exploration, Lord-Level Monsters?" 4 people were walking slowly in the corridor. Upon hearing Hai Ye's order, the three of them immediately went to the third floor without any hesitation. As the group ventured deeper into the area, the stench became increasingly pronounced. It's like following the smell of a stinking ditch, gradually getting closer to the stinking ditch itself. Magua Bao walked at the front of the group. He frowned and couldn't help but turn back to Hai Ye and the others, saying, "The higher we go, the stronger the stench becomes. Are we getting close to the monster's hiding place?" Wang Yan and Jinwei had been to this place before, so Jinwei continued. "We did encounter that slime creature on the third floor. If it returned to its original spot and didn't run around, then it's probably still in Area D on the third floor. All we need to do now is head towards Sector D and see what's going on there." "That is right, we can go directly to Zone D," Wang Yan agreed. Hai Ye listened to the discussion, nodded without objection, and then made a direct and straightforward decision. "Let's go then, head straight to the monster's hiding place, with Wang Yan leading the way." Upon hearing the instructions, Wang Yan immediately agreed and then stepped forward to the group's starting position. Last time, it was Wang Yan who led the team to the third floor and found the slimy creature. This time, Wang Yan was just as familiar with the route. However, he now felt a little uneasy. Although Wang Yan had absolute faith in Hai Ye's strength, the slimy creature had left him with a psychological scar, so Wang Yan remained extremely cautious. As everyone entered the third floor area, the stench grew stronger and stronger. Even Magua Bao couldn't help but hold his breath and pinch his nose with his fingers. "Follow me, Area D is on the left." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, everyone immediately followed in his footsteps and headed towards the area on the left. However, when the group arrived at the left-hand area, before they even went deep inside, they discovered an unusual situation. At the entrance to Zone D, a thin layer of slime covered the entire area, and as one looked further into the distance, the slime only grew thicker. But even just at the entrance, the thin layer of slime makes the place smell incredibly foul. Because it was daytime, it wasn't that the situation inside this area was invisible. However, it was still very dark here, as if the sunlight had been blocked and filtered out, with only a small amount of faint light shining into the area. Everyone looked at their surroundings with furrowed brows, but Hai Ye remained calm and showed no emotional fluctuation. Hai Ye had been using his talent to explore his surroundings, but his wind perception didn't tell him anything unusual or that any creatures were charging towards him. Therefore, Hai Ye only paused for a short while before continuing to delve deeper inside. However, at this moment, Jinwei approached Hai Ye and said in a solemn tone, "Young master, when we brought our team here a couple of days ago, this area wasn't covered in slime, and it didn't smell too bad. But something is wrong right now. The surrounding environment is very different from what it was 2 days ago." Jinwei looked serious, his eyes filled with vigilance as he surveyed his surroundings. Moreover, upon hearing this reminder, Hai Ye rubbed his chin and did not respond immediately. In fact, Hai Ye didn't care about anything that happened here at all, because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Hai Ye spoke to the three of them. "Let's move forward. I suspect that slime creature is stronger than it was a couple of days ago, but it's not a threat to us. Based on the normal course of events, that creature must be slightly stronger. This is what Hai Ye concluded based on his speculation. Even though he had become a little stronger, he still posed no threat to Hai Ye. Even Hai Ye had some doubts. Could that slime creature be even slightly stronger than the previous Earth Demon Lord? This question arose in Hai Ye's mind, and then he couldn't help but laugh at himself. The four walked forward, and after about a minute or two, a thud suddenly rang out. The voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of all four people present. In Hai Ye's perception of the wind element, there was indeed an object moving suddenly in front of him, but it was not large. Probably the movement was made by a leg or an arm. "Halt!" Something moved ahead. Hai Ye raised his hand, signaling the three people beside him to stop moving forward. The three stopped, and Wang Yan spoke up. "Young master, the black slime here is getting thicker and thicker. I reckon the thing making the noise up ahead is that slime monster." After saying this, Wang Yan began to concentrate his talent on his body, and then, with his gauntlets on, he assumed a fighting stance. Seeing Wang Yan's condition, Jinwei and Magua Bao also unleashed their talents and assumed fighting stances to face the impending danger. However, Hai Ye didn't care much about the reactions of the three people beside him. Is it really necessary to take such a serious approach to something so trivial? Hai Ye shook his head, and without waiting for the three to say anything more, he directly used the possession of the Holy Flame Monarch and then swung a blazing fireball forward. Wherever the fireball passed, everything was illuminated brightly. After the fireball had propelled forward for a few breaths, a pitch-black fist suddenly lashed out. With a whoosh, the fist collided with the fireball, and the resulting light illuminated the creature that had thrown the punch. The creature in front of them was nearly 4 meters tall, and its appearance was indeed that of a black, slimy substance. However, the slime on its surface was extremely hard, somewhat like a non-Newtonian fluid. This black slime creature was enormous, and behind it was a chair formed of slime, which together nearly filled the entire space in front of it. Apart from Ya, everyone else looked at the creature in front of them with extremely solemn expressions, because they felt that the slimy creature was extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, Jinwei also spoke up in a deep voice. This creature is even more powerful than it was 2 days ago. Its imposing presence makes it even more awe-inspiring. However, compared to everyone else's reaction, Ya calmly used his eye of detection to check the specific information of the creature in front of him. Name, Slime Lord. Race, Demon. Rank, evolvable. This thing is a monster, and the protagonist can just happen to form a contract with it. Chapter 70, a playful battle where the Slime Lord is in a sorry state. The light illuminated the enclosed space, and everyone looked at the giant creature in front of them with heavy hearts. However, at this moment, Ya had already begun to check the information of the slime creature, and the information was already displayed in front of him. Name, Slime Lord. Race, Demon. Rank, evolvable. Description: this creature is a low-level monster, a juvenile lord-level slime demon. This creature is not particularly strong overall, but the liquid on its body has a corrosive effect. This lord-level creature is far more powerful than a regular slime demon. In every aspect, its abilities are unmatched by ordinary slime demons. Note, this creature can evolve to rank B or even rank A. Although its overall strength is not particularly high, it is recommended that the host try to form a contract with it. Ya calmly finished reading the information panel, then raised an eyebrow. This thing is actually a monster? How could monsters appear in this city now? Based on the previous system prompts, Ya knew that in the later stages of the apocalypse, there was a small chance that monsters would appear in other places besides the secret realm. For some unknown reason, monsters always appear on land with a small, random probability. Ya pondered this in his heart, but then shook his head and didn't think about it too much. Anyway, whether it was a demon or not, it was no different from a zombie to him. However, the system actually suggested that he form a contract with this monster. Come to think of it, if it weren't for the system's reminder, I would have almost forgotten about the talent of the demon spirit contract. The talent spirit contract only allows you to contract monsters to act as your henchmen slaves, and you can only contract monsters that are the same level as you or one level lower. Therefore, this E-rank Lord level monster in front of us is very suitable. More importantly, this monster can evolve. Once a monster signs a contract with you, it will obey you even if it evolves to S rank, unless you terminate the contract yourself. Although contracting with a monster depends on the other party's wishes, Ya has full confidence in his own strength. For example, if one possesses a Sea of Consciousness type attack, then one can force monsters to submit to one's own power. Thinking of this, Ya's lips curled up slightly, and he had already decided to subdue the monster in front of him by contract. However, at this moment, Wang Yan turned to Ya and said, "Young master, let me go up and deal with it first. You all can provide support from the flanks." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yan was about to launch an attack, but he was stopped by Ya's raised right hand. Don't be impulsive. The monsters ahead are quite strong. Just keep an eye on them. Since you've already decided to form a contract with the monster, you have to subdue it yourself first, otherwise it will greatly affect the subsequent operations. Ya turned his head and strode forward, while the three behind him looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing the instructions he had just received. Although they wanted to help, they preferred to follow orders, so after an awkward exchange of glances, Jinwei finally spoke. "Ahem, let's follow them and keep watch to prevent the monster from escaping." The other two nodded in agreement, having no objection to the idea. Surrounding the monster to prevent its escape would be considered fulfilling their role. As everyone stepped forward to begin their actions, the slime lord at the front also slowly trembled. The fireball just now charred a large part of the monster lord's arm. However, after recovering for a short while, the monster lord's arm returned to normal. It looked at the humans who were gradually approaching it and roared angrily. "Away!" The monster's roar was somewhat hoarse, and along with the roar came a stench of sewers. Ya was met with a roar and immediately frowned. However, he did not intend to kill the demon immediately. Instead, he planned to beat it up first before forming a contract with it. Therefore, High-Ya condensed fireballs in his hands and fired them one after another at the Slime Lord. The Slime Lord had already experienced the power of fireballs, so when it saw two fireballs that were almost scorching the air, it immediately condensed a slime shield and placed it in front of it. The slime shield was reassembled from the chair behind him. The whole process took only a breath. In short, the shield successfully condensed just before the fireballs collided and withstood their attack. The fireball struck the shield, making a hissing sound, but it didn't pierce the shield directly. Instead, it exploded just before it was about to penetrate the shield. With a deafening roar, the explosive force of the two fireballs nearly shattered the Slime Lord's fists into pieces. Fortunately, the Slime Lord reacted quickly, dodging to the side and transferring all the damage to its arm to the maximum extent. The Slime Lord was still recovering when it suddenly sensed a human appear beside it. However, when it turned its head, it only saw a few wind blades in front of it. With a thud, several wind blades unleashed by High-Ya struck the Slime Lord head-on. The Slime Lord was hit so directly that it let out a wail on the spot, and then it swung its newly healed fists and punched the air repeatedly. Meanwhile, High-Ya had already stood at a distance, watching the Slime Lord's powerless rage. However, these attacks did not cause any substantial damage to the Monster Lord. In fact, they seemed to have enraged the Slime Lord, making it even more frenzied. The Slime Lord roared angrily. It no longer dodged, it looked around, trying to find the person who had attacked it. However, upon seeing people in all directions, it did not act immediately. With a low growl, the Slime Lord suddenly charged towards Magwabao. Because in its perception, Magwabao was the weakest of the four. The Slime Lord roared and swung his fists as he advanced, while Magwabao, who was in front of him, broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this. Magwabao swallowed hard, tensely taking his stance, gripping the steel whip tightly in his hand, ready to fight the approaching monster with all his might. Although he wasn't confident he could defeat the monster, he could at least withstand a few attacks. Magwabao took a deep breath, brandished his steel whip, and prepared to dive down and attack the monster. However, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Magwabao's attack route. The person who came was High-Ya. High-Ya took out the Flame Demon Battle Blade, and with the same Flame Monarch's talent emanating from him, he looked exceptionally holy. The holy light shone on the Slime Lord, slowing its movements slightly, as if it had been stung by something. As the Slime Lord's movements slowed down, High-Ya did not stop. He raised the Flame Demon Battle Blade and condensed an unprecedentedly scorching flame blade. The flame blade gradually grew larger, scorching all the slime covering it. When the fire intensified again, High-Ya did not hesitate any longer and directly slashed the Slime Lord with this attack. The Slime Lord stared at the flaming blade swelling in the wind, and its eyes, which had no eyeballs, suddenly widened into a bulge. It tried to dodge the attack, but found itself seemingly locked in place, unable to move no matter what it did. With no other option, the Slime Lord had to grit his teeth and conjure a thick shield, then cower behind it, hiding his entire body. The Slime Lord is a somewhat intelligent creature, so it knows when not to act recklessly. Can you guys support this project out of love? Chapter 71, Contract with the Slime Lord. Yes, that's right, I definitely volunteered. With a whoosh, the fiery blade and the slime shield collided. This attack from High-Ya was far more powerful than ordinary fireballs and wind blades in almost a single exchange. The slime shield was cleaved in two. The Slime Lord, cowering behind the shield, was so terrified that it forgot to dodge, or rather, it couldn't dodge at all, and was struck directly in the body by the blade. Although the Slime Lord's body was in a liquid state, making it impossible for any physical attack to cause effective damage, High-Ya's fierce blade directly pierced through the Slime Lord. Furthermore, due to the burning effect of the blazing blade, the Slime Lord, whose body had been cleaved in the middle, did not recover in time. The burning pain constantly irritated every part of the Slime Lord's body, causing it to roar madly without stopping, but it could not eliminate the pain no matter what it did. High-Ya watched the Slime Lord's actions and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He then continued his attack on the Slime Lord. In order to launch a faster attack this time, High-Ya did not spend time condensing the flame blade. Instead, he used the Flame Demon Battle Blade to swing it quickly and casually. The fiery attacks were like a torrential rain, frantically hitting the Slime Lord's body. The Slime Lord was already in great pain, and now he felt as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. Although the attacks it is receiving are not as strong as they were at the beginning, the relentless onslaught is still making the Slime Lord feel like it can't take it anymore. However, because of High-Ya's relentless attacks, the Slime Lord was completely unable to take any defensive measures, and could not even turn into slime to escape. Fortunately, after enduring 2 minutes of attacks, High-Ya's attack frequency slowed down. Although the Slime Lord was almost scattered, it was able to transform itself into flowing slime. With a soft thud, the enormous slime lord suddenly and automatically disintegrated into liquid and fell to the ground. Transformed into a flowing slime lord, it seized the opportunity to quickly scurry into various crevices, intending to find a sewer to hide in, and after recovering, to emerge and wreak havoc once more. After all, this human in front of him is someone he really can't afford to mess with, at least not for now. Those present, seeing this scene, all looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? How can it turn into a liquid and just run away? Magwabao's eyes widened in surprise as he spoke. However, the other three people present did not show any surprise. Haiwaye, in particular, even had a slight smile on his face as he looked at the sticky mess on the ground with a mischievous gaze. Although ordinary attacks have little effect on the slime lord after it turns into a field of slime, don't forget that Haiwaye also has an S-level talent that is specifically designed to counter liquids. Haiwaye shed his Saint Flame Monarch talent and immediately began to condense bolts of lightning in the palms of his hands. The lightning crackled and popped, the sound as beautiful as music. As for Haiwaye's purpose in condensing lightning, it was, of course, to let the slime lord taste the tingling sensation in every cell of his body. Previously, the entire form of the slime lord was indeed more useful with the Holy Flame Monarch's talent, but now, facing the ground full of slime, the time has come for the electromagnetic Hershers to unleash her power. Haiwaye placed his palms on the ground and then quickly released lightning to attack the slime. The moment the lightning touched the slimy fluid, it crackled and popped, then quickly spread outwards, covering the entire slime layer in almost 2 breaths. Jump onto the table without the slime. Wang Yen shouted, looking at the group who seemed to be surrounded by a sea of lightning. Upon hearing this, Ma Guobao and Jin Wei immediately jumped into an open area to avoid the electric arc attack. Crackling sounds. After the lightning triggered electrical vibrations throughout the entire slime layer, a burnt smell immediately filled the space. To put it simply, this feeling is like a teppanyaki grill frying a thin but large slice of meat. Although the ground appears to be flowing with liquid, it is indeed a sentient being enduring an attack. Therefore, all of Haiwaye's attacks were caused by the slime lord's suffering. The constant torment from this electromagnetic radiation was even more painful than the burning flames from before, so the slime lord howled and reformed into human form. It can't speak human language yet, but the slime lord must be thinking a million alpacas. It stares angrily at Haiwaye, who is smiling in front of it, wishing it could kill him immediately. However, the slime lord simply didn't have the power to do so, so he could only rage helplessly in his heart. As Haiwaye looked at the slime lord in front of him, he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Being tormented and mocked by its own attacks, the slime lord must be furious. But Haiwaye didn't care about the slime lord's anger at all. Then he raised his right hand, and the electromagnetic field in his palm crackled. Haiwaye walked step by step toward the slime lord. This time, he planned to use the demonic contract to subdue the lord-level monster in front of him and make it his slave. However, compared to Haiwaye's ease, a trace of fear flashed in the slime lord's ignorant eyes. Now, running away is not an option, and fighting the humans in front of me head-on is also out of the question. So the slime lord was extremely anxious. Was he going to die a violent death after finally venturing out to make his way in the world? The slime lord felt like crying, but unfortunately it didn't know what crying meant. It just stared blankly as Haiwaye approached, not daring to make any further resistance. When Haiwaye saw the other party being so obedient, he used his talent of demonic contract to condense a talisman contract in the void. Once the monster presses its handprint on the contract, the first step of the contract will begin. Next, the monster will decide whether it is willing to serve the contractor based on its own will. Of course, in the current situation, the slime lord probably won't refuse, because there's only one outcome for refusing: complete annihilation. As the talisman contract floated in front of the slime lord, a direct and profound transmission of consciousness allowed the slime lord to understand the meaning of Endless Sea. Although the slime lord was furious that Haiwaye wanted it to become a demonic pet, it still lowered its head slightly when it saw the fierce lightning in the other party's hand. The slime lord wasn't particularly intelligent, but it knew that if it didn't sign a contract, it would only be killed. Furthermore, for intelligent monsters like the slime lord, their own lives are extremely precious. Therefore, after a short silence, the slime lord finally raised its head and looked at Haiwaye, wanting to plead with him to let it go. However, the only response the slime lord received was Haiwaye's cold gaze. Upon seeing this, the slime lord, in its humanoid form, knelt on one knee and bowed its head to Haiwaye. Then it pressed its handprint onto the floating talisman. As the slime lord successfully pressed his handprint, Haiwaye suddenly felt as if he had established some kind of connection with the monster in front of him. Haiwaye sensed the connection in his sea of consciousness and discovered that it was similar to a master's control over a servant. With just one command from High YA, the Slime Lord would obey. At the same time, the Slime Lord will take protecting High YA as his highest mission, and will protect High YA even at the cost of his own life, and will obey High YA's command. Happy Lantern Festival! Please support me with your support. Chapter 72. After finishing work, we returned to discuss the relocation plan. With the Slime Lord successfully contracted by High YA, this one-sided beating battle came to an end. At this moment, High YA slowly approached the huge Slime Lord, looking at its slightly frightened expression, but did not pay too much attention. According to the contents of the contract, unless High YA personally terminates the contract, the Slime Lord can only obey his orders. Therefore, High YA is not worried about the other party's loyalty, he only cares about two things at the moment. First, where should such a large creature stay in the future? Secondly, this thing in front of him reeks of a foul stench, and if it continues to follow him, High YA will probably be unable to resist killing it. For a moment, High YA didn't know what to do about these two things, so he used the connection between his mind and the Slime Lord to tentatively tell him about his troubles. Upon sensing the question posed by its human master, the Slime Lord raised its head in bewilderment, scratched the back of its head, and silently addressed the boundless sea. Master, I don't know how to solve the first problem you mentioned. But if you say I smell bad, I can control it myself. Of course, for me, the energy I emit isn't considered a stench. The Slime Lord scratched his head, revealing a somewhat anthropomorphic embarrassment. After hearing the Slime Lord's reply, High YA stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now that the second issue has been resolved, we should find a way to resolve the first issue. As to where the Slime Lord should stay, High YA's consciousness entered his sea of knowledge, and then he consulted the talent of the Demon Spirit contract. Soon, as High YA's doubts were conveyed, the Demon Spirit contract also revealed information. After learning the information, High YA discovered that the talent Demon Spirit contract had an accompanying function. That means that in addition to contracting monsters, you can also recycle monsters. Of course, this recycling refers to recycling monsters into the space to live during idle time. The companion space of the demon contract can only store demons, and the space is not large. When a demon enters the companion space, its consciousness will fall into a dormant state. Unless summoned by the boundless sea, the monster will not awaken naturally. After understanding the function of the Demon Spirit contract, High YA nodded knowingly, and then a special emotion was conveyed to him. It's as if you only need to touch your magical pet and silently recycle to put it into your space. At this moment, High YA was also conveying his idea of retrieving the Slime Lord and bringing him into his companion space to his mind. Although the Slime Lord didn't quite understand what it meant, High YA summarized it as letting the Slime Lord enter the space to sleep. When the Slime Lord learned that it was time to go to sleep, he readily agreed and even begged High YA to hurry up. After all, the Slime Lord has been circulating in the main world for so long, it must be getting a bit tired. Sensing the other party's joy, High YA directly touched the Slime Lord and silently recited recycle in his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, the Slime Lord vanished from everyone's sight like a streak of light, heading to its companion space to hibernate. Meanwhile, Wang Yan and the other two, who had been observing from the side, finally cautiously stepped forward and came to High YA's side. Ma Guobao's face was filled with shock. He couldn't understand how all this had been done, since he had no idea about the talent of demonic contract. Not to mention Ma Guobao, even Wang Yan and Jinwei were astonished. They exchanged a glance, then looked at the Slime Lord who was now just air, and then Jinwei tentatively asked. Young master, where did that monster go? Has he already been completely killed by the young master? I think so, since the young master was just toying with that monster, and in the end he probably just killed it. After all, High YA had just given the Slime Lord a good beating, so they naturally assumed that the Slime Lord was dead. Hearing their questions, High YA shook his head slightly, chuckled, and then turned to them, saying, That monster has been subdued by me. Simply put, it is now my slave, and I can control it to do anything. High YA gave a brief explanation of how to deal with the Slime Lord, and the three of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. However, they did not disbelieve High YA's words, because to them, High YA was almost synonymous with Xinhua. As long as High YA takes action, there is no situation that cannot be resolved. High YA didn't seem to care much about the three people's surprise, and then he spoke to them. Alright, now that things here have been resolved, we can prepare to head back. You will be leading teams on frequent trips in the future, so you need to be able to adapt to any unexpected situations. Hearing High YA's instructions, the three of them nodded seriously, and then spoke in unison. It's young master. High YA nodded. The matter here had been resolved. Apart from dealing with a slime lord, there was nothing else that High-YA needed to handle. Therefore, High-YA decided to set off immediately to return, as it would be more comfortable to stay in the hotel. With everyone ready, High-YA led them away using spatial teleportation. Because this place was not far from the base, High-YA quickly led everyone back. After returning to the hotel, High-YA did not immediately let Wang Yan and the others leave, but instead prepared to tell them his thoughts on relocating the base. The villa area has now been cleaned up and is just waiting for the residents of the site to move in so they can settle down directly. However, due to the large number of people in the base, and the fact that the hotel base would not be abandoned directly, High-YA decided to have Maguabao and others count the people willing to go to the villa area base. If not everyone wants to move to the villa area, then the pressure of relocation can be reduced, and the relocation process can be accelerated. As everyone sat in Wang Yan's suite, High-YA slowly explained his plan to the three of them. Relocating the base is a good thing for everyone. The only danger is encountering many zombies during the relocation process. Although facing numerous zombies was troublesome, it was ultimately something that could be resolved. Therefore, when High-YA explained his entire plan, none of the people present raised any questions at the moment. Wang Yan and the others were definitely following High-YA's orders. High-YA revealed the plan this time to get everyone's ideas and see what good thoughts they had. Seeing High-YA's resolute gaze, the three knew they couldn't persuade him to change his mind. After exchanging glances, Maguabao spoke first. Young master, relocating the base is a good thing for everyone, as it will improve their living conditions. However, the only thing to be careful about is avoiding zombies along the way. Otherwise, all the people being relocated will be in mortal danger. I'm at school now, and I feel terrible. Chapter 73, a clever plan in hand, Slime Lord, good fortune has come so quickly. Inside the room, the four were discussing something. No one objected to the plan to relocate the base, and discussions on the specific procedures had already begun. Maguabao was the true manager of the ordinary people in the base, so he knew very well how difficult it was for ordinary people to overcome all the obstacles and reach the villa area. However, the people inside the base are indeed in a very low mood. If they continue to be unable to go out and can only stay within the hotel area, then there is a high possibility that they will rebel. Although he had some concerns about the safety of the people inside the base, Maguabao's primary task was to ensure that no unrest occurred within the base, as this would have a very negative impact. Therefore, Maguabao strongly agreed with High-YA's suggestion to move to the villa area, to a place with a more beautiful environment and more spacious space. However, Maguabao still needs to explain the necessary dangers and the difficulty of completing this task. Young master, these are my thoughts on the relocation. While it's a good thing, the journey is simply too dangerous. The three people present nodded slightly in agreement to Maguabao's reminder. High-YA had also considered this matter, which was why he asked everyone to discuss it. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, High-YA hesitated for a moment before speaking to them. There is only this one difficulty left in the plan to relocate the base, and the reason I brought it up is to let everyone discuss this matter together. For the people in the relocation base, please feel free to share any good suggestions you may have, and we can discuss and select the best option together. High-YA glanced at the three people present and began to speak slowly. After hearing these words, the three of them all pondered deeply. The road from the hotel to the riverside villa area is practically teeming with zombies, so unless you have exceptional abilities, you simply can't force your way through. Therefore, in a short period of time, no one could come up with a good solution. However, while everyone was thinking, High-YA suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a solution. This method is actually very risky, but if it can be achieved, then it is absolutely safe to send the personnel in the base to the riverside villa area. The idea in High-YA's mind was about the Slime Lord he had recently subdued. It was because of the Slime Lord's special characteristics that he was able to come up with this idea in a flash of inspiration. Inside the Tianqian building, High-YA still remembers the slime that covered the entire area. That slime could emit a foul odor, and that odor could effectively mask human scents. Therefore, as long as the Slime Lord manipulates the slime to form a semicircular dome on the ground, thus concealing human movement, then zombies can be perfectly avoided. Once he had this idea in mind, High-YA immediately activated the Slime Lord in his mind. This time, he wanted to ask the Slime Lord if the slime it controlled could isolate zombies from human perception. Venom, can the slime you control form a hollow semicircular dome on the ground? If possible, could your slime block zombies from sensing human perception? High-YA asked two questions in a row. If the Slime Lord answered yes to both, then the plan to safely relocate humans could be realized. The Slime Lord, who had just been awakened by High YA, was somewhat dazed. It wasn't until High YA asked it a second time that it finally replied in a daze. Ah. Oh, Master, those two things you mentioned are a piece of cake for me. It's impossible for a zombie to penetrate my barriers and sense humans. In my opinion, zombies are a race even lower than humans. Oh no, what I mean is that the zombie race is even more useless than ordinary humans. Apart from being able to bite and tear things apart randomly, they have no intelligence whatsoever. The Slime Lord's tone became somewhat flustered towards the end, as he suddenly remembered that his master was also human. Sigh, it's all because my master is too strong, he made me forget I'm human. However, High YA did not pay attention to the tone of the Slime Lord, because he knew the desired result, which was to be able to achieve what he said. Since we can realize our own vision, we can also realize the safe relocation of personnel from the base. Thinking of this, High YA couldn't help but smile. He then stopped communicating with the Slime Lord and looked at everyone present. Seeing their furrowed brows in deep thought, High YA chuckled and slowly addressed them. Have you thought of any good solutions? Wan Yan and the others were deep in thought when they suddenly heard High YA's question. They all looked up with slight embarrassment. Because they thought about it for a long time, but really couldn't come up with any good solutions. Therefore, the three exchanged glances and finally decided that Maguabao, the one who brought it up, should speak first. Maguabao stood up somewhat ashamed, then awkwardly said to High YA. Young master, we haven't come up with a good solution yet, please give us a little more time. However, at this moment, High YA waved his hand casually and said. It's all right. It's really difficult for you to come up with a solution, but I already have one. However, the next step is for you to organize the base personnel and inform them of the base relocation plan. Don't stop those who want to stay in the hotel. Although the living environment in the villa area will be more comfortable in the future, there will always be some people who want to stay in the hotel. Upon hearing High YA's instructions, everyone immediately stood up and bowed slightly to him. Although they didn't know what High YA's solution was, since High YA had already said those words, they wouldn't ask any more questions. In their hearts, all they need to do is trust High YA and carry out the tasks he gives them. Seeing this, High YA waved his hand, indicating that they could leave to carry out their respective tasks. As for High YA himself, he naturally returned to his floor area and laughed and joked with his wives. Linny has not yet conceived, so High YA has decided to step up his efforts, and will reward Linny alone tonight. Ahem, it's about discussing the mysteries of life with Linny. After pondering this, High YA left and took the elevator back to the suite where the women were. The new semester has begun. I love learning. Grittingteeth.jpg. Chapter 74, Playing Around in the Hotel, another A-level talent is born. A warm breeze caressed their faces as everyone laughed and joked around. The scene outside the apocalypse is now desolate, with a biting wind howling, causing almost everything to wither. However, unlike the post-apocalyptic world, the entire suite is now very warm because the air conditioning is on. The women gathered in the living room. The younger ones played games together, while the older women, like Xia Xiana and Luo Danxia, did their own things. At this moment, High YA opened the door, entered the living room, glanced at the women, and felt very comfortable seeing them enjoying themselves. Watching the women playing around, High YA was at a loss as to where to go next. After thinking it over, High YA decided to first go and see what Xia Xiana and the others were doing, and then play with the girls at the end. Arriving at Xia Xiana's rocking chair, High YA leaned over and looked at the book in her hands. The words were densely packed, and High YA lost interest after just one glance. What attracted High YA's attention even more was that ravine, which was as alluring as an abyss, making High YA unable to resist reaching out his hand. Snap! Xia Xiana slapped High YA's hand away, then said in shame and indignation. What are you doing? Then, lowering her voice, she continued with some annoyance, why are there still so many people? Can't you be more considerate? Xia Xiana glared at High YA, then cautiously glanced in Xia Xiaoyu's direction. Only after seeing that the other party was not paying attention to them did she breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, High YA chuckled and shook his head. He wondered if Xia Xiana genuinely believed Xia Xiaoyu hadn't noticed, or what. Was it really necessary to care so much? Perhaps Xia Xiaoyu knows exactly what's going on. High YA mentally scoffed, then turned and walked towards Luo Danxia. Since Xia Xiana didn't want to be affectionate in front of the other women, he wouldn't make things difficult for her. When they came to Luo Danxia's side, this time she didn't play with the potted plants anymore. Instead, she was holding a botany book and reading it with great interest. She remained as focused as ever, unaware of Hai Yai's approach until he came close. Seeing Luo Danxia's serious expression, Hai Yai couldn't help but step forward and then gently rub her cheeks with both hands. Hai Yai only stopped after the other party made a whoosh sound to indicate their protest. So you're not playing with bonsai this time, but instead reading plant books, right? Can't you do something else? Hai Yai possessed Luo Danxia's side and whispered with a chuckle in her ear. Luo Danxia responded with a soft as she flipped through the pictures in the book, replying casually. I feel very enjoyable and comfortable doing what I like, so are you suggesting I do something I don't like? Hai Yai smiled but did not reply. He ruffled Luo Danxia's neatly styled hair and then turned and left. As for Luo Danxia, after encountering this undeserved disaster, she couldn't help but snort coldly, but soon she sank back into the ocean of botany. Within the hotel area, Hai Yai has 5 wives to take care of. Of course, wives likely wanting are not included, but Hai Yai will not abandon them. After all, it's just one more meal. He can eat them when he wants a different taste in the future. At this moment, Hai Yai arrived at the place where the girls were playing and watched them playing board games together. In the post-apocalyptic world, the women had little fun other than playing board games. Especially because the hotel area is too small, it doesn't allow for sufficient exercise and play. Otherwise, they would like to do some proper sports. When Hai Yai arrived, the women all jokingly urged him to join in, but Hai Yai shook his head and said he didn't want to play and wanted to watch them play for a while first. After understanding what see without end meant, the women stopped teasing them and started the next round of board games. Watching the women's battle, Hai Yai would occasionally try to give instructions, which naturally aroused their dissatisfaction. After all, nobody likes being told what to do when they're having fun. But Hai Yai felt very comfortable because he was very happy to see the girls' angry expressions. After playing with the women for a while, it got dark. For some reason, the women started to feel sleepy at night. Perhaps it's because since the apocalypse, everyone has developed the habit of going to bed early and waking up early. After playing the last round of board games, the women announced that they were going back to their rooms to sleep. During this time, Li Wanting stared intently at Hai Yai for a while, the meaning of which was all too clear. Hai Yai simply smiled and didn't say anything more. Li Wanting couldn't help but feel disappointed, but she just lowered her head and went back to her room. As for why Hai Yai rejected her, it was naturally because he was preparing to go and have a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Yi. As all the women returned to their rooms, Hai Yai did not linger and went directly to meet up with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was slightly surprised by Hai Yai's arrival, but she quickly lost herself in the moment, hitting and scolding him. The wind howls, the Yi River is cold, the hero departs, never to return. A day and a night passed, and soon the sun was high in the sky again. The apocalypse has been here for quite some time now, and the surviving humans seem to have gotten used to the new rhythm of life. Hai Yai slowly woke up on the bed. He gently moved the soft hand away and then went straight to the bathroom. Upon arriving at the bathroom, Hai Yai turned on the hot water and began washing up. He was already quite used to this routine. Just as I was washing up, a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful birth of your 5th offspring. You can now view the offspring panel. Oh! Finally, the 5th baby has arrived? Hai Yai's lips curled up slightly, and then without any hesitation, he opened the offspring panel. Name? Race, human. Talent, Night Stalker, a rank. Introduction: this is a newly formed life form, please take good care of it, host. After looking at the profile of this offspring, Hai Yai looked puzzled, because he couldn't quite figure out what the Dark Night Walker talent was for. However, since it is an A-level talent, it must be quite powerful, at the very least it can increase one's own abilities. Seeing this talent, Hai Yai did not hesitate and immediately began to silently recite. Integration of offspring panel. As soon as he finished speaking, a special energy immediately merged into Hai Yai's body. Along with this came the explanation of the Nightwalker talent. A full day of classes, so awesome. Gritting Teeth.jpg. Chapter 75, Powerful Amplification Talent, Visiting Elders. At this moment, Hai Yai was washing up in the bathroom while learning about the Dark Night Walker. After merging with this talent, a description of the talent appeared directly in Hai Yai's mind, and he could understand it with just a little thought. Now Hai Yai has a complete understanding of the talent information, which, to be honest, actually has 2 outstanding abilities. First, if the background is darkness, meaning if the talented individual is at night, their combat power will double. The initial level would only double, but Hai Yai has already leveled up by 1 small level, which means his combat power at night will double. However, it is currently unknown whether his other talents will be enhanced in the darkness, but it is unlikely. However, as his own strength increased, the power of his innate abilities also increased, so Hye didn't pay much attention to this. The second highlight of this talent is that if one is in the dark, one's recovery ability will be doubled. Both one's own energy and the recovery power of using special abilities will be doubled. In summary, this talent doubles combat power and recovery ability in the dark, and this multiplier will increase as the level increases. Besides these two prominent abilities, there are also some subtle abilities, such as the ability to hide oneself in the shadows at night, so that one cannot be perceived or seen unless one moves. Of course, there were also some very subtle abilities that Hye didn't pay much attention to. Because the first two outstanding abilities alone greatly enhance Hye's combat power. Therefore, Hye was quite fond of this talent. This is not only a combat-oriented talent that can be used for assassination, but for Hye, it is also a talent that enhances combat power. Therefore, after gaining this talent that enhances almost all aspects, Hye felt very comfortable and quickly finished taking a hot bath. After leaving the bathroom, Hye went to the living room to rest, and at the same time, he picked up his pager and began calling out to Magwabao. Yesterday, after discussing the relocation plan with the three managers, although they did not offer any solutions to the problems, Hye already has the ability to solve them on his own. Since it was still early after the discussion, Hye instructed them to immediately gather the opinions of the people in the base. Most people who want to go to the villa area probably do, but there will likely be a small number who want to stay. Since someone needed to stay in the hotel base area, Hye did not force everyone to go to the villa area. Now that a day has passed, Magwabao and his team should have almost completed their task. Hye picked up the pager, intending to inquire about this very matter. Beep, 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 beep. The pager responded for a while, and about 2 minutes later, Magwabao finally answered. Hey young master, I'm sorry, I was in the restroom just now, so I was a little delayed. It's nothing. How did you handle the things I instructed you to do yesterday? Hye said calmly. Upon hearing this, Magwabao on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, trying to recall which matter it was. He quickly realized it must be about the statistician's wishes. Upon hearing this, Magwabao immediately gave a soft and then hesitated before replying. Well, young master, the statistics for the area I manage have been completed, but I haven't yet compiled them with Wang Yan and Jinwei, so I estimate it will take a while before I can submit them to you. Not all bodyguards became members of the combat team, so the bodyguards in the upper and lower areas still performed their respective duties and needed Wang Yan and Jinwei's management. After hearing Magwabao's reply, Hye nodded and said that there was no problem. Okay, try to get the people's wishes collected as soon as possible so I can make arrangements for the follow-up. Magwabao nodded repeatedly, and then Hye hung up the phone. After finishing his business here, Hye prepared to go up to the next floor, as he hadn't discussed things with his parents and elders for a few days. The purpose of this relocation is to provide them with a better living environment, so we need to go up and explain the situation to them. After getting dressed, Hye took the elevator to the upper floor. This area belongs exclusively to Hye's parents and elders. His father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother used to come down to check on Hye's condition. However, after discovering that the floor below was filled with beautiful women, they gradually stopped coming down to look for Hye. Although they didn't know how Hye had brought a group of women, they didn't ask too many questions. After all, it was for the best they could hold their grandchildren sooner. Hye knocked on his parents' bedroom door a few times, but received no response, so he turned around and went to his grandparents' suite. After the apocalypse, Hye's parents spent most of their time with his grandparents, so Hye didn't find anything strange about it. After knocking on the grandparents' door, it was opened quickly. The person who opened the door was Hai Guangtian, his father. Dad, are you all inside the house? Hai Guangtian was all smiles when he saw Hye arrive, and nodded in response to the question. That's right, we're all here with Grandpa and Grandma, you should come in too. Hye nodded upon hearing this, and then entered the living room with Hai Guangtian. Upon entering the living room, Hye immediately felt 3 pairs of eyes watching him. At this moment, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma are all sitting around on the sofa, with an electric brazier under their hands. Hye had asked them before why they would use this thing when they had air conditioning, but they said it made them feel more at ease huddled together like this. Therefore, Hye did not ask any further questions, and now he followed Hai Guangtian to sit down on the sofa. The television was playing a DVD movie, an older martial arts film. Yeah, you finally remembered to come and see us. I thought you didn't care about me anymore. Wang Yanyu blared at Hai Ya, expressing her complaint about his infrequent visits. However, at this moment, Hai Ya's grandmother interrupted and said, "Oh, Yanyu, what are you saying? We're all perfectly healthy, why would we need Yaha to come over so often? I do hope that Yaya can work harder. I want to hold the crown prince as soon as possible." Hai Ya's grandmother smiled, her eyes filled with affection and expectation as she looked at him. Having to attend early morning self-study is tough. Chapter 76, Reassuring the Elders, the plan is executed. Inside the living room, the elders looked at Hai Ya with a teasing expression. Just now, his grandmother was nagging him about the baby online, and Hai Ya scratched his head awkwardly before giving a vague reply. Forget about wanting a grandson. In a few months, at least 5 grandsons will be born. Hopefully, you'll be smiling then. Hai Ya chatted with the elders for a while, and then steered the conversation to the matter of relocating the base. Hai Ya felt no burden at all about improving everyone's living environment, since for his elders, moving to a villa area was a very good option. Hai Ya glanced at the elders, pursed his lips, and slowly said, "I have something to tell everyone. This matter has been arranged. I plan to relocate most of the base to the Riverside Villa area. I will build a new base in the Linjiang Villa area, where our Hai family villas are located. The environment is very beautiful and much more comfortable than staying in a hotel. And since you grandparents are getting on in years, you enjoy taking walks, so the villa area is a very suitable place for you. I came here today to tell everyone about this matter and to hear your opinions." Hai Ya calmly looked at his elders, slowly uttered these words, and then waited earnestly for their response. Hai Ya has always valued his parents and elders highly, and one of the purposes of his efforts to become stronger is to enable them to survive in the apocalypse. Therefore, Hai Ya was very considerate of their feelings. Although moving to the Riverside Villa area was something he had no reason to object to, he still discussed it with his elders. After hearing these words, the parents and elders exchanged glances, and then Hai Tiangue spoke first with a smile. "Yaya is really thinking about Grandpa. She knows he won't be able to stay idle here. Haha, I totally agree with going to the Riverside Villa area." Hai Tiangue is the old man, or you could say the head of the family in terms of seniority. Although he has been retired for many years, since he took the lead in agreeing, his parents and grandmother naturally have no objections. And Hai Ya's grandmother was also very happy to be able to take a walk in her spare time, so she also agreed. "That's right, Grandma really did love you well. I would also love to move to the Riverside Villa area." Since both parents had said so, Hai Ya's parents naturally nodded in agreement, and Wang Yanyu spoke with a smile. "It's all up to Yaya to arrange." Seeing that all the elders were very happy, Hai Ya felt relieved as well. He nodded slightly and slowly addressed the crowd. "Alright, now that everyone has made their decision, just wait for my next instructions. You can start packing your things while I personally take you to the villa area. There are nearly 1,000 people in the base, so it is estimated that one trip will not be enough to relocate them all, but Hai Ya will personally send his family members off." "It's getting late, Yaya, why don't you have lunch with us?" Wang Yanyu glanced at the time and said with a hint of anticipation. Hai Ya did not refuse upon hearing this and immediately nodded. He then stayed to have lunch with his elders. Soon after lunch was over, Hai Ya turned and left the floor where his elders lived. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Hai Ya is on the sofa, watching a martial arts DVD with Xiaoxiana. Suddenly, a call came from the pager. "Young master, is the young master here?" Upon hearing this, Hai Ya stood up from the sofa and then picked up the pager. "I'm here, what's wrong?" "Young master, it's like this. Didn't you instruct me this morning to collect the wishes of the people in the base? Wang Yan and Jin Wei have already collected them, and I'm reporting to you now." On the other end of the pager, Ma Guobao quickly spoke a long message to Hai Ya, seemingly apologizing for only now completing the list. After hearing these words, Hai Ya nodded and then said, "Okay, let's meet at Wang Yan's room later." After saying this, Hai Ya put down the pager. "What's wrong? Are you going out to run errands again?" Seeing Hai Ya's series of actions, Xiaoxiana guessed that he was probably going out again, so she moved to Hai Ya's side and asked him with some concern. Hai Ya nodded upon hearing this, then waved his hand casually and said, "It's nothing, just a few small things to take care of. Also, remember to tell them to pack their things." "Okay, I understand," Xiaoxiana replied softly, then watched Hai Ya leave the living room. After leaving the living room, Hai Ya took the elevator directly to Wang Yan's room. Gathering for discussions in Wang Yan's room seemed to have become a habit. Soon after Hai Ya arrived, the three people waiting in the living room came into view. Hai Ya was going to give specific instructions this time, so the three of them had a premonition and waited in Wang Yan's room. Seeing everyone gathered here, Hai Ya walked into the living room and said, "Have you finished preparing everything? I haven't kept you waiting long, have I?" As Hai Ya spoke, he sat down in the main seat on the sofa. At this moment, Ma Guobao immediately replied, "Young master, your timing is perfect. We have completed the collection of the base personnel's wishes and are just waiting to report to you." As he spoke, Ma Guobao took out a piece of paper and handed it to Hai Ya, then continued. The people at the base were almost all thrilled about moving to the villa area, so there were fewer than 20 people who wanted to stay in the hotel area. However, whether these 20 people can stay in the hotel depends on the young master's orders, so we await the young master's decision. After all, leaving fewer than 20 people at the hotel is just too dangerous. However, when Ma Guobao finished speaking, he saw Hai Ya wave his hand, so he immediately shut his mouth. For those who want to stay at the hotel, let them stay. However, the focus will be on the villa area in the future, so there is no need to pay too much attention to the staff who stay at the hotel. As for those who are willing to go to the riverside villa area, let them start packing their things. The base relocation plan will probably begin tomorrow afternoon. At this point, Hai Ya paused, then slowly scanned the three of them before speaking. As for your next task, it is to prepare to stop them and not to panic. I'm starving. Chapter 77, the women were overjoyed and returned to the villa area. Inside the living room, Hai Ya was giving instructions to Wang Yan and the others. They have now completed the personnel statistics, and basically everyone in the base is willing to move to the villa area. As for the dozen or so people who were willing to stay in the hotel, Hai Ya wouldn't force them to go to the villa area. He would just treat them as hotel staff, since the hotel would probably need them in the future anyway. After Hai Ya finished explaining their mission, Wang Yan and the others all nodded in agreement. Their main task now is to organize the hotel staff and ensure they are well prepared so they can head directly to the villa area tomorrow. With the afternoon still to go, Hai Ya planned to take the women to the villa area first. After arriving at the villa area, I still need to build a stone wall there. However, this time the wall needs to be very wide and sturdy, since the villa area will be the main development area in the future. The villa area has a vast area, with ample space to build all the necessary living facilities. And such a large area could basically be called a small city, only it was similar to a walled city in ancient times. These walled cities are ideal for defensive warfare. Once weapons are set up, no matter how many zombies besiege the city, they can all be repelled. Moreover, this is the era of gifted individuals. The combat squad of over 100 people in the base is the most basic and solid force. Although their overall strength is relatively weak, it is still enough to deal with zombies. As the number of people in the base gradually increases, a wall can be added around the perimeter, turning the entire villa area into an inner city, with Hai Ya as the absolute ruler. As his thoughts expanded, Hai Ya's lips gradually curled into a smile. Finally, he glanced at the three people awaiting orders and slowly spoke. "Alright, you can go about your business. It's best to get the personnel at the base ready today. The relocation should begin around lunchtime tomorrow." Upon hearing Hai Ya's instructions, the three immediately nodded. Then Hai Ya stood up and left. Hai Ya's itinerary was simple. He would first take the women to the villa area, and his parents and elders would be picked up the next day. We arrived at the villa area relatively early, so I need to work harder to build the wall. While pondering this, Hai Ya arrived at his floor. The women had already eaten lunch, so Hai Ya began to explain the relocation. Upon hearing this, the women all responded with their own comments. "Ha? You're leaving so soon? Weren't we supposed to move tomorrow? I haven't even packed my things yet." Xia Xiaoyu looked surprised, but didn't complain. "I'm fine, there's nothing I need to prepare, I can leave immediately." Yi Shui said calmly, her gaze towards Hai Ya showing no particular emotion. "There's nothing I need to prepare, but I feel a bit attached to this home." Xia Xiaona's expression was complicated. She felt a little reluctant to leave after living here for some time. The women spoke one after another, but given another 10 or 20 minutes, they could all finish cleaning up. As Hai Ya listened to the various requests from the women, he nodded in understanding. After the women finished packing, Hai Ya could directly put the items into his dimensional space, so there was no problem with him not being able to take them. There was also another point. Hai Ya told them that he had looted the entire mall of clothes, so they didn't need to sort through them much. When they arrived at the villa area, Hi planned to set up a villa there as a place for the women to shopping. Upon hearing this news, all the women were overjoyed. The lingering affection I had for the hotel vanished without a trace. It has to be said that women have a natural and irresistible fondness for shopping and trying on all kinds of new clothes, and Hi can be said to have thought of this specifically. As the women busied themselves, they quickly prepared their belongings for the move. After Hi put them all into his spatial storage, he prepared to take them to the villa area. As Hi's level increased, the number of people he could lead in spatial transfers at once also doubled. Previously, it could only lead 5 people for spatial transfer, but now it can lead 10 people for spatial transfer at once. The improvement in this ability is actually quite significant, because it means that Hi can lead a 10-person squad to teleport at will. Once all the women have improved their strength, Hi will be able to sweep across the land with them. Hi stroked his chin, and after watching all the women gather in the living room, he spoke for the last time. This relocation of the base is for a better future and to provide everyone with a better living environment. I'm sure that once you get used to living in villas, you won't want to go back to hotels. Hi smiled and glanced at the women. Seeing the expectant looks on their faces, he continued. Alright, everyone, follow me out of the hotel. We'll need your help once we get to the villa area. Hi chuckled lightly, then led the women and disappeared from the spot. If only Hi goes to the villa area, he can arrive in about 20 minutes at most. But now that he's with a group of women, he really needs to be careful about the surrounding environment. At the very least, each place they land in shouldn't have a large number of zombies. Otherwise, being suddenly surrounded by zombies would slow down your progress. Leading the women cautiously forward, it took about 40 minutes before they finally saw the gate of the villa area not far away. Currently, there are no special circumstances at the entrance of the villa area, and zombies basically do not wander here. The zombies inside the villa area have all been cleared away by Hi. After several more spatial transfers, Hi led the women into the villa area. Aside from a few individuals, this was the first time any of the women had ventured into the post-apocalyptic environment. For example, Yi Shui was experiencing the apocalypse for the first time, and her expressions changed constantly throughout the journey. Even now, Yi Shui's face still looks blank, but looking at the beautiful environment in the villa area, she feels a lump in her throat. Because everyone else's apocalypse was so tragic, while they were able to live so beautifully under Hi's protection. Thinking of this, Yi Shui felt a pang of guilt. Retaking the English exam was really tough. I guess I'll have to repeat the course. Crying.jpg. Chapter 78, The Women's Amazement, New Expectations. The villa area boasts an exceptionally beautiful environment, a stark contrast to the devastating scenes in the city. At this moment, Hi led the women through the villa area and soon arrived at the Hi family villa in the central area. The area outside the villa district is now filled with bloody and horrific scenes of cannibalism, but the area inside remains remarkably quiet and peaceful. Because Hi had cleaned the villa area thoroughly beforehand, all the women showed expressions of surprise and delight as they passed through the villa area. Although Hi had already said that the scenery and environment in the villa area were much better than those in the hotel, they still couldn't help but sigh after experiencing it firsthand. Amidst the women's gasps of amazement, Hi finally led them to the gate of the Hi family villa. There was nothing unusual at the gate. It seemed there was no danger here during the few days Hi had been gone. Upon arriving, Hi led the women on foot. After ringing the doorbell, someone from inside the villa quickly came to open the door. Lin Ruru opened the door. She happened to be in the restaurant on the first floor, looking for something to eat. When she heard the doorbell ring, she was startled at first, but then she realized that it might be Hi returning, so she put on a smile and quickly went to open the door. With a click, the villa door was opened from the inside, revealing Lin Ruru's excited expression to everyone. Lin Ruru was extremely excited at the moment, but when she saw a group of beautiful women standing outside the door, she was stunned. She never expected that Hi would return with a group of beautiful women, but after scanning the room, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Elder's sister. Lin Ruru saw the person she had been worried about all along in the crowd, and she covered her mouth, almost bursting into tears. Row. Lin Yi also noticed Lin Ruru at this moment, and she was also very surprised. However, at this time, Hi spoke up to everyone. Alright, everyone, please go inside. Blocking the entrance wasn't a solution, so Hi decided to wait until they were inside the villa before catching up. Hearing this, the women all nodded and then followed Hi into the villa. As they entered the living room, the women's spirits gradually rose, because the living environment here was far superior to that of the hotel area. Hyjia Villa is arguably one of the best villas in the entire Riverside Villa area, so both its size and interior design make it very comfortable. Although the hotel wasn't bad, it really couldn't compare to this place. The women continued to observe the furnishings inside the villa, while two people were slowly descending the stairs on the second floor. Yang Mi and Bai Rujia were originally on the second floor, but after hearing the commotion, they quickly came down to the first floor. When they saw the tall, slender figure standing in the center of the lobby, the corners of their mouths all turned up slightly. However, when she noticed the other women in the villa, Bai Rujia didn't react much, but Yang Mi frowned slightly, as she was somewhat taken aback by the scene. Yang Mi had known before that Hai Wei must have women elsewhere, but she didn't expect him to bring so many over so quickly. But then he thought about it and realized that he was just an ordinary person without any talent, so he didn't say much and just came to Hai Wei's side with Bai Rujia. The women on the first floor naturally saw Yang Mi and his companion, but they didn't pay much attention to them. After glancing at them a few times, they turned their heads away. Hai Wei had already sat down on the sofa. Looking at the two women who had come before him, he chuckled and asked, "How have things been these past few days?" "Nothing's happened, has it?" Yang Mi seemed a little down for some reason, so Bai Rujia replied in a calm tone. "Nothing much has happened these past few days, everyone is doing fine." Hai Wei nodded slightly, beckoned the two women to sit down, and then casually asked, "Where are Angie and the others? Why didn't they come down?" Upon hearing the question, Bai Rujia responded once again. "They seem to be in the warehouse next door. They've been going there every day for the past few days, but I have no idea what they're doing." While Hai Wei was chatting with the two women, the other women who had just arrived at the villa had already finished touring the first floor. They all came to the central living room and sat down one after another on Hai Wei's sofa. Seeing their actions, Hai Wei raised an eyebrow and then spoke. "The villas here occupy a large area, you can visit different parts of the villas, and you can also get to know each other." In closing, Hai Wei smiled at the women, indicating that they should get to know each other on their own. Cough cough, but what's going on here? I feel like I'm a loser? Hai Wei pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He ignored the women and stood up, leaving the sofa area. The remaining women exchanged somewhat awkward glances, but Xiao Xiaoyu, after carefully observing Yang Mi for a while, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute, you wouldn't happen to be Sister Mi, would you? You look exactly like her." Xiao Xiaoyu's exclamation also caught the attention of the younger girls present. However, when they thought of the celebrity, they also felt that the woman in front of them did look very familiar. When Yang Mi saw their surprised looks, she felt very happy. It was as if she had returned to the past, to the scene of being recognized and receiving cheers. However, Yang Mi was happy for a short while before she quickly regained her composure. After all, in this day and age, as an ordinary person without talent, she really didn't have any special aura. Therefore, she coughed lightly and smiled at the women. Yes, I am indeed a fan of Yang Mi, and I am indeed the actress Yang Mi, but it's not worth mentioning anymore." Upon hearing Yang Mi's admission, all the women present were somewhat excited. After all, sitting in front of them was a living, breathing superstar. However, it was just a bit of excitement these days. Celebrities have indeed lost their glamorous aura. The women introduced themselves to each other and quickly became acquainted. Meanwhile, Hai Wei had already arrived at the perimeter of the villa and was preparing to gradually build a wall around it. It's almost 3 p.m. now, and there are about 3 hours left before it gradually turns into night. However, for Hai Wei now, he actually looks forward to the arrival of night, because he will receive a boost from his talent during the night. Tired, let's destroy it. Chapter 79, The Outline of a Massive Base, the Vision of Dominating the Entire East China Sea. Originally, Hai Wei intended to build the wall as quickly as possible during the daytime. However, after merging with the Nightwalker's talent, Hai Wei changed his mind. The Nightwalker's talent allows Hai Wei to triple his strength at night, and his various recovery abilities are also tripled. Therefore, waiting until nightfall to carry out large-scale operations is the most appropriate course of action for Hai Wei. Although Hai Wei could build most of the wall in just a few hours during the day, he preferred to try out his new talent ability in the dark. Having made this decision, Hai Wei prepared to wait until around 6 o'clock before officially starting to build the wall. It was already getting dark at 6 o'clock, and Hai Wei also wanted to know when the Nightwalker's talent would start to take effect. It's already past 3 p.m., and we only need to wait another 2 hours before construction can begin. However, during this time, Hai Wei also planned to go and plan the specific scope of the wall construction. This riverside villa area is indeed an oval shape, 2 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide, but there are still many open areas outside the original walls of the villa area. Aside from the city center not far in front, the riverside villa area is bordered by large parks on the southeast, west, and north sides. Therefore, it can be said that, except for the wall directly in front which does not need to be advanced, the walls in the other 3 directions can be advanced further. If the surrounding parks are also included in the site will be extremely large, enough to accommodate even 10,000 to 20,000 people. Furthermore, the area of the Riverside Villa district will be used as an inner city in the future, so all aspects must be taken into account. HiYA is prepared to fully accomplish everything he can to expand the base area as much as possible and make the base environment more beautiful. As HiYA pondered this in his heart, he also began to take action, gradually planning his journey eastward. Soon we arrived at the edge of the villa area, where a vast park lay. Since the park's edge couldn't be right next to the houses, building a wall around it was the perfect solution. As HiYA moved forward, he calculated the park's diameter and other dimensions in his mind. Soon, he reached the edge of the park and determined its approximate diameter. About 500 meters east of the villa area lies a park. The park is lush with greenery and has very fresh air. It boasts a wide variety of miniature landscapes, which greatly enhances the overall quality of the park. Although a few zombies occasionally appeared, they were harmless and were all easily eliminated by HiYA. In the future, all we need to do is have the combat squads do a thorough cleanup, and the zombies will be gone. HiYA stroked his chin, then thought of his grandparents. He imagined how pleasant it would be for them to take a walk in such an environment. It seems that the perimeter of the new base's walls can encompass all these areas. Having finished exploring the eastern part of the villa area, HiYA changed direction and headed towards the southern part of the villa area. After speeding along, HiYA soon arrived at a river. The river was very wide, which was probably why this villa area was called the Riverside Villa area. The river is only about 200 meters wide from the southern part of the villa area, but it is still a very good idea to build the wall next to the river. When conditions permit in the future, the river course can be changed to create a moat for the entire base. Having learned about the situation in the south, HiYA then headed west. The overall environment in the west was not much different, except that instead of a well-equipped park, it was a construction site under construction. The original goal of this project was to leverage the reputation of this riverside villa area to create a riverside resort, which resulted in a very complex array of buildings to be constructed. Therefore, in this vast area, the buildings are only in their initial form, and it is entirely possible to build walls around their edges to encompass the entire area. After standing on high ground and surveying his surroundings, HiYA had already formed a rough outline in his mind. If we include the areas we just mentioned, the newly established base is estimated to be more than twice the size of the original villa area. With such a vast territory as a base, we can rest assured and develop with peace of mind for a long time to come. Furthermore, they can begin recruiting various talented individuals to join the base and expand its combat strength. However, there is a prerequisite before that. You must have a talent ability that allows you to completely control the new recruits to the base, otherwise who knows if it will become a ticking time bomb in the future. Hopefully, my next offspring will possess a similar talent, so that I can truly expand the base's personnel on a massive scale. HiYA's ideas continued to spread, and he even had a general blueprint for the future development of the base. In the future, the main focus will still be on improving one's own strength, but it is also appropriate to do some other things, such as continuously expanding the influence of the base and absorbing all the talented people in the surrounding area into one's own camp. HiYA's initial ideal was to establish a base with profound strength, but his further ideal was to control the entire Donghai city under his own hands. The process will definitely be somewhat tedious, but HiYA is determined to become a regional overlord and the ruler of the apocalypse. HiYA let out a breath, then glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock, and there was only 1 hour left before construction began. HiYA planned to use this hour to recover his energy. He always believed in saving energy whenever possible when it came to things like superpower crystals. Anyway, the remaining hour is basically enough to restore Man HiWuyan's energy, so there's no need to waste any more power crystals. Since it didn't matter where he started building the wall, HiYA stopped directly in the western area to avoid having to return to the main gate in the north, which would have wasted his energy. While HiYA was outside recovering his energy, the atmosphere among the women inside the Hi family villa was already quite harmonious. Although they didn't say it outright, they both understood that HiYA was their only pillar of support. Therefore, although they may have some resentment in their hearts, they will not show it on the surface. Chapter 80, Construction Begins, a Great Initiative in the Apocalypse. Time passed slowly, and in that peaceful hour, Haiwaye's energy had mostly recovered. The colors on the horizon have already turned to dusk, and in about half an hour, the entire sky will be plunged into darkness. Haiwaye stood up from the high place, and suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his body. This heat flow did not exist before, and it is gradually enhancing one's physical fitness. Haiwaye raised an eyebrow. This must be the ability bonus brought by the Night Walker talent, right? Although it wasn't completely dark yet, the talent bonus wasn't immediately at its best, so Haiwaye thought it was perfectly reasonable and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that they have awakened, they can officially begin building walls and bring this entire area under their rule. After glancing at the quiet area ahead, Haiwaye didn't hesitate any longer and used several spatial teleportations to arrive at the edge of the newly built resort area. The resort area was only in its rough outline, so Haiwuyan decided to include it under his control. The edge of the resort area is a wide road, presumably a main thoroughfare. The resort area is separated from the main road by only a fence, and the entire boundary area is straight as far as the eye can see. This kind of location is perfect for building a wall. Therefore, Haiwaye only glanced at it briefly before using the Earth King talent to possess himself and prepare to start building the wall. Now that the area requiring the wall has expanded so much, it will probably take quite a while to complete. Moreover, this time, Haiwaye does not intend to build the same low and narrow wall as the one in the hotel area. The wall surrounding the hotel area is only 5 meters high and 2 meters wide. While it can barely hold back zombie attacks, it is completely insufficient to establish defensive measures. Therefore, Haiwaye plans to double the size of the wall this time, making it 10 meters high and 4 meters wide. With a height of 10 meters, it can basically withstand a zombie horde, and a width of about 4 meters is enough for people to climb on, which is sufficient to build defensive measures on the city wall. However, the newly built city wall, Haiwaye, plans to open 3 city gates. Except for the south gate, which faces the river and does not need to be opened, the other 3 gates need to have entrances and exits in the center. The area around the 3 city gates still needs to be built to be more spacious, as it serves a more prestigious purpose. With these thoughts in mind, Haiwaye arrived at the middle of the western side. He planned to start building the wall from there and first build a city gate to see the effect. The rock wall built by Haiwuyan is so hard that it is comparable to steel, so it can be built simply by raising the wall from the ground. The city gate area is different from ordinary city walls. Haiwaye plans to set the city gate area at 15 meters high, 10 meters wide, and 10 meters long. As for whether to increase it later, it depends on the situation. Having made up his mind, Haiwaye began to pull the rocks beneath the ground, forming a huge cube, and then slowly raising it. The entire earth rumbled as if an earthquake was about to strike. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a yellowish-brown rock began to rise from the ground in front of Haiwaye. This huge, earthen yellow block was the main structure for building the city gate and also marked the beginning of the construction of the entire city wall. Haiwaye controlled the huge rock to slowly rise, and after about a minute, the outline of a huge city gate appeared on this land. The city gate that has appeared so far is just a large rock block. If it is to become a city gate with initial defensive measures and an opening, Haiwaye will need to further develop it. As Haiwaye gestured, the rock object also changed. For example, an arched opening appeared in the central area below. However, Haiwaye left a thin layer of rock uncut because the gate was not yet fully assembled. Above the city gate, similar to those in ancient times, were erected for defensive purposes. In about 5 minutes, Haiwaye completed the construction of the first city gate. The next step was to expand the city walls to the left and right sides, using the city gate as the center. Building city walls is simpler than building city gates, and Haiwaye is currently only erecting city walls first. As for the basic defensive facilities on the city walls, they will be manufactured uniformly after the city walls are completed. A section of wall about 20 meters long can be built at once by Haiwuyan, and it takes about a minute to build it. The entire wall that needs to be built is about 12 kilometers long, so if Haiwaye builds it without stopping for a moment, it will take about 10 hours. It's 6 p.m. now. If we keep setting it up for 10 hours straight, it will take until 4 a.m. Haiwaye frowned, feeling a little helpless about the result he had calculated in his mind. Although Haiwaye can use the supernatural crystals indefinitely and therefore doesn't need to worry about energy depletion, he still doesn't have the patience to work non-stop for 10 hours straight. Therefore, Haiwaye decided to build the city wall in 5 hours at a time, that is, to build half of the city wall first, and then rest until tomorrow to continue. Haiwaye sighed softly, then stopped thinking and began working in a focused manner. There was still plenty of time, so Haiwaye wasn't worried about not being able to complete the task. The commotion caused by Haiwaye building the city wall was immense in his area. it was almost like a landslide and the earth cracking. The surrounding zombies were also drawn to it. However, the arrival of zombies here, apart from wasting high some time clearing them out, will not affect the construction of the city wall. While high was busy building the city walls, the women in the High family villa had just finished dinner. Since the zombies in the villa area had been cleared out, high only advised the women not to go out, but there were always some restless people, such as Wei Yanqi. Wei Yanqi is quite capable, and with Su Qiao's cooperation, they can handle some unexpected situations. Moreover, the villa area had already been cleaned up, so the two of them left the High family villa and went to their own villa to pack their things. They had been forced to go out before, leaving many things behind at home. Now that the situation is safe, they returned home without worry. Wei Yanqi and Su Qiao walked on the main road, and although they knew the villa area was safe, they were still very cautious. Chapter 81, Monsters appear in the villa? Don't worry, protagonists, good fortune is about to arrive. The cold wind howled, and the night in this apocalyptic world seemed somewhat eerie. However, some areas tonight emitted deafening roars, startling and shaking all living things on Earth. Since the construction of the wall began at 6 p.m., High has been working continuously for almost 5 hours, and the entire planned construction area is now basically half completed. At this moment, High frowned slightly. He could be said to be somewhat numb. He wasn't too tired, as the energy crystals restored his strength, and he didn't feel any discomfort in his body. However, after doing the same job for so long, High felt quite tired. High let out a heavy breath, then looked at the huge outlines that had appeared on the ground around him and chuckled softly. It's mentally exhausting, but the feeling of building a city all by myself is also incredibly exhilarating. Although only about half of it is currently completed, it does not stop High from feeling happy. With his business finished, High prepared to return to the High family villa. Today's task is complete. As for the remaining work, we'll continue tomorrow night. Tomorrow at noon, we still need to bring all the people from the hotel to the villa area. Besides, the Night Walker's talent only has a bonus effect at night. Without the Night Walker's talent, High wouldn't have been able to build the city walls so quickly. The speed at which one works during the day is at most half the efficiency of one works at night. That's why High thought he would continue working tomorrow night. High let out a heavy breath, and then headed straight for the High family villa. I'm feeling a bit mentally exhausted today, so I need my wives to help me relax. High lips curled up slightly, and he quickly returned to the High family villa in the central area. There is a generator in the High family's villa warehouse, which can supply power for their own use. However, High hadn't anticipated this, so the High family villa is currently unlit, at least from the outside. It appears as if no lights are flickering. After pausing at the door, High of course, didn't knock. He simply used a spatial teleportation to arrive in the living room. There was no one in the living room on the first floor, but High didn't know the women's rooms either. So he thought about it for a moment and decided to do something different this time, like sleeping wherever he happened to be. Thinking of this, High couldn't help but smile slightly, and then he went up to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, there were many more rooms. The living room was still deserted. In this row of rooms, High silently counted to 3 in his mind. 1, 2, 3, let's go up the mountain to fight the tiger. After silently reciting one side at a time in his mind, High selected the second room on his right. With so many women, there must be someone staying in the room. As for who was in the room High had chosen, he really didn't know. However, since he had already chosen the target, High no longer hesitated. In any case, they were all his, so there was no need to distinguish between them. Upon reaching the target room, High entered directly using spatial teleportation without knocking. Upon entering the room, there is a large bed and a small bed. Zhao Min, Bai Rujie's daughter, was on the large bed. She originally lived with Lin Ruru, but Lin Ruru was with her sister tonight. As for the small bed, it was naturally Bai Rujie. High glanced at Bai Rujie sleeping soundly on her side, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Zhao Min's forehead was covered in a fine sweat because she felt like she had a nightmare in which her mother was captured by a monster, but her mother kept telling her not to come closer. Zhao Min's eyes were tightly closed and her brows were furrowed. She was trembling and felt a little scared. She wanted to save her mother, but for some reason, she could only stay in bed and couldn't move. In her dream, Zhao Min felt utterly helpless. Her face was wet with tears, and as she listened to her mother's pitiful sobs, her heart ached. Just when Zhao Min was in despair, a ray of sunlight shone in, waking her from her nightmare. "Mom!" Zhao Min cried out and immediately stood up straight, turning her head to look at the source of the light. It turned out that Bairujie had already opened the curtains. Looking at Bairujie's retreating figure and the light streaming through the window, Xiaomin couldn't help but sob. "Mom, I had a nightmare. Wa'ada. I dreamt about you. I dreamt that you were captured by a monster, and then eaten by it." With tears welling in her eyes, Xiaomin cried out to Bairujie, her whole body trembling. Bairujie, who was drawing back the curtains and tidying up the room which had been covered in green, was also startled by the noise. She immediately turned around and stood in front of Xiaomin, asking anxiously, "Xiaomin, what's wrong?" Bairujie hugged Xiaomin and then comforted her, asking, "Tell Mom slowly what happened." After being comforted, Xiaomin gradually calmed down and then slowly recounted all the nightmares she had last night. "Mom, that dream felt so real. I thought you really had been eaten by a monster." Xiaomin was telling Bairujie her story, but she didn't notice that Bairujie's neck was already bright red. Haijia Villa Warehouse. Haiwaye had just gotten up and wanted to take a hot shower, but because of a power outage at the villa, he had no choice but to give up for the time being. However, he suddenly remembered that there was a small generator inside the warehouse. As long as energy was injected, it could be started to supply electricity to the villa and solve other problems. So he went to the warehouse, intending to start the generator before taking a hot shower. After all, it has become a habit: if one cannot wash away the grime after a night of hard work, one will feel uncomfortable all day. Before stepping down into the small generator, Haiwaye took out a bottle of gasoline from his spatial storage and slowly poured it into the generator. After the gasoline was poured in, Haiwaye fiddled with it for a bit and then started the generator. This generator is a small, home-use model, so its efficiency isn't very high, but it's enough to keep the villa running for now. As the generator started, Haiwaye immediately turned on the lights, and with a snap, the lights came on instantly. Seeing the light shining through, Haiwaye walked out of the warehouse. Next, he needed to return to the hotel area to relocate the hotel staff here. When night falls, Haiwaye will need to complete the remaining half of the wall. Having accomplished these two tasks, Haiwaye's next goal was to level up and become stronger so that he could bestow blessings upon the protagonists of Destiny. Chapter 82, Everything is ready, let's pack it all up and take it with us. Haiwaye walked out of the warehouse, and the bright sunshine put him in a good mood. Now that the power has been restored to the villa, he will take a hot shower first, and then return to the hotel base. Inside the bathroom, Haiwaye had finished washing up. He went out to the bedroom to change his clothes and then came to the living room. All the women gathered in the living room, their eyes fixed on Haiwaye. Haiwaye chuckled and addressed them. "I need to go back to the hotel later. What would you like to eat for lunch? I'll see if we have any left." Upon hearing this question, the women all pondered for a moment before successively stating what they wanted to eat. The space within the boundless sea is well stocked with goods, which can basically meet their needs. After giving the items to the women, Haiwaye used spatial teleportation to quickly head towards the hotel. Because Haiwaye was alone this time, he returned to the hotel area in about 10 minutes. Haiwaye didn't linger and went straight to Wang Yan's room, where he planned to summon the 3 managers and have them prepared to begin their operation. "We should be moving to the villa area around 11 a.m. at the moment, or at most 2 or 3 p.m. After all, it was such a long journey, and they could only rely on themselves to walk, so their speed must have been ridiculously slow. However, with the Slime Lord protecting and defending them along the way, there's no need to worry about safety." Ding dong! As the elevator arrived, Haiwaye immediately headed towards Wang Yan's room. Upon arriving at Wang Yan's room, which was unlocked, Haiwaye entered directly. I walked a few steps to the living room area, where Wang Yan was doing exercises in the middle, doing his usual one-finger push-ups while muttering to himself. 1963, 1964. Every day before lunchtime, Wang Yan does several sets of exercises, including 2,000 single-finger push-ups, which is just one of them. However, when he heard footsteps approaching, he looked up and saw that it was Haiwaye. He quickly stood up, exhaled, and said, "Young master, you've arrived." Haiwaye nodded upon hearing this, first sitting down on the sofa before replying to Wang Yan. "How is it? Has everything been arranged at the base?" Wang Yan stopped exercising and sat down on the sofa. He then said seriously, "The arrangements within the base were basically completed last night. We just need to have lunch, and then we can begin the relocation. However, the journey to the Riverside Villa area is long, and with so many of us, our progress may be slow, potentially leading to danger. Wang Yan is a very meticulous person, and his considerations in doing things are always centered on Hai Wei's interests. Therefore, after considering various factors, he concluded that the journey might not be very safe, so he asked Hai Wei if he had any precautions. Upon hearing this, Hai Wei simply nodded slightly, and then spoke. You don't need to worry about this matter. I already have a perfect solution. You just need to inform Jinwei and Maguabao and have them prepare the organizational work. We can inform them now, and tell the base personnel to finish their lunch quickly so that they can head to the Riverside Villa area as soon as possible. Hai Wei spoke calmly, and Wang Yan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Then, Wang Yan stood up, bowed slightly to Hai Wei, and walked directly out of the room. After Wang Yan left, Hai Wei also got up and left. He needed to go see his elders. Once the base personnel have assembled, Hai Wei will summon the Slime Lord and have it create a barrier to defend against the zombies. Hai Wei himself planned to first send his elders to the villa area, and then return to pick up the base personnel. After all, with the combat team, Wang Yan, Jinweima, and the powerful Slime Lord, the mere zombies were really no threat. However, to prevent any unexpected events, Hai Wei still needs to follow along the way. After all, the apocalypse has been going on for many days now, and a mutated zombie might appear at any time. Those mutated zombies are extremely intelligent, and some are even able to control hordes of them, so only Hai Wei's personal leadership can ensure that nothing goes wrong. While pondering this, Hai Wei had already taken the elevator to the floor where his elders lived. This time, I knocked on my parents' door first, and soon there was a response from inside. Coming, wait a moment. Wang Yinyu, wearing a bathrobe, had just come out of the bathroom. With a click, the door opened, and Wang Yinyu, seeing that it was Hai Wei who had entered, exclaimed with delight. Yeah, you're back. Hai Wei nodded slightly and chuckled softly before replying. Mom, I'm here to take you to the villa area. Have you packed your things? Wang Yinyu stepped aside to let Hai Wei in, then followed behind him, saying as she walked. Oh, I packed everything last night, just waiting for you to come back. Hai Guangtian was sitting on the sofa, reading an unknown literary work. Hearing Hai Wei return, he turned around and said. Yeah, if we leave, what about the people who are with us in the hotel? Can their safety be guaranteed? Hai Guangtian, being the head of the group, still harbors some sentimental feelings for his former employees, which is why he wants to know about the hotel staff's situation. Hai Wei nodded in agreement with Hai Guangtian's concerns and then gave a general explanation of the safe relocation plan. Hearing about the relocation plan, Hai Guangtian felt much more at ease, so he smiled and stopped worrying. Following Wang Yinyu's guidance, Hai Wei put all the items he needed to take into his spatial storage, then turned and headed to his grandparents' room. Upon arriving here, they first comforted the two elders, and then put all the necessary items into their storage space. After dealing with things here, Hai Wei also planned to take all the necessities from the hotel to the villa area. For example, the entire kitchen system of the hotel, as well as various items not found in the villa area, all need to be taken away. After all, although the villa area is large, the living facilities there are too scattered. In the future, large bungalows will need to be built for the residents to live in. After all, not everyone deserves to live in a detached villa. After Hai Wei went down the stairs, his next task was to pack up all the necessities and take them with him. Chapter 83, Ma Guobao inspires the people, leading the fearful Slime Lord. The hotel kitchen usually starts working at 10 a.m., so when Hai Wei went to pack his things around 11 a.m., he didn't find it still in use. Because this was the last time the entire kitchen system was used here, Hai Wei didn't do much tidying up and simply put the whole thing into the storage space. Anyway, once we get to the villa area at night, we'll still need to take it out and use it. Hai Wei moved swiftly, collecting everything in his path into his dimensional space. After storing these essential items in his space, Hai Wei then stored all the remaining items in the warehouse into his space. After doing all this, Hai Wei turned around and headed to the floor where the elders lived. While heading to the upper floors, the other people in the hotel had already finished lunch and were just waiting to depart. When Hai Wei arrived at the floor where the elders were staying, they were already prepared. Upon seeing this, Hai Wei used spatial teleportation to take them away from the suite where they had lived for quite some time. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby on the first floor was extremely noisy at the moment. It was almost 1 o'clock, and after being summoned by the three managers, the hotel staff quickly gathered in the lobby. They brought a few personal belongings with them, not much, but enough for them to carry themselves. Since there were too many of them, Hai Wei couldn't possibly collect everything for them all. So, the only requirement for the base personnel was that they bring a few personal belongings. At this moment, Ma Guobao stood in front of everyone. He looked around and, after seeing the various emotions of the hotel staff, spoke slowly and seriously. I know that among you, there must be quite a few people who are afraid of going out. But this trip to the villa area is a plan that will greatly improve the living environment and lifestyle of all of us. And there's no need to worry about your safety. Just follow the group and everything will be fine. Ma Guoba spoke to everyone present about the wonderful future and gradually diminished their fear of the outside world. This approach was effective, and quite effective. At the very least, after Hai Y's encouragement and pep talk, most of the fear among the people present had been eliminated. After all, according to Ma Guoba's account, there would be strong people and Hai Ya protecting them along the way, so the hotel staff felt at ease. Almost everyone in the hotel regarded Hai Ya as a godlike figure and would never question his strength. Therefore, no one raised any objections to Ma Guoba's remarks. At this moment, the people in the lobby on the first floor were also looking forward to life after entering the villa area. After all, they had been staying inside the hotel for a very long time without going out for some fresh air. If they continued to live like this, they even lost hope for the future. However, everything is getting better now, and Ma Guoba attributes all of this to Hai Ya. It is indeed because the sea is boundless that the people in the hotel are able to live in an environment without fear. Manager Ma. We're all ready. When do we set off? Yes, Manager Ma, we are all very much looking forward to going to the villa area. To be honest, I've never been to a villa before in my entire life. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, but without exception, they all expressed their anticipation for the trip to the villa area. Amidst the commotion, Hai Ya, along with his family and elders, took the elevator to the first floor. With a ding-dong sound, as the elevator doors opened, someone immediately spotted Hai Ya. Hai Xiao is here. Everyone, make way. Young Master Hai. You are a great god, and my admiration for you is beyond words. Hai Xiao. Hai Xiao. Hai Ya walked ahead, smiling and nodding to the base personnel. Then, as the crowd made way for him, he slowly walked up to Ma Guoba. Ma Guoba bowed to Hai Ya and respectfully said, Young Master. You've arrived. Hai Ya nodded, then waved to Wang Yin and Jinwei, who were standing not far away. After the two came over, Hai Ya slowly spoke to the three of them. I will first take the elders to the villa area. It will take about half an hour round trip. During this time, I will have the Slime Lord assist you and lead the people to relocate. As Hai Ya spoke, he took out a map from his pocket, handed it to Wang Yin, and then continued. This is a map of the hotel leading to the villa area. Just follow the route I've drawn. It's all wide roads, which will allow you to avoid the zombie horde as efficiently as possible. Wang Yin took the map, opened it, and after examining it for a while, nodded to Hai Ya and said, Yes, young master, we will follow the route you specified. However, there are too many of us, so I cannot guarantee that everything will be safe. Upon hearing this answer, Hai Ya simply waved his hand and said, It's all right. When I get back, you'll probably have only just left, so there's no need to worry too much. After receiving Hai Ya's affirmative reply, the three of them were slightly relieved and nodded to indicate that they understood. Seeing everyone's actions, Hai Ya didn't say much. He went to a slightly open space and then summoned the Slime Lord. As Hai Ya summoned, everyone's eyes turned to this place, and they saw that a large black hole had suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary ground. Inside that black hole, a humanoid creature in a black, viscous state is slowly emerging. A giant black slime-like figure appeared in the hall, and everyone's eyes were filled with amazement and fear. If Hai Ya hadn't been there, everyone would probably have scattered and fled. However, to everyone's astonishment and fear, the black slime giant was kneeling down on one knee before Hai Ya. After Hai Ya said a few words to it, it ignored everyone's gaze and headed straight for the hotel entrance. Wang Yin, Jinwei, and Ma Guoba exchanged glances as they looked at the Slime Lord who was being manipulated by Hai Ya. They were all deeply shocked. At this moment, Hai Ya had already arrived in front of the three of them. Just now, Hai Ya instructed the Slime Lord to go out and set up a slime barrier, while the three of them organized the personnel to go out. I have an English makeup exam tomorrow morning, I'm so upset. Chapter 84, Setting Off, the Slime Lord's Evil Request. It was around 2 p.m., and although the sun was shining brightly, it wasn't very hot. After all, it's winter now, and no matter how much the sun shines, it only makes people feel warm. In the hotel lobby, Hai Ya had already assigned tasks to the three of them, and they were now organizing the crowd to gradually move out. Hai Ya led the four elders to the door first, and then he came to the standing Slime Lord. The Slime Lord is currently adapting to its environment. This monster has a rather unique racial characteristic. It can be said that it only likes to lurk in dark places. The Slime Lord was very uncomfortable with today's weather. If it hadn't been for Haiwaye's order to carry out a mission, the Slime Lord would never have appeared under the sun. Haiwaye raised an eyebrow at the Slime Lord, then mentally inquired. Venom, quickly cast the slime barrier. The journey is long, and your team should try to arrive before nightfall. The Slime Lord nodded upon hearing this, but it still wore a mournful expression and spoke in a somewhat pleading tone. Master, I really don't like being out in the sun. Could we wait until nightfall to set off? The zombies definitely won't affect our progress. Before the Slime Lord could finish speaking, Haiwaye waved his hand, interrupting him directly. Let's set off now. It'll only be uncomfortable for a while, it won't really hurt you. Hearing Haiwaye's resolute tone, the Slime Lord knew it couldn't change the course of events, so it had no choice but to control the viscous liquid and slowly form a huge semicircle on the ground. Just as the Slime Lords were launching their operation, a well-organized team had already appeared at the hotel entrance. Maguabao remained at the front of the group, leading his people away, with everything under his responsibility. As the staff slowly left the hotel, the Slime Lord's creation was almost complete. Outside the hotel, a semicircular mucus barrier, nearly 2 stories high, 50 meters long, and 50 meters wide, appeared. From the outside, this barrier looks exactly like ink, making it impossible to know what's inside. However, if you look from the inside out, you can vaguely see the situation. At the very least, it looks like a grayed-out display screen. Therefore, once people enter the mucus barrier, they can decide whether or not to take that path based on the road conditions ahead. Haiwaye observed the slime barrier and concluded that it was quite good overall. As long as it could completely block the zombies' senses, it would be invincible. Haiwaye stroked his chin, and finally asked the Slime Lord for confirmation. You can completely control the barrier's movement and isolate it from the zombies' senses, right? The Slime Lord was somewhat exhausted at this moment. After all, creating such a huge slime barrier out of thin air in broad daylight had almost hollowed it out. Even the Slime Lord's form had become somewhat blurred, as if all its internal energy had been used up. Upon hearing Haiwaye's question, it answered with great certainty. Please rest assured, Master. I cannot guarantee that this barrier is indestructible, but at the very least it can block the senses of zombies. Of course, this is on the premise that the people inside do not leave the barrier and deliberately attract the zombies' attention. As long as you listen to me obediently, you will be able to travel safely without any problems. As he spoke, the Slime Lord rubbed his belly again, then looked at Haiwaye pitifully and said, Master, when can I have something to eat? I feel extremely hungry after expending so much energy. In fact, the companion space within Haiwaye's demon spirit contract can restore the demon's energy, but the speed of this restoration is far slower than the demon's original restoration methods. The way the monsters originally recovered was by eating people. That's right, monsters can replenish their energy by consuming fresh flesh and blood. After all, in today's world, only humans are the most appealing to monsters, and only humans deserve to be called fresh flesh and blood. Those zombies and mutated beasts actually carry the aura of death, which is something that monsters dislike. Upon hearing the Slime Lord's request, Haiwaye sighed helplessly, then said solemnly, Not at the moment. Unless you encounter hostile forces or evil organizations, you can only recover your energy by returning to your companion space. It's not that Haiwaye is some kind of saint, but rather that no one present wanted to have a man-eating demon around them. Moreover, the team will need to be led by the Slime Lord to the villa area to settle in. If we have to fight the enemy in the future, Haiwaye wouldn't mind if the Slime Lord went and ate the enemy. However, for the time being, we certainly cannot allow the Slime Lord to run rampant. Although the Slime Lord was somewhat annoyed by Haiwaye's refusal, he had no choice but to obey. With the barrier now complete, the main force in the lobby on the first floor had arrived outside the hotel. They stared in awe at the enormous slime barrier, both shocked and somewhat frightened. However, at this moment, Ma Guobao shouted loudly to the crowd. Everyone, follow my lead and enter the slime barrier in an orderly manner. The circular area with a diameter of 50 meters can accommodate nearly 1,000 people. As long as there is no chaos and order is maintained, there will be no problems. Following Ma Guobao's orders, the crowd did not hesitate and slowly entered the barrier area. Ma Guobao stopped at the entrance of the barrier and directed the crowd to enter, preventing any disturbances. As the crowd proceeded in an orderly fashion, Haiwaye was already preparing to leave. After observing the crowd for a while and confirming that nothing unexpected would happen to them, Haiwaye led the 4 elders away from there. After sending the four elders to the villa area, it wouldn't be too late for Haiye to return here and lead the people to relocate. Anyway, it only takes half an hour round trip, and with the Slime Lord and Magwaba there, there's definitely no chance of anything going wrong. Haiye's idea was very thoughtful at the very least, it was the safest way to relocate them. As for the four elders, they had no objections to Haiye's actions. Things were different now, and the entire Hai family was now led by Haiye. I want to generate electricity for love. Chapter 85, Haiye, why does it feel like an experience pack is about to be delivered to my door? It was 3 p.m. when Haiye had safely delivered the four elders to the villa. Currently, the Hai family villa is entirely inhabited by Haiye's wives, so the four elders will definitely have to move to another villa in the future. It's not that Haiye doesn't want the elders to live together, but rather that they themselves are unwilling. However, for the time being, we'll stay at the Hai family villa for a while and then rearrange our accommodations for the night. For example, we can requisition the villa next door as well. After arranging things at the villa, Haiye didn't linger and turned back to the hotel area. By now, the people in the hotel have probably already traveled some distance, so Haiye only needs to return along the route he has drawn to rejoin the main group. He had already traveled the route drawn by Haiye many times, so there was basically no chance of any accidents. As long as the crowd can move forward completely according to the instructions, there will be no mishaps. Haiye has full confidence in the command abilities of Ma Guobao and Wang Yanjinwei. While pondering this, Hai Wuyan continued his rapid journey. About 30 minutes after leaving the hotel area, we finally saw the large group slowly moving forward, about a kilometer away from the hotel. The scene ahead is a huge black hemisphere that is moving forward. The zombies along the way paid no attention to the movement of the black sphere. Except for the zombies that were very close to the hemisphere, who noticed it slightly, the rest did not see anything unusual. However, even those zombies that do notice will be instantly swallowed by the slime and dissolved by its acidity. Actually, devouring zombies does provide the Slime Lord with some energy, but the zombies smell disgusting, so the Slime Lord will not devour them unless absolutely necessary. Of course, the mutated beasts at this stage don't taste much better, so the Slime Lord has no interest in devouring them. Aside from the mutated creatures that had to be dealt with along the way, the Slime Lord didn't care about them at all. As the slime manipulated the barrier to move forward slowly, it suddenly sensed Haiye's aura advancing continuously. Finally, after 2 breaths, Haiye arrived in front of the Slime Lord. The Slime Lord can directly possess the barrier, but it walks in human form because of Haiye's orders. At this moment, with the appearance of Haiye, the Slime Lord was about to stop, but Haiye spoke with his mind. Don't stop, keep going. Haiye communicated with the Slime Lord for a moment, then flashed behind it, right next to Ma Guobao. Ma Guobao walked at the front of the group, while Wang Yan and Jinwei patrolled the middle area and the rear, respectively. As for the combat squad of over 100 people, they formed a circular encirclement, guarding the edge of the area. After several trials and tribulations, although Haiye still felt the combat team's strength was insufficient, they were more than capable of dealing with ordinary zombies. If it weren't for protecting ordinary personnel, but simply for the relocation of combat squads, then there wouldn't even be a need for the Slime Lord to create a barrier. The crowd moved forward steadily, and no accidents occurred due to Haiye's sudden appearance. Haiye walked alongside Ma Guobao, gesturing for him not to stop, and asked, "How is it? Nothing unexpected happened, right?" Upon hearing this, Ma Guobao shook his head and then slowly recounted the events that had unfolded along the way. "Young master, we haven't encountered any danger, but some roads are not wide. If we don't pass through them at the very limit, there might be a riot inside the barrier. If some roads ahead are less than 50 meters wide, then it will probably be troublesome, but if the barrier can deform, it can actually solve the problem." Ma Guobao said it was true. After all, the road to the villa area was so far away, it was impossible for it to be all wide roads. There were actually a lot of narrow roads and corners that were difficult to pass. However, after listening, Haiye shook his head and chuckled, then said, "You don't need to worry about that. The barrier can be controlled to deform. When you really encounter a narrow road, you just need to organize the crowd to pass through. As for the remaining matters, we can leave them to the Slime Lord in front. I have already given the instructions." With Haiye's assurance, Ma Guobao finally felt relieved. He then smiled at Haiye and started chatting idly. As the crowd steadily advanced, several men who looked extremely fierce were watching them from inside a building not far in front of the barrier. "Boss, that black hemisphere keeps moving forward. There's probably something rare inside. Isn't this the kind of scene where priceless treasures appear in the TV shows I used to watch all the time?" Once you obtain the treasure, and with your immense power, won't the entire apocalypse be under your control? Inside a floor-to-ceiling window of the building, a man with fawning eyes was speaking to a muscular man beside him. Beside the two men stood several men with sinister expressions. After hearing the bespectacled man's flattery, they all chimed in, expressing their admiration for the muscular man. As the muscular man listened to the praise from those around him, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He was originally the security captain of this building. After the apocalypse, he awakened a sea-level talent, and his combat power far exceeded that of the people around him. Therefore, with his understanding of this building, he quickly became the ruler of this building. There are still dozens of survivors in the building, all living under his rule. However, although his talent is sea-level and he has the ability to subdue buildings, there are still many places that he has not yet explored. If they can't even fully control the building, let alone venture out into the world. But this robust man is quite satisfied with the current situation, since he has his boss's secretary with him every day and the supplies are sufficient for the time being. So even though everyone around him was praising him, he was still a little hesitant. After all, he was far less powerful than his underlings claimed. If something unexpected happens while attacking that black hemisphere, resulting in my death, then it would be a great loss. He hadn't even had his fill of his boss's beautiful secretary yet, let alone several other beauties he hadn't managed to seduce. Is it okay to generate electricity for love? Chapter 86, The Boss's Majesty, the Slime Lord can have a good meal. High up in the building, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. At this moment, the muscular man was pondering whether or not to go down and attack the black hemisphere. After all, under normal circumstances, this situation is indeed somewhat dangerous, but there are also many opportunities. If there really is a treasure inside the black hemisphere that can enhance his own strength, then he will not only be able to control the building, but he will also be able to make a name for himself throughout the entire Donghai city. This robust man may not care much about other things, but he has a strong desire to increase his strength and control more areas. Therefore, after struggling internally for a while, he finally made up his mind to find out what was going on. Before that, the muscular man planned to have his men probe the area first, so that he could avoid any danger posed by the black hemisphere. The muscular man pondered for a moment, then turned his head with a smirk and said to the bespectacled man beside him, whose face was full of obsequiousness. Manager Liu, you're right. If there are treasures inside that can enhance our strength, then I can also lead you to become even stronger. However, for the safety of all of us, and just to be on the safe side, I've decided to have you scout ahead first. Once I've confirmed there's no danger, I'll arrive immediately. So, Manager Liu, you shouldn't refuse, right? The muscular man wore a kind smile and slowly uttered a sentence that sent chills down Manager Liu's spine. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu immediately swallowed hard, but seeing his boss's scrutinizing gaze, he dared not utter a word of refusal. After all, the reason the other party was able to take control of the building was not only because of their strong strength, but also because of their cruel nature. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. After several of his underlings stepped forward and surrounded Manager Liu, he finally choked up and said with great difficulty, Boss, that black hemisphere isn't far from us, and it will take us a very long time to get downstairs. Therefore, I think it's better if we go together, so we can obtain the treasures inside in time. Snap. Before Manager Liu could finish speaking, the burly man slapped him across the face, leaving a handprint on his right cheek. While Manager Liu was still in a daze, the burly man kicked him in the chest again, sending Manager Liu flying backward. With a thud, Manager Liu landed naturally, and at the same time, the burly man's cursing began. Fuck you, you're being unreasonable? I just want you to go down and investigate, why don't you just agree? Trying to outsmart me? The burly man cursed at Manager Liu a few times, then waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to follow him. Since I've already made up my mind to go, I'll go down first and then send my underlings to scout out the situation. It was several tens of meters above the ground, so it would take the burly man and his men about 10 minutes to reach the ground. This was only because they were in good physical condition, otherwise, it would have been even slower. However, just as they arrived at the first floor of the building, the base's relocation team was only just approaching the entrance of the building. The muscular man and his companions slashed down several zombies blocking their path, then quickly arrived at the main entrance and looked at the huge, ever-moving black slime barrier. Although they didn't know what that slime barrier was, they all had a preconceived feeling that there must be some treasure inside. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, the muscular man instructed his henchman beside him. Go, get some stuff and throw it into that slime barrier. I want to see what happens. Upon hearing their boss's order, the henchmen around him quickly nodded, then immediately turned around, went inside, retrieved small items, and threw them forcefully at the slime barrier. However, to their surprise, when the object touched the slime barrier, it immediately seemed to dissolve without any reaction. Meanwhile, the mucus barrier continued to move forward slowly as always, completely ignoring this sudden series of actions. Boss, there's no reaction at all. Could this be a trap? Yeah, this black hemispherical thing looks intimidating. Maybe we should just leave it alone? I've also decided it's better not to provoke them. Boss, let's retreat. The muscular man crossed his arms over his chest, listening to the various comments around him, his expression gradually darkening. Although the thing in front of him did look formidable, he was not one to give up easily. Moreover, all these signs pointed to something fishy about the black hemisphere. Thinking of this, the muscular man turned his head away with a sinister look in his eyes, then casually said to one of his underlings, "Go inside that black hemisphere yourself and check the situation. If anything goes wrong or there are any problems, I will take action immediately." Upon hearing this, the underling who had received the order immediately put on a mournful face and pleaded humbly, "Boss, that barrier looks extremely dangerous. Let's not just let me go in directly. How about we keep throwing things in?" However, upon hearing this, the muscular man's eyes immediately flashed with a fierce light, and he gritted his teeth as he slowly spoke. 3, 2. Seeing this, the younger brother didn't dare wait for the muscular man to count to 1. He took a deep breath, grabbed a dagger, and charged towards the slime barrier. This young man was incredibly fast. In just a few breaths, he was about to burst through the barrier. But to everyone's surprise, just as the underling was about to enter the barrier, a sonic boom suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a wind blade shot out from within the barrier, instantly cleaving the underling's body vertically in two. Meanwhile, the wind blades remained powerful, shooting forward and killing the henchmen on the same line at the main entrance. After striking the interior of the building, the wind blades slowly dissipated. This scene caught everyone off guard, but just then, a figure slowly emerged from within the slime barrier. The figure was tall and slender, and the sound of his footsteps seemed to resonate in everyone's hearts. The figure that slowly walked out was none other than Ya, whose face remained calm. Ya had actually discovered the whereabouts of the people in the building long ago, but if they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother wasting his time on them. But now it is clear that the people inside the building were the ones who blindly provoked the trouble. Then you can't blame Ya for going on a killing spree. Chapter 87, in the apocalypse, people's perverse desires will be satisfied. The cold wind howled, but it warmed people's hearts. At this moment, there was an eerie silence among the people in front of the building. The burly man and his henchmen stared in disbelief at Ya, who was slowly walking forward. Because they never expected that what emerged from the black hemisphere was not a monster, but a human whose strength was even more monstrous than the monster itself. The air was now filled with the stench of blood, a fresh and stimulating smell that brought everyone in the building back to their senses. However, at this moment, Ya, who was in front of them, suddenly said something. "Venom, eat all these corpses." Ya would certainly not show mercy to his enemies, so after sensing the slime lord's strong craving for fresh corpses, he simply let it devour them. Upon hearing this, the slime lord immediately became as excited as a 3-year-old child who had just received a beloved candy. It quickly separated 2 slime tentacles from the slime barrier and then devoured the 2 cleaved corpses completely. Ya slowly walked forward, looking at the several humans in front of him who looked terrified and shocked, intending to kill them all. After all, they didn't look like good people, so killing them would just fill the slime lord's stomach. As Ya pondered, he slowly raised the hurricane blade in his hand. He prepared to use a few more wind blades to quickly kill the people in front of him, since these kinds of people were not worth his time. However, the people in front were immediately startled when they saw Ya's action. Meanwhile, the muscular man's eyes widened, because he felt he was no match for the man in front of him. But seeing the man ahead about to unleash a massacre, the muscular man could no longer stand still. He quickly ran forward, raising his hands and shouting, "I surrender! Don't kill me! Sir, I absolutely did not mean to offend you. Please don't kill me." Seeing that their leader had surrendered, the henchmen behind him didn't hesitate at all. After running a few steps forward, they knelt down and shouted, "I surrender too! Don't kill me!" The henchmen's surrender words were basically the same, they all kept kowtowing and begging. When Ya saw their actions, he raised an eyebrow, because they were not following the normal plot and were about to fight him without knowing their own limitations. Ya pondered for a moment, then shook his head, not caring. In any case, whether they surrendered or not, it wouldn't change the fact that they were about to be killed. Hiya would never show mercy to those who would become his enemies. Even if they were unaware of his intentions, they would only face certain death. Therefore, Hiya did not stop. He continued to condense wind blades on the hurricane blade, and then raised his hand to swing it at the people in front of him. The speed of the hurricane blades was imperceptible to the naked eye. When the person had tried to speak, they could only open their mouth before their upper body slid off. Hiya did not kill their leader directly, so when the burly man saw that surrendering was useless, he immediately flew into a rage and cursed. "Fuck you." However, before the burly man could finish his curse, he was instantly killed by a wind blade swiftly unleashed by Hiya. As for the remaining two henchmen, they were so frightened that they wet themselves. They wanted to get up and run away, but they found that they couldn't control their bodies to stand up at all. The two men's actions did not cause any emotional fluctuation in Hiya. He then casually swung a wind blade, and the two men instantly transformed into Louis XVI. It only took a few minutes to deal with the situation here, and the relocation team's progress was not hindered in any way. Hiya turned around directly, and the Slime Lord would take care of all the corpses scattered on the ground. Just as Hiya turned back to the slime barrier, in front of a floor-to-ceiling window in a high-rise building, Manager Lou, who had just been beaten to the ground, was now in a state of frenzied excitement. As he watched the muscular man provoke the barrier and then be killed by Hiya, Manager Lou felt an extraordinary sense of relief, because with the muscular man dead, he was now the new master of the building. A morbid mentality was growing in Manager Lou's mind. He recalled the scene last night when the boss's secretary ordered him around, as well as the beautiful women who had not yet submitted to the strong man. All of this fueled a sense of revenge within him, as well as a thrill of soon obtaining the toy. That beautiful boss's secretary, who would never have belonged to him before, and those pretty young female colleagues, were all unattainable to him. Manager Lou thought to himself that he was so excited he wanted to scream, but he forced himself to restrain himself and kept telling himself to hold back. Once we have complete control of the building, we can truly transform it into our own playground. Just thinking about it made Manager Lou feel the sensation reaching his heart. He then turned around and ignored the advancing black hemisphere. In the beginning, when he lured the muscular man onto the adventure, his intention was to kill him. Now, he had finally succeeded. The building's mishap was just a minor incident during the team's relocation. After all, there must have been many survivors along the way, and similar incidents are bound to happen again. However, there's nothing to worry about, because if this happens, Hiya can easily resolve it with just a few wind blades. The relocation team is still moving forward. Although they are still far from the villa area, none of the people relocating are experiencing any anxiety or resistance. After all, with Hiya protecting them, no danger would occur. Some of them were exhausted, but none of them uttered the words to stop and rest. Because none of them wanted to affect the progress of the entire team because of their personal reasons. However, just as the migrating team had advanced for about 2 kilometers, Magwabao issued an order to stop and rest, and he also ordered that they should rest for 20 minutes every 2 kilometers. The relocation team was not composed entirely of young, energetic men, so Hiya did not object to Magwabao's actions. In fact, he approved of them. I also plan to use the 20-minute break to raid a large supermarket nearby. Chapter 88, Even small people have ideals. Hiya, I won't be polite. Inside the mucus barrier, everyone was now at a standstill, resting. Hiya surveyed the surroundings and, seeing nothing unusual, instructed Magwabao. I'm going to loot the supermarket here. You just lead the team forward steadily. Don't wait for me when it's time to rest. Upon receiving the instructions, Magwabao immediately nodded and then replied. Yes, young master. However, we may encounter similar situations again along the way. Should we deal with them? Hiya pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then said directly. Next time I encounter a similar situation, I'll just leave it to Venom, and it will solve the problem perfectly. After all, the Slime Lord's craving for food is insatiable at most. It will stop eating when it can't eat anymore, but it will still enjoy the process of decomposing. Upon hearing this answer, Magwabao immediately recalled the scene from earlier. The psychological trauma inflicted on everyone by the Slime Lord just now was quite significant. For example, the Slime Lord used its slime tentacles to dissolve and devour the corpses, which caused a very strong psychological impact on Magwabao and the others present. Therefore, he certainly had no objection to the Slime Lord's strength. Upon seeing the other party's expression, Hiya didn't say anything more and simply turned and left the slime barrier. Next, he plans to plunder the surrounding large supermarkets. It's unclear how long it will take, but it should increase his inventory significantly. Hiya was very interested in and willing to scavenge for supplies. After all, he had so many wives to support, and the future development of the base also depended on a sufficient supply of resources. Regardless of whether the supplies are useful or not, they are definitely indispensable. After all, when the combat teams go out to carry out missions, their return rewards will also need to be in the form of supplies. Therefore, considering all factors, Hiya has every reason to plunder more resources. Besides, since I'm just idling around anyway, I might as well do something more meaningful. With these thoughts in mind, Hiya quickly rushed to the supermarket. Now that the apocalypse has been over for a long time, survivors in various places all need to eat, so large and small supermarkets everywhere have traces of human looting. Even worse, some people go directly into the supermarket and treat it as their base of survival. Of course, to achieve this level, one must be a gifted individual with considerable strength. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to take over a supermarket, let alone defeat ordinary zombies. The large supermarket that Hiya had just arrived at was clearly an occupied territory. For example, the defensive facilities at the supermarket entrance and the reconnaissance equipment on the second floor of the supermarket indicate that there is a group of survivors inside the supermarket. Although we don't know the strength of the people here, the fact that they can occupy such a large area and establish a relatively complete defense system means that the leader must be a gifted individual. However, whether or not he is a gifted individual is irrelevant to Hiya, because he can sweep away all enemies, let alone the supermarket in front of him. Hiya stood in front of the supermarket entrance, not rushing to go in, but observing the facilities inside. But during the short time Hiya stayed, the investigators on the second floor of the supermarket discovered this outsider. The investigators immediately reported the situation to their leader, and then, from the second floor window, shouted towards Hiya. "Hey kid in front, if you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Otherwise, you're dead when our boss comes out." The scout shouted loudly to Hiya, while cautiously checking the surrounding area ahead, as he was worried that Hiya might have other teammates or partners. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone goes out in groups. No fool would dare to go out alone, or he would only become food for the zombies. Hiya did not respond to the shouts coming from the second floor of the supermarket. He glanced at the source of the sound and knew very well that he had been detected. However, Hiya didn't care, because he planned to use spatial teleportation to enter the supermarket directly. Although he could blast open the door, that would create unnecessary trouble. As Hiya vanished in the blink of an eye, the person scouting on the second floor of the supermarket was startled. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and after confirming several times that the man had disappeared, he couldn't help but mutter, "What's going on? I was definitely alone outside just now. Could it be that I didn't control myself last night, causing me to hallucinate today?" The investigator was a little confused, but then he suddenly remembered that he had already reported to the leader, but now no one was around. Would he be accused of lying? If the leader deems it a lie, then you're in trouble. After using spatial teleportation, Hiya arrived directly inside the supermarket. The supermarket was still very quiet at the moment, at least in the Hiya area on the first floor. There was no one around at all. The small group that occupied the supermarket must have been living on the second floor or somewhere else. In any case, they were very confident in the supermarket's external defenses, which meant that there were no reconnaissance measures on the first floor at all. The items on the shelves in the first floor area are basically unchanged, except for a few missing items. They are essentially the same as before the apocalypse. Based on this, Hiya knew that the group occupying the supermarket must not be large, otherwise the supplies would not be consumed so slowly. After observing the surroundings for a while, Hiya stopped worrying and used his supernatural ability to store the items side by side into his spatial storage. It's not too late to harvest the supplies on the second floor after we've finished harvesting the supplies on the first floor. While pondering, Hiya did not stop. Soon, large quantities of supplies disappeared into thin air and were all taken away by Hiya. And at the corner leading from the first floor to the second floor, a man was waking up from his afternoon nap. This man was the security guard on the first floor. It was time for his shift to change, so after being woken up by the alarm, he rubbed his eyes and stood up. As is customary, the person on duty scanned the surroundings and, finding no problems, prepared to return to the second floor. However, as he turned around, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that a small section of the shelves had vanished into thin air. The guard was startled, then quickly turned around and saw something even more shocking. Omega. Chapter 89, The Absurd Scene on the Second Floor. Hiya, his heart was completely unmoved. On the first floor of the supermarket, the staff on duty at this moment must be feeling like a million alpacas are flying by. He was preparing to take his shift and go upstairs for a nice spa treatment, but just before he left, this horrifying thing happened. A strong, tall figure was walking slowly ahead of the guards. As the figure moved forward, all the supplies and goods around him disappeared into thin air. The guard looked terrified. Although he didn't know the other party's strength, he could tell from their strange methods that they were no ordinary person. Therefore, the guards decided to run away immediately. They had encountered an opponent they were no match for, and running away to find their boss was the only right solution. He took a deep breath, then his lightning-fast legs instantly sprang to life, and he dashed towards the second floor. In a situation like his, the only solution is to report it to the leader. The guards were running around, and Hiye, who was constantly collecting supplies, naturally noticed the person running. However, Hiye didn't care. After all, he would kill one if one came, and two if two came. Of course, if the other party doesn't provoke him or cause him trouble, then Hiye won't bother to actively seek them out and kill them. Hiye remained calm as he continued to collect supplies systematically. He simply put all the supplies into his storage space, regardless of what they were. The space is large enough, but the supplies might not be enough. While Hiye was calmly collecting supplies, a few minutes later, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded from the corner on the second floor. The footsteps were very noisy, but you could tell that the people walking were in a great hurry. Hiye ignored the commotion and continued collecting supplies without stopping. The group of people who were rushing downstairs were shocked and bewildered to see that the first floor was almost empty. Meanwhile, someone had already spotted Hiye, who was still collecting supplies. He turned and shouted loudly to the leader at the front of the group. "Boss, look. That's the guy looting our supplies. He's taken everything from us." With this shout, the crowd that rushed over quickly locked onto their target. They were furious at Hiye's behavior of ignoring everyone else and relentlessly scavenging supplies. Especially the leader at the very front of the crowd, who was burning with rage, couldn't help but shout at Hiye. "Fuck you. Kid, stop right now. Stop it right now." After cursing Hiye, he immediately turned to his henchmen and roared. "What are you waiting for? Charge at him all at once. We must make that kid cough up all our supplies." The team leader was truly enraged, so none of the underlings dared to hesitate after hearing the angry shouts. They all charged towards Hai Wuyen without regard for the strength of the people in front of them who seemed so confident in them. At this moment, they only had one goal in mind, to beat Hiye up and force him to hand over the supplies again. However, they clearly underestimated Hiye's strength. Just as they rushed towards Hiye and were less than 3 meters away, they suddenly felt that they could not move. Immediately following was a gust of wind that sliced through the crowd. This wind blade struck the charging group horizontally, and since they were all in a straight line, they were all cut in half at the waist without any surprise. With a soft thud, the sound of a sharp blade striking flesh rang out. With a thud, the sound of everyone's upper bodies hitting the ground rang out. An eerie silence hung in the air. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, but Hiye acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to turn around and scavenge for supplies. At present, no one can say they can reliably withstand his wind blade, let alone their group of weak underlings. Hiye showed absolutely no emotional reaction to killing them, just like killing a few chickens, without any ripples at all. However, only Hiye was able to remain calm in this situation. The team leader, who had run halfway, was stunned when he saw his underlings being wiped out in a single move. Looking at the blood and corpses all over the ground, and all sorts of disgusting scenes, he felt fear even in his heart. He felt as if he were trapped in one place, unable to control his body. The leader trembled uncontrollably, his heart gradually filled with fear. He looked up at the ruthless demon in front of him, trying his best not to make any noise. To his surprise, the demon in front of him didn't pay any attention to him after killing the crowd. The team leader watched Hiye enter the next shelf, and only began to breathe again after Hai's figure disappeared from sight. His breathing became increasingly rapid, and his heart screamed frantically for him to escape immediately, or he would end up like the corpses scattered all over the ground. The team leader finally took a slow step, turned around and went back the way he came. He planned to pack his things and run away as soon as he got back to the second floor. He absolutely could not stay any longer. The team leader went from being cautious to running, but just as he was about to step around the corner and enter the second floor, a wind blade shot over in the blink of an eye. With a loud thud, the team leader was sliced in two by the wind blade. He fell to the ground in despair, trying to speak, but his body was suddenly split vertically in two. At this point, apart from Hiye, there was no one alive present. Hiya originally didn't want to pay attention to the last person, but suddenly remembered that the other person seemed to have cursed him at the beginning, so he killed the other person without thinking. He went on a killing spree, his mind clear and unfettered. Hiya then quickly ransacked the first floor area, and then used spatial teleportation to cross a field of corpses. Upon reaching the corner, Hiya did not linger but went straight up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor is probably the residential area, so this small group of people all live on the second floor. As Hiya ascended to the second floor, he witnessed a truly absurd scene in the area ahead. In the residential area ahead, a group of brightly colored women dressed in various uniforms were doing their own things, their eyes filled with numbness and indifference to the outside world. Looking at them in this scene, and the chaotic atmosphere around them, Hiya didn't need to guess what role they played in the team. Babies, is it okay if I want to generate electricity for love? Chapter 90, The Satisfaction of Looting, The Wisdom of the Ancients is Great. At this moment, Hiya had arrived on the second floor of the supermarket, where a strange odor permeated the air. I can't go into the specifics of what it tastes like, but it has a hint of pomegranate blossom scent. Hiya's physical qualities had already been greatly enhanced, so he was able to clearly distinguish the various gases in the air. Therefore, Hiya frowned and used the Hurricane Walker talent to draw in fresh air for himself to breathe. Once Hiya could no longer smell the strange odor, he turned his gaze forward. There were many large beds in the living area ahead, but some glamorous women were lying on them. Hiya had absolutely no interest in them and didn't even want to look at them. The purpose of those women being brought here by the group from before was quite clear. After all, those grown men were bored here and had no other way to pass the time except to expend their energy on them. Although Hiya wouldn't actively kill them, he also couldn't be bothered with them. After all, they were just unfortunate people, and it was good enough that they could continue to live. Therefore, Hiya avoided making eye contact with them from a distance and turned to start scavenging the unused supplies here. The second floor area was clearly not just for selling snacks and food, it was mostly filled with various daily necessities. Therefore, after Hiya had gathered all the useful supplies, he had no intention of lingering any longer. The supermarket has a third floor, and Hiya doesn't know what's up there, but he's going to go up and check it out. It won't take much time anyway. Hiya arrived at the stairs and directly ignored about 7 or 8 beautiful women. To be honest, they are not bad looking, and they are quite beautiful and charming. In addition, they have a kind of beauty that can be destroyed at will, so they would probably be willing to do anything. However, Hiya didn't care at all. He had so many wives, all of whom were stunning beauties. He really had no interest in these withered flowers. They stared at Hiya with bated breath, seemingly having guessed the fate of the group that had just gone down. Therefore, their fear of Hiya was no less than that of the previous group. Hiya went straight up the stairs and arrived at the third floor. The third floor is the entertainment area, which is much smaller than the first 2 floors. It's basically a children's area. However, Hiya also planned to scavenge some supplies from this place, since many of his wives were still childlike, and besides, such places would be indispensable after their baby was born. So Hiya stroked his chin and thought for a while, then selected some facilities that he found interesting and put them into his space. After looting the supplies, Hiya looked around again and found nothing of interest. Since there was no 4th floor, he turned and headed downstairs. The supermarket has been thoroughly searched, and 20 minutes have already passed, so there's no need to linger any longer. With a series of thuds, Hiya descended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Just as he was about to skip over this area and head straight to the 1st floor, the women from before suddenly surrounded him. These women, dressed in revealing outfits and various uniforms that were dazzling to behold, surrounded Hiya, kneeling on the ground and pleading and crying out to him. "Handsome guy. Please help us get out of here. Handsome guy, save me. If you're willing to take me away from here, I'm willing to do whatever you say. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I'll cooperate in any position. Wa'ada. Handsome guy, I grew up alone since I was little, and I desperately want someone to rely on. Please take me away from here. I'm willing to give you everything. Handsome guy. No. Master, please take me with you. If you take me away, I will obey any order you give me." Hiya stood amidst the kneeling women, his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at their constant pleas. Hiya would definitely not agree to their requests. He didn't even have time to take care of all his wives, so how could he possibly be interested in these kinds of women? To be fair, if judged by makeup standards, the least attractive of these 7 or 8 women would be at least 75 points. A woman of this caliber would be more than qualified to be the most beautiful girl in several classes. Therefore, Hai Ya was pondering whether bringing them back would provide them with more value. Hai Ya pondered for a moment. In fact, there was enough space within the villa area's base, and taking a few people back would not be a problem at all. However, they must also have value, otherwise, Hai Ya would not do something like bringing back a few useless people to freeload. After stroking his chin and thinking for a while, Hai Ya suddenly remembered a famous minister from ancient times, Guanzhong, the founder of official prostitutes. In fact, in the post-apocalyptic world, beautiful women are a very popular resource, since everyone is under immense pressure and needs to vent their emotions. Therefore, if I bring these women back to the base and gradually develop the base into a government brothel, then other people's attachment to the base will increase significantly. The most obvious benefit is that you can get supplies delivered by customers. After all, with the official approval of the city lord's mansion, the quality can definitely be guaranteed. As for the women kneeling in front of Hai Ya at this moment, they would be more than enough to be used as top courtesans. I imagine that when it opens, the business will be booming, and the single young and middle-aged men in the base will definitely be even more motivated to work for the base. As Hai Ya pondered this, a slight smile finally appeared on his lips. It seemed that the women kneeling beside him were quite valuable, at least they could fully realize their potential. When the women around Hai Ya saw that the only person who could save them seemed to be in a good mood, their eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then they began to plead again. This time, faced with their pleas, Hai Ya did not refuse them. After pondering for a moment, he spoke slowly and in a deep voice. You can live, but from now on you must obey my orders completely. You cannot disobey me no matter what I tell you to do. Of course, I won't let you die, but rather I will let you realize your greatest value. Hai Ya spoke slowly, not paying much attention to the anxious expressions of the women around him. Anyway, I really didn't have any other intentions, I just wanted them to play their biggest role in the apocalypse. Can I generate electricity for love, my darlings? Chapter 91, The Impossible Thing. Hai Ya, I provided you with food and drink, what's wrong with putting in a little effort? On the second floor of the supermarket, after hearing Hai Ya's words, the women, though somewhat apprehensive, nodded firmly. After all, staying here would only lead to death, while leaving with this handsome guy would offer a chance to survive. Who said people commit suicide in despair? If that were the case, wouldn't everyone have committed suicide after the end of the world? Of course, there may be exceptions, but these women are definitely the type who struggle to survive. After all, they have endured all kinds of humiliation and abuse. As the girls agreed, Hai Ya nodded to signal them to get up, and they obediently followed behind him, slowly walking downstairs. Upon arriving at the first floor, the girls were immediately terrified by the bloody and horrific scene. However, they suddenly felt the entire space flash by. When they blinked again, they found themselves at the entrance of the supermarket, and the fresh air around them told them that they had indeed entered a different space. The girls were all stunned, looking at their surroundings. But then, Hai Ya suddenly threw several pieces of clothing at them, saying at the same time, "It's quite cold outside. We'll be joining the main group soon, so don't expose yourselves too much." The women held the long down jackets in their hands, and after listening to Hai Ya's instructions, they were deeply moved. Because it has been a long time since any strong person has treated them as one person, let alone a top-tier handsome guy. Looking at Hai Ya's stunning good looks, the women all felt a mix of emotions they shouldn't have, because their relationship was destined to be impossible. Hurry up, we need to get back to the assembly point. Seeing their stunned state, Hai Ya gave a light shout, and the women snapped out of their daze and quickly put on long down jackets, covering up all their spring exposure. After finishing their preparations, Hai Ya led the group and used spatial teleportation to catch up with the advancing team. Hai Ya has spent about half an hour in the supermarket area, so the migrating crowd must have already walked quite a distance. Therefore, upon returning to the initial point of separation and finding no trace of the migrating population, they headed directly forward. About 2 minutes later, Hai Ya saw the very conspicuous mucus barrier. There's no way around it, the mucus barrier is just too huge. As long as it's within sight, you can see its tracks. Without pausing, Hai Ya led the girls forward, and after a few quick movements, he arrived at the very front of the group. At the forefront of the migrating crowd, Ma Guobao was still leading the way. After all, he was a talented and strong individual, so the physical exertion of traveling had no impact on him at all. Ma Guobao was surprised to see Hai Ya suddenly appear. After a moment of surprise, he came to his senses, because they were already familiar with Hai Ya's elusive nature. "Young master, you're back." Ma Guobao smiled and greeted Hai Ya, then looked up and saw several unfamiliar women behind him. The women's glamorous makeup stirred something in Ma Guobao's mind. Could they be his mistresses again? However, Haiye clearly knew what Magwaba was thinking, so he spoke up to remind him. They're going to the new base with the team. Don't worry about them too much, just treat them like ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Magwaba immediately understood what it meant, because upon closer inspection, he realized that the women were indeed not up to Haiye's standards, and therefore he had no other thoughts. After instructing the girls to follow the group, he came to Haiye's side and they proceeded together. As Haiye walked along, he waited for Magwaba to approach before casually asking. Nothing unexpected happened just now, right? Upon hearing this, Magwaba shook his head and then replied. In the 10 minutes or so since we set off, nothing unexpected has happened, and the team has been moving forward steadily. I also checked the map. The relocation team has covered about a third of the distance so far, and they are not too far from reaching the villa area. Haiye nodded slightly, quite confident in Magwaba's command and leadership abilities, and thus said nothing more. However, walking like this is really a bit boring. It's not tiring, but I'm getting tired of it. After pondering for a moment, Haiye raised an eyebrow, then said to the Slime Lord with a meaningful expression. Venom, can your slime really change shape and take on various forms? The Slime Lord had already merged with the barrier, but upon hearing Haiye's summons, it immediately snapped back to attention and replied. That's right, Master. It can basically take on all sorts of forms. After all, fluid creatures may not be strong in other abilities, but this is definitely their area of expertise. Hearing this answer, Haiye nodded in satisfaction, and then continued. In that case, conjure up a large horse and see what happens, preferably one that you can control. Haiye had long since learned to ride a horse, so now, driven by interest, he wanted to give it a try. Upon learning of Haiye's thoughts, the Slime Lord replied quite simply and directly. That should be fine, but I'll need to control the horses to get them moving. After responding, the Slime Lord quickly separated a slime tentacle and then rapidly constructed a large black horse in front of Haiye according to proportions. The slime horse didn't look disgusting at all, on the contrary, it was rather handsome. Therefore, Haiye's lips curled up slightly, indicating that he liked it very much. Okay, I'll go up and give it a try. You control the horse and move it forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Haiye mounted his horse and began to experience the thrill of riding. The Slime Lord felt as if it had been tricked, but it dared not disobey Haiye's orders, and could only grunt in a muffled voice. Yes, Master, I will urge the horse upon you. Haiye merely smiled and didn't respond to the Slime Lord's reaction, knowing he definitely wouldn't be walking anymore anyway. I'll leave this part of the journey to the villa area to the Slime Lord. After all, I provided with food and drink, so how can I not contribute something? After Haiye obtained a warhorse for transportation, the migrating caravan continued its journey towards its destination. Occasionally, unexpected situations may arise on the road, such as too many zombies to take a detour. In these cases, Haiye can resolve them in a few moves, so there are no major problems. Is anyone there? Chapter 92, in the apocalypse, having no value is equivalent to death. Returning to the Hai family villa. After leaving the supermarket and joining the relocation team, Haiye traveled with the team all the way. The remaining 2/3 of the journey took about 3.5 hours. There were no major problems along the way, and any fools who came to provoke them were all killed. It was nearly 7 p.m., and the sky had darkened. The relocation team of 1,000 people could now see the outline of the villa area. The city wall on the right side of the villa area is not yet completed, but just by looking at the tall and upright city wall on the left, one can tell how majestic this giant city is. The new base is far superior to the previous hotel area. From any perspective, relocating the villa area to establish a new base is the right choice. After all, to achieve development, there must be enough room to accommodate it. Haiye rode the warhorse formed from the Slime Lord at the forefront, followed by a 1,000-strong army that moved slowly forward. They were about to arrive at their destination, and all the migrants were in high spirits. Although they will only be the lowest class of people no matter where they live, at least their living environment has improved and they are living more comfortably. Therefore, the migrating people's worship and respect for Hai Wuyan was beyond compare. Being able to live in a comfortable environment gives them a greater motivation to survive. At the front of the group, Haiye watched as they drew closer to the villa area and slowly exhaled. Then he turned to Magwaba and said, Old Ma, the new base is just ahead, but half of the city wall is still under construction. I'll finish it tonight. After you lead the group into the villa area, proceed as we discussed earlier. Also, for the time being, ignore the survivors in the villa area. Arrange for them to stay overnight, and we'll make all the necessary assignments tomorrow. After all, they don't deserve to live in a villa and enjoy life. The relocated people will definitely have to live in a dormitory. The comfortable environment in the detached villas can't be given to them for free, otherwise how can I manage them? As for the original survivors in the villa area, they cannot be allowed to sit back and enjoy the benefits. After all, there are no demolition households in the apocalypse that can allow them to enjoy protection. However, no decision has been made yet on what measures to take against the original survivors. The most serious option would be to kill them all, while a more lenient approach would be to let them live in the same dormitory as the relocated people. But let's gather them tomorrow and see how the original survivors react. If they react strongly and resist, then we'll just kill them all to save trouble. If they're willing to obediently follow orders, then they can stay and serve as part of the base. HiYA is no benevolent person. If he cannot provide value to the base, he will absolutely not show mercy. Magwabao followed behind HiYA. Upon hearing the order, he immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, young master. I will make sure there are no mistakes in the personnel arrangements. As for the original survivors, I will do my best to reconcile them. Upon hearing this reply, HiYA shook his head, then pondered for a moment and said, Don't bother trying to mediate. The more friendly you are, the more they will take advantage of you. Just deal with the original survivors tomorrow. Once you're in the base, you can arrange the relocation of the personnel. HiYA didn't care about the original survivors at all. If they knew what was good for them, he would let them live. If they dared to cause trouble, he would kill them all. Anyway, he didn't need these disobedient people. After hearing this reply, Ma Guobao understood HiYA's views on the original survivors. He nodded to show that he understood and did not think about it any further. As they drew closer to the villa area, Ma Guobao, having received HiYA's approval, went to the rear to relay the order. The combat squad of over 100 people naturally acted as the mouthpiece for the message, and the crowd was naturally overjoyed upon hearing the news. Time passed slowly, and after about 10 minutes, the migrating team, after a long and arduous journey, finally arrived at this new and magnificent base. The beautiful environment of the base greatly inspired everyone, and Ma Guobao and other managers were equally delighted. It was their first time visiting the villa area, so they were full of curiosity about it. Upon entering the villa area, the Slime Lord ceased maintaining the barrier. Once the barrier dissipated, Ma Guobao immediately ordered the combat squad to maintain order. Arriving here is only the first step. Maintaining order and arranging various affairs are the most important tasks, since management is always the most difficult. However, now that he had arrived at the base, HiYA had no interest in staying any longer. He handed over all the management affairs to Ma Guobao and hurried back to the Hai family villa. Inside the Hai family villa, there wasn't enough room for all the women to sit at the dining table, so they were basically eating separately. There was a natural barrier between the women who came from the hotel and the women who were already in the villa area. Although they didn't really care, their various unseen actions still showed the hotel's closeness to the hotel and the villa area's closeness to the villa area. As for the 4 elders, they voluntarily moved to another courtyard to live, as they couldn't stand staying here. When HiYA returned this time, he once again used spatial teleportation to appear in the living room. The women were already somewhat used to HiYA's sudden appearance, so they didn't have much of an emotional reaction. HiYA looked at the women and didn't know who to greet first, so he smiled at them and sat down on the sofa. The Hai family villa has its own generator, so a DVD movie is playing on the TV right now. HiYA sat down next to Xiaoxiaoyu, leaned close to her ear, and chuckled as he said, You love watching movies so much? Whenever a movie is on TV, you're usually the one watching it with great interest. Xiaoxiaoyu felt the warm breath on her ear, her face flushed slightly, but she snorted and pouted, saying, So what if I like watching? They all have their own things to do, which makes me look like I have nothing better to do. HiYA pulled Xiaoxiaoyu into his arms and then watched with her without saying anything more. After all, after resting for a while, HiYA still had to build the remaining half of the wall. Xiaoxiaoyu was somewhat resistant to HiYA's actions because she felt uncomfortable being held by him alone in front of everyone. However, after struggling for a while without success, she simply leaned on HiYA's shoulder. At least for this short while, HiYA belonged to her alone. One more chapter as a transition, and at most the next chapter will begin the next part of the story. Thank you for reading this far, dear readers. Love you all. Chapter 93, a new chapter. HiYA, Xiaoyan, how have you been lately? The night was quiet, but tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful for the villa district. The people moving might be so excited that they couldn't sleep all night, while Hai Ya had already arrived at the main entrance of the villa area. Because the main road separates the villa area from the city center, Hai Ya decided to build a city wall directly on the edge of the area. As for the other three sides, they have certainly been expanded, but here they are still being demolished and rebuilt in their original locations. Hai Ya arrived at the main gate of the villa area. The main city gate had not yet been built, so the rest of the city wall would be built after the city gate was completed. Because this is the face of the entire base, Hai Ya decided to build it into a structure that could not be compared to the other three city gates. The main city gate is planned to be 50 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 20 meters high. With such a city gate serving as the facade, the entire base exudes a completely different aura. At the very least, the immediate impression it gives is one of grandeur, magnificence, and imposing power. Having made up his mind, Hai Ya quickly began to work. Because he already had ample experience, the construction of the city gate was also very rapid. A few minutes later, a colossal work of art, seemingly created by nature, appeared out of thin air on the earth. After the city gate was completed, Hai Ya continued to build the city wall area. The city wall area was the same as before, consisting entirely of buildings that were 10 meters high and 4 meters wide. The construction of the city wall was very fast. In about an hour, the section of the city wall connecting the main city gate to the east city gate was completed. After the last city gate is built, it will only take a little over an hour for the entire magnificent city wall of the base to be completed. Once this basic defensive fortification is established, the base's security will be fundamentally guaranteed, allowing it to enter a phase of rapid development. However, if the base wants to develop rapidly, there is still the issue of loyalty that needs to be resolved, but that's a matter for later. It depends on whether someone has the talent or ability to achieve that. Hai Ya always prioritized the development of the base over its own strength, so he didn't pay much attention to the potential problems of the base. While pondering his plans for the future, Hai Ya continued working. After about an hour of continuous construction, the entire city wall area of the base was finally completed. Hai Ya stood on the high ground, admiring his masterpiece for a while, before using spatial teleportation to head towards the Hai family villa. It's getting late. After I get back and take a hot shower, I'll have to start working on winning over the next female lead. Currently, there are 2 female protagonists in the Hai family villa who have not yet been won over by Hai Ya. Those are Lin Ruru and Wei Anqi. Lin Ruru is Lin Yi's younger sister, and they have known each other for a longer time, so Hai Ya is more inclined to win her over today. After all, Wei Anqi has S-level combat talent, so it's best to slowly win her heart and then use other strategies to conquer her. Moreover, Wei Anqi's combat strength, once she matured, can be said to be the strongest person in the base besides Hai Ya. Neither Yi Xue nor Luo Danxia could match Wei Anqi in terms of combat strength. Once Anji, the defender, has developed her combat prowess, then when I'm away on campaign, I can confidently entrust the base's rear to her. So after thinking it over, Hai Ya decided to start with Lin Ruru tonight, since she was one of the important original female leads anyway. Soon Hai Ya returned to the Hai family villa. He ignored the women and went straight into the bathroom to wash up. While taking a hot shower, Hai Ya suddenly thought of Yifan and Xiaoyan. It's been a long time since I bestowed blessings upon these 2 destined protagonists. It has been quite some time since they last parted ways in the dimensional secret realm, but the system has not sent any notifications during this time, which means that they have not yet obtained any important opportunities. Even so, Hai Ya still wanted to know what they were doing at the moment. He hadn't even checked on Xiaoyan after injecting a biological tracker into his body. Hai Ya's lips curled up slightly, and then, while taking a hot shower, he began to communicate with the bio-tracker inside Xiaoyan's body. The bio-tracker is a product of the system. Whenever Hai Ya wants to investigate the information of the person being injected, he can directly play the scene in his mind. As Hai Ya thought of Xiaoyan, a scene from God's perspective quickly appeared in his mind. Hai Ya closed his eyes to watch the scene unfold, and soon he could clearly see Xiaoyan's figure. In the scene, the surrounding environment is pitch black, but Xiaoyan's chariot is speeding along, and the chariot's headlights illuminate the road ahead. Xiaoyan was currently driving his chariot at high speed, and judging from the road, he should still be within the area of Donghai City. The road was densely packed with zombies and various obstacles, but Xiaoyan's chariot crushed them all. Hai Ya remembered that before parting ways with Xiaoyan last time, he had burned all of Xiaoyan's chariots, but now, looking at the exterior of the chariots, there was nothing unusual about them. This bio-tracker supports 3 viewing perspectives, a third-person, godlike view, and a first-person view. Unable to discern anything from the god's eye view, Hai Ya switched to a third-person perspective to see the interior of the chariot. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted, and Hye was now seeing a third-person perspective. Upon seeing the interior of the chariot, Hye couldn't help but chuckle. The interior of this vehicle can no longer be described as luxurious, it's practically top-notch in terms of interior design. The chariot was completely dark, with almost all the furniture and interior furnishings destroyed. Apart from the lights on the chariot itself illuminating the interior, there were no other household items left. Even the once luxurious bed can now only be replaced by a tattered cloth, and there are no quilts, only a few tattered clothes picked up from who knows where to cover it. At this moment, inside Xiaoyan's chariot, apart from a large bed, it was practically bare, even to the point of exaggeration to describe it as having nothing at all. After scanning the interior of the chariot, Hye turned around and looked at Xiaoyan's expression. The once spirited Xiaoyan was now pale and listless, looking as if he hadn't eaten enough, and in a state of mental distress as if he was about to faint. Seeing Xiaoyan like this, Hye was truly filled with emotion, wondering if he had been too cruel before. I've started writing a new storyline. From now on, the focus will be on suppressing the main character, winning over the female lead, and winning over the female protagonist destined for the main character. The base is complete, and a new chapter in the apocalypse has begun. Chapter 94, Xiaoyan's Serendipitous Mission, A Young Girl's Impulsive Infatuation. It was late at night, and Hye was taking a hot bath while watching Xiaoyan's current state. Xiaoyan's chariot was now nothing more than a tortoise shell, offering no enjoyment other than protection. At this moment, Xiaoyan also looked extremely listless, much like the usual survivors who had suffered from starvation. Xiaoyan ended up in this state, of course, thanks to Hye. Otherwise, according to the original timeline, Xiaoyan should be living a life of luxury in his chariot, surrounded by beautiful women. But now, let alone enjoy life, Xiaoyan's very survival is in question. He is a person with little talent and combat ability, and since his chariot was burned to ashes last time, he has fallen into a state of complete despair. Looking at Xiaoyan now, Hye found it hard to suppress the urge to smile. But seeing Xiaoyan's serious expression as he hurried along, could it be that he was about to go somewhere again? Hye pondered for a moment, then adjusted his view to look at the chariot's control screen. On the screen, a route was displayed, and the chariot was still 6 kilometers away from its destination. Looking at the target location, Hye had no idea where it was somewhere in the suburbs of Donghai City, anyway. However, Hye was not in a hurry, because if Xiaoyan was indeed heading to the next opportunity location, the system would also send a notification. So if Xiaoyan is indeed heading to the place of opportunity, then it won't be long before the system sends a notification to Hye, telling him it's time to set off again. Hye kept an eye on Xiaoyan's surroundings until he finished his hot bath and washed up, then he left his sight. After a full cycle of drying and blow-drying her hair, 10 minutes had passed, and at that moment a system notification sounded. Ding! The protagonist Xiaoyan of the second main quest is waiting to acquire crucial resources for upgrading his chariot. Ever since his last opportunity was stolen, Xiaoyan has been waiting for a chance for revenge. If he succeeds this time, it will be a rebirth. Therefore, it is recommended that the host go and plunder. Opportunity introduction. The shortcuts bestowed by the gods are often fraught with danger and doubt, but once successfully embarked upon, they will be a magnificent rebirth. Clues. Within a natural arena lies a mysterious cave. Entering its depths will grant you a divine reward. 23 hours 58 minutes and 16 seconds. Upon hearing this long-awaited system notification, Hye's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems my guess was right. The place Xiaoyan was just heading to was the place where he would obtain the next opportunity. No wonder he looked so determined. But Xiaoyan, I can only apologize to you for this misfortune. According to the system prompt, there should be one more day before the opportunity to enter that location is available, so Hye was not in a hurry to go immediately. It's already late at night, and I still have important matters to attend to. As for seizing the opportunity from Xiaoyan, I can set off tomorrow. Anyway, Xiaoyan has a biological tracker inside his body, so Hye can know his exact location. He's not worried about not being able to find him at all. With these thoughts in mind, Hye left the bathroom area and went to the living room. There was no one in the living room on the second floor at that moment. After looking around, Hye realized something very awkward. That means he had no idea where the women's bedrooms were. After arranging for the women to stay here, Hye didn't pay attention to their accommodations. For the past 2 days, he had just found a room to sleep in, sleeping wherever he could find someone. But he didn't run into Lin Ruru and Lin Yi, which left him feeling a bit speechless. It's so late, it's not really appropriate to knock on each door one by one. TSK. Hai Ya sighed slightly, then realized he could use spatial teleportation to check them one by one. After all, although there are many rooms, it won't take much time to explore them. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Hai Ya set off and began to check the nearest room. There are 6 rooms on the second floor. After exploring the 5th room, Hai Ya finally found Lin Yi and Lin Ruru. The 2 women were already asleep. Since they met at the Hai family villa, they had been staying together every night, as they didn't want to experience separation again. After glancing at the 2 women, Hai Ya stroked his chin, lost in thought. Lin Yi didn't need to have any worries, after all, she was already his real wife. But at this moment, should he really start to win over Lin Ruru? Although Lin Yi probably wouldn't have any objections, Lin Ruru would definitely refuse her because of shyness or other reasons, right? After all, this is in front of my sister. Therefore, considering all factors, Hai Ya feels that this time the chances are slim. But since we've come all this way, we can't just leave empty-handed, can we? Therefore, Hai Ya was somewhat conflicted, but after pondering for a while, he made a decision. That means whether you like it or not, just get it done first. Since I'll be resting here tonight anyway, I'm too lazy to bother going out anymore. With this in mind, Hai Ya prepared to take action. But just then, Lin Ruru on the bed let out a soft moan, then rolled over and curled up, clutching her stomach. Seeing this, Hai Ya sensed that the other person was about to get up and go to the bathroom, since he himself had that kind of energy before. Therefore, Hai Ya did not stay in the same place. He used a spatial teleportation to leave the bedroom and came to the living room to sit down and turn on the small lamp. Lin Ruru's bedroom doesn't have a bathroom, so she'll definitely have to use the bathroom in the living room later. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, a door clicked open, followed by a series of quick but light footsteps. Lin Ruru clutched her stomach and quickly left the bedroom, heading towards the bathroom in the living room. She was curious to see the living room light still on, but what she was more anxious about was going to the toilet. I don't know if she ate something bad during the day, but she suddenly had a stomachache while she was sleeping. Lin Ruru quickly walked to the living room. When she saw Hai Ya sitting there, she was immediately taken aback and then involuntarily asked, "Brother Hai, why are you here alone so late? Aren't you going to rest?" Lin Ruru definitely likes Hai Ya. It's a romantic kind of liking, but she's a little shy about taking the initiative. There are many reasons, but the most important one is that she felt Hai Ya was surrounded by beautiful women, so he probably wasn't interested in her. Not wanting to create an awkward situation for both of them, she buried her impulsive feelings deep in her heart. Although Lin Ruru had fantasized about their future together, reality is not a fantasy, it must be grounded in reality. Ideally, Lin Ruru's ultimate skill should be one that helps the base expand. Chapter 95, Hai Ya, I'll say it again, I'm still pretty good at fooling the female lead. Skill, thought imprint. In the living room on the second floor, the two looked at each other. Hearing Lin Ruru's question and seeing her furrowed brow as she clutched the object, Hai Ya chuckled and said, "Don't worry about me. You've caught a cold and your stomach hurts. Go on, don't worry about me." Hearing Hai Ya's response, Lin Ruru blushed slightly, nodded, and then walked towards the bathroom. Lin Ruru went into the bathroom and came out looking comfortable not long after, while Hai Ya was still flipping through books in the living room. Lin Ruru sat down next to Hai Ya, then asked with some confusion, "Brother Hai, how come I never realized you loved reading so much?" Hai Ya, with his legs crossed, replied while flipping through a book. "I did it out of interest, and I wanted to calm myself down. Mainly, I don't usually have time to read." Lin Ruru stared blankly at Hai Ya's profile, so she didn't hear everything he said. After a moment of stunned silence, she came to her senses and said to Hai Ya with a slightly apologetic tone, "Sorry. I was a little distracted just now. Brother Hai, you should get some rest. I'm going back to sleep." As Lin Ruru spoke, she stood up, because she felt a certain emotion rising within her, as if she couldn't help but express her feelings. Therefore, in order to avoid embarrassment, she had to suppress her emotions and quickly leave Hai Ya. However, at this moment, Hai Ya grabbed Lin Ruru and pulled her back to sit on the sofa, then said softly, Ro, let's read a book together for a while tonight. If you want to go back to your bedroom, I have no objection." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruru was momentarily stunned, then nodded without objection and agreed. "Okay, Brother Hai, I'll stay with you." After receiving a reply, Hai Ya took out the book and read it with Lin Ruru. However, reading books is just a means to an end. The main purpose is to win over Lin Ruru. The two were very close at this moment, but Lin Ruru still maintained some reserve and did not lean on Hai Ya's shoulder. After reading books together for a while, Hi casually pulled Lin Ruru into his arms. Lin Ruru and Lin Yi have very similar eyebrows and eyes, and their overall appearances are about 70% alike. However, Lin Yi is more mature and steady, while Lin Ruru has a more childlike appearance. Of course, the two are the same age, but Lin Yi came out a few minutes earlier. So sometimes, Hi really can't tell who is who between the two. But none of that matters, because both of them definitely belong to me, and that's enough. Lin Ruru was pulled into an embrace without warning, and her body stiffened as if she had been electrocuted. She then quickly relaxed. It must have been an accident. Why would Brother Hi hug me for no reason? Lin Ruru's thoughts were in turmoil, and she couldn't concentrate on reading at all. Hi noticed this, but he still held her close and didn't let go. As for the purpose, it was of course to test the other party's attitude. If there was no refusal, then tonight could basically be considered a victory. At this moment, Lin Ruru really had no intention of resisting, and even enjoyed it to some extent after relaxing her mind and body. After all, it wasn't her intention, she simply didn't want to disturb Hai Gij's focused reading. As Lin Ruru thought to herself, her ears burned slightly. After all, she had never had any intimate contact with that man since she was a child, except for her family. Lin Ruru glanced at Hi who was engrossed in his book, and then unconsciously rested her head on his shoulder without even realizing it. Ro, do you like me? Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Hi didn't waste any more time. He suddenly spoke, breaking Lin Ruru's peaceful enjoyment. Ah. I didn't. I don't know, no. Brother Hi, I actually. Lin Ruru looked extremely flustered. Could it be that Hai Gij had found out about her hidden thoughts? That would be so awkward. What if Hai Gij doesn't like me? Does that mean I have to stay away from him from now on? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Ruru's mind in a short time, and finally, with her eyes slightly red, she said to Hi I'm sorry, Brother Hi. I don't know if I really meant it, but I know it's wrong. I promise I won't think like that again. Can we still live together from now on? As Lin Ruru spoke, she began to sob slightly, because she didn't know what the consequences would be after her words were brought to light. Will Hi stay away from her? Will they never contact me again? Or will I still be very disappointed in myself? However, just as Lin Ruru was sobbing softly, Hi responded with a series of actions. Hi looked at the sobbing, humble Lin Ruru, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then, he lifted her chin and, to her astonishment, quickly and firmly kissed her. Wa'ada. Lin Ruru stared wide-eyed at Hi who had his eyes closed. After struggling slightly, she quickly immersed herself in this first experience. Hi didn't know if there were any empty rooms in the house, so he simply took Lin Ruru and went to the attic. Upon arriving at the attic and lighting up the dim light, Hi took out several sets of quilts and laid them out on the floor, since Lin Ruru's physical condition wasn't that strong. As for what will happen next, everything will fall into place naturally without any surprises. The moonlight shone on the attic, making it seem as if there were figures swaying. A series of heart-wrenching cries for help came from who knows where. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully recruited one of Xiaoyan's key allies and have received the skill reward, thought imprint. The next morning, Hi was awakened by the sunlight. At the same time, the system notification sounded, and Hi was immediately stunned upon hearing the reward he had received. Isn't this skill a bit too overpowered? Although Hi didn't know much about this skill, he had heard about its power to some extent. With this skill, one can brainwash others on a large scale, making them believe even the most absurd things. And isn't the effect of this skill exactly what the base needs? The base is currently in a period of rapid development, so population expansion is essential. Previously, there was a concern that new recruits might not be very loyal to the base, but now that concern is gone. With the presence of the thought imprint, Hi was able to make everyone in the base firmly believe that he was a god. With all worries gone, it's time to truly do whatever you want. Chapter 96, Preparations Before Departure, Selection of Personnel. Bathed in the morning light, Hi slowly stood up and stretched. After last night's hard work, the system finally gave me a very suitable skill. The thought imprint is practically a bug-like existence. With its power, there's no need to worry about instability arising after the base expands rapidly. After all, when everyone takes Hi as their faith and firmly believes that only by obeying Hi can they have a bright future, then even if Hi asks them to die, they will obey unconditionally. Therefore, Hi was extremely satisfied with the skill thought imprint, as its effects and capabilities were far more powerful than the other skills he had acquired before. He got up and prepared to take a hot shower as usual. After each struggle, he was always a little uncomfortable because he was not very dry. Lin Ruru was still asleep, but leaving her on the balcony wasn't a good idea, so he used his spatial teleportation to carry her back to the bedroom before heading to the bathroom. Lin Yi was nowhere to be found in the bedroom, but Hai Ya didn't seem to care. According to the system notification given last night, the opportunity location will open around 1 a.m., so there is still plenty of time. While washing up, Hai Ya pondered who he should take with him on this quest to seize an opportunity. Actually, it doesn't matter whether we bring people or not, but the main reason is to be prepared for any eventuality. After all, if we need to split up, then having more people will be an advantage. So bring insurance for 2 people, as long as they won't be a burden to you. However, we need to reconsider who to bring this time. The base has just been relocated, so the 3 managers can't leave yet. The ideological imprint hasn't taken effect yet, but they won't have to worry about the base's situation in the future. Since we can't bring the 3 of them along, who should we take with us? While scrubbing himself in the bath, Hai Ya pondered the candidates. You can actually take your wives along for a stroll, since this opportunity is definitely in a secret realm, and with a secret realm, you can certainly gain experience and level up. But on second thought, if it's for gaining experience, it would be better to take them to the first secret realm, since we're already familiar with that place. Therefore, it's best not to bring them along when venturing into an unfamiliar secret realm for the first time, otherwise they might distract you. After thinking for a while, Hai Ya suddenly thought of 2 very good candidates, Wei Anqi and her secretary Su Qiao. If these 2 work together, their combat power is actually stronger than that of most of the talented individuals in the base. In other words, Wang Yan's strength is definitely superior to Wei Anqi's, while the others are completely incapable of defeating the 2 women. Moreover, there's an old saying that goes something like this: when a man and a woman go on an adventure alone, it's very easy for sparks of love to fly between them. Therefore, bringing Wei Anqi and the other 2 women along this time would not only help him, but also hopefully allow him to win them over. Su Qiao didn't care, but Wei Anqi had to be won over. After all, the rewards for abducting an S-class heroine would be quite substantial. Having considered this matter, Hai Ya had made a decision to seize Xiaoyan's opportunity by taking Wei Anqi and Su Qiao with him. They probably wouldn't refuse an adventure. After washing up, Hai Ya went directly to the villa to look for them. To be honest, Hai Ya didn't know which room the 2 of them lived in, so he found Bai Rujie, who was closest to him, and asked her about Wei Anqi's bedroom. Bai Rujie was very meticulous. She remembered everyone's bedroom and personality preferences. When Hai Ya asked, she immediately told him the location. They used to live in the 2nd bedroom on the 1st floor of the villa. If they haven't moved, that's where they are. I haven't seen them for a day. Neither of them likes coming here, so I'm not very familiar with them. Hai Ya nodded after receiving the reply, then pinched Bai Rujie's peach before heading straight for the villa. The 4 elders of the Hai family also lived in the villa, so the villa still had a very strong sense of daily life. Hai Ya arrived at the living room on the 1st floor. The 4 elders were not there, so he went directly to the 2nd bedroom to check on the situation. Upon arriving at the 2nd bedroom, Hai Ya found the door locked from the inside, so he knocked on it, since they weren't his actual wives yet. Soon, Hai Ya knocked on the door, and a question came from inside. Who is it? What do you want? The speaker was Su Qiao. She and Wei Anqi were sleeping together, each with their own quilt. She had just woken up when she heard Hai Ya knocking on the door. As for Wei Anqi, she was still sleeping, and no one knew what they had been doing last night. Hai Ya, are you still not up? Hai Ya asked a question in return, and Su Qiao inside immediately responded loudly after hearing the reply, then quickly got up and went to the door to open it. With a click, the door opened, and Su Qiao, dressed in a thin nightgown, appeared before us. Not to mention, Su Qiao's figure is also top-notch. After all, Wei Anqi, as the boss, is perfect in every way, so how could her personal secretary be any worse? At this moment, Su Qiao bowed slightly and smiled at Hai Ya. She was a little embarrassed and didn't know whether she should let him in, since neither of them was dressed properly and it was not appropriate to face outsiders. Mr. Hai, you've arrived. Would you like to come in? Hai Ya noticed this as well, and so he spoke up. It's getting late. You 2 get up and come to the living room. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing Hai Ya's words, Su Qiao immediately nodded, agreed, and turned to go back. Hai Ya, on the other hand, went to the living room to wait. As Su Qiao turned and returned to the bed, Wei Anqi had already sat up against the headboard. She asked Su Qiao, who had just returned. Is it Mr. Hai? Su Qiao nodded and quickly replied. That's right. Mr. Hai said he had something to discuss with us and asked us to get up and go to the living room. Wei Anqi nodded in agreement, and then quickly got up and dressed. Before Hai Wei had to wait long, Wei Anqi and Su Qiao arrived in the living room, dressed neatly. Upon seeing Hai Wei sitting upright, the two of them immediately went over and sat down on the sofa. Mr. Hai, is there something you want to discuss with us? I heard Su Qiao say that you asked us to come over and discuss this. Wei Anqi leaned forward slightly and smiled at Hai Wei. After all, she was under someone else's roof at the moment, and she had to take Hai Wei seriously. They're going to suppress Xiao Yan right away, and this time they've ruined his chance, hee. Chapter 97, The Basic Laws of the World. Hai Wei, Xiao Yan, I'm here. On the living room sofa, Hai Wei nodded slowly and then recounted his trip. Although Hai Wei thought the two women would most likely go, he still had to give them the right to choose, since he didn't like forcing them. After hearing Hai Wei's description, both women fell into deep thought. Su Qiao didn't mind if Wei Anqi was willing to go, she would definitely go with her. After all, as Wei Anqi's personal secretary, she had long been prepared to take the bullet for the other party, so whether to go or not was entirely up to Wei Anqi to decide. Wei Anqi was also hesitant at this moment. It wasn't that she was worried about Hai Wei's strength, but that she was worried that her own strength was too weak, which would drag Hai Wei down and put Su Qiao in danger as well. After pondering for a while, Wei Anqi decided to tell Hai Wei about her concerns. Upon hearing that this was what Wei Anqi was worried about, Hai Wei chuckled and waved his hand, then said to Wei Anqi in a serious tone. Regarding your concern, I can assure you that you don't need to worry. I will handle everything related to the battle. I brought you along to increase your courage, which will allow you to contribute to the base. So, are you still hesitating? After Hai Wei finished speaking, he leaned back, crossed his arms, and smiled silently at Wei Anqi. Upon seeing this scene and hearing Hai Wei's words, Wei Anqi's brows gradually relaxed, and she chuckled softly in response. All right, Mr. Hai. In that case, I'm willing to go. I hope we can have a pleasant adventure together. Seeing that Wei Anqi had agreed, Su Qiao also spoke up. I'm willing to go too, wherever Sister Qi goes, I'll go. Seeing this, Hai Wei nodded, then stood up and waved to the two women, saying, Okay, let's have breakfast and then head there. Hai Wei took out some food from his spatial storage and then ate with the two women. Meanwhile, during this process, Hai Wei also communicated with the biological tracker and learned Xiao Yan's exact location. At this moment, Xiao Yan is located in the western suburbs of Donghai City, about 30 kilometers away from the Linjiang Villa district. If you travel at Hai Wei's speed, it will take about an hour and a half. Of course, this is because you have to avoid the zombie horde. Otherwise, if you go straight, it will take less than an hour. A dozen minutes later, all three of them finished breakfast. Then, Hai Wei did not hesitate any longer and took the two anxious women with him, heading towards Xiao Yan's direction. Since Xiao Yan arrived at the location of the opportunity in his chariot, he had been waiting nearby, so Hai Wei was not worried at all about not being able to find it or following the wrong location. It's unclear how long it will take to reach the location of this opportunity, but with Ma Guobao and others managing the base, there's no need to worry about anything. Hai Wei led the two women westward, quickly leaving the base area and rushing towards their target location. Many days have passed since the apocalypse began, and the survivors and gifted individuals in various places have formed small gathering places. He had seen quite a few people in Shanghai along the way, but he didn't have the time or energy to deal with them at the moment. He would wait until he had time to personally oversee the base's affairs before absorbing people from the surrounding areas. Meanwhile, on the way, Hai Wei also noticed something strange. The zombie army on the road seemed less energetic than before. If Hai Wei hadn't brought the two women along, they would have remained dormant. However, once the human presence dissipated, the once somewhat energetic zombies would fall silent again. Hai Wei observed this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that even the ordinary zombie horde was gradually losing its life force. If they cannot be replenished with flesh and blood, they will eventually face true death. After all, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the new races that evolved from zombies were fewer in number than humans. Therefore, this is just the beginning. Once the zombies also begin to compete for survival of the fittest, the brutality will be even more intense than that among humans. Because many zombies don't even develop intelligence before they are eliminated, they will only experience death again in a daze. Hai Wei, of course, had no thoughts or opinions about this natural law of the world. He is already on a completely different level from ordinary gifted individuals. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he has transcended to become the number one person in the world. While it may sound arrogant to say this, with so many talents and the ability to continuously acquire more in the future, it is only a matter of time before High becomes a transcendent being. Who knows if there's a talent that can grant eternal life? High led the two women westward, and after about an hour and a half, they finally arrived near their destination. There are few buildings here, and not even many zombies, but there is a small grove of trees. Looking at the surrounding environment, High raised an eyebrow, then communicated with the biological tracker to check Xiaoyan's exact location. According to the bio-tracker, Xiaoyan is about 1 kilometer to the southwest of him, and that direction is in a forest. The surrounding environment was very quiet, and it looked a little eerie, but High didn't care. He headed straight for Xiaoyan and soon saw the familiar chariot. Today's tanks have a plain and unadorned appearance, devoid of any decorative items, consisting only of defensive and offensive equipment. As for the interior of the chariot, High was very familiar with it. It was extremely luxurious. High stopped the chariot a short distance away with the two women, then turned to them and said, "Don't make any noise. We need to follow the chariot ahead to our destination, so we can't be spotted by it." Upon hearing this, the two women immediately nodded and then quietly agreed. High then observed the chariot for a while, but quickly lost interest. It's probably around 11 or 12 o'clock now, and there are still about 12 hours until this secret realm opens. However, High couldn't stay here for such a long time, or he would be bored to death. However, going elsewhere now would just be a waste of time, so I can only wait here and find a way to kill time. With that in mind, High took out a camping tent from his spatial storage and casually set it up in a place where Xiaoyan's chariot couldn't see it, as a temporary resting spot. High is fine, but the two women need to rest. Let's play some cards with the two women first, so that Xiaoyan can have another peaceful chapter. Chapter 98, Xiaoyan's Determination. Fu Bao, I'm coming. Under the blazing sun, High rested with the two women in a secluded spot. As for Xiaoyan, he stayed inside the chariot, waiting for the secret realm to open. He was determined to seize this opportunity to defy fate. His burning desire for revenge drove him to the brink of madness. Although Xiaoyan still doesn't know who destroyed his chariot, this only fuels his desire to become stronger. After all, if I don't become stronger, wouldn't that mean that anyone could manipulate me? Staying inside the tank is manageable, but once you leave the tank and enter a dangerous area outside, you might not even be able to protect your own safety. After the Blood Sea secret realm, Xiaoyan searched everywhere for something that could make him stronger. However, his talent meant he could only rely on chariots, so Xiaoyan was very anxious and uneasy. This made Xiaoyan feel both eager and apprehensive about this trip to obtain the tank upgrade items. Xiaoyan was so eager to become stronger so that he wouldn't be bullied by anyone. As for his anxiety, it stemmed from his fear that another stranger would suddenly appear to attack him and rob him of all his victories. If the fruits of this victory are plundered again, then Xiaoyan might really have a mental breakdown. He felt extremely disgusted and frustrated with this kind of life where he could upgrade his war machine but still could only barely survive. Therefore, Xiaoyan did not want any mistakes to occur during this opportunity to upgrade the chariot. However, Xiaoyan was determined to succeed inside the chariot, but little did he know that this opportunity was destined to fail. The reason, of course, is the boundless sea not far away. Inside a small tent, the ground was swaying slightly, and occasional gasps could be heard from inside, as if someone was doing something strenuous. "Ah! Mr. High, please spare me. I'll never dare to bully you again. If you let me go this time, Chi Jia and I promise we won't fight for the landlord's position next time." Inside the tent, the two women and High were playing cards. Since the waiting time was getting rather boring, they casually picked a game to pass the time. However, after hearing Su Qiao's plea for mercy, High lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled as he unleashed a royal flush, taking both of them away. With High victory, he immediately picked up the plastic clips next to him and clipped one to each of the two women's earlobes. Because the two women's noses, faces, and other parts of their bodies were already completely covered, there was simply no room left for them to fit. This caused both women to gasp in surprise, their eyes filled with pitiful longing as they looked at High. But this didn't make High show any mercy. He mocked the two of them without any hesitation and then started the next round. This time, the two girls learned their lesson and didn't try to compete with High for the landlord position, because if they lost, they would have to have clips placed on various parts of their heads. Seeing the expressions on the two girls' faces, High suppressed his laughter and continued playing with them, before starting the next round of entertainment. Compared to Xiaoyan's desolate scene inside the chariot, This place was certainly filled with joy and happiness. However, if we follow the original timeline, Xiaoyan would be feeling very comfortable and happy right now, wouldn't he? Time passed slowly, and soon it was midnight. Ya lay on the rocking chair outside the tent and slowly opened his eyes. According to the system prompts, the passage to the secret realm will open at 12 o'clock, and the opening time of the opportunity locations within the secret realm will be around 1 o'clock. The countdown to that serendipitous opportunity had only a little over an hour left. Ya stood up and looked in the direction of Xiaoyan's chariot. He saw a blue fluorescent secret realm gate about 4 or 5 meters to the left of the chariot. This gate was much smaller than the first secret realm, probably just a mirror with a diameter of 3 meters, and it looked very high-tech, without any sense of terror. Just as Ya was looking at the gate of the secret realm, Xiaoyan had already started the chariot. The chariot roared and vibrated, and soon it sped into the secret realm. Seeing that Xiaoyan had already entered the secret realm, Ya did not hesitate any longer. He turned around, went to the tent, and then went inside to wake up the 2 sleeping women. The 2 women were groggily woken up, and then Ya took their hands and led them into the secret realm. Since the situation inside the secret realm is still unclear, Xiaoyan needs to clear the way. Otherwise, Ya would have already rushed into the secret realm, and there would be no need for Xiaoyan. Ya, who had brought the 2 women into the secret realm, stopped at the initial location of the realm. He needed to observe the surrounding situation before proceeding to the next step. The interior of the secret realm is very small, still located in an underground cave, but surrounded by dense vegetation, making it feel like entering a primeval forest. In the area ahead of the secret realm, there are only 2 forks in the road, both of which look quiet and deep, as if they have a magical attraction that can lure creatures into them. My God! Is this what a hidden paradise looks like? I've never been this amazed by any primeval forest experience center I've ever been to abroad. Wei Anqi was a knowledgeable person, but she was still shocked by the environment inside the secret realm. As for Su Qiao, she also covered her mouth. She was equally shocked by the environment and scene here, because it was a scene rarely seen in the real world. Ya ignored the 2 women's shock. He was carefully observing the road conditions because he wanted to know which road Xiaoyan had taken. There was a thick layer of vines on the ground, but it was relatively flat, making it difficult to discern any traces. Ya narrowed his eyes slightly, then used the Hurricane Walker's talent to sense the surrounding aura and wind direction. Since Xiaoyan just drove his chariot past, it will definitely affect the energy field inside the cave, at least affecting the energy flow in one of the 2 passages. After a while, Ya sensed that the energy field and wind speed inside the passage on the right were more chaotic, clearly indicating that it was affected by external factors. Therefore, Ya was certain that Xiaoyan had headed towards the passage on the right. Without further hesitation, Ya took the 2 still amazed women and headed towards the passage on the right. However, we still need to control our speed, otherwise it won't be fun if Xiaoyan finds out now. Okay, Xiaoyan's good fortune has come again. Chapter 99, The Same Old Annihilation, Xiaoyan's Awkward Situation. 99. They sped along the passage at breakneck speed, Xiaoyan driving his chariot at breakneck speed. Xiaoyan was extremely eager to acquire the item that could upgrade his chariot, so he focused solely on charging forward and paid no attention to his surroundings or the situation behind him. The tanks sped along the road, and some tiny creatures lived in the roadside grass. They were blown down by the hurricanes brought by the tanks, and then, a minute or 2 later, they were startled by the 3 humans. Ya led the 2 women to follow the chariot, keeping a distance of only 1 or 2 minutes between them. They couldn't get too close, but they also couldn't fall too far behind. Otherwise, it might lead to falling behind or missing out on a few small opportunities to plunder. The 2 women had lost their amazement by now, as the environment inside the passage was basically the same and there was nothing to be concerned about. The only thing that gives the 2 women hope now is the monsters that can enhance their strength after being killed. As the scene in front of them repeats itself, they don't say much. After all, Ya was on his way with a serious expression, and they just needed to follow without causing trouble. They were aware of that. After traveling for about 10 minutes, the 2 groups, one in front and one behind, finally stopped. The reason is that not far ahead, there is a group of upright flowers blocking the road. Those flowers in front of us are undoubtedly demons, since there are no other special creatures in the secret realm besides demons. Ya led the 2 women to a stop outside the attack range, and then said to them, "The monsters are ahead. You should stand here and observe for a while." After saying this, Ya immediately used his eye of detection to check the information of the monsters ahead. Name, the flower demon. Race, demon. Ability: this creature has an extremely strong self-healing ability. If it cannot be killed directly in a short time, it will quickly recover to its original state. At the same time, its strength will be enhanced in environments such as grasslands. Furthermore, depending on its strength, it can manipulate different plants to launch attacks of varying power. Strength rating: F+. This is an extremely troublesome monster for ordinary users. It is recommended to use fire or ice attacks, which are effective against this type of monster, to deal more damage. Experience gained from kill: 3 experience bonus only applies to F-rank talents. After reading the information about the flower demon, Ya remained completely unmoved. With his strength, he could basically wipe out large numbers of F-level monsters instantly, so he had no worries at all. Moreover, killing these monsters in front of you will also give you 3 experience points. Given the number of flower demons, it's no problem for you to gain several hundred experience points. Having learned about the monster, Ya turned to the 2 women who were still observing and said, "Don't run around, I'll go and clear out all the monsters ahead." After speaking, Ya ignored the 2 women's reactions and headed straight ahead. As Ya crossed the forbidden line, the flower demons immediately reacted and attacked him in unison. Some of the flower demons controlled the vines to attack, while others attacked on their own, all heading towards Ya from various directions. Ya stopped in his tracks to meet their attack, then gathered lightning in his hands and began to wreak havoc. Lightning can be more damaging to plants than fire. Therefore, Ya directly possessed the electromagnetic Herschers, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a thunderbolt. Once the blooming demon was struck by the thunderbolt, it would instantly wail in pain and then struggle to its death. Furthermore, because lightning deals area of effect damage, Ya could easily kill the monsters, and most of these flower demons were killed in an instant. The 2 women were stunned and speechless upon seeing this explosive scene. Su Qiao stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked, and said to Wei Enqi, "Sister Qi, Mr. Hai can actually summon lightning too. And he seems to be even stronger than you. My goodness. Mr. Hai is truly omnipotent, he's absolutely amazing." Upon hearing Su Qiao's words, Wei Enqi's eyes lit up. Looking at Ya's fighting figure, she couldn't help but feel admiration. Of course, she hasn't realized it yet, she just feels that she respects Ya more and more and is more looking forward to the future. After all, if she can follow in the footsteps of God, then her future will be bright. While the 2 women were thinking different things, Ya's progress in eliminating the flower demon was also nearing its end. Ya now has plenty of mana, and he only used about a third of it to kill the entire flourishing flower demon swarm. Looking at the charred corpses all over the ground, Ya didn't pay much attention. After the notification sound of several hundred experience points being credited rang, Ya turned around and quickly came to the 2 women's side. The 2 women were shocked. Ya didn't say anything more and led them to continue chasing after Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, who was ahead, had now arrived at a circular area covered with thorns. The area was extremely gloomy and eerie, making people shudder involuntarily. Xiaoyan, sitting in the control room of the tank, observed the surrounding situation and frowned, feeling that it was somewhat troublesome. It wasn't that he was afraid of the environment, but rather that he was at a loss as to how to obtain that opportunity reward. His talent in the vehicle upgrade system only suggested that the opportunity was in the vicinity, but after looking around, he couldn't see anything special. Xiaoyan's chariot upgrade system and talents both provide locations, but apart from being full of thorns, there is nothing else noteworthy about this place. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt a great headache because his own strength was very average, only slightly better than that of a normal person. But apart from that, he had no special abilities, so he dared not leave the chariot to explore the surrounding area. After all, danger lurks everywhere within the secret realm, and he dares not risk his life to explore it, which has led to his current very awkward situation. However, in the end, the flames of revenge in his heart were too strong. Xiaoyan took the only remaining flashlight and a machete, then opened the car door and entered this strange space. He lit up his surroundings to check the situation, and after confirming that there was no immediate danger, he began to slowly explore his surroundings. Seeking help from the public, the calf really wants to. Chapter 100, Like a Mocking Ant, Ya, long time no see, Xiaoyan. Inside the secret realm, Xiaoyan was slowly exploring. This thorny cave area may look intimidating, but thankfully no danger has arisen so far. Xiaoyan used his flashlight to illuminate the environment ahead and saw a huge stone tablet behind the thorns. The stone tablet was enormous, but it looked quite dilapidated, with very obvious cracks visible in the gaps between the thorns. Looking at the huge stone tablet, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He had already explored the surrounding environment, and only this stone tablet in front of him was a little special. There was nothing unusual about the rest of the place. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and then used his talent to sense the possible locations of the ore. The clues his talent gave him pointed to the location of the stone tablet. He then used the prompts from the vehicle upgrade system to sense the clues, which also pointed to that huge stone tablet. This result made Xiao Yan's expression turn serious, because he had no idea how to break the stone tablet in front of him. With his strength, he couldn't even budge it, let alone break it. Hateful. If the chariot had been successfully upgraded the first time, destroying a stone monument wouldn't have been difficult at all. It's all that damned person's fault, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Yan was furious. The person he was referring to who deserved to die was, of course, Ya. However, complaining won't do any good. We need to find a way to destroy the stone tablet, otherwise we won't be able to get the resources to upgrade our chariots. After letting out a slight sigh, Xiao Yan turned and returned to the chariot, because he knew he couldn't destroy the stone tablet on his own. Only with the help of the chariot could he possibly succeed. However, after Xiao Yan returned to the chariot and looked around, he couldn't come up with any useful solutions. Xiao Yan was busy with this, but what he didn't know was that the stone tablet would automatically open a simulated passage in a while, so he didn't need to bother destroying the stone tablet at all. But even if Xiao Yan knew this result, it wouldn't matter, because Ya would arrive here soon, right outside this thorny space. After Ya led the two women to kill the entire flourishing flower demon swarm, he wasted no time and immediately followed Xiao Yan's trail. The three of them were now only a minute away from the thorny area and would soon be able to meet Xiao Yan, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Traveling at breakneck speed, Ya arrived at the entrance of the thorn cave in a flash. The three stopped. Ya looked into the cave and saw Xiao Yan's chariot not far ahead, and it was about to start. With a loud rumble, Xiao Yan's chariot suddenly started moving, and Ya, seeing this, smiled slightly and said to the two women, "Don't move around here, I'm going to say hello to some old acquaintances." Upon hearing Ya's instructions, the two women nodded and, without asking any further questions, exchanged a glance and stood aside. As the two women tactfully moved aside, Ya walked directly forward. Now that we've arrived at our destination, there's no need to play hide and seek with Xiao Yan anymore. Let him experience joy once more. With a series of thuds, Ya walked forward, but Xiao Yan, because he was driving a chariot, did not hear the commotion behind him. Upon seeing this, Ya's lips curled up, and he then manipulated the ground in front of Xiao Yan's chariot to slowly raise a stone wall. The stone wall suddenly rose up, which made Xiao Yan think he was seeing an illusion, so he blinked and even played a loudspeaker. Hearing the horn, Ya couldn't help but laugh. So he controlled the stone wall and made it split into two. Then, maneuvering the stone wall, it attacked the chariot from both sides, flanking it with a thunderous roar. This happened so suddenly that Xiao Yan inside the chariot didn't even have time to react. He stared in astonishment at the scene before him, then widened his eyes in terror. What happened? Could it be that some being inside knew about my intention to destroy the stone tablet? So now I need to punish myself? As Xiao Yan pondered this, his fear amplified. Although the attack just now did not cause any real damage to myself or the chariot, who knows what other strange methods might come up? Damn it! Why can't things go my way this time either? Xiao Yan cursed inwardly, then controlled the chariot to quickly reverse backward, trying to break free from the control of the stone wall. Meanwhile, Ya, behind the chariot, raised another stone wall with a playful attitude. Since there is still about half an hour before the opportunity begins, even if I immediately drive Xiao Yan to a breakdown, I will still need to wait here. With a loud bang, the sound of the chariot reversing and crashing into the stone wall rang out. Upon hearing this commotion, Xiao Yan couldn't help but break down and curse angrily. However, he quickly maneuvered the chariot forward, trying to change direction rapidly so that he wouldn't be trapped there. It must be said that Xiao Yan's driving skills are somewhat commendable. At least at this moment, Xiao Yan is still able to remain calm and move forward despite encountering various obstacles. But no matter how good Xiao Yan's driving skills were, they couldn't withstand the continuous blockade of stone walls. A few minutes later, Xiao Yan's chariot was surrounded by stone walls, making it impossible for Xiao Yan to perform any further operations. Xiao Yan was like an ant, constantly toyed with by God, and ultimately trapped in a cage from which he could not escape. At this moment, Ya was in a very good mood. He had played with them enough and could now come out and experience the fear of the ants. Ya teleported directly to the stone wall in front of the chariot, and then looked at Xiao Yan in the driver's cab through the chariot's glass. Holy crap! It's you! Inside the driver's seat, Xiao Yan couldn't help but swear when he saw Ya suddenly appear. Because the person in front of Xiao Yan who left a deep impression on him was also someone he was terrified of. The scene of Hai Yai's sudden appearance this time was exactly the same as the last time. Last time Hai Yai appeared, he robbed me of my opportunities and women. This time, will he try to rob me of my most important upgrade resources again? Xiao Yan was roaring inwardly. He glared angrily at Hai Yai. If looks could kill, Xiao Yan would kill Hai Yai 10,000 times over. Unfortunately, this time, facing Hai Yai, although Xiao Yan was furious, his intuition told him that he must not leave the chariot, otherwise it would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 101, Xiao Yan lost the little pearl, a strange stone tablet. The atmosphere inside the secret realm was somewhat subtle at this moment. Xiao Yan stood inside the chariot, trembling as he looked at Hai Yai on the stone wall. He was so terrified that he couldn't utter a word or take any further action. Although Xiao Yan's heart was filled with anger, his anger could not suppress his fear, so he stood there blankly, momentarily forgetting how to deal with it. Hai Yai smiled and looked at Xiao Yan with a playful gaze. Now that the entrance to the opportunity was about to open, he no longer needed to play cat and mouse with Xiao Yan. However, there was one thing that Hai Yai was truly helpless about: he could not use spatial teleportation to directly enter Xiao Yan's chariot. Xiao Yan's chariot must have some special ability, so much so that even Hai Yai couldn't destroy it directly. But there's no need to worry about that, because Xiao Yan can only be trapped here and watch as Hai Yai once again robs him of his opportunity. So after watching Xiao Yan scare him for a while, Hai Yai lost interest in him. As long as the other party stayed inside the chariot, he really couldn't do anything to him in a short time. After all, with the power of Heaven's Way supporting it, he really couldn't destroy the chariot. Besides, he still needed Xiao Yan, the treasure-hunting rat, to bring him the next opportunity, so how could he bear to kill him directly? But before that, I can torment him a little. Thinking of this, Hai Yai's playful side was aroused. He then controlled the stone wall to extend, quickly forming a semi-enclosed sphere that completely covered Xiao Yan and his chariot. Xiao Yan, completely surrounded and covered by the inner stone wall, could only vent his anger in the driver's seat. His body was heaving and trembling, clearly indicating that he was extremely angry. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, his face turning green with rage. But all he could do was hurl angry insults. There was nothing else he could do. Even in the end, Xiao Yan was so angry that he dropped his pearl. He felt extremely wronged, not understanding why all his things had been taken from him by this stranger, and why he was being humiliated. Finally, Xiao Yan slumped into the driver's seat, feeling as if the world had lost its color, and his eyes were slightly moist. Why did you do this to me? Damn it! I will definitely kill you. Xiao Yan was so angry that he could no longer suppress it, but because he had no other choice, he spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Xiao Yan was so angry that he fainted, but Hai Yai was overjoyed. He then approached the two women, nodded and smiled at them, and waved for them to follow him. Without hesitation, the two women followed Hai Yai's footsteps and walked forward. As they entered the thorny space, both women sensed a strange aura, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. But they weren't mute, they knew to ask questions. Wei Anqi frowned slightly, glanced around at her surroundings, and then asked Hai Yai. Mr. Hai, there's a creepy feeling here. I don't know why, but I'm getting goosebumps. That's right. There's nothing unusual here, but it's incredibly eerie and rather frightening. Su Qiao echoed this sentiment. Hai Yai nodded upon hearing this but did not respond immediately, as he was also pondering the reason. According to the previous system prompts, an opportunity might arise within a natural arena. Could this place be the natural arena? But there's nothing about competition or fighting here. Hai Yai stroked his chin, looking at his surroundings in thought. Soon, he noticed the huge stone tablet covered in thorns. The moment Hai Yai noticed the stone tablet, he knew that the eerie and gloomy atmosphere here was due to it. Hai Yai unleashed a ball of holy flame, which quickly adhered to the thorns. Soon, the holy flame burned away all the thorns until the entire giant stone tablet was revealed. The stone tablet was covered with cracks, and if it weren't for the fact that the tablet's structure was sound, Hai Yai would have thought it was about to collapse at any moment. Looking at the condition of the stone tablet, Hai Yai noticed the patterns on it. The pattern appears to be naturally formed, and even the cracked state of the stone tablet cannot dim it. However, the patterns on this stone tablet are somewhat obscure and difficult to understand. This doesn't depict any specific object or time, but rather a time-tracked and hazy scene. The hour hand on the clock face points to exactly 1 o'clock, and the hazy scene resembles a top-down view of a battlefield from God's perspective. This overhead view is not very detailed, it only gives the general idea that it is a battlefield where unknown creatures are fighting. Apart from that, no other useful information can be obtained. Haiye looked at the pattern, his brows furrowing as he fell into thought. According to the previous system prompts, it can perfectly match this pattern, but no further information is available. However, one thing is certain: the location of the opportunity suggested by the system is undoubtedly here. After all, the pattern depicts a battlefield, and the timestamp shows exactly 1 o'clock, which means I haven't come to the wrong place. As long as this point is not a problem, then everything else is irrelevant. After all, no matter what kind of demons or monsters he encounters, Haiye has the strength to break through all laws with his own power. No matter what monsters or powerful creatures they encounter next, it won't be a problem for Haiye. Haiye took out his watch and looked at it. It was now 12:45, with only 15 minutes left until 1 o'clock. For the next 15 minutes, just wait quietly for the opportunity to open. Anyway, everything is done now, and Xiaoyan is trapped inside the stone wall and can't cause any trouble. At this moment, Haiye finally turned around and said to the two women, "An entrance will open here in a moment. Once inside, you should be able to obtain supplies and other items. Just follow me in and don't wander off. And also, you're not scared, are you?" Haiye chuckled lightly, his gaze towards the two women carrying a hint of scrutiny. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately shook their heads like rattles, and then they responded one after another. "I'm not scared, I'm just curious," Wei Enchi said earnestly, looking directly at Haiye. I'm not scared." Su Qiao seemed a little unsure of herself. After all, her talent required her to be vigilant about any danger. Chapter 102, Trial Grounds of the Heavens, A Warning of Danger. Time flew by, and soon it was exactly 1 o'clock. As the clock hand slid down to 1 o'clock, the entire space suddenly trembled, thorns and vines danced wildly, and the stone tablet creaked and groaned. Upon seeing this scene, Haiye, along with the two women, immediately used spatial teleportation to leave the circular space, intending to wait until everything settled down before proceeding with their next move. The plants in the space seemed to revive at this moment, and the thorny vines began to grow rapidly and spread infinitely. Eventually, they filled the entire space, leaving only a thorny path that led directly to the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, the pattern now fully reflects the real image. The engraved disc has disappeared, leaving only a simulated spacegate filled with the movement of living beings. This simulated spatial door is presumably the entrance to the final destination, and it looks quite complex. Above the mimicry gate, countless unknown creatures roared and fought as if they were already at war, but this did not affect the outside world. But the faint, earth-shattering roar seemed to have already reached the outside through the mimicry door. Haiye frowned slightly as he watched this scene. He then used his eye of detection to try and learn about the mimicry door. And when the eye of detection focused on the door, it actually obtained some information. Name: Entrance to the Beginner Trial Grounds of the Heavens. Introduction: The interior is a basic training ground for the myriad realms, but it has been abandoned for a long time. However, after countless years of immersion, new races may have been born during this period, and there may be powerful remnants of biological souls. The level of danger is quite high, and it is not recommended for those with weak strength to enter. Note: danger and opportunity coexist. There is undoubtedly danger within, but the spoils that can be gained are worth the risky attempt. After reading this information, Haiye's expression became somewhat solemn, because he hadn't expected that this place was actually a trial ground for all heavens. Could it be that it will descend upon all the heavens and myriad realms in the future? Or perhaps the secret realm itself can connect to all the heavens and myriad worlds, allowing one to contend for supremacy with countless races? Several questions flashed through Haiye's mind, and he frowned, but for the time being, there was no need to worry too much. Since it's just a basic, long-abandoned training ground, even if there are dangers, it probably won't be a big problem for Haiye. After all, Xiao Yinjing was able to enter with just a chariot. Although Xiao Yinjing in this timeline was trapped by himself, it also shows that it is not very dangerous inside. If that's the case, then Haiye has absolutely nothing to worry about. The only thing he needed to be careful of was the two women beside him. Their strength was not particularly great, so Haiye was pondering whether or not to bring them into the secret realm as well. However, since they had already been brought here, the choice was left to them. With that in mind, Haiye told the two women about the dangers within the trial grounds. After hearing about the information about the training grounds, both women hesitated, but Wei Enchi quickly made a decision first, wanting to go to the training grounds. As for the reason, Wei Enchi said that since she was already there, it wouldn't look right for her to stay outside, so she decided to go in together. As for Wei Enchi's decision, Haiye naturally did not object. After agreeing, he led the two women without wasting any more time and directly entered the trial grounds of the heavens. The moment I entered, the white light was blinding, but after blinking again, the scene had been completely transformed. The scene is no longer the thorny space from before, but a desolate place. It is very vast, but there are 4 simulated entrances around it, which should be the passages to enter this place. At the edge of this area, there is a light red barrier, and presumably, nothing can be reached beyond that red barrier. As for the range of life, it can only be within this barrier, but this area is very vast, estimated to be tens of kilometers in diameter. The trial grounds were not a flat wasteland, but rather a red mountain range. No trees grew on the mountain ranges, only rugged rocks and other objects. After observing the surroundings and finding no problems or dangers, Haiye relaxed his guard slightly and then said to the two women, "There are still dangers here, so don't let your guard down. If you encounter any problems, just call my name. Of course, you should all come with me and not wander around on your own." Upon hearing Haiye's instructions, the two women immediately nodded and followed in his footsteps, walking slowly forward. The purpose of this trip was to plunder Xiaoyan's ore and other upgrade materials. Since the ore was mostly located near the mountains, Haiye led the two women toward the mountains. The mountains here are not very high, with the highest point only a few tens of meters high, which also means that the area occupied by the mountains is not very large. At this moment, Haiye arrived near the mountain. Looking at the Crimson Mountain, he immediately circled around it. After not finding any entrance, he used spatial teleportation to arrive at the top of the mountain. The mountaintop was also bare, with nothing noteworthy except for a few oddly shaped boulders. Haiye even used his eye of exploration to examine the rocks, and the answer he received was indeed that they were just ordinary rocks. The rock has simply been given a different name, Crimson Bloodstone. The explanation given is that the blood of the beings being tested was stained red by the accumulated blood over time. Haiye shook his head, immediately losing interest in the place. As for that so-called Chancellor, it was nowhere to be found, so Haiye immediately left and headed towards the location he was looking for. However, to Haiye's disappointment, there were no other objects in a large area ahead except for the Crimson Bloodstone. Haiye frowned slightly. Clearly, Xiaoyan's opportunity was not on the mountaintop. In that case, let's leave here and search other places. For example, the probability of finding minerals is higher in places like inside a mountain or where there is an entrance leading down into the mountain. Thinking of this, Haiye immediately led the two women away from the mountaintop and began exploring downwards. Now that Xiaoyan, the treasure hunting rat, isn't scouting ahead, I'll definitely have to put in more effort. Next time, I'll wait until the very last moment to reap the rewards. Chapter 103, A Frenzied Harvest. Xiaoyan has too many opportunities? The world was desolate and silent, and the atmosphere within the entire training ground was extremely oppressive. At this moment, Haiye, with two women, was exploring the area around the mountain. After finding nothing on the mountaintop, he had shifted his focus to exploring the interior of the mountain. Now, about 10 minutes have passed, and Haiye has almost completely explored the red mountain in front of him, but he hasn't said much about what he's gained. Haiye arrived at the northeast corner of the mountain and, after exploring there, finally discovered a not-so-wide cave entrance. The entrance to the cave is about 3 or 4 meters high and 5 meters wide. Such a small entrance is really inconspicuous in this mountain range that stretches for dozens of kilometers. Fortunately, this inconspicuous cave entrance has indeed been found. Hopefully, there will be an opportunity to plunder inside. With these thoughts in mind, Haiye led the two women quickly toward the cave entrance. Soon they arrived at the entrance, and looking at the gloomy environment inside the cave, all three of them frowned slightly. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's very deep, and the kind of bottomless path. There must be strange creatures living there. However, Haiye did not care. He directly unleashed a ball of holy flame, which immediately illuminated the entire passage. The cave becomes increasingly spacious as you go deeper inside, except for the entrance which appears relatively small. Moreover, there are no eerie or terrifying scenes inside. Apart from being quiet, there's nothing particularly noteworthy. However, once the holy flame reached the bottom, it could no longer continue to explore and illuminate, because there was a corner ahead, and even if the holy flame flew past, it would not be able to see the situation. Let's go inside and see what's going on. There's bound to be an unexpected reward inside. Haiye spoke a few words, then led the two women, whose expressions were solemn, forward. Soon they reached the corner, and Haiye continued forward without stopping. A radiant holy flame paved the way ahead, allowing Haiye to continue his journey without encountering any abnormalities. However, the passage was indeed too deep and too long. Even Hai-Ya, who used spatial teleportation, had been moving forward for several minutes, but there was still no sign of the end. Without stopping, Hai-Ya led the two women for about 10 minutes until they finally arrived at a different scene. In the area ahead, there were many crystals emitting various colors, their light almost comparable to that of the holy flame. Upon seeing this, Hai-Ya immediately stopped in his tracks, went to the nearest crystal, and began to observe its structure and other features. These crystals are enormous, with almost every one measuring over 2 meters tall and 30 to 40 centimeters wide. However, so far, the crystals have not shown any abnormalities, nor have they emitted any unusual gases. Sister Chi, these crystals are so beautiful. They're so much prettier than those natural crystals in the real world. Su Qiao stared at the crystal door, mesmerized. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but Wei Anqi slapped her hand away and said sternly, "Everything here is unknown. We must not act rashly in the future. We can only touch it after Mr. Hai confirms that there is no danger. If something goes wrong after you touch the crystal in front of you, it could be a disaster." Wei Anqi is known for her cautious nature. After all, she was able to build a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate on her own. It relies on being cautious enough and unwilling to do anything without certainty. The reason for reminding Su Qiao at this moment was out of caution, as she did not want to make any mistakes herself. Reminded, Su Qiao suddenly snapped back to her senses, quickly withdrew her outstretched hand, and said with some relief, "Okay, Sister Chi, I've got it." However, while they were on high alert, Hai-Ya directly touched the crystal, because there was an information display in front of him. Name, 7-colored crystal. Type, forging and shaping ores. Description, this item is naturally formed, but the time and location of its formation are extremely demanding. Items older than 1,000 years can reach 1 meter in height and 10 centimeters in width. For every additional 1,000 years thereafter, it will increase by 1 meter in height and 10 centimeters in width. Function, this item can be used to forge magical weapons. Any magical weapon forged with this item will receive a significant boost in combat power. However, because this crystal has low durability, it will shatter after a certain period of use. Collection notes, this crystal must be collected intact. Only in this way can its maximum value be realized before forging. Hai-Ya looked at the information about the 7-colored crystal, his eyes reflecting the light emitted by the crystal. After learning about the information about the crystal in front of him, Hai-Ya finally understood what kind of treasure he had obtained. The pile of multicolored crystals in front of him was so numerous it could fill 2 trucks, and each crystal was 2 to 3 meters tall, meaning they were all natural crystals thousands of years old. With so much ore, which can be used to forge weapons with magical enhancements, the overall strength of Hai-Ya's group will be greatly boosted. Although these magical weapons forged from crystals don't have high durability, the sheer number of crystals they've acquired makes up for it. That's enough for 2 trucks. You could forge at least 4 truckloads of weapons. With such a large quantity, it could easily last for a long time without any problem. Moreover, there aren't many people who can be compatible with magical weapons, so there's no problem with durability at all. Taking a deep breath, Hai-Ya was in an exceptionally good mood. However, he had one question: could the pile of crystal ore in front of him be Xiaoyan's opportunity? If so, then this task is quite simple. Hai-Ya's lips curled up slightly, then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Who cares if it's an opportunity or not, he'll just take it all first. Thinking of this, Hai-Ya quickly used his talent as the Earth King to uproot all the 7-colored crystals and stuff them into the dimensional space. After all, with the Earth King's talent, there's no need for him to painstakingly collect crystal ore. Hai-Ya acted swiftly, quickly storing a large pile of crystal ore into his spatial storage. However, the notification sound indicating the completion of the mission did not come. It seems that this pile of crystal ore is far from being Xiaoyan's opportunity this time. Chapter 104, The Wonderful Use of the Slime Lord, an Intelligent Monster Race? As the last piece of crystal ore was taken away, the last glimmer of light in this space also disappeared. Hai-Ya unleashed a ball of holy flame, illuminating the space, and the 2 women arrived in front of him. The 2 women were naturally quite surprised by Hai-Ya's series of actions. After all, so many crystal ores were harvested in such a short time, it was simply outrageous. However, the 2 women wisely refrained from asking further questions, so Hai-Ya didn't offer any explanation either. He glanced at the 2 women and then said, "Let's keep going. This cave is far from being fully explored." The 2 women nodded upon hearing this, and then let Hai-Ya lead their hands as they continued on their way. The cave was so big and long that Hai-Ya suspected that the entire mountain range, stretching for tens of kilometers, was connected by this cave. After moving forward for a short while, a number of forks in the road suddenly appeared. These forks were basically the same, so Haiye stopped and didn't know which way to go. TSK. Without Xiaoyan, the treasure-hunting rat, obtaining the ore would be quite troublesome. Haiye frowned slightly, pondering which way to go so as not to waste his time. However, he himself had no ability to discern road conditions, so he fell into thought for a moment. After thinking for 2.5 minutes, Haiye suddenly remembered the Slime Lord who was still in his companion space. The Slime Lord is a monster, so its perception of monsters must be very strong. Therefore, it can be summoned to identify which path has monsters. Upon realizing this, Haiye immediately thought it was feasible. He then promptly awakened the Slime Lord from its symbiotic space, and in the blink of an eye, the enormous Slime Lord appeared inside the cave. As soon as the Slime Lord appeared, it surveyed the surroundings and, upon discovering a cave, immediately turned to Haiye and asked, "Master, is there something you need from me? There doesn't seem to be any danger here, right?" The gruff voice of the Slime Lord appeared in Haiye's consciousness. He nodded and relayed the message to the other party. "There's no danger here. I brought you out to find a feasible route, which you should be able to do, right? You sense which path has the strongest demonic energy, and that's the path we'll take." Upon hearing this, the Slime Lord immediately widened his eyes in a human-like manner, then looked at Haiye in surprise and said, "Master, are you sure you want to go looking for monsters? That could be very dangerous, and you have 2 human women with you." Since Haiye couldn't find any ore, he decided to find some monsters to kill. After all, killing monsters would increase his experience points, so it wouldn't be a waste of time. That's right, quickly sense where the demonic energy ends. Time waits for no one, so stop questioning my decision. Hearing Haiye's forceful tone, the Slime Lord had no choice but to nod and turn around. Immediately, many tentacles extended from its body and headed towards the various cave paths. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the Slime Lord stopped moving and turned to Haiye, saying, "Master, the demonic energy is strongest at the second intersection on the left, and there is probably a large number of demons inside. As for the other cave entrances, there are not many unusual signs for the time being." The Slime Lord himself possessed extremely dense demonic energy, and his perception of other demonic creatures was naturally very strong. Therefore, upon hearing the Slime Lord's reply, Haiye nodded in agreement. "Alright, now that we've found the information we wanted, let's head to the second passage on the left. I'm very interested in the monsters there." Hearing Haiye's words, neither the Slime Lord nor the 2 women had any objections. He then returned the Slime Lord to his companion space and headed towards the target location with the 2 women. After a few minutes, even Haiye felt the demonic energy becoming increasingly dense. As they went deeper into the passage, the demonic energy within the passage became almost visible to the naked eye. After all, that kind of gloomy air is inhabited by no other races besides monsters. Haiye used a ball of holy flame in front of him for illumination, while using the Hurricane Walker talent to condense as much fresh air as possible in front of him and the others, since he couldn't breathe in air shrouded in demonic energy. As they went deeper, the end of the passage widened, and Haiye knew from this that the area ahead must be a huge, empty cave. In such scenarios, monsters often roam, or the monster's lair is usually the place where they live. However, the closer he got to this place, the more excited Haiye became. After all, this place is actually within the secret realm, so killing monsters will definitely increase my experience points. I just don't know how strong or high level the monsters are here. I hope they are high level, so that it will be more fun to grind them. With a thought in mind, Haiye, in a few spatial teleportations, brought the 2 women to the front of the huge cave. However, upon closer inspection, Haiye discovered several hidden mechanisms guarding the entrances to the caves. The locations of those guarded structures were very well hidden. If Haiye hadn't had the habit of observing his surroundings, he would have completely missed them. Haiye stopped a short distance away. He observed the mechanisms and quickly discovered that they were unguarded. However, if it is a stranger who is visiting for the first time, they will definitely fall into the trap and be hit if they are not careful. These must be the creatures from the cave ahead, who deliberately built this place. If that's the case, does that mean the monsters inside the cave ahead are intelligent? While it's true that slightly higher level monsters develop intelligence comparable to that of normal humans, the traps and mechanisms ahead were clearly not something a low-level monster race could set up. Could it be that a group of intelligent demonic creatures live inside the cave ahead? Wouldn't that be a bit troublesome? As Haiye observed the traps and mechanisms, many thoughts arose in his mind, but one thing was certain: the group of demons ahead was definitely very united. Thinking of this, Haiwaye's lips curled up slightly. If that's the case, then the level must be quite high. If the level is high, wouldn't the experience points he gains from grinding increase rapidly? Sigh, in order to level up and become stronger, I can only apologize to the monster horde ahead. Chapter 105, The Cave of the Dwarves and Demons, Maximizing Their Value. Haiwaye stood outside the cave with the three women. The hidden mechanisms wouldn't actually cause them any harm. The only thing to worry about is whether there will be traps after entering the cave. Since his spatial teleportation only covered a distance of about 50 meters, he had to be careful of what was inside after crossing the trap at the entrance. Being on the outside, we can't see what's inside the cave, nor do we know what abilities the demons inside have used. In any case, apart from a thin layer of earth-colored barrier, we can't see anything else. Haiwaye narrowed his eyes slightly, and then directly summoned the Slime Lord. After all, it was the perfect tool to handle this kind of dangerous probing. With a flash of black light, when the three opened their eyes again, the massive body of the Slime Lord had already appeared on the ground. Master, what is it now? The Slime Lord sounded somewhat confused. After all, it had just been preparing to go to sleep. Haiwaye smiled and nodded, then told the Slime Lord about the predicament he was facing. Upon hearing this, the other party nodded knowingly. It was just a matter of using tentacles to explore the way. It was that simple. The Slime Lord confidently agreed, then quickly extended its tentacles, cautiously probing forward. After all, that's just how the Slime Lord is when faced with the unknown. It will act cautiously. As the Slime Lord probed forward, Haiwaye and the other two watched from behind without disturbing it. Soon, the tentacles passed through the mechanisms normally and then slowly penetrated the barrier to enter the cave. The Slime Lord can see the scene outside its tentacles, so it is currently focused on exploring the situation inside the cave. After confirming that there was nothing unusual within the cave, it slowly retracted its tentacles, then turned its gaze back to its main body and explained to Haiwaye. Master, there is nothing unusual behind the barrier. I did not explore it further, but there are no other structures or mechanisms within a short distance. Upon hearing the Slime Lord's reply, Haiwaye nodded knowingly. It seemed that his current location was roughly equivalent to the entrance gate of the cave, so there was nothing noteworthy about it. As long as you safely pass through the first obstacle, there will be no danger or abnormality. Haiwaye pondered this in his heart, while already planning to enter. Alright, let's go in now. The monsters are so well equipped, they must be a race with a very high level of intelligence. Haiwaye retrieved the Slime Lord into his companion space, and then used spatial teleportation with the two women to bypass the hidden traps and arrive at the entrance. Upon arriving at the entrance, Haiwaye casually observed the surroundings and then discovered that there were actually two entrances, one on the left and one on the right. It must be a long journey before one can enter the true grotto. It was getting late, so Haiwaye didn't waste any more time and casually headed to the right. After passing through a passage of about 1 kilometer, we finally arrived at a rail gate that was flashing lights. Although the gate was now a huge opening without any decorations, one could still sense the difference between this place and the previous one just by looking at it. After all, not only are lanterns lit here, but there are also faint traces of craftsmanship. Haiwaye raised an eyebrow, and his interest in this place immediately increased dramatically. It seems that the monster races inside are not only very intelligent, but have even developed skills. This is extremely rare and valuable among monster races, since monster races that can develop skills certainly don't prioritize killing. Whether or not they kill is irrelevant, because Haiwaye will not show mercy because of it. The only thing he wants to get from the monsters is the experience points gained after killing them. After all, even if they don't kill, monsters are still different from humans and cannot be treated as the same kind. Several thoughts flashed through Haiwaye's mind, and he immediately went to the gate and looked inside. Not far ahead, there were indeed groups of humanoid monsters, each doing their own thing. In the distance, there were even small bungalows, which were probably the dwellings of these demons. The monsters ahead were not tall, but they had male characteristics. Their muscles were very strong. The male monsters were naked from the waist up, while the female monsters wore bikini-style clothing. Their skin is yellowish-brown, and they have sharp ears and 2 exposed fangs, giving them a kind of friendly yet intimidating appearance. However, after observing these monsters carefully for a while, Haiwaye immediately associated them with a certain race. Those are the dwarves, famous for their skills, but the creatures before us can be described as demonized dwarves. The two races are very similar, and both are outstanding in their skills. But why would dwarf-like monsters appear in this trial of the heavens? Haiwaye was a little confused, but he was too lazy to think about it. He directly used his eye of detection to check the information of the monster in front of him. Name: Dwarf Demon. Race: Demon. Description: this monster is highly skilled at building technology, but its individual combat strength is not strong. However, the machines it builds are extremely powerful. It is recommended to kill them before they can operate the machines, otherwise they will be quite troublesome. Strength rating: F+ can reach E level after mastering the machine, but the highest limit is D level, because their leader can master a powerful machine. Experience gained from kill: 5. Note: there is also an experience bonus for E rank talents, but it will be reduced to 1. After reading the information about this monster, YA understood. Although this monster was not strong individually, it could still provide him with some valuable experience. Each individual can provide 4 experience points, and judging from the size of this cave, there must be quite a few monsters here, so this will be a very enjoyable grinding process for me. Although YA felt very good about this dwarf demon race, and even had some desire to subdue it, he knew that he couldn't do it under the current circumstances. This isn't a permanent secret realm, who knows when we'll be able to come back here again? Therefore, the greatest benefit these monsters can provide is by offering themselves as experience points. With this in mind, YA finally understood and prepared to start his rampage. Chapter 106, YA, when it comes to gaining experience points, no one is more diligent than me. Inside the cave of the dwarf demons, YA had already decided to kill them all. Although these dwarven demons have good racial talents, if they could be subdued, they would be a very powerful ally. However, I can only contract a few monsters at the moment, so it's not very useful. In that case, I'll just kill all the dwarf demons. Killing them will definitely give you plenty of experience points, and you might even level up directly. YA had some ideas about maximizing the value of monsters, since for him, the greatest value was being able to kill monsters and gain experience points. Aside from that, YA didn't care much about other uses. To advance from E rank to E+ rank, I need 50,000 experience points. Killing a dwarf demon will grant 5 experience points, so as long as there are more than 10,000 demons in this cave, it will be enough for YA. 50,000 experience points. If you want to access that secret realm the first time, you'll need to run it 5 times, and you don't even know how often it refreshes. If there were 10,000 dwarf demons in this cave, YA wouldn't mind killing them all. After pondering for a moment, YA no longer hesitated. He first summoned the Slime Lord and then had it protect the 2 women. Although Slime Lords are also monsters, the level of hostility between their various races is actually similar to that between humans. After all, demons are divided into several categories, including evil, neutral, and benevolent. However, the most common category of demons is evil. After giving the Slime Lord a series of instructions, YA headed straight ahead. He planned to test his skills with the first few monsters. As for the task he gave the Slime Lord, he simply instructed it to protect the 2 women. Besides, YA will definitely do the killing of monsters himself, since he needs to absorb all the experience. Although the 2 women also need to gain experience and level up, YA should focus on himself for now. He can take them to the first permanent secret realm later. This time, YA didn't bring the 2 women with him when he went to kill the monsters. After having the Slime Lord protect them, he went ahead alone to hunt them down. At this moment, YA had already swiftly arrived in front of a demon. He held the Flame Demon Battle Blade in his hand, and with a casual swing, holy flames were unleashed, killing the demon in a single exchange. The dwarves and demons were busy with their own things and hadn't noticed YA and his group's arrival at all, so this sudden situation really startled them. However, when they noticed that the one who came to kill their companion was actually an alien species, they instantly went from being shocked to furious. They roared and charged towards YA. Whether male or female, they all grabbed whatever they could use as weapons and charged directly at YA. But they clearly didn't realize the formidable strength of this suddenly intruding enemy. Before they could even react, a crimson blade flashed past. Along with the flash of the blade, nearly half of the monster heads also disappeared. Of the dozen or so monsters that had charged forward, half of them were instantly killed. The dwarven demons were clearly caught off guard. Those that hadn't been killed continued charging forward, but just as they were about to react, a blazing blade of light shot out again. With a soft sound, the remaining monsters were instantly killed. With just 3 flashes of light, the dozen or so dwarf demons were wiped out, and they gained dozens of experience points. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, YA couldn't understand why their strength was so low. Weren't they supposed to be able to manipulate machinery? It seems we'll have to venture deeper and encounter the dwarf and demon legions before the battles become even slightly more interesting. Although killing them directly would allow him to gain experience points faster, High-Ya still preferred a slightly more challenging battle. As High-Ya pondered this, he quickly ventured deeper into the cave, knowing that he would need to go further in to encounter the more powerful dwarf demons. Using spatial teleportation, High-Ya quickly advanced deeper into the cave. This cave was vast, and as he went deeper, the number of buildings inside gradually increased. Looking at these scenes, High-Ya was quite impressed by the skill of this dwarf demon race. After all, being able to build such facilities in such an environment was truly admirable. But it doesn't matter, since these things don't offer any advantages to current human civilization, and can't be used for our own purposes anyway. So it's a pity, but High-Ya's greatest value to him was killing them. High-Ya moved quickly, pausing for only a second or two at a time, and thus they have now reached a relatively deep area. The number of dwarves and demons here has gradually increased, and they can now be seen almost everywhere. If High-Ya hadn't disappeared from his spot in the blink of an eye, they would probably have surrounded him by now. High-Ya found a high spot to stand on, then scanned his surroundings. Seeing the presence of dwarves and demons everywhere he looked, he stopped moving forward. As long as he can attract more dwarf demons to attack him, then High-Ya won't need to go through the trouble of searching for them one by one. Furthermore, the reason why High-Ya appeared in this place in such a grand manner was to lure out the leader of the dwarf demons, since according to the clues, that leader was capable of possessing D-level combat power. Presumably, even a D-rank combatant could provide some enjoyment, at least not be instantly killed by me. Just as High-Ya was pondering, the dwarf demons who had come to their senses finally began to organize and attack him. High-Ya stood on high ground looking at them, a slight smile playing on his lips, without feeling the slightest bit flustered. After all, this was exactly the effect he wanted. At this moment, High-Ya held the Flame Demon Battle Blade in his right hand and the Hurricane Blade in his left. He crossed the two blades in front of his chest and then swung them forward simultaneously. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the air and then exploded into the densely packed group of monsters. Chapter 107, A Satisfying Kill, a Demon Chieftain Who Can Speak Human Language. With a deafening roar, an explosion composed of holy flames and wind blades erupted amidst the densely packed horde of demons. The dwarves and demons who had been charging forward were stunned when they saw this commotion. Then they stopped their mindless charge forward, because they realized that the alien creature in front of them was not simple. In their minds, High-Ya was already being compared to the 10 remaining leaders of their tribe. After all, only 10 leaders among the dwarf demon race could deliver such a devastating blow. As for the supreme being within their race, they hadn't made that connection yet. After all, the supreme being's strength was unfathomable, and this creature before them wasn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. Even so, they stopped their attack and waited for High-Ya's next move, wanting to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. High-Ya stood on high ground. After looking around, he was displeased to see that the dwarf demons had stopped advancing. After all, the reason I appeared here so conspicuously was to make them all attack at once. But judging from their actions now, it's clear that the intelligence of those dwarven demons is far superior to that of the monsters in the previous secret realm. Therefore, if you want them to continue their collective attack, you have to put in some effort. High-Ya raised an eyebrow, but he was still somewhat reluctant to go down and hunt them down. So High-Ya continued to wield his two weapons and launched a relentless attack on the dwarf demons not far ahead. But it was precisely because of High-Ya's actions that the dwarf demons realized that without the help of machinery, it would be extremely difficult to achieve victory. Therefore, the dwarf demons returned to their homes and retrieved the mechanical weapons that were practically standard equipment in every household. After being equipped with weapons, the dwarves and demons were finally free from fear. Their weapons were of all kinds, including ranged weapons, melee weapons, and various restraining weapons. Once the dwarves and demons were fully equipped with weapons and machinery, they began to bare their fangs and claws at High-Ya. High-Ya watched their actions without stopping them, because he also wanted to know how strong the dwarf demons were after they were equipped with weapons. If they can provide you with some enjoyment, then they have provided a little extra value. High-Ya waited for 2 minutes until the dwarf demons had all formed their battle formations and were ready to launch an attack before he quickly began another attack. This time, High-Ya's attack showed no restraint, and his speed was several times faster than before. To his dismay, even though these dwarven demons were equipped with machinery, they couldn't withstand a single blow from High-Ya. With a casual swing of his blade, High-Ya could kill dwarf demons, even massacre large numbers of them. Watching the dwarf demons being slaughtered at will, High-Ya did not stop this time, because their strength was limited to this point, and even if he went easy on them, it would have no effect. So, to avoid wasting any more time, I decided to just kill them all. After all, as I killed them, notifications of experience points increasing kept popping up. Compared to gaining experience points, finding fun is clearly a better option. Therefore, Ya didn't think about anything else. He only had one goal at the moment: to kill as many dwarf demons as possible as quickly as possible. Ya brandished his twin swords and, after a few minutes of chaotic slaughter, suddenly felt a chill down his back. This was his spider senses telling him that danger was approaching from behind. Upon hearing this thought, Ya immediately turned around and used his twin swords to block in front of his chest. With a loud bang, a series of metallic clangs rang out. Ya looked ahead at the twin swords and saw that what was currently clashing with them were 3 short swords made of an unknown material. These 3 short swords were quite powerful. They didn't knock the attackers away immediately. With a thought flashing through Ya's mind, he raised both hands and instantly knocked all 3 short swords away. As the short sword was knocked away, 10 figures suddenly appeared not far ahead. The 10 figures that appeared ahead looked just like the dwarf demons, except that they were clearly much older and more robust. They are almost twice the size of ordinary dwarf demons, and their appearance is also very majestic and powerful. Ya narrowed his eyes as he watched them, because he had already sensed that the demons that had just arrived were far stronger than ordinary dwarf demons. It seemed that they were the leader-level monsters here, and Ya took the opportunity to check their information. Name: Dwarf Demon Chieftain. Race: Demon. Description: these creatures are leader-level monsters. Their abilities vary, but they are all incredibly powerful. They are all capable of attacking with powerful mechanical weapons. Caution is advised when dealing with them, or unexpected trouble may occur. Abilities: their strengths vary, but they share one thing in common: they are all capable of using powerful and sophisticated machinery. Strength rating: E rank can reach E+ rank when using mechanical weapons. Experience gained from kill: 100 for rank E. Rank D only grants 10 experience. After reading the information about the monsters in front of him, Ya raised an eyebrow. He then became somewhat interested, since the 10 monsters in front of him did not look like friendly creatures. However, just as Ya was pondering, the 10 demons in front of him actually spoke to him first. Among the 10 demons, one of the older ones actually spoke in a somewhat awkward human language. "Are you human? You managed to get here unharmed, but why did you go on a killing spree here? As far as I know, our race has never established contact with you, has it? If you had come to us with a peaceful mind, our race would still have been able to live in peace with you. But now, even if you wanted peace, it's impossible." The dwarf demon chieftain, who looked extremely old, changed his tone from calm to angry. As soon as he finished speaking, the other demons around him immediately attacked Ya. These chieftain-level dwarf demons were indeed quite powerful, so much so that Ya was momentarily bewildered by their agility. Chapter 108: The commonality of all races. The demon chieftain calmly faces his death. 2 in 1. The 10 chieftains of the dwarf demons charged towards Ya at this moment. Their movements were so swift that Ya did not even see them clearly at first. Even if he didn't see it clearly at first, Ya used a spatial teleportation to leave his original spot and quickly widen the gap between himself and the 10 dwarf demon chieftains. Ya stood at a distance, looking at the 10 demon chieftains who were somewhat stunned, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. After all, their tone just now made Ya feel very uncomfortable, and he decided not to hold back this time and to kill them directly. As he pondered this, Ya gripped his twin blades tightly, condensing 2 wind blades before they could react, and swung them at them. Ya's blade flashed incredibly fast, striking 2 of the chieftains almost instantly. The 2 chieftains looked at the unremarkable flash of the blade with disdain, but their smiles soon faded. The other 8 chieftains did not provide support for Ya's attack, or rather, they were in no hurry to provide support. However, they all maintained an observational attitude, wanting to know the strength of this human who had intruded into their territory. With a loud bang, the 2 chieftains, locked onto by the blades, hurriedly picked up their weapons to defend themselves. However, they had clearly underestimated Ya, as well as the power of the 2 blades. Just as they hurriedly tried to defend themselves, they were blasted away by the attack. Both chieftains coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt like they were about to die. Because they never expected that just 2 ordinary sword attacks would almost bring them to the brink of death. Seeing the 2 chieftains being knocked away, the 8 chieftains around them were all shocked. Clearly, they had not expected that a simple battle would end like this. Who would have thought that this human intruder could not only teleport out of thin air, but also possess such formidable strength? Could it be that this time the hiding place wasn't accidentally exposed, but was actually found by other races? Among the 10 dwarven chieftains, the oldest and most aged monster was currently in a state of mental turmoil. The dwarf race should have been well hidden, so why were they able to be invaded and reach this place silently by an outsider race? We've been at peace for over 1,000 years, so is the outside world still in a time of war? Damn it! Why is this invading creature such a powerful being? Humans are the most cunning, so we must not let him leave this place. Although the dwarf elves are a benevolent race, they know the importance of eliminating any potential threat. If the humans in front of them reveal the dwarf elves' hiding place, they will face great danger. The old chieftain made a decision. He would fight with all his might to kill the humans in front of him on the spot, no matter how terrible the cost. He would not allow his tribe to be in danger. Thinking of this, the old chieftain immediately used the language of the dwarves and demons to convey the order to the other 7 uninjured chieftains to kill them with all their might. The other 7 chieftains, upon receiving the order, all suppressed their disdain and adopted their strongest fighting stances, ready to unleash their full power at any moment. If even the great chieftain is finding it difficult, then it certainly won't be easy for them either. Therefore, they gradually exchanged glances, then formed a battle formation and charged towards Hiya. This would be a very difficult battle, and they were all mentally prepared. When Hiya saw their actions, he chuckled and didn't pay them any mind. In the attack just now, he had already roughly figured out the strength of these demon chieftains ahead. Their strength was indeed far greater than that of ordinary dwarves, otherwise, they would not have been able to withstand my attack and only suffer serious injuries instead of death. For this reason alone, these dwarf demon chieftains deserve to be treated with a slightly more serious attitude by Hiya. After all, killing the enemy is the greatest respect one can show them. Hiya took a deep breath, then used spatial teleportation to leave the original spot. Immediately afterwards, he found the right spot to attack, and 2 even more powerful blades of light struck the 2 lucky individuals. The 2 chieftains who were hit were not seriously injured by the first blow because they were fully armed and on high alert, but they were still not in good condition. At least for the time being, they were no longer able to continue fighting. Having struck 2 chieftains, Hiya used spatial teleportation to change his position, and this time he was still preparing to attack with his sword. After all, this is the most time-saving and labor-saving approach. Anything else is more troublesome and completely unnecessary. Hiya took a deep breath, then gathered his sword light, preparing to bombard the chieftains. This time, however, the chieftains seemed to have learned their lesson. Since they couldn't find any trace of the monsters, they simply gathered together back to back. Although they weren't very strong, at least they weren't stupid. Faced with 2 sides of completely unequal strength, they could only resist in this way, even if it meant fighting with all their might to persevere and wear down the opponent. Seeing their current actions, Hiya did not rush to launch another attack, even though their current formation was practically useless to him. However, since they had the courage to face Hiya without fear, Hiya could only admire them to some extent. Since he admired them, Hiya wasted no more time. He directly used the Saint Flame Monarch talent to empower himself and charged towards the chieftains who had set up a defensive formation, wielding his twin swords. The chieftains looked tense as they watched Hiya charging towards them, their expressions grave. They then began to defend themselves. Now that the chieftains knew of Hiya's formidable strength, they deployed their strongest forces for defense, and all sorts of mechanical weapons were arrayed in formation. Even so, they still couldn't withstand Hiya's attack. Having been possessed by the Holy Flame King, Hiya charged into the ranks of the chieftains and immediately began a rampage of slaughter. In just one exchange, he shattered the defensive formation and began a brutal slashing attack with his twin swords. Facing the chieftains who had lost their defensive formation, Hiya's attack was completely unimpeded. At this moment, the chieftains had no power to stop Hiya and could only let him kill them indiscriminately. Within a few rounds, the chieftains were all wounded and panting heavily, having been knocked to the ground. Even after being defeated to this extent, they still continued to protect the old chieftain. The old chieftain's expression shifted from resolute to fear, and he spoke to the chieftains around him in the language of the dwarves. These humans are beyond our ability to resist. Hold them off a little longer. I will immediately notify the clan leader. We must stop their advance before the clan leader arrives. Even if we all die here, we must stop humanity until the chieftain arrives. All chieftains, heed my command. There is no need for any further restraint. Use all means and strength to stop the human invasion. The old chieftain spoke with a heavy tone, tinged with sadness, for after today, their race would lose its most powerful fighting force and suffer a great loss. But since he was destined to suffer this calamity, he had to minimize the losses, otherwise he would be unworthy of being the great chief. The other chiefs, who were already seriously injured, were all prepared to die in battle when they heard the solemn order from the great chief. After all, the chief was about to be awakened, which showed how dire the situation had become. The chieftains looked solemn, all with expressions of resolute determination to die. They had to pay the price with their lives to stop Hai Ya's attack. Although they knew it was overestimating their abilities, they had no other choice. Hai Ya stopped attacking and stood not far away, gathering lightning in his hands. He was preparing to condense an extremely powerful bolt of lightning to end this battle. The chieftains at the front had also stood up, knowing that no matter what equipment they used, they could not withstand the attack again. Therefore, he planned to use his own body as a shield to buy time for the great chief to awaken the chieftain. Only in this way can they be said to have died a worthy death. The lightning in Hai Ya's hand was gradually taking shape, and Hai Ya did not stop them from doing so. After all, his current goal is to test just how powerful the strongest lightning he can condense really is. As for what the monster chieftains are planning, I really don't care. Whatever they're discussing, I can kill them all. So let them fantasize about struggling before they die. It would be best if they could unleash even greater power. Otherwise, Hai Ya's slightest bit of expectation would have vanished completely. Within seconds, the lightning in Hai Ya's hand roared ferociously, with electric snakes seemingly writhing within it, yet completely obedient to Hai Ya. Hai Ya had already sensed the impatient nature of the lightning, so he stopped gathering it and instead cupped his hands in front of him, sending the lightning within them roaring forward. Thunder was extremely large, almost as thick as a bucket, and its offensive speed was instantaneous. Thunder's target was naturally the chieftains who were using their bodies as shields. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling slightly. Even so, they still did not retreat, because behind them, the great chieftain had begun to meditate and communicate with the chieftain, so no mistakes could be made. Communication with the clan chief can take anywhere from a few minutes to a day or two without a response. However, now that the moment has come, the great chieftain is naturally doing everything in his power to awaken the clan chief. However, the lightning's attack showed no mercy because of their actions. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck them. With a deafening roar, the lightning struck the chieftains and exploded, turning them into charred corpses almost simultaneously. As their corpses were blasted away, the thunderbolt, as thick as a bucket, lost much of its power and continued its advance. Just as they were about to attack the great chieftain, the 4 chieftains who had been severely injured at the beginning suddenly appeared in front of the great chieftain and shielded it from the fatal blow. They fought fearlessly, just to buy their tribe some time, because they firmly believed that everything would be alright once the chieftain arrived. However, the thunderous attack did not diminish, and almost instantly, it struck the 4 chieftains. The 4 chieftains were already seriously injured, so almost instantly they became charred corpses, just like the previous ones, and were blasted away. However, after passing through these layers of obstacles, Thunder's attack power was finally weakened a lot, so much so that when it attacked the great chieftain, it only caused it a not very serious injury. Even this relatively minor injury caused the great chieftain to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he wore a chilling smile and revealed a row of large, white, blood-red teeth to Hai Ya. This move made Hai Ya raise an eyebrow, but he didn't pay much attention to it afterward. In any case, no matter what methods it had, it couldn't withstand his next attack. Hai Ya shook his hand, and just as he was about to take out his twin swords again, a series of mechanical clicking sounds suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Just then, the chieftain in front burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, human! The great patriarch has awakened. You'll be killed right here. We dwarves have no enmity with you, yet you suddenly appeared here and started a massacre. You deserve to be torn to pieces. When the chieftain arrives, he will not kill you easily. He will torture you to death in front of all the chieftains. Only in this way can they die a worthy death. Damn humans! This is all your own fault. You alien races are insane and violent, you all deserve to die in the battlefield of the heavens. The great chieftain had gone mad. It was speaking in a broken human language, and it was unclear whether it was hurling attacks at Hai Ya. In the end, it laughed uncontrollably and launched a final charge at Hai Ya. Human! Our race will make you pay. You demon! The great chieftain, weapon in hand, charged toward Hai Ya. Although it knew it was like an egg hitting a rock, it was willing to face death calmly for the dignity of the dwarf race. Well, I sketched outdoors during the day, and finished this in a rush. Chapter 109, The Dwarf Demon Chief's Puzzle, Sinful Humans. Inside the cave, Hai Ya had already killed all 10 chieftains, but he had not yet begun to kill the other dwarf elves. However, the situation has changed a bit. Right after the great chieftain died in anger, a series of mechanical rumbling sounds suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The sound was enormous, like the sound of a mountain splitting open and exploding. Upon hearing this voice, Hai Ya frowned slightly. At the same time, he recalled the words the chieftain had said before he died, saying that the clan leader had awakened. Could it be that the monster that caused this huge commotion is the patriarch of their race? As Ya thought to himself, he looked around at the scene. At this moment, the dwarves and demons around him were already prostrate on the ground. Their expressions had become extremely respectful, and the fear and anger they had shown earlier had completely disappeared. At the same time, a small number of dwarf demons stared fiercely at Ya, as if they wanted to devour him on the spot. Seeing their actions, Ya was basically certain that a clan patriarch must have come out from inside the cave, otherwise not a single demon would have shown fear. However, this was exactly what Ya wanted, since according to the previous system prompt, the strongest strength of the dwarf demon chieftain could reach level D. With D rank strength, in the current post-apocalyptic stage, one can practically walk sideways, and can almost always kill any enemy. Of course, even if this dwarf demon chieftain had D-level strength, Ya was not flustered at all. In fact, he was very eager to see just how strong a D-level expert really was. After all, the creatures in the post-apocalyptic world are too weak, so Ya can't use much of his strength at all. Every time, he just uses a basic attack or a first skill and the opponent dies. Therefore, Ya was completely unable to arouse his interest, and even felt somewhat numb, thinking that things would only get interesting in the later stages of the apocalypse. But judging from the commotion coming from inside the cave, the dwarf demon chieftain should be able to pique my interest. Thinking to himself, Ya didn't stay put. He prepared to charge forward, eager to fight the dwarf demon chieftain. Ya narrowed his eyes slightly, then used spatial teleportation to rush directly towards the depths of the cave. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, on a hilltop, the entire summit was lifted open, and a platform slowly rose from within. There was nothing else on the platform except for a dwarf demon with a thin, almost skin and bones sitting cross-legged. The dwarf demon had its eyes closed, and there was even an aura of death emanating from its body. This hill was probably its secluded training place, and there were only some bottles and jars on the platform. The platform was still rising, and Ya had already found the location of the hill by following the sound. Upon arriving here, Ya noticed the current scene. Looking at the view on the platform, Ya knew that the other party must be the dwarf demon chieftain. After all, this was clearly a secluded cultivation place, and while it was filled with deathly aura, there was also a very strong medicinal smell. This medicine should be able to prolong life, since just inhaling its breath can already accelerate blood circulation. If this medicine couldn't prolong life, Ya wouldn't believe it. Ya rubbed his chin, waiting for the dwarf demon chieftain to awaken. He knew the chieftain was definitely sensing the surrounding situation, but since the chieftain was still calm, Ya would see what kind of trouble it was up to. Ya stood on high ground, his arms crossed, quietly observing the other party's actions, trying to figure out what tricks the other party was up to. However, the dwarf demon chieftain remained quite calm and was not affected by the outside world. He continued to wait for the platform to rise to the top. As the platform rose to the top, the dwarf demon chieftain slowly opened his eyes. He first looked around the platform before turning his gaze toward Ya. Upon seeing Ya, this foreign race, it did not show any unusual expression, as if it did not care at all. In fact, the fact that the great chieftain awakened at this time has already explained the current situation of their race, and the human in front of them is obviously the invader. If you were to ask the dwarf demon chieftain if he felt any anger, the answer would certainly be yes. After all, any normal, peaceful being would feel anger and sorrow at the massacre of their own race by outsiders. Moreover, it is the clan leader. However, the dwarf demon chieftain did not show it, because he had already foreseen that his race would face calamity in the near future. However, no one expected that this calamity would come so quickly, and that it was caused by only one human being. After a moment of silence, the dwarf demon chieftain suddenly sighed, then raised his head to look at Ya and slowly spoke in human language. Humans, I don't know why you came here to slaughter our race. After all, our race has no enmity with you humans, and we didn't even participate in the previous war between all races. But it's too late to say anything now. Since you have already started the massacre of my race, I will naturally not let you leave here alive. Furthermore, I sense that your strength is not very high. I don't understand why even the 10 chieftains died at your hands. Sigh. I've been in seclusion for too long, I can't help but chat with you, my enemy. Alright, there's no point in saying more now. Let's start fighting. We can't let you harm our race any longer. At this point, the dwarf demon chieftain finally shut his mouth. He slowly stood up, and after moving his body slightly, he changed direction and looked at Ya. Hiya waited calmly for the other person to finish speaking, then slightly raised the corners of his mouth and calmly said, "Are you sure you don't want to use the skills of your dwarf elf race? Only after you use your skills will you have the strength and qualifications to fight me. Otherwise, I will just kill you directly. You've lived for quite a few years, so you probably don't want to be killed by me outright, do you?" Upon hearing Hiya's words, the white beard and eyebrows of the dwarf demon chieftain trembled involuntarily. They seemed to be shocked by Hiya's arrogance. Chapter 110, A Thrilling Battle Against a Powerful Demon Chieftain. On the platform, the dwarf demon chieftain looked solemn, but suddenly he smiled with relief. So many years have passed, and it has been a long time since anyone has spoken to it like this. Although the human in front of it had killed the 10 chiefs, it believed that his strength should not be lacking. However, it truly did not expect that the human in front of it could be so arrogant as to not even take it seriously. You should know that he didn't even need to use 1/10 of his strength to deal with the 10 chieftains at once. The human before me must have exhausted most of his energy and strength after the battle with the 10 chieftains, so I certainly don't need to worry about dealing with him at all. However, it's good that this human is a bit arrogant. It means that the other party is not a meticulous person, so it won't take much effort to deal with them. The dwarf demon chieftain sighed softly and said, "Sigh. I really don't want to fight. I'm getting on in years, and I don't know how long it will take to replenish the energy I expend in battle. But you human deserve to die. Even if it takes a lot of my energy, I will kill you." In the end, the dwarf demon chieftain's eyes turned sinister and his face turned ruthless. He waved his hand to the right, and suddenly a large section of the originally unremarkable platform was peeled away. The stripped area became its weapon, and it then swooped down towards Hiya. The object in its hand had transformed into a large sword. A gaunt figure was wielding a sword that was nearly 10 meters long. This scene was simply outrageous and defied the heavens. Furthermore, after Hiya was locked onto by this attack, he was even unable to move, which was the first time he had ever experienced this feeling. Hiya's gaze turned slightly serious. He knew that the demon in front of him was not weak, and was even very powerful. This made him no longer careless. He directly used spatial teleportation to leave the original place, and the feeling of being locked on also disappeared after leaving the original place. Hiya moved behind the dwarf demon chieftain, who was unable to change direction due to inertia. Hiya then took out his twin swords, condensed them into a combined wind blade, and struck the chieftain's back. This time, Hiya had no more playful thoughts, so he was fully focused on the battle, and the wind blades he wielded were more powerful than before. Unsurprisingly, just as the wind blade was about to strike the dwarf demon chieftain, it turned around in midair and dodged the attack. After dodging the attack, it did not pause, and then swung its broadsword at Hiya again. It leaped again, but this time it changed from a slash to a sweep. In its view, the reason why the human in front of it was able to leave the spot directly was because it had only locked onto one location. If it were to sweep across the area, then the opponent would definitely not be able to leave. With each swing of his broadsword, his imposing aura was awe-inspiring. However, Hiya paid no attention to it, because his spatial teleportation technique allowed him to leave this space directly, unlike a mere movement technique. However, this time Hiya did not intend to leave, because from his observation just now, he was able to know where the opponent's limit was, and at least he could face him head-on without fear. Hiya withdrew the hurricane blade, instead gripping the flame demon battle blade tightly with both hands. He then took a deep breath and swung the greatsword, charging head-on at the dwarf demon chieftain. In an instant, the two greatswords clashed in mid-air, causing a surge of air that shook the entire cave. Rumble, rumble. The two large swords clashed, but no one was immediately determined to win. The dwarf demon chieftain was unharmed, but Hiya looked rather solemn. Hiya's hands were numb at this moment. He had clearly underestimated the strength of this demon chieftain. If he had faced the demon chieftain head-on, he would not have been able to defeat him. The two fought for nearly a minute before Hiya finally used spatial teleportation to leave. Otherwise, Hiya felt he might pay a heavy price, such as being injured by the other party. Fortunately, I can use spatial teleportation to leave my original location, and I can use spatial teleportation in any scenario. Based on this alone, Hiya was not at all worried about this dwarf demon chieftain. If I can't beat you head-on, can't I at least kite you to death? Anyway, I have enough of my own supernatural crystals, which can fully support me in long-term combat. As for the dwarf demon chieftain, he seemed to know that he couldn't hold out for long, so he only needed to temporarily deplete the opponent's energy, and then he would be able to win the battle. As Ya pondered, he took out the hurricane blade and, without pausing, began to wield it, launching a continuous attack on the dwarf demon chieftain. Meanwhile, the dwarf demon chieftain on the other side was also in a bad mood. As Ya had predicted, his physical condition and energy could not support him to fight for a long time. The reason it launched such a wide-ranging attack from the start was that it didn't want to be delayed, otherwise its strength would be greatly reduced once its energy was exhausted. Seeing that its attack had missed once again, the dwarf demon chieftain turned around with a solemn expression and quickly locked onto Ya, who was standing not far away. Before it could react, countless wind blades shot towards it, leaving it only able to parry and completely on the defensive. The dwarf demon chieftain knew his own strength. If they were to face each other head-on, his opponent would certainly be no match for him. Unfortunately, that cunning human was too good at hiding, just like a nasty bug, only able to launch continuous ranged attacks. The dwarf demon chieftain was somewhat annoyed, so he immediately transformed his greatsword into a huge shield, greatly reducing the defensive pressure. It held its shield in front of it and gripped a long sword of considerable length. It continued to attack forward despite the pressure of the wind blades, trying to kill Ya at close range. However, it wasn't the only one that moved. Ya was also following the opponent's pattern, retreating in an orderly manner while continuously attacking the dwarf demon chieftain. In this way, one attacked and the other retreated, and after a few minutes, it was the dwarf demon chieftain who finally stopped. The dwarf demon chieftain was indeed quite tired. He was panting heavily, but he concealed it very well by hiding behind his shield. Because it doesn't want that cunning human to know that it's already exhausted from fighting back.